Jia was engrossed in playing Clash Royale when his phone exploded, tragically taking his life. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that his body had transformed into a mere skeleton, materializing on the battlefield of Clash Royale. However, the silver lining was that he was not an ordinary skeleton, he was an awakened skeleton. Despite being repeatedly nerfed in the game, he was still regarded as a conceptual deity. With the ability to replicate himself upon attacking a target, the skeletons he created also possessed this remarkable trait. Utilizing this power, Jia survived amidst the chaos of battle and, through a void spell, unwittingly arrived in another world. Chapter 1. Transmigration. Awakened Skeleton. Ha ha ha. How about my dual ghost opening move? What will you use to defend against it? Damn it. Why did the internet disconnect? As he gazed at the taunting emojis sent by his opponent on the results screen, Jia felt a surge of anger, gripping his phone tightly. His opponent continued to mock him relentlessly, sending more taunting emojis. Damn it. Game. Opponent. Jia felt himself about to explode with rage. He had been on the verge of winning, but had lost instead. I'm done with this game. With that, Jia hurled his phone violently onto the sofa to vent his frustration. Bang. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jia suddenly awoke, surveying his surroundings as his hand instinctively reached for his forehead. It doesn't seem to hurt. After probing for a while, he felt no pain on his head, leaving him puzzled as he scratched it, trying to comprehend the memories from before his unconsciousness. In his recollection, after throwing his phone onto the sofa, he must have collided with something, leading to the explosion. Then, everything went dark as he felt a sharp pain in his forehead before losing consciousness. How strange, Jia instinctively touched his chin, pondering the situation, but he quickly realized that his chin seemed to be missing. What on earth, why have my hands turned to bones? Jia patted his face, attempting to ascertain his current condition, but when his palm met his cheek, the sound of cracking bones startled him into observing his hands. What met his gaze were palms composed entirely of white bones. What is going on here? Startled by his own hands, Jia shouted in despair. That moment, he caught sight of a mirror in the room. Reflected in the glass was a figure that was unmistakably a skeleton. Within the pristine white skull was an abyss of darkness, punctuated only by a flicker of deep purple in the center of his eye sockets. The gash ran down through the left eye socket, and a purple belt was wrapped around his ribcage, presumably serving as armor. How about become a skeleton soldier? After much turmoil, Jia finally grasped the reality of his situation. He unexpectedly found himself transformed into a skeleton in Clash of Clans Royale. Indeed, it is that fragile little skeleton who perishes with but a mere touch. However, there's a silver lining. A purple short sword and a purple hat resting on the table, signifying his extraordinary identity. Typically, the units in Clash of Clans Royale are conjured from elixir, with one notable exception: awakened units. These are composed of the more enigmatic dark elixir. The exact mechanics remain elusive to Lin Jia, yet he is aware that he is not an ordinary skeleton, but rather an awakened skeleton. Let us set aside the statistic for the moment, as a little skeleton lacks such attributes. The true strength of the awakened skeleton lies in its ability to replicate itself post-attack. Despite the numerous nerfs it faced prior to Lin Jia's transmigration, such as a limit on the number of copies, the need for the original to survive for replication, and a longer attack wind-up compared to a standard skeleton, these reductions do little to obscure the potency of the awakened skeleton in the game. After all, it is merely a card costing a trifling amount of elixir, capable of turning the tide of battle in certain scenarios, which is quite remarkable. Consequently, players endearingly refer to the awakened little skeleton as a conceptual deity. Regardless of the circumstances, survival is undoubtedly paramount, yet I wonder if the skeletons I replicate will possess my consciousness or emerge as entirely new beings. After donning the purple short sword and purple hat, Lin Jia resolved to venture outside to discern his surroundings and to test his abilities. The moment he stepped through the door, he felt a shift in his perception, rendering his body immobile. Before him appeared an awakened skeleton that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Before Lin Jia could comprehend the unfolding events, a black long knife descended, instantly transforming the awakened skeleton before him into a pool of elixir. Butterfly, echoed a dull mechanical voice, and Lin Jia soon discovered he was finally able to move. By heavens, why have I been teleported to the arena? The preceding events made Lin Jia acutely aware of his current predicament. In that fleeting moment of deployment, he concluded he had indeed arrived at the arena. Even if not, the outcome was inconsequential. As for the wielder of the long knife, there was no mistaking it. It was none other than the legendary Pikachu. Statistically speaking, at this juncture, should Lin Jia encounter Pikachu, even a mere brush would spell his demise. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jia turned and sprinted towards the tallest structure nearby. Theoretically, an awakened skeleton could overpower Pikachu after all. There's an adage that goes, when one questions the depth of one's sorrow, it is akin to a raging Pikachu striking a skeleton. Yet, that remains merely theoretical. Who among the Good Samaritans would refrain from casting spells to aid Pikachu when beset by skeletons? As anticipated, amidst the onslaught of awakened skeletons assaulting Pikachu, a bottle of purple potion materialized from thin air and came crashing down. Crash! Perhaps the potion contained within the glass vial was toxic, or perhaps the shards of glass that scattered upon its shattering had pierced them. In any case, those awakened skeletal figures, who had initially been mercilessly pummeling the Pikachu superhero, were instantaneously transformed into a purplish holy water. Meanwhile, the Pikachu superhero, under the influence of the potion, radiated a violet glow from his obsidian metal armor, enhancing his speed significantly. Observing this, Lin Jia exerted himself even more fervently. Had he not run swiftly moments earlier, he would have been directly annihilated by the frenzied potion. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows whizzed past his head, embedding themselves into the Pikachu superhero, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Lin Jia looked up to see a woman adorned with a crown, wielding a longbow, standing atop the Princess Tower, relentlessly firing at the Pikachu superhero. The Princess Tower. Salvation is at hand. Lin Jia's legs moved with fervor, and he managed to take refuge behind the Princess Tower just in time to evade the rampaging Pikachu superhero's approach. Slash! Between Lin Jia and the Princess Tower, the Pikachu superhero opted to assault the tower instead. His dark longsword struck the grayish-white wall of the Princess Tower with a resounding impact, leaving a deep gash upon it. Lin Jia merely glanced back to confirm that the Pikachu superhero was no longer pursuing him before he continued sprinting towards the distant King's Tower. He was uncertain how much health the Pikachu superhero had left should the Princess Tower be demolished. He doubted he would survive even while hiding behind it. It would be wiser to seek refuge behind the King's Tower, where he might draw another target to absorb the blows. Fortunately, the Pikachu superhero's health was not substantial after delivering 3 strikes to the Princess Tower. He was felled by an arrow. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jia dashed behind the King's Tower. Surveying the battlefield on either side of the King's Tower stood the Princess Towers, mirroring each other, with the only distinction being the different colors of their respective kings. A waterway bisected the arena, with only 2 bridges allowing passage at this point. Lin Jia was certain he was within an arena. He could not ascertain the specific tier, but he was undeniably in a competitive setting. Given the circumstances, escape was no longer an option. He could only devise a means of survival. Fortunately, the awakened skeletons possessed a remarkable ability to endure as long as their replicated consciousness remained intact. Lin Jia felt assured that he would not meet his demise. However, the awakened skeleton's abilities could only be activated post-attack, and he noted a lack of viable targets around him. Contemplating this, his gaze fell upon the King's Tower before him. Isn't this a target? A faint smile graced the non-existent corners of Lin Jia's mouth as he raised his purple short sword, thrusting it toward the King's Tower. Oh! The elderly king, adorned with a blue crown atop the King's Tower, gasped in surprise and promptly operated a lever before him, causing a black cannon to materialize atop the battlements that in contrast, a replica of Lin Jia, an identical awakened skeleton, manifested beside him. However, this awakened skeleton appeared somewhat dazed despite its exact resemblance to Lin Jia. It exuded an entirely different aura. It appears to be devoid of wisdom, I wonder. If I could transfer my consciousness, it seems I have already arrived in the fleeting moment that the notion of consciousness transfer flickered through Lin Jia's mind. He felt a sudden daze, and then he found himself inhabiting the body of the opposing skeleton. If my consciousness can traverse between awakened skeletons, should I still be concerned about my survival? After familiarizing himself with the operation of this consciousness transfer, Lin Jia discovered the true potential of his abilities. Although his consciousness was singular, the awakened skeletons he replicated, devoid of awareness, could heed his commands. However, they were limited to comprehending only the most basic orders. For instance, when instructed to attack the King's Tower, the mindless awakened skeletons would dutifully advance toward their target. What thrilled Lin Jia further was the apparent lack of limitations on the number of awakened skeletons he could replicate. At least, he had yet to encounter any constraints. With a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of awakened skeletons surged forward toward the opposite bank of the river. Since the Pikachu had been vanquished, neither the Blue King nor the Red King had played any cards, leaving Lin Jia somewhat perplexed about the unfolding events. However, with the absence of magical threats, He felt liberated to maneuver freely within this realm that, of course. This was contingent upon dismantling the opposing king's tower otherwise, should the time limit of the match expire. What if the game system transformed all creatures on the field into holy water? With a clattering sound, the formidable army of skeletons charged toward the bridge, the Princess Tower's archers nearly smoking from the strain, unable to diminish the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal legion. The AS. Soon as the first awakened skeleton reached the tower, Lin Jia realized that everything had irrevocably changed. Purple light illuminated the field incessantly, as one by one, new awakened skeletons materialized, brandishing their short swords and striking at the Princess Tower before them. In a mere matter of seconds, the awakened skeletons had reduced both the Red King's Tower and the Princess Tower to ruins. Strangely enough, after the towers collapsed, the kings and princesses that had stood atop them vanished without a trace. Phew, I should be free from immediate peril for the time being, right? After jumping a few times in place, feeling no discomfort or immobility, Lin Jia breathed a sigh of relief, finally having the time to contemplate his next course of action. What should I do now? Standing in the center of the arena, Lin Jia scratched his head in confusion. Before his transposition, he had merely been a college student, lost in the uncertainties of his future, unsure of what he desired or what he was capable of achieving. Typically, he occupied his time by playing games, reading novels, and occasionally paying attention in class when the mood struck. He had fantasized about what he could accomplish after his transcendence, perhaps becoming a legendary figure endowed with extraordinary powers. Yet these were fleeting thoughts when he truly settled to reflect. Lin Jia realized he had no clear aspirations to speak of conquering the world or establishing a harem. Lin Jia lowered his gaze to his own skeletal form, pondering how one could possibly establish a harem in such a state. He was utterly perplexed regarding the nature of his own skeletal structure, unable to discern whether it was male or female. As for the ambition of ruling this world, he found such aspirations rather uninteresting. Moreover, from his recent experiences, this realm resembled a mere operational game program rather than a vibrant, living world. Alas, how could I possibly find myself in a skeleton's body after such a transmigration? Let me set a modest goal for now. At the very least, I must restore my corporeal form. I refuse to spend my entire life as a mere skeleton. Although he had yet to clarify his life's purpose, Lin Jia resolved to achieve the short-term objective of regaining a normal human body, with the caveat that he would retain the awakened skeletal abilities or acquire even greater powers. Having made up his mind, Lin Jia began to navigate the arena, searching for an exit. Before long, his attention was drawn to the still and silent King's Tower. Ever since the explosion of the Red King's Tower, the king atop the Blue Tower and the princess in the Princess Tower seemed to be frozen in place, as if malfunctioning. Utilizing the awakened skeletons one by one, Lin Jia constructed a skeletal ladder to ascend the King's Tower. I've finally made it up here. After climbing to the top of the King's Tower, Lin Jia let out a long breath, though it was merely a psychological release, as his skeletal form remained motionless. He had previously overestimated the intelligence of these awakened little skeletons while they could comprehend the directive to attack enemies. The intricate task of constructing a ladder overwhelmed them completely. Standing atop the king in the tower, Lin Jia reached the highest point in the arena, surveying his surroundings to discern the situation. What is this? My goodness! Chapter 2. Terraria. Surrounding the arena, there were a staggering 8 arenas that appeared almost identical. Beyond these, an abundance of additional arenas sprawled outward, stretching endlessly into the horizon. What place is this? Lin Jia found himself genuinely astonished. According to the promotional video from the game developers, the world of Clash Royale is inhabited by creatures that lead their own lives, with even some seated in the audience, watching the battles unfold. However, the sight of an endless expanse of arenas suggested anything but a normal setting. Rubbing his eyes to regain composure, Lin Jia contemplated methods to restore his physical form. When it comes to healing, the first thoughts that arose were the healing effects, which in Clash Royale were primarily provided by battle angels and healing spirits. Thus, Lin Jia decided to pursue these 2 avenues first. As he scanned the surrounding arenas, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a battle angel. The effect of the battle angel was to generate a healing aura around allies within a certain radius after each attack. Without further hesitation, Lin Jia constructed a skeletal ladder leading to the arena's walls and guided a dozen skeletons into the arena where the battle angel resided. Luck was on his side. The battle angel, sheltered behind a stone giant, had not been eliminated, allowing Lin Jia to stealthily position himself within the healing aura's reach. Buzz. Within the golden healing aura, a multitude of golden plus signs materialized. Lin Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if every bone in his body had become supple. he was tempted to lay down and bask in the sensation. Suddenly, a crack of lightning descended, striking Lin Jia and the skeletons accompanying him, effortlessly turning them into holy water. Logically, the awakened units should have transformed into dark oil. However, to conserve word count, holy water was used instead. As consciousness returned to the wandering, awakened skeletons in the arena, Lin Jia raised his hand in confusion, only to find no flesh or blood had manifested. Damned lightning! At least let me witness the healing effects. Frustrated, Lin Jia directed a tirade towards the heavens. When he climbed the skeletal ladder once more and gazed upon the arena, the battle angel belonging to the Blue King had vanished, replaced by two elite barbarians emanating a purple glow beside the Blue King's tower. Well, you monstrous stone giant. I shall exchange you for those rampaging elites. Lin Jia couldn't help but applaud. It truly was a quintessential conclusion. Subsequently, Lin Jia explored several arenas, attempting both the battle angel and healing spirit's restorative effects. Yet to no avail. Regrettably, while the sensations were exhilarating, they did nothing to regenerate his flesh. Wandering through this world of arenas for what seemed like an eternity, Lin Jia noticed that there appeared to be no cycle of day and night. The sky was perpetually bright, devoid of even a hint of overcast. However, Lin Jia could ascertain one thing. He had lingered in this wretched place for far too long, to the point of nearly forgetting his own appearance. Aside from the treatment he had pursued, he had contemplated other options, such as seeking assistance from sorcerers or witches of the mystical arts. Yet, those individuals resembled mere automatons, devoid of interaction, rendering communication utterly futile. Thus, he abandoned this second plan. Throughout his prolonged wandering, the euphoria derived from treatment remained the sole sensation affirming his existence. As for pain, he had scarcely experienced it. After all, in this realm, any assault directed at him resulted in his demise, and the sensation of pain never had the opportunity to register. While the Hell Dragon and Hell Tower could inflict pain, it was inconceivable that anyone would employ these two cards against a skeleton. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Jia beheld a dark crimson circle manifesting within an arena. This circle was familiar to him, a result of an experiment conducted by 3 mages, giving rise to a new spell. He had encountered it several times before, each ending with his demise, coupled with a fleeting experience of the pain inflicted by lightning. The damage of this void spell was notoriously unstable when targeting a single entity. Its damage was exceedingly high, often resulting in the swift demise of less resilient units. However, when faced with multiple foes, the void spell scarcely managed to vanquish even a small skeleton. The void spell was indeed a rarity. He should indulge in its effects. With only a moment's hesitation, Lin Jia leapt over the arena's walls, landing within the dark crimson circle. Sizzle! To fully experience the void spell's pain, Lin Jia brought along over 20 small skeletons to join him in the red circle. Consequently, the spell's damage diminished to its minimum, failing to eliminate even a single skeleton. The sensation was exhilarating. As the damage of the void spell waned, Lin Jia was left with a delightful tingling, akin to a massage. Buzzing. Coincidentally, within the spell's domain, there was also a battle angel. With a single stroke of her sword, a golden circle emerged, instantly replenishing Lin Jia's minuscule health bar. Oh, how delightful. The pleasure of regaining health, coupled with the delightful tingling from the void spell, made Lin Jia feel as though his very skeletal frame might dissolve into bliss. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 phases of the void spell had concluded, yet he remained entranced, eyes closed, savoring the experience. Externally, even the 2 purple orbs within his skull dimmed. Where was this place? It was not until a somewhat familiar yet strange feminine voice resonated that Lin Jia abruptly opened his eyes, turning toward the sound. Having spent so long in the arena, this was the first spoken phrase he had heard. More precisely, the first utterance that was not a preordained system message. Lin Jia's gaze fixated upon the battle angel amidst the throng of skeletal figures. Judging by the puzzled expression on her face, it became evident that she was indeed the one who had spoken moments ago. Has she regained her self-awareness? Lin Jia pondered, surveying the battle angel with a curious eye. The battle angel reciprocated, observing Lin Jia and her skeletal companions with a look of confusion. When the recent void spell concluded, the dark red circle that should have vanished did not shrink away like it usually did. Instead, it transported the beings within to another realm. Although she lacked self-awareness during the arena phase, the battle angel held a vivid recollection of this transition. She only remembered the sensation of her footing disappearing, followed by her arrival in this strange and unfamiliar world. The earth and mounds appeared jagged, and even the grass beneath her feet seemed as though it had been crafted from the same mold, growing with scarcely any variation. Utterly bewildered, she could only hope that the skeletons before her possessed some knowledge of their surroundings, particularly as they exhibited no signs of alarm. Do you know where this place is? The battle angel tentatively inquired, confirming Lin Jia's suspicion that she was indeed the one who had spoken earlier. The reason for Lin Jia's earlier sense of familiarity tinged with strangeness regarding the battle angel's voice was due to the battle cry she emitted during combat. Having spent considerable time in the royal conflict event, Lin Jia had undoubtedly heard them countless times. As Lin Jia opened his mouth to respond, the only sound that emerged was the clattering of bones colliding amongst one another. Damn, there's a language barrier, Lin Jia realized, comprehending that communication among the skeletons relied on the sounds produced by their bony frames clashing together. However, it was clear that the battle angel could not understand such exchanges. Let us proceed this way. I will pose a question, and you shall respond with a nod for yes or shake your head for no. The battle angel seemed to grasp the predicament, proposing a second solution. Lin Jia nodded his skull in agreement, signifying his acceptance of her suggestion. Very well. Do you know where this place is? The battle angel reiterated her inquiry. Lin Jia nodded once more and cast a profound gaze into the distance. Through his earlier observations, he had already discerned several characteristics of this world. Firstly, the entire realm was composed of blocks, yet the sun and clouds above were not. This eliminated the possibility of it being the world of Minecraft. In addition, the blue slime slowly bouncing towards them, alongside a brown-haired man using a wooden bow to attack the creature, provided compelling evidence of their whereabouts. This place was unmistakably Terraria, one of the renowned sandbox giants before his transmigration, and the brown-haired man over there was the first NPC one would encounter in the typical Terraria world, the guide. However, this version of Terraria seemed oddly peculiar. Wait a moment, if this truly is Terraria, there might indeed be a way to restore things to the way they were. In Lin Jia's mind, a skeletal figure from Terraria emerged, one that could transform into a human form through the metamorphosis of the glimmering lake. Indeed, Lin Jia was referring to the skeleton merchant. Are you listening? The battle angel inquired tentatively, receiving no response. Lin Jia paused momentarily, then shook his head, dismissing the battle angel's presence as he strode towards the guide. To Lin Jia, the battle angel appeared to be merely a sentient entity, and he was indifferent to its existence. If anything, the pleasure derived from healing during combat piqued his interest slightly. As the awakened skeletons turned to leave, the battle angel felt a sense of bewilderment. This world seemed utterly foreign, and following the skeletons appeared to be the only option. Lin Jia hastened to the guide, eagerly seeking some tools. Unlike in Minecraft, where one could effortlessly destroy blocks and chop down trees, Terraria required the use of axes for lumber and pickaxes for mining various materials. Typically, characters in Terraria began their journey equipped with basic tools such as a copper pickaxe, copper axe, and copper shortsword. However, after trying for a while, Lin Jia found no interface resembling a backpack, and thus, no tools were present. The distance between them was minimal, and Lin Jia soon stood before the guide. To his surprise, he had expected the guide to perceive him as a monster and respond with hostility. Welcome, outsider, to this world. This is your beginner's gift. Observing Lin Jia's expression, the guide wore a peculiar smile as he extended a cloth bag. Although Lin Jia was inclined to inquire whether the guide possessed self-awareness, the clattering sound that emerged caused him to abandon that thought. If communication were desired, obtaining a recording device could temporarily remedy the situation, the guide suggested. Having discerned Lin Jia's intentions, Lin Jia understood. This revelation confirmed the guide's self-awareness and provided him with a means to converse with others. The recording device was a drop from the antlered beast in Terraria, a product of the crossover between Terraria and Don't Starve, and its difficulty was relatively low, allowing him to defeat it in due time. You're welcome, outsider. Terraria awaits your presence, the guide said kindly, waving farewell as Lin Jia departed. Chapter 3. The Eye of Cthulhu. After bidding the guide farewell, Lin Jia held the beginner's gift bag in his hands, silently reciting the command to open it. In an instant, he felt a shift in his perspective. 5 red hearts appeared in the upper right corner, while a blue pentagram materialized slightly further right. The upper left corner displayed 10 square icons, of which only the first 3 contained items: the previously mentioned copper axe, copper pickaxe, and copper shortsword. In the corner adorned with a pentagram and a red heart, there lay a square map depicting Lin Jia's icon, accompanied by a pile of skeletons and a battle angel mingling among them. Is this an integration into the game? Raising his hand to feel his body, Lin Jia discerned no apparent differences. Nevertheless, at least he possessed an axe now. Time to chop some trees. Selecting the copper axe from his inventory, he approached the nearest tree and swung the axe downward. As the copper axe made contact with the tree's stump, a coin fell from the treetop, directly entering his backpack. How fortunate to find a coin on the very first attempt at shaking a tree. Lin Jia raised his non-existent eyebrows, his spirits lifting considerably. The act of shaking trees is a mechanism in Terraria. When a player strikes a tree with an axe, various items may drop from the treetop. Most often, fruits and wood are yielded, with a slim chance of coins appearing. With a resounding crash, the towering tree collapsed, providing Lin Jia with over 180 pieces of wood. However, his attention was not on the timber. Instead, his astonished gaze fixated on a newly emerged awakened skeleton nearby. Unlike the others wielding purple short swords, this awakened skeleton astonishingly held a copper axe, exactly like the one in Lin Jia's grasp. Wait, if we're talking about duplication, what if I were wielding the zenith sword? A vivid image flashed through Lin Jia's mind. Thousands of awakened skeletons, each armed with zenith swords, focusing their fire on a single enemy would be exhilarating. Ah, I have an idea. Lin Jia's eyes sparkled as he tossed away the copper axe. The axe lay quietly on the ground, awaiting someone to pick it up. Subsequently, he transferred his consciousness to the newly appeared awakened skeleton, hoping to discard the copper axe as well. However, no matter what method he attempted, that copper axe seemed to be firmly embedded within the backpack, refusing to budge. It appears item duplication is not feasible. Lin Jia returned his consciousness to the previous awakened skeleton and retrieved his axe. Time to chop trees? Contemplating further, another idea struck him. Since this newly emerged awakened skeleton possessed an axe, could it assist him in felling trees? The outcome was indeed promising. The skeleton wielding the copper axe ambled towards the nearest tree and swung the axe down with vigor. Yet, the excitement did not end there. At the moment the tree toppled, another new awakened skeleton, axe in hand, materialized beside it. Incredible! Lin Jia was nearly astounded to the point of dropping his non-existent jaw. He recalled that during his previous escapades in Terraria, the two most tedious tasks he loathed were resource gathering and constructing platforms. While mods could simplify these tasks in the game, it was evident that such modifications were absent here. Now, this repetitive task could be effortlessly handled by these skeletal laborers. Yet, that brings us back to the question, how would one build houses in this version of Terraria? Having crafted two mining skeletons and set them to work, Lin Jia began to contemplate the matter of housing. In the realm of Terraria, the prerequisite for any inhabitant is the existence of a suitable dwelling. A suitable house, by definition, must be of adequate size, possess a light source, and include a bench and a table. After much deliberation, Lin Jia resolved to consult the ever-reliable guide. Here are the blueprints for the minimum standard of housing. Take a look. Upon returning to the guide, Lin Jia was presented with a blue schematic. Indeed, I comprehend your intentions. Though it remains a language only I can understand, the guide remarked. After bidding farewell, Lin Jia unfurled the blueprint to examine the so-called minimum standard dwelling. Upon discerning the design, the purple glow within his skull intensified. The blueprint depicted a two-story villa, furnished not only with the basic bench and table, but also adorned with a bookshelf, furnace, fireplace, and an array of other assorted furniture. Is this what you deem the minimum standard? In his previous experiences playing Terraria, Lin Jia had constructed homes comprised merely of a few chests and essential workstations, hardly qualifying as proper residences. Now, he was being tasked with creating such an opulent abode. After careful consideration, Lin Jia concluded that it would be reasonable to construct a more refined house, especially given that most inhabitants had been exceedingly amiable towards him. Providing them with a pleasant living environment seemed fitting. Of course, this did not extend to the fisherman, that solitary figure. Nonetheless, it was impractical to adhere strictly to the specifications of the blueprint, as the current materials were limited. Upgrades could be made in the future. Thus, a modest structure akin to a matchbox emerged upon the terrain of Terraria. Despite the guide's expression of disdain, he nonetheless took residence within. With that settled, Lin Jia pondered the next steps, uncertain if the replicated skeletons would enhance his health capacity. After organizing the spoils brought back by the mining skeletons, Lin Jia donned a suit of platinum armor and replaced his purple short sword with a grass sword. This grass sword, forged from the jungle spores, poison stingers, and vines that the mining skeletons had retrieved from the jungle, would serve him well. Although he had programmed the skeletons for mining, they instinctively retaliated against any attackers first. In instances of combat, even with copper pickaxes in hand, they had managed to accumulate 12 poison stingers. Moreover, Lin Jia tested a new feature he had discovered. He realized that when he replicated a skeleton in Terraria, the newly created skeleton's inventory would only contain the weapon or tool he held at the moment of replication. However, any equipment or accessories worn would be perfectly duplicated, albeit they remained bound to the individual skeleton. The grass sword, being one of the few melee weapons capable of launching projectiles before the boss fights, should suffice against the likes of the Slime King and the Eye of Cthulhu. As for accessories, they were not particularly impressive, primarily consisting of those salvaged from chests. As the evening descended, Lin Jia found himself inexplicably moved. How long had it been since he last witnessed the transition of day into night? He promptly retrieved a dubious eye, an item that could be summoned from an underground chest or synthesized using 6 crystal shards at either the Demon Altar or the Crimson Altar. These shards were dropped by the monsters that emerged at night, particularly those flying eyes gracing the skies. Glancing at his full health capacity, Lin Jia resolved to summon the Eye of Cthulhu. This maximum health was augmented by consuming life crystals, each enhancing his health limit by 20, allowing for a total of 400, equivalent to 20 red hearts. Just then, a sinister sensation washed over him, as if an evil entity was watching. In that moment, he noticed a notification appear in the lower left corner of his vision. Wait, what? It's only the first night, Lin Jia mused, feeling a sense of bewilderment as he touched his skull. There were two methods for the Eye of Cthulhu to manifest, summoning it directly with the dubious eye or having it spawn randomly at a certain time upon the player fulfilling specific conditions. Clearly, this notification indicated that Lin Jia had met the criteria on his very first night in Terraria and had triggered an unexpected stroke of luck. Notably, during the day, 3 new inhabitants had taken residence: a merchant, a nurse, and a demolitionist. A low growl echoed from an unknown source, and suddenly, a massive, bloodshot eye appeared in the sky, its optic nerve resembling undulating tentacles in the wind. The immense black pupil fixed its gaze upon Lin Jia, sending a chill down his spine and igniting a sense of inexplicable dread. It was grotesque. Lin Jia could have sworn that blood dripped from the optic nerves trailing behind the Eye of Cthulhu. A roar erupted from the creature, leaving Lin Jia puzzled about how an eyeball could produce such sound, yet his instincts urged him to flee. The colossal form of the eye charged toward Lin Jia's previous position, summoning numerous Cthulhu minions in its wake. These minions were diminutive versions of the eye itself. The Eye of Cthulhu's attack pattern was rather straightforward. It primarily relied on its body to charge and the summoning of its minions. Lin Jia commanded his awakened skeletons to recklessly charge at the eye, wielding their grass swords with fervor. The sharp blades struck the seemingly fragile eyeball, producing the sound of flesh being cleaved. Countless projectile shards, akin to leaves, emanated from the grass swords, inflicting secondary damage upon the eye. Lin Jia cast a glance at the health bar below, noticing it had yet to reach 5,000, while his skeletons had exceeded 40. Moreover, with each successful attack on the eye, they could replicate themselves. Within moments, the number of skeletons on the battlefield surged from double digits to an astonishing 3 figures. The unfortunate Eye of Cthulhu was swiftly overwhelmed and perished after a single collision, never even reaching its second phase. It shattered into numerous fragments scattered across the ground, leaving behind merely a pile of red hearts for health restoration, a few weak healing potions, a treasure bag, and a relic. How swiftly it met its demise. One might wonder how this differs from cheating. Lin Jia clicked his tongue, finding the encounter rather dull. The entire confrontation, from the Eye of Cthulhu's emergence to its defeat, transpired in less than 20 seconds. This was largely attributable to the absence of invincibility frames. Otherwise, with so many skeletons attacking simultaneously, it would have undoubtedly sustained damage during those frames. Regrettably, Lin Jia had hoped to witness the second phase of the Eye of Cthulhu and glimpse its true form. He picked up the treasure bag and the relic from the ground, feeling a tinge of regret. The circumstances of the dropped relic indicated that he was undoubtedly in master mode. Furthermore, it appeared that the Eye of Cthulhu's health had not been augmented by the number of adversaries, which pleased Lin Jia. Otherwise, if each summoned skeleton increased the eye's health, victory would be unattainable. Opening the treasure bag revealed rather mundane items, with only the Cthulhu shield proving somewhat useful. The rest, comprising crimson ore and crimson seeds, were largely ineffective. To be precise, he had already mined ample crimson ore, while the crimson seeds held no current utility. Equipping the Cthulhu shield in his accessory slot, Lin Jia tested its effect. It offered little of note, merely enabling the user to dash short distances while providing a modicum of invincibility frames and negligible damage. For Lin Jia, its sole purpose was to facilitate travel. Contemplating for a moment, he resolved to summon a second Eye of Cthulhu, his curiosity about its second phase intensifying. As the second Eye of Cthulhu materialized, it was immediately besieged by hundreds of small skeletons, forcing it into its second phase with its health reduced to approximately 100. Fortunately, he halted the onslaught in time. Otherwise, another would have perished. Upon entering its second phase, the Eye of Cthulhu underwent a dramatic transformation. Its original pupil and iris disintegrated into flesh, exposing sharp fangs and an abyssal maw. Lin Jia hastened to the front of the eye, eager to uncover what lay hidden among those menacing teeth. However, what greeted him was a rapid series of charges, leaving afterimages in its wake. Is it truly necessary to be so aggressive for just a glance? He mused, while simultaneously evading the eye's relentless assaults, sprinting to avoid its charges. After approximately 5 attempts, the Eye of Cthulhu finally ceased its advance, allowing Lin Jia a clear view of its internal structure. Alas, it was quite revolting. Had he known, he would have refrained from looking. Chapter 4. The Brain of Cthulhu gazing into the gaping maw of the Eye of Cthulhu. A multitude of optic nerves intertwined like writhing worms, evoking a profound sense of fear in Lin Jia, reminiscent of his acrophobia. The appearance starkly contrasted with that of the Eye of Cthulhu pet from the famine event. The disparity was astonishing. It left him utterly disenchanted with the internal anatomy of such entities. It was simply repugnant. Commanding his subordinates, he directed them to strike the Eye of Cthulhu. And in an instant, its meager health of barely over 100 was entirely depleted. TSK, such a paltry reward, it seemed unlikely that the eye would respawn. However, farming currency was still a viable option. Casually selling the surplus Cthulhu shield at the merchants, Lin Jia contemplated his next course of action. Based on the sanguine ore he had extracted from the treasure bag of the Eye of Cthulhu, it became apparent that the evil biome of this world was the Crimson. This indicated that by destroying 3 Crimson Hearts, one could summon the brain of Cthulhu. Conversely, if it were corruption, 3 shadow orbs would be required to summon the Eater of Worlds. The presence of the Crimson biome was fortuitous for Lin Jia. When the world difficulty in Terraria escalates to expert or higher, certain items become available exclusively at this level. For instance, the Cthulhu shield does not drop from the Eye of Cthulhu in normal mode. The item associated with the Brain of Cthulhu is known as the Brain of Confusion. This artifact is considered a potent early game item, at least in Lin Jia's estimation. When a player is attacked, there is a chance to evade the damage and enter a cooldown period. Moreover, a successful dodge grants additional benefits, while foes in the vicinity are thrown into disarray. In summary, if fortune favors the brave, this item could serve as a life-saving artifact. Regrettably, it is not available in the Calamity, otherwise. The Brain of Confusion would guarantee a perfect evasion each time, barring a slightly extended cooldown. Lin Jia shook his head in lament. Opening the map to locate the Crimson biome. The Calamity he referred to was a mod for Terraria, akin to an integration pack, which introduced numerous new elements and challenges to the game. However, Lin Jia had confirmed that he was in a standard version of the Terraria world. Ordinarily, the Brain of Cthulhu is the 3rd boss to be confronted, but Lin Jia felt no compulsion to adhere to convention. To be frank, had it not been for the skeletons still digging their way to hell, he believed he could have easily vanquished the wall of flesh and transitioned into hard mode. Nevertheless, there was no pressing need. Before entering hard mode, he intended to carve out a quarantine zone to prevent the Crimson from spreading uncontrollably. Fortunately, the skeletons had already discovered the location of the Crimson biome, albeit the unyielding stones in the area limited their exploration. Well, it wasn't too far. A personal journey to the site would not be out of the question. After determining his direction, Lin Jia raced towards the Crimson Land, aided by the Hermes boots, which augmented his running speed by a remarkable 40. A cloud of dust billowed beneath him as he sprinted. The moment he set foot on the sanguine terrain, an indescribable sensation emanated from below. Although it was merely rock, it felt viscous underfoot. Each step met with a faint yet palpable resistance. After advancing a couple of paces, Lin Jia inadvertently kicked a decayed eyeball from the blood-red underbrush. Fortunately, he lacked a sense of smell. The odor of this place was surely unbearable. He patted his ribs with a hint of relief before leaping into a naturally formed crevice. According to the lore Lin Jia had gathered, the entirety of the Crimson Land was a living entity, and his current target, the Crimson Heart, lay at its core. Typically, 2 entrances led to the depths beneath the surface of the Crimson Land. Viewed from a map, these entrances served as starting points, with each connected Crimson Heart as the endpoint, ultimately forming the shape of 2 hands. Of course, these were merely tales he had heard. Lin Jia had no intention of verifying their authenticity. He only needed to know how to defeat the Brain of Cthulhu. Not long after entering the passage, as Lin Jia raised his torch, a bloodcrawler lunged at him. "Ah, get away from me." Startled by the sudden appearance of the grotesque creature, he thrust his makeshift sword, striking the bloodcrawler squarely in the face. A fresh gash appeared on its putrid visage, but it seemed oblivious to pain. Advancing towards Lin Jia once more after being momentarily repelled. "Hurry up. I never want to return to this wretched Crimson Land." Recalling the sights he had just witnessed, Lin Jia felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The bloodcrawler's appearance was repulsive, resembling a skinned and rotting spider, its abdomen housing a pulsating, pale red heart, exuding an eerie aura. Nevertheless, the battle against the Brain of Cthulhu was imperative. He summoned a skeletal minion to scout ahead while he followed, rummaging through containers and opening treasure chests. Before long, the narrow corridor widened into a vast space, so immense that the torchlight could not illuminate its entirety. It seemed he was nearing his destination. He merely needed to choose a branch to descend and unleash chaos. After tossing a few glow sticks to light the way, Lin Jia selected one of the paths and ventured forth. However, transitioning from a 2-dimensional perspective to a 3-dimensional one presented a significant challenge: the loss of a flat view. Previously, from a distance, Lin Jia could clearly pinpoint the location of the Crimson Heart and simply detonate a bomb to reach it. Now, gazing at the newly blasted corridor, confusion set in. Could it not be here? No, it must be here, right? Should I blast a bit deeper? Lin Jia had already used 5 explosives on the passage ahead, yet the Crimson Heart remained elusive. Ugh, the absence of a flat map is vexing. Very well. I shall indulge in extravagance and detonate a detonator instead. After careful consideration, Lin Jia exchanged the bomb in his hand for a detonator. The detonator boasted a wider explosion radius than the bomb, and naturally, its price in the explosives market was considerably higher. Boom. As the fuse of the detonator reached its end, a deafening explosion ensued, scattering countless debris, among which lay a firearm and several bullets. A chilling message appeared in the lower left corner, and Lin Jia understood that it signaled the destruction of the Crimson Heart. Well, it seems I have not erred in my pursuit. This brings me solace. He collected the heap of blocks from the ground, with the firearm being the most noteworthy acquisition. With this deadly weapon, he could entice arms dealers to engage. Stowing this item in his backpack, Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction. Though he currently wielded only melee weapons, Lin Jia had a grand vision in his mind. He envisioned the formation of 4 skeletal legions, each corresponding to a distinct profession: warrior, archer, mage, and summoner. The potential strength of such a legion was beyond his imagination. The concept seemed challenging, yet it was rather simple. All Lin Jia needed was to prepare 4 sets of graduation gear and weaponry for each profession, leaving the task of replication to the legions themselves. Having gained experience from his first encounter, Lin Jia approached the hunt for the Crimson Heart the second time with a newfound composure. The air echoed with piercing screams as he picked up the Crimson Wand from the ground, feeling its weight in his hand. This weapon could be classified as a formidable long-range tool, capable of both piercing and linear attacks. The Crimson Wand summoned a rain cloud at a designated location, and the crimson droplets that fell could pierce through an enemy, albeit with a modest damage output of only 12. Lin Jia decided against utilizing the Crimson Wand. With his replication ability, he was not lacking in damage or survivability. If necessary, he could even slay the Moon Lord wielding nothing but a copper short sword, albeit it might take a tad longer. When preparing to destroy the 3rd Crimson Heart, Lin Jia refrained from simply tossing down a bomb. Instead, he constructed a pathway upwards. After all, once the 3rd Crimson Heart was obliterated, the brain of Cthulhu would awaken, and he certainly did not wish to be immediately besieged by a horde of monsters. It would be exceedingly unpleasant. Gripping a rope in one hand, he hurled a bomb downwards with the other. A feral roar erupted from an unknown beast, and shortly thereafter, a message appeared in Lin Jia's lower left corner. The brain of Cthulhu has awakened. Almost instantly, 10 flying eye creatures burst through the walls, lunging towards Lin Jia. These flying eyes, true to their name, resembled disembodied orbs soaring through the air, slightly smaller than the eye of Cthulhu, devoid of the grotesque optic nerves on their reverse side. Behind these flying eyes, a brain, both real and illusory, gradually approaches. The brain pulsates irregularly, with only a small segment of the brainstem drifting in the wind, surrounded by 4 diminutive, fleshy tendrils writhing in search of prey. How utterly repulsive! Lin Jia took a step back, shielding himself with the multitude of skeletons at his front. It wasn't fear of death that compelled him. Rather, the grotesqueness of the creature was overwhelming. In previous games, he had not felt this way, but witnessing it come to life before his eyes was a jarring experience. It would be best to dispatch it swiftly and never return to the Crimson Land again. With a wave of his hand, the nearby skeletons brandished their grass swords and struck at the flying eyes. The initial phase of Cthulhu's brain was relatively easy to conquer. Merely attacking the flying eyes caused it to retreat a certain distance. Thus, with sufficient attack speed, it was possible to complete this phase without sustaining any damage. 10 flying eyes, besieged by nearly 100 skeletons, were obliterated in less than 10 seconds. Roar! Cthulhu's brain's health dipped to just below half, transitioning into its second phase. The fleshy tissue on the surface of Cthulhu's brain began to slough off, revealing a heart adorned with eyes within. A heart within a brain. How ludicrous! Lin Jia muttered, stepping back a few paces. With the flying eyes vanquished, Cthulhu's brain immediately altered its attack strategy, manifesting 3 shadowy figures that approached Lin Jia from 4 directions. Not cool. Buddy, I've retreated this far, and you can still target me? Watching as the Cthulhu's brain inched closer, attempting to strike him with its tendrils, Lin Jia felt an urge to curse. Fortunately, Cthulhu's brain was the only entity in the game that could be repelled, with a few casual strikes. It could not close the distance. Of course, after just a few slashes, 5 more awakened skeletons armed with grass swords appeared on the battlefield. From that point on, there was little left to say. The number of skeletons multiplied with each swing, while Cthulhu's health bar drained rapidly, akin to a leaking vessel. With this replication ability, as long as I'm not instantly killed, it's as if I'm cheating. Lin Jia collected the treasure bag from the ground, feeling as though he could even challenge the dungeon guardian. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed the reckless notion. After all, the dungeon guardian's tracking could span the entire map, and no one knew its mechanics. If it turned out that this creature wouldn't return to the dungeon until it had exterminated all the awakened skeletons in Terraria, dying for such a reason would leave him with no place to lament his fate. He promptly used the magic mirror he had recently discovered to return to his spawn point and opened the treasure bag from Cthulhu's brain. In addition to the previously mentioned brain of confusion, he found crimson or tissue samples and a probabilistic drop of a bone whistle. The bone whistle served little purpose other than summoning a face monster pet, classified as an item of entertainment. The tissue samples, however, could be combined with the crimson or to forge crimson bars, which in turn could be crafted into a crimson set, along with an array of tools and weapons. Among the items Lin Jia required were the Deathbringer pickaxe and the bloody set. As for the bloody cleaver, its damage was merely 4 points greater than that of a grass sword, lacking any special effects except for a bleeding effect, which Lin Jia had synthesized before confronting the brain of Cthulhu. For now, this blade's purpose was solely to be combined with the other 3 knives to forge the knight's edge. Upon organizing the contents of his backpack, Lin Jia discovered that his chest contained an unexpected bounty of 7 small snow creature pelts. These pelts were essential for crafting the summoning item for the deerhorn monster, one of the materials required for the summoning. To his surprise, he had procured them so swiftly, indicating that he could soon enable others to comprehend his words. With this thought in mind, Lin Jia promptly gathered several other materials and set forth once more to the Crimson Lands. Chapter 5. The Slime King. The crafting of the deer horn required 3 small snow creature pelts, 5 unique evil minerals native to the current terrain, and a crystal. The workstation required for this synthesis was the altar of the prevailing evil terrain. Now, Lin Jia sought the Crimson Altar. Thankfully, before returning, he had memorized the location of a Crimson Altar, making this journey a familiar one. The Crimson Altar appeared as a grotesque assemblage of severed limbs coalescing into a mass of flesh, with 2 distinctly exposed eyeballs glaring from its surface. It was an eerie sight indeed, Lin Jia remarked, before opening his backpack to craft the deer horn and the slime crown. The slime crown was an item used to summon the Slime King, requiring slime gel and either a gold crown or a platinum crown. 3 deer horns and 3 slime crowns should suffice, he thought. The reason for crafting 3 was due to the fact that the drop rate for certain items was not guaranteed, and it was possible that defeating one would not yield the desired item. The deer horn monster could only be summoned in icy terrains, while the Slime King posed no such restrictions. Therefore, Lin Jia planned to directly hunt for both in the snowy expanse. The term hunt was, in truth, merely a euphemism for a massacre. Given Lin Jia's abilities, as long as he was not instantly vanquished, true death was not a possibility. The icy terrain was quite distant from Lin Jia's spawn point, and it took him a while to reach it. Unlike the Terraria map in the game, which was elongated with oceans at both ends and varied terrains dispersed throughout, this Terraria world resembled a circular island, encircled by seas, with sandy beaches framing the island's periphery and diverse terrains scattered across its surface. I'll tackle the Slime King first, he decided, as it was the initial challenge. And he might also acquire the slime saddle. Truth be told, the drops from the Slime King held little value for Lin Jia now, save for the saddle. With a familiar summoning sound, a blue liquid first emerged upon the snowy ground. This liquid swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming a massive slime adorned with a golden crown. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jia discerned a figure clad in a ninja outfit nestled within the Slime King's gelatinous form. The King of Slimes has awakened. There is little to say. The Slime King's method of attack involves leaping to crush players, while simultaneously summoning various types of slimes. Lin Jia, along with his skeleton companions, rushed forward, wielding their grass swords. In a matter of mere seconds, the Slime King transformed into a treasure bag. Alas, the gaming experience was utterly lacking. Lin Jia cheerfully picked up the treasure bag and relic from the ground, promptly opening them. The ninja set yielded 2 pieces, but he was still short a pair of pants. The sticky saddle emerged. Excellent. He equipped it without hesitation. With the sticky saddle in place, Lin Jia summoned his mount. A bouncy slime appeared beneath him, with Lin Jia seated atop the saddle. A surge of excitement filled him as the slime bounced several meters into the air, descending at a swifter pace than usual. For those with high dexterity, this mount could be considered an ultimate companion, as its rapid descent allows for quick distance creation. Moreover, the slime mount inflicts damage upon any monsters below during its fall, though this advantage is seldom utilized. The ninja set, albeit somewhat outdated, still holds value as a collectible. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jia summoned another King of Slimes, swiftly dispatching it without causing any stir. This Slime King didn't even take away a single skeleton that Lin Jia had summoned. As for the remaining Slime King crown, he chose not to use it, intending to acquire a new weapon before summoning the Slime King again to test its damage potential. Next in line was the Antler Beast. After organizing his backpack, Lin Jia took out the deer flower and summoned it. Roar! The Antler Beast has awakened. A creature with black limbs and a body covered in white fur, sporting a single eye atop its head, appeared before Lin Jia. Suddenly, a semi-transparent black claw emerged from afar, lunging menacingly towards Lin Jia. He deftly dodged the attack by executing a shield dash in the opposite direction. Roar! The antler beast stomped fiercely on the ground, causing countless ice spikes to erupt and pierce toward Lin Jia. Utilizing the Cthulhu shield, he executed another shield dash, colliding forcefully with the antler beast and evading the attack through the invulnerability frame generated by the impact. As usual, he commanded, "Go!" The skeletons surged forth like a tide, surrounding the antler beast. The barrage of leaf projectiles generated by the grass swords filled the air, creating a striking yet somewhat jarring scene in the snowy landscape. However, this flurry of flying leaves was not merely for show. The antler beast, enduring slightly longer than the Slime King, ultimately transformed into a treasure bag, disappearing into Lin Jia's inventory. Lin Jia did not rush to open the bag, as the loot from the antler beast was plentiful yet disorganized, with most items being of little use, given that it was a crossover event unlikely to relate to the main storyline. Thus, Lin Jia decided to utilize the remaining 2 deer flowers, and once he held 3 treasure bags, he would return to the spawn point to open them all at once. In this unfolding narrative, Lin Jia entrusted his minions, the little skeletons, to handle the tasks at hand, for he held an undeniable advantage in combat. Meanwhile, he sought out a cavern, delving into its depths with the hope of discovering some synthesis materials. As time slipped by, night fell, and the 2 horned beasts had long been vanquished, their spoils delivered to Lin Jia by his subordinates. At last, he had found what he sought. Lin Jia gazed with excitement at the ice skates emerging from the chest, rubbing his bony hands together in anticipation. This item was one of the essential components for crafting the illustrious Terra Shining Shoes, which allowed gliding across icy surfaces, merely a synthesis material for Lin Jia. In addition to the skates, he had also acquired a pair of water-walking boots, marking a stroke of good fortune. As the name suggested, these boots enabled one to traverse water surfaces and were also a vital ingredient for the Terra Shining Shoes. With these acquisitions, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Jia then retrieved the memory potion he had previously extracted from a jar. 2 bottles should suffice. I shall consume them to free up space in my backpack, he murmured, promptly pouring the memory potion into the darkness of his skull. Suddenly, vivid images from the realm of Clash Royale flooded his mind, accompanied by a fleeting thought. He pondered whether the troops from Clash Royale, upon arriving in this world, could relinquish their weapons. A gurgling sound escaped, inexplicably resonating despite the absence of a throat, as the memory potion coursed through him. A soft blue glow enveloped Lin Jia, and then his form vanished from Terraria. In a blink, when he regained his senses, he found himself in a familiar arena, momentarily bewildered. Wait, how did I return? Lin Jia gazed around in confusion. The skeletal ladders beneath the king's tower and the surrounding walls unmistakably indicated his return to the very arena where it all began. His mind momentarily stalled, but upon inspecting his backpack and recognizing the familiar gear, Lin Jia confirmed he was not hallucinating due to a mental breakdown. The memory potion is rather extraordinary. How could it facilitate interdimensional travel? He mused, eyeing the remaining bottle in his backpack, finding its effects rather preposterous. Surely, my consciousness should be able to transfer. Lin Jia closed his eyes, attuning himself to the skeletons in Terraria. To his astonishment, his consciousness crossed dimensions back into the awakened skeleton within Terraria. Is this ability somewhat outrageous? Crossing worlds as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink. Lin Jia gazed at the angular world around him, feeling a bit disoriented. In the novels he had read, aside from those with systems, protagonists relying solely on their abilities faced immense struggles to traverse worlds. Yet here he was, returning with but a potion, and with a mere thought, he could return again. However, this presented an opportunity to explore whether the weapons and abilities of these beings could manifest as unique items through Terraria. With his consciousness returning to his previous body, Lin Jia had no intention of venturing back to Terraria just yet. Not only did Lin Jia wish to experiment with the aforementioned matters, but he was also compelled by the presence of numerous significant items within his body, which he was certain he must return to Terraria. He had already attempted to utilize a piggy bank, akin to the Ender chest in Minecraft, but found it incapable of facilitating interdimensional item transfer. His journey to that realm was accomplished through the void spell, with the pivotal aspect being that he had survived its effects. Lin Jia began to analyze the reasons behind his previous traversal to Terraria, intending to replicate the experience. While he had survived the void spell before, he had not crossed over. Thus, the answer became evident. One must endure the full 3 segments of damage from the void spell without succumbing to death to achieve transdimensional travel. With this realization, Lin Jia leapt over the arena's walls using a saddle, seeking the arena where the void spell had been cast. Chapter 6. The Death Cells in just 4 days. Lin Jia finally caught up with a freshly initiated void spell. Had the occurrence rate of the void spell been this low? Accompanied by the awakened bomb soldier and battle angel he had summoned, they stood within the confines of the void spell. As they entered the circle, the battle angel swung her sword to strike at the central figure of Pikachu, and a brilliant yellow healing aura enveloped them. This healing effect primarily served to support the bomb soldier. Lin Jia, with the aid of healing potions, could easily endure the reduced damage of the void spell. Soon enough, the 3 rounds of the void spell's attack concluded, and as the dark red aura swiftly contracted, Lin Jia felt the scenery before him shift. However, instead of returning to the familiar landscapes of Terraria, he found himself in a dimly lit location. Where was this? Upon discerning his surroundings, Lin Jia was once again engulfed in confusion. He had anticipated a direct return to Terraria, yet he now stood in an unfamiliar place. The environment was as bleak as a dungeon, with a beam of sunlight streaming through a lofty window, illuminating a wooden stump with an axe embedded in it. This scene struck him as somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Lin Jia approached the stump, intending to observe it closely. Suddenly, a squelching sound drew his attention. He turned to see a green mass rolling on the ground, making its way toward the headless corpse beside the stump. This green entity slithered into the gaps of the lifeless body. In mere moments, the corpse, now tinted a dark bluish hue, transformed, its skin turned a sickly gray, while the decaying garments rapidly reformed into a suit of leather armor, adorned only by a red sash at the neck and waist. The headless body gradually rose from the ground, and at the base of its bloodless neck, a flicker of flame ignited. In an instant, the tiny flame expanded to the size of a human head, and at its fiery center, a black orb resembling an eye emerged. What the hell? How did I end up in this world? Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Jia could no longer be oblivious to his current predicament. Before me stands the character known as the Cell Man, controlled by players in the game Dead Cells. What could this wretched place possibly offer me? Bringing a plague back to Terraria, merely adding another malevolent terrain? Lin Jia is genuinely inclined to express his frustration. The central narrative of Dead Cells unfolds upon a small island. In essence, the story is remarkably straightforward. A lone individual resolves the troubles plaguing the island and subsequently ascends to kingship. However, the king, in his quest for immortality, conducted numerous experiments, ultimately resulting in the catastrophic plague. This plague led to the infection of nearly all inhabitants of the island, transforming them into monsters. The Cell Man before me is, in fact, the king himself, albeit with his memories erased. Before Lin Jia could react, the Cell Man suddenly became vigilant, reaching out as if to attack. Yet, in this freshly revived state, he possessed no weapons. Lin Jia raised his hand to say something, but the Cell Man abruptly pointed behind him, then executed a roll and crashed through the wooden door, fleeing outside. Such class. He chose to break through the door rather than simply opening it. Lin Jia scoffed at this, then used his grappling hook to ascend to the ceiling. He had no desire to antagonize the Cell Man. There was no need for an immediate confrontation. Moreover, a more pressing concern was the relatively precious items contained within his current body. He preferred not to engage in a deadly struggle with this seemingly immortal being. Bang! It was not long before the Cell Man executed a double jump, soaring into the air before crashing down with the force of a superhero. He swung the frying pan in his hands a few times, adopting a defensive posture. The bewildered Pikachu, the awakened Bomberman, and the battle angel stared vacantly at the Cell Man, uncertain of his intentions. Observing that the group of monsters remained motionless, the Cell Man rolled forward, rapidly closing the distance to Pikachu. Thwack! The frying pan swung down with great force, aiming directly for Pikachu's face. Pikachu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. His eyes glowed with a vibrant purple beneath his helmet as he raised his black longsword to strike back. Thud! A shield appeared in the Cell Man's hand, and the moment he lifted it, a white arc manifested in front of him, colliding with the black longsword. The shield, seemingly an ordinary wooden one, astonishingly withstood the tremendous blow, even repelling the longsword back. A shield parry. Lin Jia understood the situation all too well. As long as the Cell Man raised his shield at the right moment, he could withstand most attacks, and even reflect them. What surprised Lin Jia was the Cell Man's ability to parry Pikachu's assault. Given the earlier encounter where the frying pan struck Pikachu, he had assumed a shield parry was impossible. However, it appeared that with a frying pan but no other advanced shields, everything was merely at its inception. Observing the Cell Man's initial configuration, Lin Jia nodded thoughtfully. Despite the uncertainty of the current situation, the Battle Angel and the Awakening Bomb Soldier charged towards the Cell Man together. Bang! The Awakening Bomb Soldier was the first to hurl a spiked bomb, which bounced on the ground as it leaped towards the Cell Man. Thud! Yet again, a shield counter sent the bomb flying back, transforming its color to a striking blue. The Awakening Bomb Soldier stared in shock at the bomb rebounding towards him. Lin Jia could even discern his emotions through the expression on his skull. Boom. The blue bomb detonated beside the awakening bomb soldier, inflicting devastating damage that obliterated him, reducing him to fragments of gold that drifted towards the cellman HM. Lin Jia was taken aback. Upon the demise of the awakening bomb soldier, he had not transformed into holy water, but rather into the currency typically dropped by minor foes within the realm of death cells. If that were the case, perhaps bringing them to Terraria could yield weaponry. While Lin Jia pondered the feasibility of this notion, the cellman effortlessly dispatched Pikachu and the battle angel through a combination of rolling and shield counters, sustaining no damage. The cellman nonchalantly flicked his frying pan, then lifted his gaze, the tip of the pan pointing directly at Lin Jia above. So I have been discovered, Lin Jia thought, calmly donning the accessory radio. This item was retrieved from the treasure bag of the stag-headed monster. A device the guide had mentioned would facilitate communication with others. In the game, it served as a connecting item, altering the filter to transform him into a semblance from the world of Don't Starve. The melodious strains of an instrument emanated from Lin Jia's being to the cellman. What should have been mere meaningless sounds coalesced into a coherent phrase. Greetings, you wretched king. Chapter 7. Star Fury. The cellman sheathed his frying pan and scratched at the fiery mass atop his head, manifesting a look of perplexity. Hiss. Flames danced along his fingers, igniting the bandage on his forearm. Watching the cellman retract his hand, flailing in midair to extinguish the fire, Lin Jia couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It wasn't until the cellman leaned down and plunged his hand into the water beneath the iron plate that the flames were finally quelled. Retaining the memories and actions from previous cycles, the cellman was naturally aware of the king's existence. This puzzled him. Was the king not protected by the king's hand? He had witnessed the king's demise last time, having been slain by the very same hand. Indeed, lacking memories, Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction. His earlier statement was merely to ascertain whether the cellman retained any recollection of the king. If the cellman before him possessed the king's memories, there would be little left to discuss. He could simply confine him or take other measures, for the actions of this wretched king were undeniably concerning. Since he lacked such memories, however, Lin Jia found the situation much more manageable. He was quite intrigued by the cellman's abilities. Perhaps this opportunity could lead to a friendship, and in turn, he might acquire such powers. However, these are merely superficial reasons. More significantly, for Lin Jia, the cell person before him resembles a character he controls in a game, naturally evoking a sense of fondness towards him. As for the alchemist, the collector, Lin Jia intends to win him over as well. After all, the seemingly immortal ability of the cell person is a result of the collector's research. Such scientific talents are invaluable regardless of their location. Moreover, Lin Jia does not perceive the collector as an irredeemably wicked individual. If the dialogues within the game's narrative are to be believed, he too wishes to save this nation, albeit his actions are not those of a virtuous man. It seems I misjudged you. Would you care to leave this world with me? Lin Jia directly extended an olive branch to the cell person, intending to take him to Terraria. The cell person, cradling the flame on his head, appeared deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he clenched his right hand into a fist while spreading his left hand open, suddenly slapping them together with an expression of epiphany. He gazed at Lin Jia, whose flame danced above him, as if trying to communicate something. What is it? Lin Jia looked at the cell person in bewilderment. He seemed to be speaking, yet Lin Jia could not comprehend him. So this is what it feels like to be lost in translation. It is quite overwhelming. Lin Jia slapped his bony palm against his face and then tossed a recorder. With this device, we can communicate. The cell person clumsily caught the recorder, examining it with confusion. Upon raising his head, he emitted a melodic sound. How does one operate this? Before he could finish his sentence, the cell person covered the lower half of the flame on his head with his hands, seemingly in disbelief that the sound had originated from him. Can I use it just by holding it? That would be much more convenient. Lin Jia nodded in affirmation, confirming that individuals from other worlds could utilize items from Terraria. Do not be surprised. This is the effect of the device, Lin Jia reminded him, prompting the perplexed cell person to regain his focus. So, does the place you mentioned allow me to truly die? Picking up the recorder from the ground, the cell person voiced his inquiry, which astonished Lin Jia. So it is indeed the cell person's characterization from the animation? That simplifies matters greatly. Lin Jia then released his grappling hook and descended to stand before the cell person, facing each other. The so-called animation is, in fact, a derivative work related to dead cells. In that realm, the cell person does not appear as contemptuous as in the game. Perhaps he still retains some disdain. Nevertheless, his goal has become to end his own life. As for the conclusion of the animation, at least his inherent nature is good. Before I answer your question, may I ask why you wish to commit suicide? Lin Jia's descent from the ceiling puzzled the cell person, who had been wary of him moments before. I have spent day after day in this wretched prison, contemplating escape, Yet that accursed plague-ridden monstrosity has killed me time and again. The cell person's melodic tones turned fervent as he continued, each time, dying and resurrecting, living and dying. Monsters abound in this accursed place. The entire island is permeated with the stench of decay. It seems that having finally found a confidant. The cell dweller speaks with increasing fervor and rapidity, as if striving to expel the loneliness and humiliation endured over the years. In such a wretched locale, what is there to cherish? Lin Jia listened quietly as the cell dweller recounted his tale. Yet he was taken aback to learn that this being had been struggling on this small island for over 250 years. Observing the ancient wooden shield clutched in the cell dweller's hands, Lin Jia surmised that this creature had never even faced the king's hand in battle. It is not to say that confronting the king's hand is a trivial feat, but given the extensive time span, Lin Jia felt a twinge of pity for the cell dweller's apparent inadequacy. However, it would be remiss to overlook that the cell dweller's grievances revealed that most of his time was spent aimlessly wandering, seeking methods of self-destruction. Ultimately, the desire for self-harm stems from the suffocating familiarity of one's surroundings. A change of scenery could alleviate such despair. Once the cell dweller's narrative ceased, Lin Jia ventured to coax and persuade. A new place? Can you lead me away from this island? The cell dweller regarded him with skepticism, scrutinizing him from head to toe. In his understanding, there existed no means of escaping this island. After all, if he could not best the king's hand, how could he possibly defeat the three sisters of the lighthouse and subsequently encounter the queen? It was not merely about leaving the island. It was about escaping a world that may already be ravaged by disease. This assertion stemmed from the game's storyline, wherein the queen was kicked from the lighthouse by the cell dweller, her body used as fuel to ignite the beacon, while ships in the distance remained laden with creatures afflicted by the plague. With your physique, do you think you can best me? If you cannot even overcome me, how could you contend with others? The cell dweller struggled to fully grasp Lin Jia's latter remark, yet he understood one thing. Without strength, no matter how grandiose Lin Jia's words, they held little significance. Indeed, a confrontation is inevitable, Lin Jia mused, unperturbed. The cell dweller was no pushover. Their lengthy conversation had been facilitated by the fact that none of the other communicative beings on the island could comprehend the cell dweller's speech. However, my abilities are somewhat unique, and engaging you in combat would be somewhat counterproductive. Instead, let us find a suitable opponent to test my mettle. Should Lin Jia face the cell dweller in battle at this stage, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. His replication ability required contact with a living being to activate, and the cell dweller's agility was unparalleled. It was uncertain whether he could even reach him. Even if he succeeded in making contact, his displayed strength would likely fail to impress the cell dweller. It would be more effective to let the swiftness of his kills speak for itself, with clear and concise results. Very well, let us proceed. The cell dweller acquiesced after a moment of contemplation, agreeing to Lin Jia's proposal. He pondered that if Lin Jia were akin to a time guardian, possessing unique abilities but lacking in physical strength, a mere misstep leading to Lin Jia's demise would leave him with no solace for his sorrow. Moreover, should Lin Jia indeed be formidable, he might even leverage his prowess to eliminate the king's hand. The two of them carved their way through the prisoner's cells with ease, and the number of awakened skeletons surrounding Lin Jia had swelled to 30. It was not that Lin Jia could only replicate 30. Rather, the narrow confines rendered further replication somewhat cumbersome. Ah, so this is the essence of your ability. No wonder you refrained from engaging me in combat. This revelation brought clarity to the cell being, who began to believe Lin Jia's earlier assertions. You must have noticed that I possess little in the way of combat skills, relying solely on numerical advantages and mechanisms, while you, with your reliance on technique, are in a league of your own. Lin Jia shrugged his skeletal shoulders, casually admitting what he considered a non-issue. Since fostering a good relationship with the cell being was paramount, sincerity was the first step. You are rather straightforward. I initially thought you were a rather sinister character given your skeletal appearance. The cell being chuckled, playfully patting Lin Jia's collarbone. What nonsense! In what way do I appear sinister? Lin Jia swatted away the cell being's arm, expressing his displeasure. In truth, he found the awakened skeleton quite handsome, save for its lack of a chin. Speaking of which, I am uncertain of what to call you. Lin Jia, wishing to divert the topic from his appearance, posed the question. It seems I lack a name. The cell being's pace faltered as it rummaged through its memories accumulated over more than 2 centuries. Throughout its existence, it had been referred to by various names, akin to the mute one or silent companion, but it had never been bestowed a proper appellation. Shall I then call you cell being? No, that name is rather unappealing. The image of a cloaked figure, burdened with an unknown object, flashed in the cell being's mind. The term cell being felt oddly discomforting. Having collected cells to unlock items for the collector, adopting the name cell being seemed trivial. After all, We have been gathering those blue cells, so the moniker seems fitting enough. Lin Jia was indifferent to the cell being's sentiments in his eyes. It was either cell being or scum cell, or perhaps scum king, reminiscent of a character with fiery hair from an animation. He would struggle to adapt to any other name. Very well, then, what shall your name be? Though still somewhat displeased. The cell being had no better option and resigned itself to the inquiry. Lin Jia. Lin Bone? Quite befitting, though perhaps Bone Man would be more suitable. The cell being was not one to hold grudges, as it retaliated in the moment. What do you mean, Bone Man? My name does not imply that. The two continued their debate over the matter, reaching no conclusion until they arrived at a door, at which point Lin Jia was the first to cease the argument. In the room before me, 3 trees of a grayish-purple hue stood tall, while amidst them lay the corpse of a monstrous creature, adorned with large pincers and multiple eyes. A pink longsword was thrust through its body. Is this a crossover between Terraria and Dead Cells? Lin Jia took a few steps forward, entering this room that starkly contrasted with the surroundings. Another unfamiliar chamber. The cell person followed closely behind Lin Jia, exploring the room with an evident curiosity. Lin Jia reached for the hilt of the pink longsword and, with a slight exertion, pulled it free from the creature's lifeless form. The fallen being was a minor monster known as a soul eater, typical of the corrupted landscapes found in Terraria. As for the sword, it was the Star Fury, an item that could only be discovered within the celestial chests on the floating islands of Terraria. Chapter 8. The God's Fortune Smiles Upon Me. I have stumbled upon the Star Fury here. With a flourish, Lin Jia waved the pink longsword, and a meteor fell from an unknown origin. Isn't this the dungeon? Where did that meteor come from? The cell person looked up and down, perplexed, seeking answers. Mind your own business regarding the weapon, Lin Jia thought to himself, wanting to voice his frustrations, but refraining since they had just been debating the name issue. Let me try this weapon. The cell person snatched the Star Fury from Lin Jia's grasp and began to swing it about. Lin Jia, not wishing to argue with the cell person, allowed it. Otherwise, given the item system of Terraria, the cell person would not have been able to wrest it from his hands regardless of strength. Hey, where's the meteor? The cell person mimicked Lin Jia's actions, swinging the Star Fury, yet no meteor descended from the heavens. You can't even use it properly. What a waste. Lin Jia reclaimed the Star Fury from the cell person, gesturing with a friendly sign. In response, the cell person offered a rude gesture in return. The Star Fury was not entirely useless to the cell person. Rather, the different game mechanics were the issue. In Terraria, simply swinging the Star Fury summoned meteors. While in Dead Cells, the cell person had to strike an enemy for meteors to fall. Overall, each system had its merits. The meteors in Dead Cells would actively seek out foes, whereas those in Terraria would descend based on the player's mouse position. I don't have a mouse right now. So where will the meteor fall? Lin Jia pondered, focusing his gaze on the nearby corpse of the Soul Eater. After a swing of the Star Fury, a meteor accurately struck the body of the Soul Eater. It appears that it can be controlled by thought. This is quite useful. Lin Jia looked at the Star Fury in astonishment, his mind racing as meteors fell precisely where he envisioned. This is incredibly effective. Lin Jia was thoroughly impressed as he stowed away the Star Fury. It was far more advantageous than in the game. Where shall we venture next? The toxic sewers or the path of the condemned? The cell person also desired to use the Star Fury, but without the ability to summon meteors. There was little he could do. Naturally, we shall head to the path of the condemned, who would willingly venture into that dreadful toxic sewers. Lin Jia replied, putting away the Star Fury with an air of certainty. Without the use of a portal, the two embarked on foot towards the entrance of the Avenue of the Guilty. However, along the way, they encountered a door with the button to open it situated right in front. This place seemed to resemble a room housing a grenade for progenitors. Lin Jia approached, pressing the button with his foot, thus opening the door. Inside the room, there was little of note, only a hunter's grenade and an exorbitantly priced map. The cell man, trailing behind Lin Jia, was not particularly keen on entering this room. Have you ever attempted to break down that door with a weapon? Lin Jia inquired of the golden door before him. Of course I have, Cell Man replied, but a group of inexplicable individuals emerged, claiming I had angered them and then placed some sort of curse upon me. At this point, Cell Man exhibited signs of discontent, kicking the golden door and continuing. With that so-called curse, I suffer even the slightest injury and perish immediately. Lin Jia nodded in understanding and chose not to force entry, leading Cell Man instead to the entrance of the Avenue of the Guilty. Labeled as an entrance, it was merely a spot emanating a blue light, with the words Avenue of the Guilty inscribed above. Let us proceed. We have gathered a considerable number of cells this time, and can seek out that collector fellow to exchange for some new items. Lin Jia remained silent, deep in thought about the collector. In truth, if he wished to engage with the collector, he could do so at this moment, without needing to wait until later at the Astral Observatory. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that he had only recently begun to establish a rapport with Cell Man. Should he expose the collector's true identity, it was likely that Cellman's memories would resurface, potentially nullifying all the plans Lin Jia had meticulously formulated. Contemplating this, Lin Jia halted his advance, prompting a look of confusion from Cellman. Please wait here for a moment. I need to retrieve something, Lin Jia explained. Ah. I shall wait here then, Cellman replied, refraining from questioning Lin Jia's intentions, and promptly sat beside the corpse of the great sword woman, awaiting Lin Jia's return. Lin Jia took out the magic mirror, utilizing it openly before Cellman without hesitation. A blue glow enveloped Lin Jia, and he vanished from sight, leaving behind a cluster of mindless, awakened skeletons. Once Lin Jia disappeared, Cellman instantly rose from the ground and approached the awakened skeletons, performing various peculiar gestures in an attempt to attract their attention. The awakened skeletons possessed no awareness, and since Lin Jia had not issued any commands prior to his departure, they naturally exhibited no reaction to Cellman's antics. Do they truly lack consciousness? What if I do this? Cellman swiftly drew a frying pan and struck one of the awakened skeletons squarely in the face. The sound of shattering echoed as, having consumed several savage scrolls, the skull of the awakened skeleton was obliterated, scattering bone fragments into the air. It appears they have indeed not deceived me. These doppelganger skeletons possess no awareness whatsoever. After shattering the heads of over a dozen skeletons, Cellman ceased his actions, confirming the truth of Lin Jia's earlier assertions. Yet, he pondered, why had Lin Jia departed before entering the avenue of the guilty? What could the reason be? The Cell human is certainly not a fool, easily believing anyone who appears before him. Typically, he behaves as if devoid of intellect, communicating through gestures as crude as raising his middle finger. This is largely due to his invulnerability. Regardless of his actions, he cannot perish, leading him to refrain from engaging in deep contemplation. However, Lin Jia is a different matter altogether. He represents a species unseen by the Cell human during his 2 centuries of wandering on this island. This can only imply one thing: he hails from beyond the island. At present, the bone human does not seem to harbor any malevolence towards me, so I shall tentatively place my trust in him. After pondering these thoughts, the Cell human resumed his position beside the corpse of the great sword woman, awaiting Lin Jia's return. Within the awakened skeletons, Lin Jia transmitted his consciousness back to his corporeal form in Terraria. Moments ago, an unsettling sensation had arisen within him, suggesting that the awakened skeletons left behind in the world of dead cells had suffered casualties. Following this instinct, Lin Jia directed his consciousness back to his body in the realm of dead cells. Upon his return, he beheld the Cell human in a frenzied state, striking an awakened skeleton with a frying pan. Is he still testing the veracity of my words? Not yet fully trusting me? Lin Jia mused. Not allowing this to trouble his mind, he turned his attention to concocting invisibility potions and wormhole potions. Fortunately, he had previously gathered the necessary materials and, in no time, produced these 2 elixirs. Thankfully, he had also procured some fishing skeletons earlier. Otherwise, crafting the wormhole potion would have proven quite challenging. After storing over 20 bottles of invisibility potions and 60 bottles of wormhole potions, and completing a daily task for the fisherman, Lin Jia promptly grasped the memory potion, preparing to return to the world of dead cells. From his earlier experimentation, he had discovered that the magic mirror could only transport him back to his spawn point in Terraria, while the memory potion, true to its name, allowed him to traverse to other realms merely by envisioning their landscapes, provided he had previously visited them. The magic mirror could facilitate the Cell human's journey to Terraria. It was fortunate he tested it first, or else he would have wasted a bottle of memory potion. Equipped with the ice magic mirror unearthed by the mining skeleton, Lin Jia intended for the Cell human to utilize the ordinary magic mirror. Imagining the scenes from the world of dead cells, Lin Jia consumed the memory potion. The potion swiftly transported him to the initial room of the prisoner's cell, where he directly materialized beside the Cell human. Hey, Cell human, why are there so few of my skeletal avatars? To this, the Cell human had already crafted a response in his mind, feigning a lack of intelligence as he replied. A few monsters showed up earlier, and I couldn't finish them off in time. I see. Then let us proceed, Lin Jia said, simultaneously drinking the invisibility potion, causing his form to gradually fade, disappearing from the Cell human's sight. Huh, has he left again? The Cell human scratched his head in confusion. Hadn't they just agreed to set off? Why had he vanished once more? I haven't left. I've merely become invisible. Lin Jia's sudden voice startled the Cell human, who brandished the frying pan, waving it at the spot where Lin Jia had just stood, attempting to locate his elusive companion. With a clang, the cellular being staggered backwards several steps, the frying pan emitting a crisp sound as if it had collided with something. Wow, what is this? I haven't seen you use this before. The force and the impact feedback from the frying pan were certainly not the result of mere blades or swords. It was just a shield charge. You have an assault shield as well. The previous strike had indeed been delivered by Lin Jia using the Cthulhu shield. The reason the cellular being was unaware of this was that Lin Jia, feeling rather dapper in his current appearance, had concealed the chaotic array of trinkets and equipment he was adorned with. I remember the blueprint for the assault shield I obtained earlier, the cellular being recalled. I haven't activated that blueprint yet. I'll give it a try later. Let's go, no more chit-chat. Oh, and please don't expose me later. Lin Jia urged with eagerness to witness the collector. All right, why so cautious? The cellular being retorted, then stepped into the blue light. Lin Jia followed closely behind, entering the azure glow. Upon stepping into this light, the surroundings dimmed instantly, revealing a seemingly endless dark corridor. So this is what it looks like during the loading animation. Lin Jia mused, glancing at the cellular being ahead. At that moment, Lin Jia noticed that the cellular being appeared to be in a trance, walking stiffly forward, a stark contrast to its previously lively demeanor. What is going on? Is he unconscious in this corridor? Lin Jia kicked the cellular being in the back, sending it sprawling to the ground. However, the cellular being neither turned to give him the middle finger nor expressed any intent to curse. It simply got up and continued walking forward. It seemed genuinely unaware. Was this the collector's doing? With such questions lingering in his mind, Lin Jia and the cellular being proceeded out of the corridor. The instant they emerged, the cellular being's gait changed once more, returning to its former self. Ouch! Why does my back hurt a bit? The cellular being inquired, touching its back in confusion. How would I know? You were just walking and suddenly fell. I thought you had died, Lin Jia replied. Walking? Oh, that makes sense. As if recalling something, the cellular being ceased its inquiries and took 2 steps forward, kicking open the door marked with the number 30. Lin Jia did not follow. It was merely a room for completing tasks and collecting rewards, which consisted of a handful of gold and cells. Before long, the cellular being emerged, weighing the newly acquired frying pan in its hands. Is the frying pan really that useful? Isn't the cursed blade better than this? Lin Jia whispered beside the cellular being. You don't understand. The frying pan is the most effective weapon. Everything else pales in comparison. As he spoke, the cellular being even kissed the frying pan, displaying it to Lin Jia in a rather nauseating manner. Then please reserve the cursed blade for me if you find it later. I have a keen interest in that weapon. In Lin Jia's discourse, the term interest encompasses 2 layers of meaning. First, prior to his traversal, he harbored a particular fondness for utilizing cursed blades in gaming. Second, he finds himself intrigued by the so-called gods. One cannot help but wonder whether he will eventually vanquish these so-called deities. After all, from the words of the cell person, Lin Jia has discerned that the gods are not mere abstractions, but rather tangible entities. It is unclear what psychological impetus drives him, but every mention of god-slaying ignites an inexplicable thrill within Lin Jia, compelling a torrent of fervent thoughts to surge forth. The notion of revealing a health bar evokes a fervent declaration, even gods shall be slain before him. Chapter 9. The Guardian of Time. The cell person kicked against a wooden door marked with a 2-minute timer, only for a multitude of crimson, translucent chains to materialize, rebounding him. Had I not been waiting for you, this door would have opened, he grumbled, striking the door in frustration. Step aside, let me give it a try. Lin Jia produced the Lucy axe and struck the door with a powerful swing. Unlike the red chains that ensnared the cell person, a conspicuous fissure appeared upon impact with Lin Jia's axe. It truly works, he mused, exerting greater force with 2 additional strikes, ultimately reducing the door to debris. There. It is now open. Although the cell person could not see Lin Jia, he could vividly imagine the air of triumph surrounding him. After gesturing a middle finger towards the void, the cell person entered the chamber. Before long, he emerged, tossing a weapon into the air. Here is the item you requested. Lin Jia picked up the blade from the ground, examining it closely. Dubbed a knife, it was actually double-edged and should be classified as a sword. Notably, an eye was affixed to the hilt, staring intently at Lin Jia. The cursed blade, I did not expect to acquire it so swiftly, he remarked, testing its balance with a few swings before contentedly stowing it away in his backpack, and cautioning the cell person, do not speak to me for a while. The cell person acknowledged with a gesture, then executed a roll, crashing through the door ahead. The chamber they had occupied was separated from the collector's room by a door, which is why they had not concealed their identities. Behind the door stood a figure shrouded in a black cloak, save for a pair of piercing blue eyes, with a syringe filled with azure cells slung across his back. This individual was none other than the collector. Allow me to see what my mute companion has brought for me. The collector's voice, eerie and rasping, emerged from beneath the cloak. The cell person remained silent, approaching the collector and presenting the container of collected cells. Quite a substantial quantity this time. The collector chuckled, eagerly taking the contents of the container, before revealing a list before the cell person. After indicating the riot shield, the cell person surveyed the list thoroughly, ultimately applying the remaining cells to his skin. Lin Jia felt an urge to critique this decision, but with the collector present, he chose to maintain discretion, vowing to address the matter with the cell person later. Following this exchange, they moved on to the weapon reforging merchant and the grand potion vials. Regarding this potion bottle, Lin Jia found it quite intriguing. He recalled that before his traversal, Terraria seemed to be collaborating with dead cells, but unfortunately, he was transported before the implementation. Hey, since you haven't consumed the potion, could you let me use it? Lin Jia whispered to the cell man. Without hesitation, the cell man nodded in agreement. With Lin Jia's assistance, he had arrived here without losing any health, and thus had no intention of using the potion himself. It was better to let Lin Jia have it. Lin Jia directly took over 400 glass vials and placed them beneath the large potion bottle, though from an external perspective, only one vial was visible. With a smooth, swirling motion, the essence flowed from the potion bottle through a small opening into the glass vials in Lin Jia's hands. Are these 4 super healing potions? Lin Jia exclaimed in astonishment, lifting the 4 transformed glass vials, despite no visible change on his skull. The super healing potions could restore 200 health points to the user each time, classified as top-tier healing potions, only craftable after defeating the 4 pillars. However, Lin Jia quickly collected himself and stored the 4 super healing potions. While they appeared impressive, in reality, they were of little significance to him, as healing potions were somewhat superfluous. Let us move on. These are somewhat useful to me, but not significantly so, he called to the cell man. Then proceeded towards the avenue of the guilty. Continuing along a corridor, upon reaching the end, an entirely different world unfolded before Lin Jia. Corpses piled high, with execution devices like gallows and guillotines abundant, displayed a grim tableau of various tragic deaths. You've lived in this wretched place for over 200 years? I wouldn't want to live here either. Lin Jia shook his head, reflecting on the dismal living conditions. Any rational person would shy away from such a habitat. Indeed. After 200 years, witnessing this scene daily is quite disheartening, the cell man remarked, noting that the only place on the island where people resided was the castle atop the mountain. Having dispelled his invisibility potion, Lin Jia nodded in agreement. However, it struck him as peculiar that so many flies and insects crawled over the corpses, and after 200 years, they had yet to decompose. Lin Jia surmised that the Time Guardian was to blame. From his discussions with the cell man along the way, he learned that with each rebirth, the map would change, and the number of monsters would revert to a quantity similar to that at the time of his last death. Lin Jia believed the Time Guardian's abilities were not temporal, but rather spatial. The so-called time reversal might involve transporting significant individuals to other parallel universes. If it were merely a simple time rewind, how could one explain the ever-changing dungeon terrain? It could not be that the island itself was alive, altering with each death of the cell man. Although there was a possibility of such a phenomenon, considering the unpredictability of plague, Lin Jia felt reluctant to continue his journey with the cell man. He yearned to return to Terraria, at least to upgrade his gear to that of a stone giant before plunging back into the fray. Given his current prowess, encountering foes without mechanisms would be manageable. But should he face any mechanized adversaries, he would surely meet his demise. After all this time, you ought to have faith in my abilities, he said. Halting before the cell person, are you going to take me away from this wretched place? The cell person abruptly turned, his excitement barely contained. In truth, he had already begun to believe when Lin Jia vanished before his eyes, and the subsequent display of his cloaking ability left him astonished. Though he could employ smoke bombs to achieve a semblance of invisibility, he could never truly render his body transparent. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why didn't you say anything? Lin Jia, somewhat exasperated, questioned. I thought you wanted to slay a few more before departing. Never mind, take this, he said, tossing a magic mirror to the cell person. After offering a brief explanation of its use, he retrieved the ice and snow mirror for himself. Is that so? Wait. Why does yours look so much nicer than mine? The cell person, attempting to follow Lin Jia's instructions, glanced at the magic mirror but saw no reaction. Turning back to Lin Jia, he noticed the ice and snow mirror in his hands. However, before he could respond, blue light enveloped Lin Jia, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the cell person's sight. He moved swiftly. The cell person muttered to himself before fixating on his reflection in the magic mirror. A surge of blue light erupted from him, and he too disappeared from the world of the death cells. Shortly after the cell person's departure, a ripple emerged in the empty space where he had stood, revealing a nearly invisible portal. The Time Guardian, wielding 2 great swords, appeared within this realm. Changes have occurred in the future. This is the first time in so many years. Is it because of that skeleton? The Time Guardian reached down to touch the ground, and the events that had just transpired flooded into her mind. Whether this was a boon or a bane was uncertain. With a self-deprecating smile, she looked up at the ravaged world around her and mused, it seems this world cannot possibly become any worse. Chapter 10. The Cell Person and Terraria. When the cell person regained his senses, the world before him was filled with astonishing novelty. Everywhere were angular blocks. And not far off, a multitude of awakened skeletons busied themselves. More importantly, he spotted the long-forgotten grass. Feeling the softness of the ground and listening to the sounds of nature, the cell person experienced a surreal sense of nostalgia. Having clawed his way through heaps of corpses daily, the sudden beauty of this scene was intoxicating. Have you seen enough? Lin Jia kicked the cell person lightly, pulling him from his reverie. What's the matter? The cell person grumbled, rubbing his backside. I'm here to help you familiarize yourself with this world. Merely standing here isn't very entertaining. As he spoke, Lin Jia tossed a bag into the air. What is this? The cell person caught the bag Lin Jia had thrown, puzzled. Inwardly reciting the incantation, I sought the life crystal forest, Lin Jia remarked, and then concentrated on rummaging through the chest before him. This novice bag was something he had just requested from the guide, who seemed to possess an abundance of such items and gave it away without a trace of remorse. Upon opening it, in an instant, the bag in the hands of the cell man vanished, and within his view appeared an interface identical to Lin Jia's. Hey, why has my health decreased? Logically, after traversing the prisoner's cell, he should have acquired all the ability scrolls, resulting in his health soaring to around 500. Yet now, it shockingly stood at a mere 100 points. Do not panic, this health is merely the surplus beyond your original base. Lin Jia tossed 15 life crystals to the cell man while elucidating. This conclusion stemmed from a prior encounter when he was attacked by a void spell. Though the awakened skeletons he replicated had their health bars from Terraria completely depleted, they had not perished. This is acceptable. The cell man emulated Lin Jia's actions, utilizing the 15 life crystals, and his health reached its maximum threshold. Lin Jia tidied his belongings, placing the cursed blade into the chest. Although he cherished this weapon, it was solely within the confines of the game. Now, as he existed in this world, who could ascertain whether the cursed blade's effects applied solely to his current body or to all replicated awakened skeletons? Having once met death, he naturally valued his life immensely. After organizing his backpack, Lin Jia wielded the Star Fury as his primary weapon, with the mental locking on enemies. The meteors from Star Fury became exceedingly precise and exceedingly useful. More crucially, Lin Jia had already inquired with the guide, discovering that this Star Fury, brought back from the world of dead cells, could also serve as a crafting material for the Zenith sword. Shall I go and slay it? Would you care to join me? After confirming the accessories he needed, Lin Jia turned to the cell man and inquired. Absolutely. Of course I want to go. The cell man was currently in a phase of keen interest in everything, making it unreasonable not to accompany Lin Jia for the excitement. Here, take this. Once you see that I have halted on the map, you can teleport over. Lin Jia tossed a few wormhole potions to the cell man and briefly explained their usage. After ensuring that the cell man could proficiently use the wormhole potions, Lin Jia turned and moved towards the nearby railway. With a sudden shield dash, his body surged forward, entering the railway's domain. The shrill sound of iron wheels grinding against the tracks echoed as the remaining minecart sped swiftly along the rails, ultimately launching off the elevated end of the track. This was a method inherent to the Terraria game, before the establishment of the early Crystal Tower network. Traversing in this manner was quite convenient. Wow, that was quite a height. The cell man shielded his eyes, watching Lin Jia soar into the sky. Seated in the minecart, Lin Jia checked his location, and upon confirming his arrival in the jungle, he leaped from the cart, donned the lucky horseshoe, and finally summoned his slime mount. Under the protective effect of the lucky horse's immunity to fall damage, Lin Jia landed safely on the forest floor without sustaining any harm. Moments later, the figure of the cell man materialized beside him amidst a burst of blue light. The vegetation here was far denser than in the previous area, an obvious fact, as they were now in the jungle, whereas the last location was merely a plain. Lin Jia opened his map to check the location of the beehive. Responding to the cell man's remarks, his purpose for venturing into the forest was, naturally, to seek the bee queen. Although the bee queen was not a mandatory element of the quest, Lin Jia desired to craft a zenith sword, making the materials dropped by the bee queen essential. The summoning of the bee queen required the destruction of the abominable bees found within the unique beehive terrain of the jungle. This creature resembled a bee encased in beeswax. Previous awakened skeletons had unearthed such summons, and Lin Jia had taken note of this location. Now, he merely needed to summon the bee queen. Chapter 11. The Skeleton King. I am heading underground. Would you care to join me? I'll be right there. The cellman's attention was entirely fixated on a tortoise on the ground. After observing its immobility, he reached out to give it a gentle nudge. Lin Jia, having located the marker he had previously established, leaped down, landing directly in front of an abominable bee. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Star Fury. Roar. The bee queen has awakened. Lin Jia swiftly traversed through a wormhole potion to rejoin the cell man, while the bee queen emerged from the earth, appearing on the surface of the jungle. Stop playing with that tortoise. Let us go, Lin Jia remarked. withdrawing his foot from the tortoise shell with a hint of exasperation. Fine, I'll come. After all, I won die. The cell man nonchalantly stood upright, picking up the tortoise from the ground. This tortoise is quite nice. I shall take it back to raise. Suit yourself. At this moment, the number of awakened skeletons around Lin Jia surged back to 20. In truth, he had not anticipated that the meteor strike from Star Fury would trigger a replication effect upon hitting the Bee Queen. This was fortuitous. Lin Jia had unwittingly transformed this melee weapon into a ranged one. Countless falling stars engulfed the form of the Bee Queen, leading Lin Jia to momentarily question whether he was wielding the Star Fury or the fury of the celestial stars. The impact of this assault was immediately apparent. The Bee Queen's health plummeted to the second stage in mere seconds. However, the distinction was not significant. Lin Jia had already lured the Bee Queen to the surface of the jungle, where she was in a state of frenzy. Upon entering the second stage, her speed merely increased slightly. As for dodging her charges, Lin Jia relied on the invincibility frames granted by the Cthulhu shield upon collision, while the Cell Man utilized rolls. Her charging speed seems to be comparable to that of the Time Guardian, doesn't it? The Cell Man, who had just regained his footing, rolled again to evade another charge from the Bee Queen, expressing his thoughts. Would you like to give it a try? If not, I shall eliminate her directly. Lin Jia refrained from responding to the Cell Man, uncertain of how to make such a comparison. Regarding this inquiry, it is an attempt by Lin Jia to ascertain whether the number of treasure bags dropped by the Queen Bee increases upon the Cell Person's entry into the battle. Excellent. This provides me an opportunity to test the assault shield. The Cell Person, eager to engage, brandished the assault shield and, seizing the moment, charged towards the oncoming Queen Bee with a shield bash. Clang. The assault shield collided with the rushing Queen Bee, resulting in a significant drop in her health bar, while the Cell Person remained unscathed. Indeed, even in Terraria, the mechanism of blocking persists. Lin Jia nodded knowingly. In Dead Cells, apart from high-damage weapons like the Cursed Blade, the blocking mechanism intrigued him the most. In Dead Cells, if one successfully blocks an attack with a shield, the damage from that attack is entirely negated, and a portion of damage is dealt back to the attacker. Each shield possesses unique mechanisms that can inflict greater damage and enhance various attributes. These enhancements are the advantages offered by shields. However, the feel of the assault shield is rather unsatisfactory, the Cell Person remarked, shaking the shield in discomfort. Shall I take over? No, I have barely any health left. Let me handle this. The Cell Person then drew forth a frying pan and, at the moment the Queen Bee approached, performed a roll to evade the impending collision. Suddenly, a yellow afterimage appeared behind him, swiftly closing the distance between him and the Queen Bee. As the Queen Bee turned, she was greeted by a dark object. Bang! The frying pan struck the Queen Bee's head with a solid thud, producing a crisp critical hit sound. What? Stunned? Lin Jia exclaimed, astonished at the stun indicator above the Queen Bee's head. Despite his urge to question how the Queen Bee could still fly while stunned, the pressing matter lay elsewhere. Do weapons from Dead Cells still yield corresponding effects in Terraria? This is indeed remarkable. Bang, bang, bang. With successive blows from the frying pan, the Queen Bee's health bar was entirely depleted, leaving behind a Queen Bee creature and a treasure bag. What are these two? What purpose do they serve? Both items promptly entered the Cell Person's backpack, while from Lin Jia's perspective, a treasure bag remained on the ground. The treasure bag is akin to the one I previously provided you. Simply think of using it, whereas the relic serves no real function, merely a decorative piece. Lin Jia picked up the treasure bag from the ground and opened it. A beekeeper has emerged. Splendid. No need to farm the Queen Bee anymore. Among the chaotic assortment of items, Lin Jia immediately pinpointed the beekeeper. What are all these? The Cell Person gazed at the plethora of items that had suddenly appeared in his backpack, feeling overwhelmed. Just hold on to them for now. I will explain everything once we return to the spawn point. Lin Jia intended to guide the Cell Person back before introducing him to the game. By the way, which class do you wish to play? Warrior, Mage, Archer, Summoner, or Rogue? Which one will you choose? The Cell Person was left in utter confusion, understanding the meanings of these terms, yet feeling uncertain about how to make a selection. Never mind. I will explain everything to you in detail when we return. Lin Jia took out the ice and snow magic mirror and headed home directly. Ah, TSK, you're really quick, the Cell Person remarked with a hint of sarcasm, before producing his own magic mirror to follow Lin Jia's pace. After over an hour of explanation, the Cell Person finally grasped the definitions of the world, professions, and various bits of information. So that is how it is. This world is indeed fascinating. At some point, the Cell Person's head transformed into a flame-like figure with eyes, reminiscent of animated characters. At this moment, a spark of wisdom glimmered in his singular eye, suggesting he had comprehended everything. So, which profession will you choose? The Cell Person's wise expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of confusion as he turned to ask, which one is stronger? The strength varies with different periods. You must make your own judgment, Lin Jia replied, unable to assert which profession held greater strength. Each individual harbors their own answer. Personally, he preferred playing as a warrior and a summoner, naturally perceiving these two as superior. The Cell person appeared quite troubled, feeling that each profession was robust and wishing to try them all. Then, perhaps a free spirit would be best, as it allows the use of weapons from all professions. Contemplating for a while, the Cell person finally made a decision and began rummaging through the box for the accessories he required. A free spirit indeed carries the essence of a novice. Observing the Cell person's demeanor, Lin Jia reminisced about his early encounters with Terraria, when he too played as a free spirit, wielding whichever weapon boasted the highest damage or appeared the most striking. If the queen bee is defeated, we can directly challenge the wall of flesh. Let's first acquire the knight's edge, and then confront the wall of flesh. After some thought, Lin Jia resolved to first slay the Skeleton King to unlock the dungeon and find the Muramesa, which could then be used to forge the knight's edge. Don't search anymore. Come and sleep. I am off to the dungeon to trouble the Skeleton King, Lin Jia called to the Cell person after crafting 2 beds on the sawmill. Sleep. The Cell person's eyes widened in excitement, his fiery head alight with enthusiasm. He hadn't experienced the sensation of sleep in over 200 years. Lying down, he fell into slumber instantly, without needing any effort. Lin Jia set an alarm for 7:30 in the evening and then lay down himself. The alarm function was, of course, absent in the game. This was an invention of Lin Jia's own design. I'm coming. The Cell person leaped onto the bed, a long-forgotten feeling of spiritual rejuvenation washing over him. After over 200 years of fatigue, his spirit finally relaxed at that moment. With a contented sigh, the Cell person closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, time in the entire Terraria began to pass swiftly, with the clouds in the sky moving at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, Lin Jia's alarm rang, and he opened his eyes, rising from the bed. It was finally time. Let us go find the Skeleton King. Glancing at the still sleeping Cell person, Lin Jia chose not to awaken him and set out alone to the dungeon. Chapter 12. Knight's Edge once again employing the minecart for swift travel. He arrived directly at the dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, an exceedingly disheveled old man was pacing back and forth. There was no need for unnecessary dialogue. After a brief exchange with the elder, Lin Jia promptly opted to summon the Skeleton King. In Terraria, while not universally applicable, the entities Lin Jia had encountered thus far were predominantly devoid of self-awareness, with the exception of the guide. This is also the reason why Lin Jia was momentarily unconcerned with the fisherman. Should a method to instill self-awareness in the fisherman arise in the future, he would be more than justified in giving him a thorough cleansing with magma if he remained oblivious to his circumstances. Roar! The Skeleton King has awakened. In an instant, the old man's body was torn apart, and a skull larger than any typical one, accompanied by skeletal hands, erupted from within him. The moment the Skeleton King materialized, those enormous bony hands struck Lin Jia with a resounding slap. TSK, how annoying. Every time he summoned, he had to endure a hit. Rubbing his left rib, which had been struck, Lin Jia irritably brandished his star fury. The moment the falling stars descended upon the Skeleton King, the battle was essentially concluded. The meteor-like stars, akin to a shower of rain, accurately struck the large skull. TSK, this must have exceeded 300 strikes, Lin Jia mused. And with a final swing of his star fury, he ended the Skeleton King's existence. The contents of the Skeleton King's treasure bag were of little significance to Lin Jia. They would serve better as playthings for the Cell person upon his return. After vanquishing the Skeleton King, Lin Jia entered the dungeon. Had the Skeleton King still been alive, the dungeon guardians would have swiftly eliminated him upon entry. It is rather absurd that the dungeon guardians are considerably stronger than the Skeleton King himself, perhaps even surpassing all other entities in the game. One wonders if the Queen of Light would stand a chance against them during the day. Within the dungeon, aside from the golden chests requiring golden keys and various biomes chests unlockable only with the Century Flower, there were 2 items that Lin Jia sought. The first was an alchemy table, which grants a 1/3 chance of not consuming materials when crafting potions. The second was a spell table, which increases the summoning cap for its user. Ah, that was a refreshing sleep. The Cell person rose from his bed, stretching luxuriously. Awake? Just returned from the dungeon, Lin Jia greeted, preparing to venture into hell for some hellstone. Indeed, I slept too well and lost track of time. The Cell person recalled that Lin Jia had intended to rest in order to slay a creature during the night, but upon checking the time, he realized it was already daytime. Never mind, it's already done. The drops are just these. You can make use of them. Lin Jia tossed the Skeleton King's treasure bag to the Cell person, who noted that the contents held no value for him and did not even bother to open it. What do you plan to do next? The Cell person inquired as he stowed the treasure bag in his backpack. I'm heading to hell. You probably wouldn't want to join, so stay up here, Lin Jia said as he retrieved a demon conch from the chest and blew into it. A cascade of crimson light enveloped him, and shortly thereafter, his form vanished from sight. Although Lin Jia had no mouth to blow the sea conch, the infernal conch possessed the dreadful ability to transport its user straight to hell, a discovery made by the awakened skeletons from the chest. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jia found himself on a block of ash above the molten lava of hell, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the fiery depths. He muttered in exasperation, then consumed an obsidian skin potion. This potion granted the user immunity to harm from lava, making it an invaluable aid for exploration in the underworld. After locating a spot with minimal lava, Lin Jia produced the Deathbringer pickaxe and excavated a block below. An awakened skeleton, wielding the Deathbringer pickaxe and imbued with the effects of the obsidian skin potion, appeared silently and began to dig downwards. Indeed, the potion's effects could be replicated, greatly simplifying his task. After issuing a command to the skeleton to continue mining, Lin Jia turned his gaze toward other regions of hell. His journey was not solely for Hellstone ore, he also sought the unique shadow chests found within the infernal architecture. The items procured from these chests were among the most potent that could be obtained prior to facing the wall of flesh. As night fell, Lin Jia returned home. Laden with a backpack full of treasures, his spirits evidently elevated. He had amassed over 4,000 Hellstone ores and collected every item obtainable from the shadow chests. He had also acquired multiple accessories dropped by the monsters in hell, and most importantly, he secured 7 voodoo dolls of the guide. Disposing of one in the lava would summon the wall of flesh, colloquially known as the meat wall. Defeating this formidable foe would usher Terraria into hard mode. Back already? Cell Person set aside the turtle he had been toying with and greeted Lin Jia. Wait for me a moment. We shall venture into hell together. The meat wall drops an item that permanently expands accessory slots, and I naturally intend to bring you along. Sounds great. I've been eager to test these weapons. Cell Person replied, his interest piqued. Lin Jia had returned with an abundance of weapons, yet he had yet to experiment with them against foes like slimes and zombies, where victory was assured. By the way, could you refrain from using your replication ability? Cell Person inquired as Lin Jia prepared to depart. Of course, we shall proceed through the normal course, Lin Jia mused, realizing that employing his replication ability would diminish the experience. After all, there was no rush to accomplish anything. Savoring the gaming process was equally appealing. After organizing his inventory and placing the weapons obtained from hell into a chest, Lin Jia utilized the Hellstone ore and obsidian at the Hellforge to craft approximately 1,000 Hellstone bars. He then fashioned a complete set of molten armor, along with a Hellstone pickaxe and a volcano. Once clad in the molten armor, Lin Jia discarded his former platinum set, selling it off. Equipped with the volcano, a grass sword, a bloody butcher, and Muramesa, he set off towards the Crimson Lands. Without consuming much time, Lin Jia stood before the Crimson Altar, placing 4 swords upon its surface. A resonating hum echoed in succession, and the weapons emitted their respective glows, the verdant light of the grass sword, the sanguine hue of the bloody butcher, the brilliant blue of Muramesa, and the fiery red of the volcano sword. For beams of light surged forth from the tips of the swords, converging in the air to gradually coalesce into a violet radiance. The 4 weapons began to shimmer with an ethereal quality, and amidst the violet glow, one weapon solidified. It was a sword with a purple blade and a broad hilt, faintly glimmering with a violet sheen. This was the Blade of Eternal Night. Chapter 13, The Wall of Flesh. The Blade of Eternal Night slowly detached from the violet light, resting in Lin Jia's hand. Honestly, all that spectacle for just a Blade of Eternal Night, he remarked, glancing at its attributes. Yet, the feel of it was indeed exceptional, far superior to the sword he had previously wielded. As he swung the Blade of Eternal Night, he was pleasantly surprised by its impressive handling, even better than the short sword that had accompanied him for so long. Speaking of that short sword, since arriving in Terraria, it had transformed into a mere item akin to ordinary weapons, with damage comparable to a copper short sword and lacking any special abilities. Just then, the Blade of Eternal Night and Lin Jia's short sword radiated light, breaking free from his inventory and colliding with one another. In an instant, a brilliant purple light erupted, prompting Lin Jia to shield his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he heard the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Lowering his bony hand from his eyes, Lin Jia discovered that his short sword and the Blade of Eternal Night were both embedded in the ground, blade down. What on earth? What is going on? Lin Jia approached and extracted the 2 swords from the ground, inspecting their attributes, only to find no change. All that commotion, and I expected something extraordinary to arise. Yet this is all there is? He attempted to swing both weapons, but the sensation remained unchanged, leaving him somewhat speechless. Could it be that a true Blade of Eternal Night is required for them to fuse? Lin Jia pondered. considering the collision between the two weapons and surmising that it was meant to indicate a fusion. Never mind, I'll ask the guide later. After mulling over his thoughts without any clarity, Lin Jia stowed the items back in his inventory and teleported home using a magic mirror. Upon his return, a notification appeared in the corner of his screen. A goblin horde is attacking from the west. How fortuitous, I just returned and already a goblin raid. Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction. At this stage, the loot from the goblin attack was inconsequential. Rather, the potential appearance of goblin craftsmen afterward was of paramount importance. The rocket boots and the crafting station they sold were precisely what Lin Jia needed at this juncture. The rocket boots were one of the essential materials for crafting the Terraspark boots, while the crafting station served as the place to create them. The artisan workshop serves as a crucial workstation for the synthesis of most high-end accessories. Moreover, its inherent function is paramount, namely, to imbue weapons with attributes. These attributes can manifest on weapons, tools, and ornaments, each one imparting either positive or negative effects. Favorable attributes can enhance a weapon's strength, while detrimental ones can render a legendary artifact useless. In summary, the goblin artisan holds significant importance, and Lin Jia considers the goblin artisan to be one of the most vital elements. The goblin invasion before the Meat Mountain offers little to discuss. They are merely a horde of inept foes, easily dispatched before Lin Jia's eternal Nightblade, akin to slicing through vegetables. The chain hammer wielded by the Cell person proves exceptionally effective. In his right hand, he grips a fiery red iron chain, while his left hand spins a spiked ball larger than his head. This weapon is none other than the Wrath of the Sun, which Lin Jia had retrieved from the depths of hell. Unlike its representation in the game, this chain hammer possesses a tangible collision volume, allowing the chains and spiked ball to deflect incoming projectiles. When wielding this weapon, the Cell person can rotate continuously around himself, creating what is known as absolute defense. Lin Jia is somewhat astonished by the Cell person's remarkable talent in utilizing the chain hammer. In truth, the Cell person exhibits a high aptitude for all weaponry, achieving proficiency with relative ease after a short period of use. Through their collaboration, the goblin invasion is swiftly quelled, leaving behind a scattered bounty of gold coins and assorted loot. Let us proceed to battle, Lin Jia declares, eager to capitalize on their momentum and vanquish the Meat Mountain alongside the Cell person. Wait, let me consume this first. As he speaks, the Cell person picks up a fallen star from the ground, synthesizes it into a magical star, and consumes it immediately. The increase of 20 points to his magic cap elevates the Cell person's total to 200 points, the maximum achievable without any accessories in the original version. You can leap from here. I have provided you with wings. Lin Jia gestures towards a pit that leads directly to hell, and the wings he refers to are the fledgling wings he discovered in a Sky Island chest. Although the Cell person does not suffer fall damage in the context of dead cells, it is prudent to equip a set of wings nonetheless. As for why he does not use the demon seashell, it is simply because only one has been found thus far. See you shortly. The Cell person bids farewell and leaps into the gaping chasm. Before long, Lin Jia observes the Cell person plummeting at high speed, landing beside him. This wretched place is exceedingly deep. I descended for a full 5 or 6 minutes. Upon touching down, the Cell person appears somewhat unsteady, a result of prolonged exposure to weightlessness. You'll be fine soon. I'll construct a teleportation device that leads directly to hell in the future. Lin Jia had previously encountered the mechanic during his visit to the dungeon, but as he had yet to build additional housing, the mechanic had not yet taken residence. What must we do to summon them? The Cell person had gleaned some information from the guide, learning that the summoning of the entity requires not only his own presence, but also a summoning item. Lin Jia did not respond to the words of the Cell person. Instead, he sought out a magma pool and consumed all the enhancement potions he had on him. Finally, he summoned 2 imps using the imp staff. Prepare yourselves, it is coming. With that, Lin Jia hurled the guide's voodoo doll into the magma. Sizzle. The voodoo doll did not endure even a second in the magma before being reduced to ashes. Roar. The wall of flesh has awakened. The guide has been slain. Huh? How did the guide die? The Cell person expressed a tone of confusion, yet before receiving an answer from Lin Jia, a dark red wall was rapidly approaching. In their line of sight, 2 enormous eyes were glaring at them, the center housing a gaping maw. Countless small mouths extended from the wall, opening and closing as if pleading for something. The wall itself was composed of countless twisted limbs, creating a nauseating sight at first glance. The wall of flesh is here. Be cautious. Chapter 14. Welcome to Terraria Whoosh. 3 beams of purple laser shot forth from the massive eyes of the wall of flesh. Lin Jia hid behind the Cell person, allowing him to use his shield to deflect all 3 beams back. Remember, do not use your abilities. The Cell person called out to Lin Jia's back. Lin Jia charged forward with a shield dash, wielding the Blade of Night, which emitted a purple glow around him, preventing the famished spirits from getting close. Before his descent, he also consumed hellfire potions, surrounded by an orange-red flame ring that continuously inflicted fire damage on enemies within range. Moreover, to adhere to the gaming experience as the Cell person suggested, Lin Jia refrained from using any abilities, relying solely on the equipment from Terraria for his assault. Boom. Crack. The Cell person wielded a fiery red staff, launching a fireball that unreasonably spiraled through the air before flying forward, piercing one of the wall's eyes. Stop fishing around with the flame whip, Lin Jia remarked. He distinctly remembered that the Cell person had not equipped any accessories to enhance magical damage. The flame whip had a mere base damage that was ludicrously low. Don't rush me. I'm just testing the damage of these weapons, the Cell person replied nonchalantly, waving his hand before switching to the aquamarine staff. Lin Jia admitted that, at that moment, he genuinely wished to slay the Cell person. Fortunately, with his impressive damage output and skill, Lin Jia soon defeated the Wall of Flesh, even with the Cell person seemingly half-heartedly participating. The Wall of Flesh has been vanquished. The ancient souls of light and dark have been released. Lin Jia sighed in relief, his previously taut nerves finally relaxing. During the intense battle, he had maintained a laser focus to avoid taking damage, calculating precisely when to utilize the invincibility frames of his shield dash, when to refrain from being greedy, and when to retreat directly. These were the considerations Lin Jia had to navigate throughout the skirmish. More importantly, he currently lacks a planar perspective, making it exceedingly difficult for him to perceive the onslaught of projectiles from the Flesh Mountain. To be more precise, he must expend significantly more energy than usual to pay attention to those projectiles. If he were to sustain even a single hit, Lin Jia would no longer be as meticulous, for once the shield is down, he must begin to consider a swift passage. I sense that the weapon in your hand is quite effective. Would you allow me to give it a try? The Cell person selected various weapons from his backpack, but ultimately found Lin Jia's Eternal Night Blade to be the most impressive and functional. No way. There's only one of these. If you can find me another Muramesa in the dungeon, I might consider crafting one for you. Given the events that had transpired, the Eternal Night Blade appeared to be rather useful, and naturally, Lin Jia would not simply hand it over to the Cell person. Speaking of the movement pattern of Flesh Mountain, it differs from the typical left-to-right or right-to-left motion seen in games. As previously mentioned, the entirety of Terraria resembles an island, predominantly circular in shape. The Flesh Mountain advances with its center aligned to the heart of the island, relentlessly pursuing Lin Jia and the Cell person. How stingy! The Cell person scoffed, turning his head just in time to see a red demon soaring toward them, initially intending to slay the red demon for some satisfaction. The Cell person froze in place upon witnessing the demon hurl for purple tridents. If he recalled correctly, the red demon should have been throwing scythes. So why were they now tridents? Goodness! Don't just stand there. Quickly dodge. Lin Jia was acutely aware of what was approaching. It was the Flesh Queen, the most formidable adversary in hell, colloquially referred to as the Trident Man. Given the Cell person's current health, if he were to absorb all 4 tridents, he would certainly perish. Fortunately, the Cell person reacted swiftly, conjuring a shield and executing a quick maneuver to deflect the 4 tridents back at the assailant. The red demon, having launched the tridents, was unable to withstand even a single strike and was instantaneously vanquished, leaving behind a handful of coins and a pulsating purple orb. What was that? How did this creature's attack pattern change? Observing the terrifying damage of the tridents, the Cell person felt no trepidation regarding his own mortality. Rather, he was intrigued by the alterations in the red demon's behavior. Did you notice that message in the lower left corner? That's the reason for the change. Lin Jia glanced at the map while explaining, realizing they were situated just beneath the Crimson Lands, which explained why the previous red demon had dropped a shadow soul. What is this? I've never seen it before, the Cell person inquired, pointing at the floating purple orb. That is a shadow soul, a material exclusive to the Flesh Queen, capable of crafting a multitude of weapons. As he spoke, Lin Jia reflected on the shadow soul's crafted weapons, the one that stood out most vividly in his memory being the archer's agate burst gun. This weapon not only dealt substantial damage, but also inflicted area damage. Most importantly, it was visually striking, both in the bullets it fired and in the weapon's overall design. Do you recall what I previously mentioned about the Crimson Lands? Upon reflection, Lin Jia felt an irresistible urge to experiment with the agate explosive gun. Do you remember? He inquired. The Cell person nodded, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. You need to delve underground in that location and gather some shadow souls, the very items you just acquired. And what about you? I shall venture to the Sacred Land to collect some light souls. Sacred Land? The Cell person echoed the name, noting that it had not been mentioned in their previous discussions about the terrain. This is a newly emerged area post the Flesh Mountain. You are unfamiliar with it. But I shall guide you there next time, Lin Jia replied, sensing the Cell person's eagerness to explore. Very well, how many shadow souls are required? The more, the better. But at least 30, Lin Jia contemplated before responding. So many? All right, I shall set off at once. Despite his intense curiosity, Lin Jia seemed reluctant to accompany him, leaving the cell person with no alternative but to hastily complete the task before seeking Lin Jia again. Chapter 15. The Triumvirate of the Jungle. Wait a moment. Take the treasure bag, Lin Jia called out to the departing cell person. Since they had fought together, there were naturally 2 treasure bags. Yet Lin Jia could only see one. The other needed to be retrieved by the cell person himself. By the way, remember the Crimson Altar? This treasure bag will yield an item called the Divine Hammer. Use it to strike the Crimson Altar at least 3 times, but no more than 9. After imparting this advice, Lin Jia watched as the cell person returned to the surface through the magical mirror. Finally, I've managed to send him off. I truly did not wish to return to the Crimson Land. Lin Jia exhaled deeply. Now, let us see what treasures lie within this bag. Lin Jia refocused, rubbed his hands together, and opened the treasure bag belonging to Flesh Mountain. First, he discovered the Heart of the Demon, which upon use would enhance 1 accessory slot. The Divine Hammer was a guaranteed find, but since the task of striking the altar had been entrusted to the cell person, the hammer was of little use to him at present. A warrior's emblem? Excellent, just what I need. Amidst a plethora of items, Lin Jia's gaze fixed upon a round object adorned with a golden rim, its center depicting a small sword against a backdrop of inky darkness. The warrior's emblem bestows a 15 damage increase to its bearer, significantly enhancing Lin Jia's current focus on the warrior class. Is this the Blade of Annihilation? It holds little value, Lin Jia mused, scratching his head as he regarded a silver greatsword within his bag with a furrowed brow. The spoils from the Wall of Flesh included weapons for all 4 classes, and the Blade of Annihilation was, of course, the warrior weapon dropped by Flesh Mountain. However, its classification was rather awkward. As a drop from the Wall of Flesh, it lacked any prestige. Its attack method was exceedingly mundane, devoid of any special effects akin to the grass sword. While it boasted a high attack power exceeding 100 points, its slow attack speed rendered it impractical. Among the treasures yielded by Flesh Mountain, what Lin Jia truly desired was, in fact, a firecracker. Firecrackers are classified as whip-like weapons belonging to summoners. Beyond their fundamental function of marking summoned creatures, they possess the ability to ignite the target upon attack, and upon striking an enemy, they can also trigger an explosion. The damage inflicted by this explosion is contingent upon the attack power of the summoned creature. Thus, with sufficient skill, the damage dealt can surpass that of the kaleidoscope. The summoner's ultimate whip. As for the Oblivion Blade, it may as well be stored away in a chest as a keepsake. Lin Jia sheathed the Oblivion Blade and, using the Ice and Snow magic mirror, returned home. The next destination for Lin Jia is, of course, the Holy Land. According to Lin Jia's understanding, the Holy Land was formed to counteract the presence of evil terrains, originally intended to embody the positive essence of sanctity. However, in Terraria, its influence has also begun to spread. It is said that through prolonged conflict with the evil terrains, the properties of the Holy Land have gradually become feral, with even its inhabitants exhibiting aggressive tendencies. The Wall of Flesh, serving as a conduit, suppresses the radiant souls representing the Holy Land and the dark souls embodied by the evil terrains. This explains why, prior to the wall's defeat, the evil terrains did not encroach upon the Holy Land, which remained absent. With the demise of the Wall of Flesh, both forces were unleashed once more, beginning their clash and tainting other biomes with their essence. The Holy Land that Lin Jia is now destined for, true to its name, is a realm of sanctity and beauty, akin to something out of a fairy tale. Regrettably, the once familiar creatures of folklore, such as fairies and unicorns, have become highly aggressive, concealing countless sins within this enchanting biome. Although visually stunning, this place is perilously dangerous. As Lin Jia traverses the verdant grasslands of the Holy Land, the trees around him display a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a particularly dreamlike ambience, with a rainbow arching across the sky. Everything appears so idyllic. Yet the creatures charging toward Lin Jia with hostile intent shatter this tranquility. In response, Lin Jia only wields the ruthless strikes of the Night's Edge. It seems that despite having entered the post-wall realm, with the combination of the Night's Edge and his own skills, exploring certain maps remains quite feasible. Lin Jia, with an imaginary mouth, blew on the non-existent bloodstains of the Night's Edge, murmuring to himself with a sense of pride. Your world has been granted cobalt. Your world has been granted mithril. Your world has been granted adamantite. Just as Lin Jia descended into the depths of the Holy Land, intending to harvest some light souls, these 3 notifications appeared in succession. Already mining. How swift. These messages were generated following the destruction of the blood altar by the God Hammer, indicating the emergence of the new tri-minerals in this world. In Lin Jia's perspective, the new tri-minerals serve as transitional ores, likely only useful when confronting the first mechanical tri-boss, while at other times, they may not even warrant a glance. What a pity that I received cobalt, not palladium. though referred to as the new three ores. The game actually features a total of 6 distinct minerals: cobalt, palladium, mithril, mountain copper, fine gold, and titanium. While there may be slight variations in attributes between the two types of ores at the same level, the impact is negligible. The sole distinction lies in the differing effects of the crafted sets. Lin Jia shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Many strategies for skipping classes were ultimately unnecessary, as his own abilities already constituted the most formidable means of evasion. After approximately a day had passed, Lin Jia returned home, laden with a backpack full of loot. Upon entering, he found Selman already seated, appearing rather discontent. Why the long face? What happened? Lin Jia inquired while organizing the items from his backpack in front of the chest. That turtle went completely berserk, suddenly grew enormous, and charged at me. I nearly met my demise, Selman replied, crossing his arms in frustration at the inquiry. Lin Jia was momentarily at a loss for words, but he could surmise the situation. It was likely that the little turtle had transformed into a giant tortoise due to the influence of the meat after. This creature was known as one of the 3 titans of the meat after jungle, posing a significant challenge to newly initiated players exploring the wilderness. The giant tortoise not only dealt outrageous damage but also moved with astonishing speed, often attacking with little to no warning, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Chapter 16, The Destroyer. And what was the outcome? Lin Jia pressed. Naturally, I defeated it. It attacked me, so why would I spare it? Selman retorted, tossing a tortoise shell onto the ground. This is what it dropped. The guide perished, and I have no idea what use this will serve. Quite fortunate, indeed, to have obtained a sea turtle shell, Lin Jia remarked, picking it up and weighing it in surprise. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous that a land tortoise had dropped a sea turtle shell. It seemed rather absurd. By the way, will the guide come back to life after dying? If not, I have no idea how to utilize all these materials, he continued. As they spoke, Selman began to hurl a plethora of assorted items from his backpack, leaving Lin Jia momentarily stunned. Did you really gather all this in just a day? He wondered aloud. As he picked up each item from the ground, Lin Jia's astonishment only grew. Among this collection were not only the shadow souls he had instructed Selman to acquire, but also cobalt, one of the new 3 ores, and the dark fragments dropped by the evil mummies in the malevolent desert. Most astonishing were 3 items: the stinking tiger claw, the death wand, and the blood and flesh claw. These were typically dropped only by the treasure chest monsters in the Crimson Land, and ordinarily, each treasure chest monster would yield only 1 item. It was remarkable that Selman had managed to secure all 3. In light of this, the 2 crimson keys no longer seemed so improbable. Your efficiency is truly impressive, Lin Jia remarked, then turned his attention to the contents of his own backpack. The soul of light is plentiful, with a dozen gelatinous crystals collected, along with a modest amount of cobalt ore. Additionally, there lies a deadless storm bow and a chaos teleportation staff, alongside various odds and ends dropped by defeated foes. Moreover, beneath the realm of light, I discovered a bound goblin craftsman. The bounty was quite satisfactory. However, Lin Jia felt that his spoils could not compare to those of the cell person. As dusk approached, he pondered, perhaps it would be wise to rest and resume their endeavors in the morning. After tidying his backpack, Lin Jia turned to the cell person and inquired. Certainly. The sensation of slumber is rather delightful, replied the cell person, showing no objections and even contemplating retiring to bed immediately. The blood moon began to rise. It seems sleep may be elusive now. Why has the blood moon appeared so abruptly? Lin Jia mused, drawing forth the eternal night blade. He had initially intended to mine some new ores during the night and upgrade their gear to a set of refined gold. What is a blood moon? The cell person questioned, somewhat perplexed. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Jia brandishing his weapon, he too retrieved his favored weapon, the Wrath of the Sun. During the night, numerous monsters will spawn. You venture out to engage them while I gather some supplies. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jia sheathed his weapon and retrieved a crimson ingot from the chest, along with the fishing bait given by the fisherman for quest completion. Crafting a fishing rod named the Fleshcatcher. This rod offered a fishing power of 22, which was quite commendable. Furthermore, Lin Jia did not craft this rod solely for fishing. His aim was to lure a small elite monster known as the Fearsome Nautilus, which could only be caught during the blood moon. This creature had the potential to drop a summoning weapon for conjurers, the Bloodbat Staff. Its attributes were rather impressive, categorizing it as one of the few viable summoning weapons for early-stage conjurers. More importantly, the summoned blood bats took the form of luminous bats. Appealing to Lin Jia's aesthetic sensibilities is quite striking. There is a saying, strength may be fleeting, but style is everlasting. By the way, a jester riding a ball may appear shortly. If you defeat him, he might drop an item known as the banana boomerang. Be sure to keep that. Lin Jia cautioned before the cell person stepped outside. Understood. Honestly, didn't I place all these items in the chest? The cell person replied. Waving his hand dismissively and charging out with the wrath of the sun, Lin Jia rubbed his temples. The cell person's demeanor reminded him of his own experiences before his traversal. Back then, he too had guided a novice into the world of Terraria. But that individual was far less agreeable than the cell person, often committing acts that raised Lin Jia's blood pressure. For instance, discarding materials without understanding their purpose or neglecting powerful weapons in favor of those ill-suited for their stage. However, as time passed, Lin Jia came to terms with it, realizing that the essence of gaming is to derive joy. If bringing that person into the game did not yield happiness for him, then he would simply refrain from doing so. This can be considered a personal reflection. Forcibly dragging someone disinterested in a particular game into its depths is utterly devoid of meaning, yielding no joy and only provoking hypertension due to an array of complex maneuvers. Herein lies my lamentation, which bears no relevance to the main storyline. In contemplation, Lin Jia has discovered a nearby pond that meets the criteria for fishing. After casting his line over 30 times, the fishing line of his rod snapped, and a massive crimson nautilus materialized in midair. Finally, it has arrived. I have been waiting long. Lin Jia rose from the ground, brandishing the eternal night blade, brimming with anticipation. Although the colossal nautilus is classified as an elite creature, its health and mechanics are not significantly inferior. There is little more to say. Lin Jia estimated that aside from those exceptionally agile foes, none would stand a chance against his capabilities. This was largely due to the exceedingly low intelligence of the awakened skeletons he had summoned. Even equipped with a sandstorm bottle, they were incapable of executing a double jump. As the nautilus's hard shell whirled about, Lin Jia successfully obtained the coveted bloodbat staff. Fortune smiled upon him, as it turned out to be a merciless bloodbat staff. Upon inspecting the attributes of this staff, Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he summoned 2 bloodbats. As he beheld the brilliant red orbs of the bat-like entity swirling around him, Lin Jia could not resist reaching out to touch them. Curiously, he had anticipated a soft, furry texture, but the sensation that returned to him resembled that of being hindered by static electricity. Such a peculiar feeling, nonetheless. If it proved useful, he thought, who cares? Lin Jia withdrew his hand from the bloodbats and glanced towards the distance, where a cell person was swinging a chain ball amidst a horde of monsters. After some consideration, he resolved to delve into mining to advance his progress. Primarily, within the Blood Moon, the items dropped by the monsters did not pique his interest. If the cell person could directly yield a banana boomerang, he would be content. After a brief return home to craft a cobalt pickaxe, Lin Jia descended into the depths to mine. The pickaxe crafted from cobalt could excavate mithril, or which, after undergoing smelting in a furnace, could be forged into mithril bars. These bars could then be utilized on a standard iron anvil to create a mithril anvil. Moreover, mithril pickaxes and equipment of mithril caliber must be crafted on the mithril anvil. Mithril pickaxes can then be employed to extract the final ore from the new 3 mines, the adamantite ore again. The synthesis of adamantite ore represents yet another transformation. Neither a standard furnace nor a hellforge could smelt it. Instead, one must combine it with an adamantite ore and a hellforge to create an adamantite furnace. Subsequently, the resulting adamantite bars could be forged into an adamantite pickaxe on the mithril anvil. Upon reaching this stage with adamantite, Lin Jia found himself in a quandary. His dilemma centered on whether to expend such a significant quantity of adamantite or to forge the adamantite set. After much deliberation, Lin Jia concluded that there was no rush. While the adamantite set would certainly require crafting, it need not be done at this moment. Unlike in the game, where defeating the Moon Lord in a single map often concludes one's ventures, in this expansive Terraria world, one must remain ever present, for the collection of treasures is imperative. All equipment within Terraria must be gathered meticulously. Presently, the threats are negligible, and once the new 3 kings are vanquished, the divine set can be crafted. Resolute in his decision, Lin Jia returned home after casually mining over 200 pieces of gold. Where have you been all day? Upon his return, Lin Jia noticed the cell person perched on a chair, emanating an air of melancholy from its singular eye. Why is it that every time I return, you are seated here? Lin Jia remarked, somewhat exasperated, tossing a gold pickaxe towards the cell person. What can I do? I have no tasks at hand. The cell person replied, leaning back against the chair, which creaked under its weight, appearing almost lethargic. However, observing the cell person's relaxed demeanor, Lin Jia understood that it was relishing its current existence. All right, it seems the guide has returned. You might inquire if it is the same as before. Lin Jia suddenly recalled that while mining, a notification had appeared in the lower left corner indicating the guide's arrival. I already asked. It's indeed the previous guide. To be precise, it retains memories, but it is not the same person. The cell person remained unmoved, continuing its idle amusement. Is that so? I wonder what implications this may hold. Lin Jia nodded, choosing to divert his attention elsewhere. You sense the tremors deep underground. Just as Lin Jia intended to gather some materials to purchase a shotgun from the arms dealer, a notification unexpectedly appeared in the lower left corner. Is this fortune to be deemed good or ill? Lin Jia sighed, pondering why there always seemed to be occurrences upon his return. What does this mean? What has transpired now? The cell person abruptly sprang from its chair, inquiring with curiosity. Here we go again. I'll procure a new weapon. You wait for me at the platform I've constructed. Lin Jia decided to craft the amethyst explosive gun before preparing for the impending encounter. After acquiring a shotgun from the arms dealer and combining it with shadow souls and dark fragments at the mithril anvil, he successfully forged the amethyst explosive gun. Its design was not particularly flashy. The overall hue was a deep purple-black, with a shadowy violet winding around the barrel. Having purchased over 5,000 rounds of ammunition, Lin Jia aimed at a distant target and fired a shot. Bang! The powerful report echoed as 3 ordinary bullets erupted from the black-purple barrel, enveloping a massive, shadowy violet projectile in their midst. Boom! The dark purple projectile detonated upon striking the earth, scattering countless black particles. Truly magnificent. If only it could continue to be upgraded. How exhilarating that would be. Satisfied, Lin Jia stowed away the amethyst explosive gun and made his way to the arena. Roar! Upon Lin Jia's arrival at the arena, the destroyer had just emerged. A colossal metallic form emerged from the depths of the earth, resembling a serpent, adorned with countless crimson mechanical eyes that fixated upon Lin Jia and the Cellman. The destroyer has arrived. Be cautious. Do not let its head collide with you. Upon uttering these words, Lin Jia brandished the blade of eternal night and charged forward. As per the customary rules, refrain from utilizing your abilities. The Cellman relished the battle, unwilling to allow Lin Jia to exploit his powers. The resounding clang of metal reverberated throughout the area as the mechanical eyes detached from the destroyer's body, transforming into floating cannons that incessantly unleashed lasers upon the duo. Lin Jia paid no heed to these lasers, relying solely on the Cellman to deflect them with his shield, turning the assault into their advantage. Fortunately, the frying pan required a frontal assault to deliver critical hits. Otherwise, the weapon in the Cellman's hand would undoubtedly have been a frying pan. Endless bananas were hurled from the Cellman's grasp, striking the metallic form of the destroyer with a resonant clang. Lin Jia, this banana boomerang is rather amusing and inflicts decent damage, he remarked. Stop using that banana boomerang. Employ the deadless stormbow instead. Lin Jia felt compelled to express his disbelief. Who would engage the destroyer with a single target weapon? Clearly, area damage weaponry would be the preferred choice. As for this bow, it seemed rather ineffective. The Cellman, puzzled, withdrew the deadless storm bow and drew back the string. Yet, nothing transpired. This bow is not meant to be used this way. Shoot it into the sky, Lin Jia exclaimed, facepalming. Realizing why the Cellman had not utilized the deadless storm bow, he had not discovered the correct method of use. Before the Cellman could finish his thought, he aimed the bow skyward. Countless arrows rained down from above, each one striking accurately upon the massive form of the destroyer. So, this is how it is used. The Cellman's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the deadless storm bow in his hands. With the Cellman's involvement in the battle using the deadless storm bow, the rate at which the destroyer's health bar diminished escalated significantly. As the destroyer's health bar reached 0, its metallic form shattered into numerous fragments in the air. Chapter 17. The Slime Queen at long last. We have vanquished it. This creature's health seemed even greater than that of the wall of flesh. The Cellman mused as he retrieved the treasure bag from the ground. Of course, after entering hard mode, how could it possibly be less than before? Lin Jia opened the treasure bag, revealing a total of 30 holy ingots, which was quite satisfactory, though regrettably insufficient to craft an entire set of holy armor. In addition to the holy ingots and gold coins, the treasure bag contained over 30 souls of strength and a mechanical chassis fragment. The souls of strength were nearly useless on their own. All Lin Jia could recall was their potential to be combined into a giant beast shark. As for the mechanical chassis fragment, it could only be synthesized into a mechanical mining cart package, enhancing the cart's various attributes and enabling it to fire lasers to attack nearby monsters. By the way, Lin Jia, where is the Holy Land? I wish to pay a visit. The Cellman suddenly remembered the Holy Land upon gazing at the holy ingots in his backpack. Over there, it is worth mentioning that the Holy Land has already merged with the desert. After a day, one could likely encounter the mummies of the Holy Land, making it a perfect opportunity to gather some radiant corpses. Lin Jia pointed in a direction and retrieved the holy ingots and soul of power from the Cellman. The Cellman was fortunate, having obtained a total of 35 holy ingots, which is the utmost limit one could extract from a treasure bag. Together, their holy ingots amounted to a remarkable 65, making the synthesis of a complete set of sacred gear quite feasible. However, Lin Jia was not in a hurry to synthesize, as he calculated that doing so would leave him with only 11 holy ingots. The crafting of a steel sword required 12 holy ingots, leaving him just one short. If it were merely a few individual pieces rather than a complete set, Lin Jia felt there was no need to rush the synthesis. Before long, the steel sword appeared in Lin Jia's grasp. It was a long sword entirely enveloped in gold, with the blade divided into 3 segments, adorned with silver engravings. Its damage was an impressive 99, significantly surpassing that of the Eternal Night Blade. As Lin Jia swung the steel sword, he noticed that the feel was somewhat inferior to that of the Eternal Night Blade. Nevertheless, given its superior attributes, he was determined to wield it. When swung, the steel sword emanated a golden aura, appearing exceptionally sacred, a fitting tribute to its creation from holy ingots. Glancing at the time, it was now around 3 in the morning, prompting Lin Jia to calculate his schedule and set forth towards the Holy Land. Initially, he intended to slay a few slime queens before confronting the mechanical new 3 kings. However, plans often change, and the destroyer had sought him out instead. You stay in the Holy Land. I will be there shortly. After typing this in the chat, Lin Jia gathered a considerable amount of wood, intending to establish a crystal tower network, as traversing the terrain in the current manner was rather cumbersome. As morning arrived at 6 o'clock, the dawn began to illuminate the surroundings. Lin Jia gazed at the scenery of the Holy Land and couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is truly enchanting," albeit not very secure. With each step deeper into the Holy Land, familiar gunfire echoed in his ears. Curiously, despite being reduced to a mere skeleton, most of the basic sensations remained intact. "Ah, you have arrived. I was just about to head back," the cellman said, putting away his agate blaster and waving in Lin Jia's direction. Lin Jia promptly tossed several thousand wooden platforms to the cellman, assigning him a task. "Help me out. Build a platform, just like the one at home." Reluctantly, the cellman accepted the wooden platforms and, with a hint of reluctance, inquired, "What will you be doing?" I will be building a house for others to move in," Lin Jia replied. He had previously discussed the Crystal Tower network with the cellman, prompting an immediate silence from him. By around 10 o'clock in the morning, both Lin Jia's house and the cellman's platforms were completed, and Lin Jia prepared to summon the Slime Queen using crystal gel. Crystal gelatin is a summonable entity of the Slime Queen, found beneath the sacred land, typically appearing alongside crystal shards and exhibiting a more rounded form. Roar! The Slime Queen has awakened. The ethereal figure of the Slime Queen, adorned in hues of pink and blue, materialized before the two. The appearance of the Slime Queen bore a striking resemblance to that of the Slime King. Her body housed objects reminiscent of crystal shards, primarily colored in shades of blue, with a subtle gradient transitioning from blue to pink in certain areas. Atop her head rested a silver crown, significantly larger than that of the Slime King. Observing the Slime Queen, the cell person exclaimed, "Wow, the Slime Queen is truly beautiful, far surpassing the others I've seen." Reflecting on previous encounters, the cell person acknowledged that the Slime Queen was indeed one of the few visually striking beings. In fact, both inhabitants of the sacred land possessed remarkable beauty, particularly the Radiant Empress, whose allure was truly captivating. "Hey, Lin Jia, why are you just standing there?" The cell person's call jolted Lin Jia back to reality, shaking his head to dispel thoughts of the Radiant Empress. He drew his broken steel sword and charged at the Slime Queen. The Slime Queen's soft form appeared fragile beneath the sharp blade of the broken steel sword, with each strike eliciting a cascade of damage numbers from her. Meanwhile, the cell person, wielding the agate blaster, fired relentlessly at the Slime Queen, hitting her with precision. Soon enough, the Slime Queen transitioned into her second phase, sprouting a pair of enormous white wings from her back. With a powerful flap, her massive form soared into the air. A deluge of gel, matching the Slime Queen's coloration, erupted from her body, launching an assault against the two. How is she flying? The cell person marveled at the Slime Queen hovering above, astonished that such a colossal figure could take flight merely by sprouting wings. Why dwell on that? Chase after her. Lin Jia sheathed his broken steel sword and equipped his banana boomerang. Despite his possession of the Terra Shining Boots, which enhanced mobility, he found it challenging to pursue the Slime Queen and deal her a fatal blow with the broken steel sword. The banana boomerang proved to be a more effective weapon for both mid-range and close combat. In the early stages of the encounter, the most effective weapon for warriors was the Shadow Flame Blade, yet this particular weapon required the Goblin Invasion event to acquire, which had only recently occurred. Unfortunately, that invasion had been during the pre-boss phase, and the Shadow Flame Blade was not among the dropped items. Once airborne, the Slime Queen's offensive capabilities were reduced to hurling gel, creating shockwaves upon her descent and summoning smaller slimes to harass the duo. Through their combined efforts, the Slime Queen was ultimately reduced to a puddle of gelatin, her magnificent wings scattered across the ground, rendering her fate tragically dire. With a sigh of relief, the cell person stowed away the agate blaster and complained, "Finally dealt with her. She really knows how to run." Enough with the complaints. Her loot is quite commendable, Lin Jia remarked, retrieving a grappling hook from the treasure bag. "What is this?" The Cell Man received the hook claw from Lin Jia, expressing a hint of curiosity. The discordant hook, a rather amusing item. Equip it and you'll understand. As he explained, Lin Jia dismissed the blood-red bat summoning, transforming it into a small dagger and a blood-red bat. This dagger, conjured from the staff dropped by the Slime Queen, may not boast high damage. Yet it is undeniably entertaining. After all, Lin Jia wasn't particularly concerned about the damage. The dagger summoned by the staff was indeed quite fascinating, as it would charge at monsters and attack them with remarkable frequency. Suddenly, a swirl of blue and pink light enveloped the Cell Man, and he found himself appearing a short distance away. The unexpected teleportation left him somewhat dizzy as he gazed around in confusion, unable to comprehend why he had arrived here. What is this? It's teleportation. The effect of the hook claw is to teleport. Interesting, isn't it? After swapping the sticky saddle for the gelatinous seat, Lin Jia explained that this mount's effect was to summon a Slime Queen, which, unlike the sticky saddle, had wings that allowed for brief flight. The Cell Man attempted to teleport again, gradually acclimating to the sensation, his large eyes now sparkling with excitement. This is incredibly fun. Unfortunately, its practicality is limited. Lin Jia nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the hook claw's length rendered it merely a toy. After all, its insufficient length and slow flight speed meant that by the time the claw arrived, the user would have likely reached their destination. Here, take this. I'll conjure another one. The Cell Man tossed Lin Jia a discordant hook along with several other items retrieved from his treasure bag. You can wear this set of equipment. It suits a solo player perfectly. Lin Jia combined his and the Cell Man's items, resulting in a complete Crystal Assassin set. This gear, while not specifically enhancing any single attribute, offered a balanced boost across the board, making it ideal for the Cell Man. After donning the Crystal Assassin set, Lin Jia's gaze fell upon the shimmering slime balloon in his backpack, and a mischievous idea sparked in his mind. Cell Man. Upon hearing Lin Jia's voice, the Cell Man instinctively turned his head, only to see an object hurtling toward him. Bang! The glittering slime balloon burst open, splattering its contents everywhere, nearly extinguishing the fiery orb atop the Cell Man's head. What is this? The Cell Man shot Lin Jia an exasperated gesture before focusing on the sparkling liquid now dotting his form. The shimmering slime balloon. The Cell Man rolled his eye, retorting, I'm not brainless. I just saw this thing. What is this liquid? Why does it smell nice? Oh, the pleasant scent is normal. It is, after all, bathwater. Lin Jia shrugged nonchalantly. Bathwater? That's a bit gross. Despite his words, the Cell Man did not appear particularly disgusted. Having navigated the treacherous realms of dead cells for countless years, one cannot help but dismiss the repugnant locales such as the toxic sewers and the old sewers. Even within the confines of the prisoner's cell, any puddle is far dirtier than bathwater. Yet, what a lackluster response. Lin Jia found himself rather disinterested. But having come this far, he felt compelled to complete his thoughts. This is the bathwater of the party girl. The party girl? Is she the one with the pink hair? The cell dweller recalled the image of the girl with the pink locks, who always seemed eager to drag him into a celebration. Indeed, it is she, though I remain perplexed as to why the Slime Queen possesses such a thing. Why concern oneself with such matters? If there is nothing else to discuss, I shall venture into the jungle to seek a small turtle. You plan to head into the jungle? Perfect timing. Beneath the jungle, a peculiar fruit known as the life fruit has begun to flourish. It resembles a heart and can augment our health capacity. TSK, you truly excel at assigning tasks. The cell dweller did not even glance back, merely gesturing a middle finger as he departed. Lin Jia reciprocated the gesture, a silent retort to the cell dweller's back. Among the spoils of the Slime Queen, the only usable item left was a volatile adhesive. This trinket autonomously attacks, launching a gel projectile at surrounding foes at intervals. While it is suitable for idle play, its practical utility is rather limited. With the Slime Queen vanquished, the next foes on the agenda were the Mechanical Skeleton King and the twins. It would be prudent to eliminate them tonight, hastening progress towards the Stone Giant, if only to obtain the Terra Blade. Lin Jia contemplated returning home, as he aspired to advance directly to the Moon Lord, crafting the Zenith Sword. However, the conundrum lay in the synthesis materials. The enchanted sword and the wave blade posed significant challenges. The wave blade, while manageable, could be farmed once Mars invaded, making it merely a matter of time. Yet, the enchanted sword could only be procured from the sword shrines, of which each world has a limited supply. Despite the passage of time, Lin Jia had yet to discover a sword shrine in this world. He had long ceased the excavation of the awakening skeletons, for further digging would render this world barren. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts. These matters felt too distant. Currently, among the synthesis materials for the Zenith Sword, he had only acquired a copper short sword and the Star Fury, with the rest still far from reach. Utilizing the light shards, light souls, and magic missiles previously obtained from the cell dweller, Lin Jia forged the Starbreaker. Despite its name containing the word sword, It was, in fact, a staff. Its effect summoned 4 diminutive swords near the staff's tip, which would then assault the enemy, a rather impressive spectacle. Chapter 18. The True Eternal Nightblade. After dedicating some time, Lin Jia successfully summoned the manifestations of the twins in the Mechanical Skeleton King. He managed to acquire only one of each. As the drops from the Mechanical Tri-Kings were scarce and lacked distinctive qualities, only the Tri-King souls and the Holy Ingot held any real value. The consumption of the 3 King souls was not excessive, typically amounting to 5 or 6 of each type. As time swiftly passed into the evening, the creature known as the Cell Person returned home, his large eye reflecting his displeasure. Why the long face? Lin Jia, who had just completed the expansion of their territory, called out to the returning Cell Person as he rested in a chair. That little turtle has vanished. I've searched everywhere and found nothing but those accursed giant land turtles. The Cell Person tossed 8 life fruits to Lin Jia, clearly irked, before plopping down into a chair. And the kind of fruit you mentioned is exceedingly hard to find. I spent an entire day locating just a handful. That's quite normal. Only after defeating the destroyer did these life fruits begin to sprout. It's only been a short while, and finding a dozen is already commendable. Lin Jia, undeterred by the scarcity of the fruits, cheerfully consumed all 8. Let us go. We shall eliminate the remaining 2 tonight. He rose from his chair, a smile adorning his face. Well, do you intend to treat me as mere labor? I've only just returned, the Cell Person grumbled. Yet he followed Lin Jia out the door. Arriving at the newly expanded grounds, Lin Jia gazed at the 2 summons in his hand, an idea sparking in his mind. Cell Person, do you fancy a bit of excitement? Huh? What sort of excitement? Let us take on 2 at once. Upon hearing this, the Cell Person's large solitary eye widened in disbelief, wearing an expression that suggested Lin Jia was jesting. We're already struggling against 1, and you want to face 2? What's there to fear? If it becomes too overwhelming, I can simply unleash my abilities without restraint, Lin Jia replied nonchalantly. He was confident that even if the Mechanical Skeleton King entered a frenzied state at dawn, he could still vanquish it. Very well, go ahead and have your fun. Who could possibly outdo you? It was evident that the Cell Person was somewhat reluctant, though the reason eluded him. Prepare yourself, it's about to begin. The twin demon eyes have awakened. The Mechanical Skeleton King has awakened. With these dual notifications, the spiked skull of the Mechanical Skeleton King and his 4 mechanical arms emerged before Lin Jia and the Cell Person. Following closely, 2 massive eyeballs broke through the ground, connected by a thread of flesh, indicating their bond. The only distinction between the 2 eyeballs was the color of their pupils, one red, the other green. Weren't there only supposed to be 2? How did 3 appear? The Cell Person exclaimed in frustration, having mistaken the twin demon eyes for just 2 entities. Lin Jia had no intention of offering an explanation. Instead, he struck the twin demon eyes with his sky-rending sword and brandished his broken steel sword, charging towards the Mechanical Skeleton King, while reassuringly saying, "No more complaints, let us dive right in." With a harmonious clang of metal, Lin Jia and the Mechanical Skeleton King clashed. In a flurry of agile movements, he adeptly evaded the majority of the king's attacks. Unlike the barrage of projectiles faced in the past, dodging such assaults in the current realm of Terraria was a relatively simple endeavor. A mere sidestep would often suffice to evade most of the oncoming projectiles. Apart from the barrage of projectiles that are tracked, which are somewhat challenging to evade, it merely requires a few extra steps to avoid them. Conversely, the Cell Man, in a bid to prevent the twin demon eyes from affecting Lin Jia, deliberately lured them to the nearby Crimson Land. However, such measures were unnecessary once the Cell Man employed the assault shield. Deflecting the laser and magical flames from the twin demon eyes, the situation became inconsequential. With a mere flick of his shield, he could easily reflect all incoming projectile assaults back at them, while the twin demon eyes charges could also be repelled. Their attack patterns consisted solely of ranged assaults and charges. And under the Cell Man's nearly perfected deflection technique, the twin demon eyes were swiftly incapacitated, entering their second phase. Upon reaching this phase, the Cell Man could no longer utilize the assault shield to deflect attacks, as the sheer volume of assaults rendered it impractical. Even successful deflections required time to re-raise the shield. The relentless onslaughts from both the furious flame eye and the laser eye seemed unending. Fortunately, the Cell Man was not obstinate. He promptly distanced himself, wielding the giant beast shark as his primary weapon, occasionally switching to the agate explosive gun to amplify damage, and using the assault shield to counter attacks when necessary. Before long, both adversaries were vanquished, reduced to mere mechanical fragments scattered across the ground. Finally, they were defeated. The Cell Man felt a long-lost sense of pressure from the twin demon eyes. The density of their projectiles was truly exasperating, necessitating constant vigilance. Meanwhile, Lin Jia had already dismantled the 4 mechanical arms of the Mechanical Skeleton King, leaving only its spiked head. which thrashed about wildly in a desperate attempt to slay Lin Jia. However, the mechanical skeleton king had no chance of success without dashing. It could never catch up to Lin Jia, who was adorned in Terra's shining shoes. Even if it did dash, Lin Jia could easily neutralize the threat with a shield charge. Thus, as long as he maintained an appropriate distance, it was merely a matter of time before the mechanical skeleton king was subdued. Suddenly, a black projectile soared from the distance, striking the mechanical skeleton king's head and depleting its final sliver of health, shattering it into a heap of mechanical debris. Lin Jia stood momentarily stunned by the occurrence until the Cell Man approached from afar, prompting a reaction. "Are you stealing my kill?" Lin Jia seethed, feeling incensed, even wishing he could grind his teeth in frustration. Unfortunately, lacking a jaw, this was not an option. "Ah, you've got it wrong. I merely sought to deal some damage and claim a treasure bag for myself. After all, you did land a hit on the twin demon eyes earlier." The Cell Man raised his hands in a mockingly insufferable manner. Although Lin Jia understood that the Cell Man was being deliberately provocative, he had no retort, for the logic behind the statement was indeed sound. In the context of multiplayer gameplay in Terraria, even if you only inflicted a modicum of damage, you would still receive your share of the treasure bag once the enemy was dispatched by others. Moreover, the Cell Man likely bore a grudge regarding the incident when he was doused with bathwater. Where did the twin demon eyes perish? Lin Jia, unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer, shifted the conversation. The Crimson Lands, his stomach churned at the mere thought. He truly did not wish to venture into that wretched place. After much ado, Lin Jia and the Cell Man finally returned home. It was quite a stroke of luck that the location where the Cell Man had vanquished the twin demon eyes was directly above a pool of water. The treasure bag lay submerged within, and the waters of the Crimson Lands were naturally tinged with red, combined with the encroaching darkness. Lin Jia had passed that pool 3 or 4 times without noticing it. Had he not meticulously searched using the map, he might still be wandering outside. Do you prefer a pickaxe or a drill? Lin Jia stood before the mithril anvil, having combined 3 royal souls and a sacred ingot to forge a set of divine armor. As for the Cell Man, he could make do with the crystal assassin set for the time being. It would suffice until he could acquire another ensemble later. The Cell Man, reclining on the bed, waved dismissively and said, "It's up to you. I'm not minding anyway." Lin Jia responded with an exaggerated gesture, raising his middle finger at the Cell Man, and proceeded to craft 2 holy pickaxe axes. In terms of personal preference, although the drill had a swifter excavation speed, its mining range was considerably smaller, rendering it less comfortable to use compared to a pickaxe. Upon examining the attributes of the 2 holy pickaxe axes, Lin Jia tossed the one with the prefix broken to the Cell Man. Upon seeing the attributes, the Cell Man leapt from the bed, casting a dubious glance at Lin Jia and exclaimed, "What kind of dreadful attributes are these? What did you create? Why are you so concerned about the attributes?" Lin Jia shrugged and took a step back to avoid the Cell Man's impending tackle. Noticing the Cell Man's intent to pounce again, Lin Jia mimicked his earlier tone, exclaiming dramatically, "It's up to you. I'm not minding anyway." After some time, Lin Jia finally appeased the Cell Man by presenting him with a rainbow magic wand, crafted from the vision soul dropped by the twin demon eyes combined with various materials from the sacred lands. Its attack effect mirrored that of the flame whip the Cell Man had previously wielded, though the projectiles were transformed into radiant, rainbow-colored orbs. One must admit, the hues of these orbs were indeed striking, embodying the essence of the sacred lands. Moreover, the vision soul could also be utilized to forge a magic eye staff and a magical harp. The magic eye staff served as a summoning weapon for conjurers, while the magical harp was intended for mages. However, since Lin Jia had not collected the materials for the harp, he opted solely to create the magic eye staff. The staff's effect was to summon a pair of diminutive twin demon eyes, which occupied only 1 summoning slot, and were reasonably effective. The fierce soul could be fashioned into a flamethrower, effective against long-range targets with special attributes, though regrettably, no long-range targets were encountered thereafter. In summary, the 3 royal souls had limited utility. After confirming with the guide, Lin Jia equipped the Eternal Night Blade and the 3 royal souls and set forth towards the Crimson Lands. After such a long wait, the Eternal Night Blade was finally ready to be upgraded to the true Eternal Night Blade. The current version was awkwardly termed the original Eternal Night Blade. True Eternal Night Blade sounds far more elegant. What shall we do next? Upon witnessing Lin Jia's departure, the Cell Person could not refrain from inquiring, "Go synthesize a weapon. You may continue your slumber." Lin Jia merely waved his hand without providing a detailed explanation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jia arrived at the Crimson Land. Unsurprisingly, the previously accessible Crimson Altar had already been dismantled by the Cell Person. Lin Jia had to suppress his nausea as he descended into the depths of the Crimson Land in search of a new altar. Had he foreseen this, he would have requested the Cell Person to spare 1 altar for him. After an extensive search underground, he was unable to locate a single crimson altar. Frustrated, he dispatched a nearby bouncing monster with his broken steel sword. As he delved further into the flesh of the land, the creatures of the Crimson Land grew increasingly grotesque. Were it not for the true Eternal Nightblade, Lin Jia truly wished to vacate this place at once. Fortunately, after nearly 3 arduous hours of searching, he finally stumbled upon a hidden crimson altar in a corner. At long last, he had found it. The difficulty was staggering. With a sigh, Lin Jia gazed at the crimson altar before him, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. Without further ado, he placed the Eternal Night Blade at the center of the altar, along with 20 souls of power belonging to the Destroyer. 20 souls of vision from the twin demon eyes, and 20 souls of fear from the mechanical skeleton king, positioned at the other 3 cardinal points of the blade. Buzzing. The blue souls of power, red souls of fear, and green souls of vision began to release their energies, converging in the air to form a delicate lavender hue. The souls of vision followed suit, but they did not merge with the others, instead maintaining their distinct presence. The pinkish purple and vibrant green colors began to infuse into the center, the purple Eternal Night Blade. As the infusion progressed, the appearance of the Eternal Night Blade underwent a dramatic transformation. A hint of green emerged along the spine of the blade, while a soft lavender hue graced the edge. The previously protruding handguard flattened and bent backward, resembling the delicate petals of a flower. The hilt became an intricate intertwining of pinkish purple and green. With a familiar sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, the dazzling radiance dissipated, and the Eternal Night Blade, once hovering above the altar, fell to the ground, embedding itself into the flesh and blood surface below. This special effect is becoming increasingly extravagant, Lin Jia remarked, yet he found himself quite fond of such synthesis effects. He retrieved the Eternal Night Blade from the ground. No, it should now be called the true Eternal Night Blade. In contrast to its predecessor, the true Eternal Night Blade bore a heftier blade, with the souls of the new Tri-Kings swirling upon its surface, bestowing it with an extraordinary appearance. As he attempted to wield the true Eternal Night Blade, he noted that its weight surpassed that of the original, which was to be expected given the increased width of the blade. Furthermore, with each swing, it not only produced a purple trail but also emitted tangible green sword energy that detached from the blade and soared into the distance. This marked the most significant advancement in the blade's evolution from the Eternal Night Blade to the true Eternal Night Blade, as it now possessed a rudimentary ranged capability. Although the flight distance of the sword energy was not particularly great, it represented a qualitative leap forward, from a complete lack of remote capabilities to the acquisition of mid-range offensive abilities. Chapter 19. Purifying Powder. The subsequent actions can directly lead to the jungle in search of the Century Flower. With the current equipment, facing the stone giant at the 4 pillars should pose no significant challenge. Lin Jia sheathed the true Eternal Night Blade, contemplating his next steps. At this stage, the jungle is of utmost importance, not only for the life fruit that enhances health limits, but also for the essential materials for the next phase of equipment, such as leaf green, ore, and the stone giants residing within the jungle temple. Additionally, Lin Jia needs to collect some turtle shells to craft the turtle armor set using the leaf green ingots. However, the jungle presents its own set of troubles. Lin Jia scratched his head. The 3 kings of the jungle are no trivial matter, and the resistance encountered while exploring can be quite formidable. Never mind, he thought. Tomorrow will suffice. Worst case, he could send the Cellman to lead the charge. Lin Jia ceased pondering these matters and, taking out the ice and snow magic mirror, returned home. Lin Jia, your avatars have returned. They say they have found the glimmering lake, the Cellman informed him, leaving Lin Jia somewhat bewildered. Huh? Are you speaking human language? Lin Jia gazed at the Cellman with confusion, unaware that his avatars could communicate. The Cellman, perceiving Lin Jia's bewilderment, though how he discerned expressions from a skull was beyond comprehension, sat up, his large eye reflecting a mixture of confusion, and said, the skull emanated a powdery purple light. That must be the reason. Bright pink. Lin Jia pondered for a moment, deciding to investigate the altered little skeleton and, along the way, to transmute some items at the glimmering lake. Following the direction indicated by the Cellman, Lin Jia soon located the articulate little skeleton. The awakened skeleton, originally dominated by a purple hue, now showcased a shimmering aura of alternating light purple and pink. This color scheme was familiar to Lin Jia. It was unmistakably the palette of the glimmering lake. You can speak? Lin Jia tentatively inquired. Indeed, a clear male voice emanated from the skeleton's mouth, causing Lin Jia to feel an odd dissonance. Despite the skeleton not moving, the voice resonated. Is it due to the glimmering lake? Yes, the little skeleton nodded in affirmation. Lin Jia furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although he possessed no brows, the sentiment remained significant. The little skeleton appeared to have developed self-awareness, leaving Lin Jia uncertain whether he could still transmit his consciousness. After a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to attempt transmitting his consciousness to the skeleton before him, curious if he could control its body. However, the anticipated shift in perspective did not occur. Rather, nothing transpired at all. He remained within his own body, and the glimmering skeleton displayed no signs of change. Was it impossible to transmit consciousness? Perhaps it was because this body already harbored an awareness? Boss, although I was replicated from you, I have now become an independent entity. Yet, you will always remain my boss. The glimmering skeleton seemed to sense Lin Jia's concerns and offered an explanation. Is that so? Lin Jia gazed at the glimmering skeleton for an extended duration, lost in thought. If I were to command your demise, Lin Jia's words remained unspoken when the luminous skeleton interjected. Boss, we are merely copies of you. There is no need for such tests. Lin Jia tapped his forehead, realizing that perhaps he had been overly cautious. It could only be said that these skeletons, devoid of self-awareness, had suddenly gained a semblance of consciousness, leaving Lin Jia with a disconcerting sense of losing control over the situation. Where's the glowing lake? Let me there. He retrieved 2 life crystals, 2 mana crystals, casually gathered 2 fruits, purchased a spell book from a mage, and acquired a shimmering slime balloon. Regrettably, the Moon Lord had yet to perish. Otherwise, the chaotic staff could have transformed into the harmonious staff. Following the luminous skeleton, Lin Jia arrived at the southwestern shoreline. Unlike the glowing lake in the game, which reliably generated beneath the ocean on the jungle side, this glowing lake did not adhere to such fixed coordinates. Rather, it could emerge from beneath the entire surrounding seabed, explaining why Lin Jia had searched for so long before discovering it. Accompanying the luminous skeleton, Lin Jia leaped into the deep pit before him. As he descended further, he noticed the surrounding walls becoming increasingly obscure and dark, only to be adorned with twinkling starlight as if he were enveloped in a celestial expanse. After roughly a minute of falling, the space before Lin Jia suddenly opened up. Below him, a shimmering lake of alternating pink and blue light flickered quietly, with a few flaps of his wings. Lin Jia avoided plunging directly into the glowing lake and instead positioned himself at its edge. He tossed in the items he had brought. The life crystals transmuted into life crystals, the mana crystals transformed into arcane crystals, the 2 fruits became delicacies, and the spellbook morphed into the second volume of combat techniques. Each of these items provided permanent enhancements, such as increased life regeneration, enhanced mana recovery, improved block mining and placement speed, along with fortified defense and damage. As for the shimmering slime balloon, upon being cast into the glowing lake, it could transmute into a town named Queen Slime, boasting a color scheme akin to the lake and possessing an adorably quaint appearance, though it served little practical purpose. In truth, several items of this nature existed, yet Lin Jia had not acquired the relevant ones. After utilizing all these transformations, Lin Jia gazed at the glowing lake, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He felt a twinge of concern. What if he were to leap into the lake and emerge with self-awareness, just like that luminous skeleton, yearning to reclaim his corporeal form? With a resolute spirit, Lin Jia stood above the glowing lake and chose to immerse himself within its depths. Contrary to his expectations, no transformative change occurred. He traversed the glowing lake like an ordinary player, his body rendered immobile, unable to move even a finger. This is no transformation at all. Upon emerging from the glowing lake, Lin Jia stared blankly at his still skeletal hands, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Perhaps unwilling to accept defeat, Lin Jia sprinted back to the surface of the glowing lake and leapt once more. He had once again transcended the past, his body remaining that of a mere skeleton. Upon Lin Jia's return home, the cell person was still soundly asleep. With no inclination to engage in any mischief regarding the cell person, Lin Jia lay despondently on his bed, pondering other methods that might restore his human form. After considerable thought, the only potential connection to his predicament seemed to lie with the tax collector's mode of arrival. The tax collector, before manifesting, was a rare monster that refreshed in the depths of hell. When players utilized purification powder on tortured souls, they would transform into a tax collector. Perhaps this could indeed prove beneficial? Lin Jia himself felt uncertain. Every angle he considered appeared rather implausible. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, he tightened the blanket around himself and drifted into a deep slumber. The cell person stretched languidly, rising from the bed, and in a splendid mood, retrieved a peach from a nearby box, savoring it bite by bite. Now this was living. Stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air of the plains, thoroughly enjoying the experience as he squinted his single eye in delight. Just as the cell person was relishing this moment, the guide emerged from a nearby house. "Good morning, guide," the cell person greeted, his rapport with the guide rather amicable. The guide, maintaining a warm smile, returned the greeting and then peered into the room. "Did Lin Jia perhaps venture to Glimmering Lake last night?" "Not sure, but I think so. I recall he intended to go there with that little skeleton." The cell person was uncertain if Lin Jia had actually reached Glimmering Lake. He only knew of Lin Jia's intentions in that direction. It seems he was unsuccessful, the guide remarked, shaking his head with a hint of regret. What is Lin Jia trying to accomplish? The cell person's curiosity piqued, as he seemed unaware of Lin Jia's true purpose for seeking Glimmering Lake. He wishes to restore his corporeal form. If Glimmering Lake yields no results, he will likely resort to seeking purification powder next. How do you know so much? As your guide, it is imperative that I possess knowledge. Otherwise, how could I lead you? The guide jested. Though his expression soon turned serious as he cautioned the cell person, it is best to advise Lin Jia against using purification powder on himself, if he must. You should think it through thoroughly. Understood. I shall speak to him shortly. The cell person was unsure of the implications behind this advice, but seeing the guide's grave demeanor, he resolved to return to Lin Jia and relay the message. But why don't you tell him yourself? I too require an opportunity, unlike you. I lack such swift mobility and thus have limited chances to converse with him. Encounters like today with you are exceedingly rare. After a brief chat with the cell person, the guide ambled away, seemingly in search of other companionship. When Lin Jia eventually awoke, the cell person's remark about not using purification powder left him momentarily bewildered. Let us not dwell on how the cell man became privy to his plan. Rather, let us ponder how he became aware of the existence of purification powder. What madness is this? No matter. It is merely the guide instructing me to convey a message to you. Having delivered his words, the cell man departed, leaving Lin Jia to ponder his next course of action. The guide advised against any attempts, yet Lin Jia, after much contemplation, resolved to visit the tree spirit's abode and procure some purification powder. Regardless of the outcome, he yearned to experiment, even if it meant applying it to the replicated skeletons rather than himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia directed the purification powder at the freshly replicated awakened skeleton before him. In an instant, the vibrant purple light enveloping the skeleton vanished, and its accompanying gear disintegrated into a cascade of black and purple dust, all of which fell to the ground. What is this? It has transformed into a mere skeleton. A chill ran down Lin Jia's spine. Had he applied the purification powder directly to himself, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. Not only would he lose his corporeal form, but he would also forfeit his extraordinary abilities. Now that would be true despair. Relieved that he had conducted a preliminary test, Lin Jia patted his ribs to steady his nerves. He then attempted to transfer his consciousness into the ordinary skeleton before him. As expected, nothing transpired. His consciousness did not shift. It was unsurprising. Really, this was hardly a true species, and it would be absurd for him to be able to transfer his essence into it. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he applied the purification powder to the ordinary skeleton once more. To his astonishment, the results were even more outrageous. The ordinary skeleton's body seemed to have all its vitality siphoned away, collapsing into a heap of bones and purple fragments, accompanied by a barely perceptible wisp of azure smoke. After replicating several awakened skeletons and conducting numerous trials, Lin Jia finally comprehended the mechanism of the purification powder. The reason the awakened skeleton transformed into an ordinary skeleton upon its first exposure to the purification powder was due to the cleansing of the dark oil within. Without the dark oil, the awakened skeleton naturally reverted to an ordinary one. The same logic applied to the ordinary skeleton, as a creation of the Clash of Clans world. Its very existence hinged upon holy water. Once the holy water was purified, the skeletal soldier would inevitably cease to exist. One cannot help but commend the purification powder of Terraria. Whether it be dark oil or holy water, it purifies all. After so many attempts, Lin Jia resigned himself to the notion that should he dare to use the purification powder on himself, he would likely be left with nothing but dust. Alas, it appears that Terraria offers no means of restoring my physical form. Once I eliminate the Moon Lord and acquire the graduation set, I shall explore other realms. With this thought, Lin Jia temporarily set aside his obsession and resolved to attend to business in the jungle. Swiftly traversing through the Crystal Tower network, he aimed to establish a chlorophyll farm directly in the jungle. As it stands, the realm of void spells and world transportation seems to possess no end, suggesting the existence of countless unknown worlds awaiting exploration. In due time, entities akin to cell people are bound to proliferate, and perhaps equipment fashioned from chlorophyte could serve as novice rewards or tokens of greeting. Additionally, life fruits and the summons of the century flower may flourish in that domain, rendering it a mutually beneficial affair. Chapter 20. The Queen of Light. The mechanism of the chlorophyte farm is rather straightforward. Beneath a certain depth in the jungle, chlorophyte will periodically extend towards adjacent mud blocks. While the efficiency is not particularly high, it excels in providing a continuous yield. Moreover, while excavating the chlorophyte farm, Lin Jia also intends to have the little skeleton mine the area designated for the century flower strategy. After diligently toiling away in the jungle for approximately 3 days, Lin Jia finally completed the construction of the chlorophyte farm. Gazing at the floating blocks of earth, he felt a profound sense of achievement. The experience of cultivating was indeed delightful. Lin Jia casually plucked a life fruit from his feet and consumed it. Upon finishing the fruit, his life limit reached the pinnacle of Terraria. It was nearly time to summon the Cell People, and the Century Flower should also be called forth to vanquish. Lin Jia cast a glance at the Century Flower bulb at his feet, feeling a surge of eagerness. Among the drops of the Century Flower is not only a material necessary for crafting the Seed Scythe, one of the Zenith weapons, but it also unlocks the ability to access biome chests within the dungeons. Most importantly, upon the demise of the Century Flower, vibrant rainbow slimes will begin to spawn upon the surface of the holy ground. This means that the Queen of Light can indeed be summoned. The Queen of Light. Even in a pixelated game, Lin Jia could distinctly sense the beauty of the Queen. Moreover, in this world, the monsters are rendered in a realistic artistic style. The mere thought of the grandiose Queen of Light sent waves of excitement through Lin Jia. However, upon catching sight of his skeletal form, his momentary exhilaration quickly dissipated. Regardless of the Queen's beauty, it bore no relevance to him. Alas, the journey to restore his corporeal form remains a daunting task. What are you doing? Day in and day out, all I see is you sighing. The cell person appeared by Lin Jia's side, playfully patting his shoulder. Nothing much. Just feeling a bit out of sorts, Lin Jia replied, shaking his head without elaborating further. Enough of this. Let's fight. Huh? Roar. The Century Flower has awakened. Lin Jia dashed from the farm to the previously excavated area designated for confronting the Century Flower. Although the cell person was still trying to grasp the situation, he followed Lin Jia's lead. However, as soon as he entered the room, the torches surrounding them suddenly extinguished in an instant, followed closely by fiery projectiles erupting from the extinguished torches. What the heck is this? The cell person exclaimed, narrowly dodging a projectile and asking in bewilderment. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Jia immediately comprehended what was unfolding. It's the Torch God. No worries, you can pass through unscathed using your shield. The Torch God is a unique event within the game, triggered when players place over 100 torches within a certain subterranean range. Upon surviving the onslaught of these torches, players are awarded the Torch God badge. Once utilized, this badge ensures that subsequent placements of torches will automatically convert them into the corresponding torches of the current biome, thus preventing the reactivation of the Torch God event. Previously, Lin Jia had deemed the area too dim and had carelessly placed an excess of torches, inadvertently activating the Torch God. You stay back. I will intercept the Century Flower. Noticing that the cell person required additional time to navigate the Torch God event, Lin Jia drew the True Severing Steel Sword and charged towards the Century Flower that had just emerged through the wall. The True Severing Steel Sword, crafted from the Severing Steel Sword combined with 24 pieces of verdant ingots at the Mithril Anvil, boasted a broader attack range compared to its predecessor and was adorned with a radiant, multicolored aura akin to that of the true Eternal Night Blade. Additionally, the sword's energy shifted from a pure golden hue to a pink-tinted gold. Beyond these enhancements, it experienced minor adjustments in attack speed and damage reduction. The immense bud of the Century Flower, larger than Lin Jia himself, continuously expelled pink and green seeds. However, Lin Jia adeptly evaded them all while inflicting substantial damage upon the Century Flower. After depleting roughly a third of its health, the cell person finally concluded his own struggle. Why is it taking so long? Do I need to handle this too? The cell person fired a shot at the Century Flower, only to find that the damage from the agate explosive gun had dwindled, prompting a switch to a flamethrower for a barrage of fire. Isn't this meant to give you a sense of involvement? Lin Jia felt an urge to roll his eyes at the cell person. Yet the emptiness of his eye sockets rendered such an expression impossible. Sheathing the True Severing Steel Sword, Lin Jia drew the True Eternal Night Blade, which proved to be more intuitive in combat. With their combined efforts, the Century Flower swiftly transitioned into its second phase. The once closed bud unfurled, revealing a structure reminiscent of beastly fangs, alongside several smaller buds that menaced the duo. Nevertheless, this posed little threat, as their relentless assault caused the Century Flower's health to plummet rapidly, soon disintegrating into fragments. This is absurdly easy. It feels less challenging than those 3 mechanical monsters, the cell person remarked while collecting the loot scattered across the ground. Well, why not take one down solo? Lin Jia teased, gesturing towards a nearby Century Flower bulb. No way, not happening, the cell person retorted, flashing a middle finger, his face displaying clear discontent. Lin Jia opened his treasure bag, scanning its contents, and felt a surge of frustration. Spores, a wasp gun, a dwarven staff, explosive vines, and a flower crown. All these weapons, yet not a single seed scythe. Though he had encountered such disappointments countless times in the game, where many items had dropped yet the desired one remained elusive, he chose to dismiss the irritation. No need to rush. After all, the Zenith Sword is still far off. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his restless heart, Lin Jia retrieved the jungle key and approached the teleportation device he had prepared earlier. I'm off to tackle the next one. Would you care to join? He inquired, glancing back before activating the machine. No. I wish to explore the sacred land to see this so-called Queen of Light you mentioned, replied the cell person, who had previously heard Lin Jia speak of the Queen's emergence following the death of the Century Flower, and now felt an insatiable curiosity to witness it for himself. Suit yourself, but remember, you must absolutely refrain from slaying the colorful lacewings during the day. This is crucial, Lin Jia reiterated with grave seriousness. All right, I understand. The cell person conceded, meeting Lin Jia's intense gaze with a hint of reluctance. It would be wise to catch more with a butterfly net. We shall need them later, Lin Jia added as a final reminder. The only response was the cell person's middle finger. Upon pressing the button on the teleportation device, Lin Jia vanished from sight, reappearing at the entrance of the jungle temple. This teleportation device had been established by Lin Jia to document the temple's location, ensuring he would not have to wander aimlessly in the future. He had excavated several blocks nearby, summoning about a dozen awakened skeletons. Go on. Dismantle every trap within this temple. After being subjected to the temple's devious mechanisms for so long in the game, Lin Jia was eager to avoid experiencing them again and preferred to let his skeletal minions handle the task. However, the awakened skeletons struggled to breach the temple entrance due to their chaotic digging. Damn it, I forgot to open the door, Lin Jia exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he squeezed through the throng of skeletons and unlocked the temple doors with the jungle key, instructing the awakened skeletons to continue excavating the traps. Lin Jia returned home. After completing a task for the fisherman, he stashed the assorted items he had just acquired into a chest, leaving only a floral crown, a chain hammer. This weapon was also classified as a melee weapon and boasted a damage output significantly higher than the true Eternal Night Blade and the true Broken Steel Sword that Lin Jia possessed. With these two weapons, along with the Broken Hero Sword, he could directly forge the Terra Blade, an esteemed weapon from an earlier version. However, Lin Jia could not recall when the Broken Hero Sword dropped, whether it became available post-Century Flower or after the Stone Giant. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence since Lin Jia had already ventured to the Jungle Temple, where he could procure materials to summon the eclipse. He reasoned that since he was already there, he might as well defeat the Stone Giant before summoning the eclipse to avoid unnecessary effort. After collecting some taxes from the tax collector, Lin Jia returned to the Jungle Temple. Inside, he found that all the pressure plates capable of triggering traps had been destroyed. Had it not been for the current limitations of his pickaxe, which could not dismantle the temple's traps or ordinary walls, the awakened skeletons could have leveled the entire temple. Following the soul path deeper into the Jungle Temple, he methodically looted all the chests encountered along the way. The chests within the Jungle Temple yielded little of worth, primarily comprising materials for summoning the solar eclipse and stone giants. Shortly thereafter, Lin Jia arrived at the chamber designated for invoking the stone giant. This was an expansive room, dominated by an altar at its center, beneath a radiant, sun-like object that shimmered above. This, indeed, was the summoning altar for the stone giant. By placing a jungle lizard battery upon it, one could activate the last bastion of defense for the jungle. It was rumored that the anomalies within the jungle existed solely to counter the Lunar Lord, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. However, contemplating this notion, one could perhaps rationalize the appearance of the moon cultists at the dungeon's entrance following the giant's demise. While lost in thought, Lin Jia had already constructed a platform for the impending battle with the stone giant and stood before the altar. With a roar, the stone giant awakened. The jungle lizard battery seamlessly integrated into the altar, and the stone giant emerged, brandishing two colossal stone fists aimed directly at Lin Jia. With the absence of the cell person, Lin Jia felt liberated to unleash his full potential, drawing the true blade of steel to deliver his first strike. Mere moments later, amidst a cascade of golden sparkles, the stone giant's body and head were severed, ultimately reduced to a scattering of rubble. It was indeed swifter to employ such enhancements. Though it lacked any real thrill, Lin Jia picked up the treasure bag from the ground, feeling a sense of ennui. The Light Queen had awakened. As Lin Jia prepared to return home after opening the stone giant's treasure bag, a notification in the lower left corner caught his attention. It was past 2:00 a.m. Upon realizing the time, Lin Jia cursed aloud, wishing he could strike down the cell person for his careless words. He had advised against summoning the Light Queen in the morning, yet here he was, on the brink of dawn, about to invoke her. He needed to swiftly deal with the Light Queen. Without concern for conserving potions, Lin Jia consumed a wormhole potion and teleported to the cell person's location. As he regained his bearings, Lin Jia collided with a yellow object. Fortunately, he had yet to change his equipment, still adorned in his holy set, allowing him to evade most of the damage. He flew backward, finally discerning what he had encountered. Goodness, Had Lin Jia not been a skeleton at that moment, he would have been utterly taken aback. Beneath two swathes of blue silk, the yellow curvature was unmistakable. He had indeed been struck by this massive entity. In that moment of awe, the form of the Light Queen suddenly became ethereal, surrounded by countless phantoms that surged toward Lin Jia with astonishing speed, sending him crashing to the ground. Enjoying the show? The cell person jeered, pointing at Lin Jia, clearly amused by his predicament. Lin Jia paid no heed to the cell person, instead fixing his greedy gaze upon the Light Queen. Earlier, I was too close to discern more than a minuscule portion. However, now, with a bit of distance, the full form of the Queen of Light has come into view, adorned with a golden crown. A touch of azure embellishment at its center seems to symbolize the hue of the sky, draped in a blue garment that I hesitate to label as clothing. Her arms are elegantly covered by azure gloves and gauntlets. She wears a pink skirt, cinched at the waist by a blue buckle connecting it to her upper attire. Elegant blue boots encase her delicate feet, subtly visible beneath the pink skirt, enticing one to delve deeper. Her ethereal wings shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an aura of purity. Enough staring. Have you never witnessed such beauty? A cell person somersaulted before Lin Jia, obstructing his view, while brandishing a tactical shield that deflected the ethereal spears aimed at them. Chapter 21, Blade of Terra. Alas, I truly have not encountered such a sight. Lin Jia covered his eyes, casting aside his myriad thoughts as he glanced at the time. It was already 3:00 a.m. In Terraria, dawn breaks at 4:30 a.m. Once daylight arrives, the Queen of Light will enter a berserk state, transforming her formidable numerical power into an instant kill mechanism. Perhaps only the Dungeon Guardian could contend with her during the day, but such considerations are insignificant at this moment. Lin Jia produced a floral crown, spinning it in his hand before hurling it toward the Queen of Light. The flail, resembling a blooming flower, was cast forth, and as it neared her, several petals detached and soared toward the Queen. The instant the petals struck her, a skeleton awakened, similarly wielding a floral crown, materialized beside Lin Jia. This time, I shall not hold back. As he spoke, the number of awakened skeletons swelled to 40. The Queen of Light flickered in the air, various colorful assaults swirling chaotically. Yet all were repelled by the tactical shield in the cell person's grasp. The awakened skeletons surrounding Lin Jia were equally industrious, unleashing countless petals upon the Queen, now in her second phase. In this stage, all pink elements adorning her transformed into a brilliant blue. As the Queen's health bar reached 0, her form shattered into countless fragments, scattering upon the ground. "Oh, my Queen, how tragically you have fallen," Lin Jia lamented, gently caressing the Queen of Light's severed head upon the ground. "How revolting, Lin Jia. Do you possess a necrophilic obsession?" The cell person kicked at Lin Jia, their eyes brimming with disdain. Even in their world, such a grotesque inclination was unheard of. "I merely speak from the heart," Lin Jia retorted, rising to cast aside the now translucent head of the Queen, retrieving the treasure bag lying on the ground. Rubbing his skeletal hands together, Lin Jia eagerly prepared to unveil the treasures contained within, for the Queen of Light's treasure bag held numerous coveted items, like the highest damage whip known as the kaleidoscope. Capable of granting boundless flight with the wings of ascendancy, there are other remarkably impressive weapons which not only inflict considerable damage but also possess substantial attack power. The wings of ascendancy is a guaranteed drop, and next is the Starlight, a weapon for warriors that Lin Jia finds quite satisfactory. Although its reach is limited and its attack power falls short compared to endgame weapons, when combined with his own abilities, it transforms into nothing less than a divine artifact among artifacts. The Starlight boasts an exceptionally rapid attack speed. In Lin Jia's recollection, no weapon could possibly match its swiftness. Temporarily suppressing his excitement, Lin Jia proceeded to inspect the other items. Regrettably, the kaleidoscope did not drop. Instead, he acquired two other weapons, Dusk and Night Glow, which are respectively suited for archers and mages, and overall, they are commendable weapons. On another note, the cell man brandished his whip, leaving a trail of colorful sparkles in the air. At times, Lin Jia couldn't help but marvel at the cell man's extraordinary luck. How could it be so favorable? This whip is indeed effective. Saying this, the cell man carelessly discarded the firecrackers from his backpack. Lin Jia yearned to voice his thoughts but ultimately remained silent. No longer concerning himself with the cell man, he utilized the ice-snow mirror to return home. Upon synthesizing the solar monolith, he glanced at the time. It was precisely 5:00, marking the dawn. An eclipse was taking place. The sky, which should have brightened, suddenly darkened, as the newly risen sun was shrouded in a shadowy hue, with a multitude of monsters surging forth from all directions. "Come forth, Mothman. Do not keep me waiting." Lin Jia unleashed his powers without restraint as the starlight pierced the air, summoning awakened skeletons that erupted from Lin Jia like a sudden surge. Although the description may seem peculiar, it encapsulates the sensation accurately. Soon, the number of awakened skeletons soared to an unprecedented figure, 1,903. Soaring into the air, he gazed down at the throng of skulls, momentarily at a loss for words. Seriously? I barely attacked for 5 seconds, and this many appeared? The cacophony of clattering bones gave him a headache. Fortunately, the Mothman did not keep Lin Jia waiting for long. It soon materialized from the shadows. And before Lin Jia could discern its appearance, a flurry of colorful sword lights engulfed it, resulting in a swift demise. Make way. Lin Jia pushed through the sea of skeletons to the Mothman's fallen position. With a mere glance, he spotted an eyeball-shaped item on the ground. Damn it! The Cthulhu Eye dropped. Feeling rather disgruntled, he picked up the yo-yo known as the Cthulhu Eye and stowed it in his backpack. The Cthulhu Eye is the second strongest yo-yo in Terraria and can be classified as a warrior's weapon, albeit of moderate strength and not considered mainstream. Throughout the entire morning, only 2 Mothmen had appeared, one of which dropped the Cthulhu Eye. Fortunately, the other Mothman proved to be more generous, dropping a broken hero sword for Lin Jia. Cradling the broken hero sword as if it were a sacred relic, he approached the mithril anvil. First the true eternal night blade. Lin Jia placed the true eternal night blade onto the mithril anvil with a deliberate motion. A resonating hum emanated from the blade, which began to glow with an enchanting dark purple light, lifting into the air. Next came you, the true breaksteel sword. It seemed unwilling to be overshadowed by the eternal night blade, radiating an even more resplendent brilliance. Finally, there lay the broken hero's sword, which Lin Jia laid horizontally on the mithril anvil. The once dilapidated sword began to shimmer anew under the influence of the 2 radiant lights. Lin Jia, seemingly conjuring a divine hammer from thin air, relentlessly hammered the broken hero's sword. Clang, clang, with each strike of the divine hammer. The forms of the true eternal night blade and the true break steel sword gradually became ethereal, while the sword on the mithril anvil began to emanate a vibrant green light. Suddenly, the dull outer shell of the broken hero's sword shattered, and a brilliant green radiance filled the room, prompting Lin Jia to shield his eyes. The day of the sword's rebirth had arrived. As the green light faded, Lin Jia excitedly grasped the newly forged green sword from the mithril anvil. The blade transitioned from a vibrant emerald to a deep green, adorned with 3 elongated holes, while the hilt and guard gleamed in gold, resembling an inverted crown. Upon gripping the golden hilt, Lin Jia felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity emanating from the Terra Blade, even more so than what the Eternal Night Blade had provided. Though it pained him to admit, he felt compelled to part ways with the Eternal Night Blade, fearing that the Terra Blade might misconstrue their bond. With a gentle swing, a massive emerald sword energy erupted from the Terra Blade, crashing against the wall and scattering into specks of green light. Chapter 22, The Flesh Aftermath. The minor boss. Pigshark, hey, what's happening outside? Your clones are nearly filling this place. The cell man exclaimed as he tumbled into the room, kicking the skeletal arm that tried to grasp him. Everything's fine. I was just summoning during the eclipse. I'll send them away shortly. Lin Jia replied as he sheathed the Terra Blade, waving his hand dismissively. Could you make a trip to the dungeon? Gather some spiritual energy and paladin shields. Along with these keys, find the corresponding chests and retrieve the items. I'll handle summoning a pigshark. Seriously? I just got back, and you're already assigning me tasks. The cell man retorted, his large eyes reflecting his exasperation, but he nonetheless made his way to the dungeon via the crystal tower. Observing this, Lin Jia also stowed the Terra Blade and searched through the boxes for the materials needed to concoct a memory potion, proceeding to brew it at the alchemy station. He had long contemplated the arrangement for these awakened skeletons, since they gained self-awareness after traversing the Glimmering Lake. It would be prudent to send them back to the Royale War world. Conveniently, Lin Jia had previously envisioned transforming characters from that world into weapons, and now he could test whether these little skeletons could help realize that ambition while also scouting for void spells to venture into a new realm. The method for sending them back, naturally, would be the memory potion. Speaking of which, when I first crossed over, wasn't there a battle angel involved? Lin Jia suddenly recalled, remembering that the journey through the void spell had indeed relied upon that battle angel's assistance. Upon contemplating this, Lin Jia found himself in a state of inner conflict. He considered the possibility of testing his theory by eliminating her, yet emotionally, he struggled to bring himself to harm the celestial being who had aided him. Moreover, she seemed to be assisting at the nurse's side, thus establishing a semblance of stability within Terraria. Ultimately, he decided that enduring a bit of inconvenience was preferable to becoming a soulless entity devoid of emotions. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside thoughts of the angel. After crafting over 400 bottles of memory potions, he had completely exhausted his materials. This quantity paled in comparison to the daunting figure of 1,000. Moreover, the true requirement was nearly 2,000. How splendid it would be to have a more optimal experience, where merely 30 potions would enable infinite usage. However, this remained a mere fantasy for Lin Jia. After mulling over it for quite some time without any tangible change, he abandoned the thought. 400 would have to suffice. Although he remained perplexed regarding the purpose of the remaining potions. At this stage, manpower was no longer in such dire straits. The initial tasks of constructing platforms and mining had become unnecessary. Even the establishment of tree farms corresponding to each biome would not require more than 1,000 individuals. Thus, he resolved to take each step as it came, which was far better than idly doing nothing. Dismissing the trivial matters, Lin Jia, accompanied by nearly 2,000 awakened skeletons, set forth towards the glimmering lake. Each awakened skeleton bore the same accessories as Lin Jia, rendering them immune to damage from drops. With no obstacles in their path, they arrived at the shores of the glimmering lake. Lin Jia summoned one of the first transformed glimmering skeletons, bestowing upon it nearly all the memory potions, while retaining 50 for himself. Shortly thereafter, he planned to have one of them consume a memory potion to transport them to the realm of Clash Royale. No problem, boss. Although the glimmering skeletons had developed a sense of self-awareness, they still retained a fragment of Lin Jia's memories, making their journey to the Clash of Clans world entirely feasible. As for Lin Jia himself, he ventured towards the glowing mushroom biome in search of the truffle worm, a summoning material for the pig shark. With over 400 memory potions at his disposal, he was assured of having sufficient supply for a considerable time. Even if he were to slay a pig shark in return, it was likely that these memory potions would remain largely unspent. The glowing mushroom biome, a unique subterranean terrain, would allow for the construction of a dwelling on the surface, thereby inviting the truffle people to inhabit it. Lost in thought, Lin Jia spotted a truffle worm wriggling along the ground. Capturing the worm with a butterfly net, he did not rush to depart, instead waiting until he had gathered 4 before making his exit. Transporting himself to the seaside using a magical conch, he affixed the truffle worm to his fishing rod and cast it into the waters. Before long, the bobber submerged, prompting Lin Jia to reel in the line. The fishing line snapped, and the weather along the shore turned ominous. A shadowy figure emerged from the depths, possessing the body of a shark and the head of a pig. The pig shark had awakened. There is little to say. Seizing the moment while the pig shark remains ensnared in its cinematic display, Lin Jia swiftly approached, wielding the terrafong, unleashing a surge of verdant sword energy that pierced through the pig shark's form. A guttural sound erupted from the creature, reminiscent of both a pig's squeal and a shark's roar. It then lunged forward, colliding with the recently summoned awakened skeletons, sending them sprawling, while Lin Jia, shielded by the Cthulhu shield, stood unscathed from the impact. The relentless green sword energy pursued the pig shark with fervor, except during the pig shark's charge. When the sword energy faltered, it remained tenaciously attached to the creature's heels. However, this dynamic shifted dramatically as the pig shark transitioned into its second phase. These small skeletons are utterly foolish. Lin Jia observed the pig shark's health bar, noting with surprise that its depletion rate had slowed significantly since the creature's transformation. The Terrafang's sword energy could no longer keep pace. More precisely, the awakened skeletons lacked the foresight to predict the pig shark's movements. It could easily evade their attacks with simple footwork. Perhaps transforming the awakened skeletons into glimmering skeletons would optimize their utility? This notion flickered through Lin Jia's mind, reminiscent of the tracking projectiles employed during his encounter with the Queen of Light, which had facilitated her defeat within an hour. Shaking his head, Lin Jia decided to set that thought aside for the moment. Regardless of future plans, his immediate priority was to vanquish this pig shark. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin Jia ascended into the air, pursuing the pig shark with the terrafong. The damage inflicted by the singular terrafong was limited. Yet Lin Jia's agility allowed him to evade the creature's grasp, darting and weaving gracefully through the air. A mere minor foe, behold my flawless victory. Lin Jia struck a confident pose, only to be abruptly sent flying as the pig shark barreled into him. Chapter 23, Stardust Dragon. Do not interrupt another moment of grandeur, you scoundrel, Lin Jia exclaimed, shaking off the non-existent droplets of water, his frustration palpable as he emerged from the depths. He consumed all the potions from his backpack before charging at the pig shark with reckless abandon. Under the influence of the potions, the pig shark's health swiftly dwindled, ultimately shattering into dismembered fragments scattered across the sea. Catching the treasure bag that fell from the sky, Lin Jia discovered that the spoils from the pig shark were of little use to him. Rather, they were of greater interest to mages. His intention in confronting the pig shark had merely been to acquire a collectible, devoid of any significant purpose. As he had initially planned, Lin Jia intended to gather equipment and accessories for various classes after defeating the Moon Lord. Glancing at the time, he noted it had surpassed 4 o'clock. Lin Jia resolved to investigate the situation with the cell people in the dungeon, primarily to ascertain what valuable items they had accumulated. Whether it was the ethereal essence dropped by the skeletons in the flower after dungeon or the materials for the paladin's shield and the synthesis of ninja master gear, these were all essential to Lin Jia's current endeavors. Upon locating the cell people in the dungeon, he found them playfully taunting the moon worshippers at the entrance. Hey, have you no concern for your fallen comrades? The cell creature shoved the worshipper, who was kneeling on the ground, appearing utterly contemptible. What is happening? Lin Jia approached the cell creature from behind, placing a hand on its shoulder and inquiring. Nothing much, just taking a break after a tiring session. The cell creature casually remarked as it dispatched the heretic without a second thought. Lin Jia, initially intending to say something further, suddenly noticed that the previous heretic was the last one remaining. In other words, the moon worship master has awakened. A sinister laughter erupted from the figure in the blue robe, causing Lin Jia to helplessly cover his forehead. Enough already. I do not wish to expedite the progress so hastily. Lin Jia was not particularly eager to confront the moon worship master. So he turned to the cell creature and said, "You handle this. Give me the items we acquired earlier." Although the cell creature longed to return to sleep, it recognized its responsibility for the summoning and complied with Lin Jia's request. Lin Jia picked up the items the cell creature had discarded on the ground, entirely ignoring the attacks from the heretics, and made his way home. First, there were the split-toed, thick-soled socks and the black belt, both of which were dropped by the rare dungeon enemy, Skeleton Bruce Lee. These items could be combined with the tiger climbing gear to forge the Ninja Master equipment. The Ninja Master equipment grants its wearer the ability to sprint and possesses a 10 chance to evade attacks. Overall, its attributes surpass those of the Cthulhu shield, thus rendering the latter obsolete. Next, there was the Paladin shield, which, when combined with the flesh and blood knuckles, could be transformed into the hero's shield. This shield not only increases aggro, but also absorbs 25 of the damage taken by the team. Additionally, it can be fused with the frozen turtle shell. Though Lin Jia had yet to acquire the latter, so he chose to disregard it for now. Lastly, there was the aura, which could be crafted into the Pumpkin Moon Medallion using 30 pumpkins, 10 holy bars, and 5 auras, serving as a summoning artifact for the Pumpkin Moon. Moreover, 20 silk, 5 souls of fright, and 5 auras could be combined to create the Naughty Gift, the summoning item for Frost Moon. Lin Jia did not have a pressing need for the Frost Moon. The items dropped during that event held little value for him. Conversely, the Pumpkin Moon was of great utility, as it provided crucial items such as the Headless Horseman's sword dropped by the Pumpkin King and the necessary accessory, the Necromancer's Scroll, which increases the summoning limit. The former is one of the materials for crafting the Zenith Sword, while the latter enhances summoning capabilities. Furthermore, the Pumpkin Moon also offers a Summoner's Whip, the last set of equipment for a summoner before graduation, an amount that Lin Jia particularly cherishes. In summary, the Pumpkin Moon was an event Lin Jia eagerly anticipated, just as Lin Jia was preparing to check on the situation at the Twilight Lake. A notification appeared in the lower left corner. Celestial beings are about to invade. Immediately, a burst of blue light filled the room, and the cell creature reappeared within. This is rather disappointing. How could only one item drop? Upon returning home, the cell creature disdainfully tossed a machine onto the ground. This item is of great significance. Lin Jia picked up the ancient operating machine from the floor and gathered it with the mithril anvil and other crafting blocks. Let us embark on a quest to conquer the 4 pillars of divinity. We shall leave the daylight pillar for now, as I find myself disinclined to wield those 2 weapons. Glancing at the time, I realize that dusk is still a considerable way off, and summoning the Pumpkin Moon will require some patience. The 4 pillars consist of the Daylight Pillar, the Starry Pillar, the Celestial Pillar, and the Nebula Pillar, each corresponding to a distinct class within Terraria. Upon the demise of these pillars, the ultimate entity, the Moon Lord, shall descend upon this realm. However, Lin Jia is currently unprepared to face the Moon Lord, opting instead to preserve 1 Daylight Pillar until after the Pumpkin Moon event has transpired. These pillars are situated in the cardinal directions of the island, north, south, east, and west. Lin Jia ventured north, while the cell person proceeded south, and they agreed to rendezvous in the west to shatter the 3rd pillar together. Your mind becomes numb. You are engulfed in anguish, as a sinister voice echoes incessantly in your ears. Under their separate endeavors, the 3 pillars were swiftly reduced to fragments. The cell person clutched his fiery head, his vision blurring. What is happening? Am I becoming nearsighted? Do not fret. It is a normal occurrence. Once the moon is vanquished, all will be well. Lin Jia eagerly approached the ancient manipulator and crafted the Stardust Dragon Staff, the weapon he coveted most among the pillar weapons. Prior to his journey, there were endless debates online regarding the summoner's ultimate weapon. The prevailing opinions were twofold. One was the Terra Prisma, which only the Daytime Empress would drop, and the other was the Stardust Dragon Staff. Each weapon had its merits. The Terra Prisma excelled in crowd control, boasting a superb targeting mechanism that allowed for worry-free grinding. In contrast, The Stardust Dragon Staff could inflict substantial damage on singular foes, though it came with the caveat of its notorious phrase, "The Stardust Dragon never protects its master." Regardless, it is still too early to challenge the Daytime Empress. Undoubtedly, the Stardust Dragon Staff is superior to other summoning weapons, especially since Lin Jia retains the Firecracker Whip, which perfectly complements it. After spending over 20 platinum coins at the Goblin Tinkerer, Lin Jia finally acquired the relentless Stardust Dragon Staff. Exhaling deeply, he marveled at the Platinum Devourer, suppressing the urge to slay the Goblin Tinkerer in a fit of excitement, and summoned the Stardust Dragon. The blue and yellow dragon's head and body, lacking wings or any means of flight, floated gracefully through the air, akin to a fish gliding through water. Yet, having summoned only 2 segments of the dragon's body, Lin Jia reached his limit. The creature, rather than resembling a dragon, appeared more akin to a worm, which left Lin Jia feeling somewhat disheartened. The longer the Stardust Dragon's segments, the greater the damage it could inflict, but with only 2 segments, the damage output remained disappointingly low. Chapter 24. The Moon Lord Descends. With the summoning of the Stardust Dragon now cancelled, as it had proven to be of little utility, Lin Jia retrieved the Storm Staff he had earlier acquired from the treasure bag of the Pig Shark. The damage inflicted by this summoning weapon is quite substantial, making it a suitable option for transitional use. 2 azure tornadoes materialized beside Lin Jia, within which a shark can be faintly discerned, ensnared by the swirling winds. As dusk descends, the moment is ripe for summoning the Pumpkin Moon. Lin Jia retrieves his summoning item and invokes the Pumpkin Moon. As it ascends, the pale moon that had just graced the sky transforms, in the instant of the prompt's appearance, into a grinning pumpkin visage. This event is rather unremarkable. It is merely a chaotic brawl, devoid of suspense beneath the infinitely penetrating blade of the Terra Sword. After spending the better part of the night obtaining the desired items, Lin Jia seamlessly transitions, exchanging the Pumpkin Moon for the Frost Moon. After a night of relentless battle, when the Cell Person emerges from his room, he is greeted by a plethora of dropped items and coins scattered across the ground. "Wow, Lin Jia, what did you do last night? There are so many items." The Cell Person steps outside and discovers Lin Jia rummaging through the pile of loot in search of something. "Oh, nothing much, just farming some monsters," Lin Jia replies, rising from the heap of items while equipping the Witch's Broom as his mount. Although the gelatinous mount is quite effective in combat, Lin Jia prefers the Witch's Broom for daily use. It not only offers unlimited flight time and commendable speed, but also does not alter his character's size, allowing for effortless navigation through doorways while mounted. On another note, Lin Jia finds himself pondering why the Headless Horseman's sword is dropped by the Pumpkin King. "Stop staring. Come help me organize this. There's simply too much," he urges. Lin Jia stores the previously mentioned items in his backpack, subsequently leaving behind the remaining loot to return home. All right, I just woke up, and you're already putting me to work." The Cell Person grumbles as he approaches the pile of items, beginning to tidy up. Opening a special chest, Lin Jia places the Headless Horseman's sword inside. This chest is designated for storing the synthesis materials for the Zenith Sword, ensuring that he can easily locate them once he has gathered all the necessary components. Afterward, Lin Jia travels to the jungle via the Crystal Tower, where he purchases the Hercules beetle and the dwarven necklace from a witch residing there, the latter being available only at specific times, which I shall omit. In summary, Lin Jia scurries across the island, collecting the most potent summoner accessories available at this stage. His equipment consists of a sinister set crafted from the eerie wood dropped by the small AI Mu during the Pumpkin Moon event. In Terraria, each character possesses 3 equipment slots, allowing for the seamless switching of all accessories and armor. However, Lin Jia is perplexed to find that he possesses 4 such sets, leading him to initially believe that this world had some peculiarities. Alas, it does not. Let us consider this a convenient patch for switching between 4 classes, which is not of great significance. It is worth noting that the Summoner class is particularly well suited for Lin Jia, especially when commanding the mindless awakened skeletons. Regardless of their clumsy maneuvers, as long as their summons are formidable, victory is assured. The only regret is that Lin Jia can only replicate himself under the condition of close combat. Even if it involves the use of close-range weapons in a barrage, it must at least be a melee weapon or manifest in the form of one. For instance, a whip wielded by a summoner could also trigger the ability. With that in mind, it seems feasible to eliminate the Moon Lord and subsequently await a Martian invasion to wield the Blade of Tides, allowing him to frolic in the world of dead cells. As Lin Jia gazed at his 2 commendable sets of equipment, he decided to first venture into the Glimmering Lake, followed by farming the Sun Pillar. Upon arriving at the Glimmering Lake, he noticed that his stock of over 400 vials of memory potions was nearly depleted. Yet the number of awakened skeletons showed no signs of dwindling. They remained a veritable sea of bodies. Wait, hold on, let them refrain from drinking for now. Lin Jia instructed the glimmering skeleton distributing the memory potions, transform 100 of them to seek enchanted swords first. Sure thing, boss. After relaying his instructions to the glimmering skeleton, Lin Jia summoned the cell person and approached the sun pillar. The azure sky transitioned to a vibrant orange-red, seemingly mirroring Lin Jia's restless spirit. The apocalypse of the moon loomed ever closer, without a hint of suspense, even though the centipede within the sun pillar was quite repulsive. It would not endure for long under their combined might. Within half an hour, it was reduced to mere fragments. Prepare yourselves, the finale is upon us. Lin Jia switched to his warrior set, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Moon Lord. The cell person rubbed his large eyes in confusion, asking, "Why can't I see clearly again? I can see double. It won't be long now, perhaps another minute or two." Lin Jia responded excitedly as he consumed the enhancement potions one by one. As their vision grew increasingly blurred, everything before them became a surreal haze until, suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped the entire world, causing both Lin Jia and the cell person to momentarily lose their sight. When their vision returned, they found a humanoid creature with only its upper body looming behind them. The appearance of the Moon Lord was quite in line with the common stereotype of Cthulhu, its chin adorned with tentacles and 5 eyeballs on its face, eliciting Lin Jia's exclamation of disgust. How grotesque. Chapter 25, The Terra Toilet. In the Moon Lord's right hand, a blue eye opened wide, unleashing a barrage of blue projectiles towards the two. Fortunately, these ordinary projectiles were easily handled by the cell person's assault shield. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jia unleashed a furious assault on the Moon Lord's eye with his Terra Blade. The cell person also brandished his star crystal machine gun, unleashing a relentless volley upon that very eye. However, their assault did not last long. The Moon Lord's eye swiftly closed, causing all their attacks to slide harmlessly off its eyelid, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What is going on? Why did it take no damage when it closed its eyes? The cell person looked at the Moon Lord in astonishment, feeling profoundly shaken. In his own world, such occurrences were not unheard of, where damage could not be inflicted during certain time frames. Yet, upon the surface of that body, there existed a conspicuous golden shield, signifying its invulnerability. What could be the matter with this creature? Could it truly become immune to damage merely by closing its eyes? Perhaps its eyelids are exceptionally thick. Lin Jia paid no heed to such trivialities, swiftly switching his item to the Chaos Teleportation Staff, transporting it into the grasp of the Moon Lord's other hand, and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the newly opened eye. Under the orchestrations of Lin Jia and the cell person, the eyes in the Moon Lord's hands and the one at the center of its forehead detached, floating in the air akin to the Eye of Cthulhu, relentlessly firing projectiles and lasers. At this juncture, the point of impact on the Moon Lord had shifted to its heart. In comparison to the first phase, the second phase, despite its increased firepower, posed even fewer troubles for the duo. After all, the heart lacked eyelids to shield it from harm. As the Moon Lord's health bar was depleted, its body radiated a brilliant light once more. When Lin Jia and his companion regained their sight, they beheld the Moon Lord's form beginning to disintegrate, with numerous explosions erupting upon it, resembling a culmination of their prior assaults. Following another burst of white light, the flesh upon the Moon Lord's body vanished in an instant, leaving behind an oddly shaped skeleton that collapsed to the ground. Finally, they had cleared the level. Lin Jia caught the treasure bag that floated in the air, enveloped by an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, even though much of it was derived from exploiting advantages. Is this truly the end? It seems rather simplistic. The cell person was somewhat bewildered. The pressure he had just experienced felt less daunting than that of the king's hand. Lin Jia was tempted to roll his eyes at the cell person. One must consider that Terraria and dead cells are not of the same genre, and thus, the sense of pressure they impart is not comparable. Moreover, this was merely the original Terraria. Had it been enhanced, it would have been different. Shaking his head to dismiss such meaningless thoughts, Lin Jia rubbed his hands together and retrieved the ice snow magic mirror to return home. He was not in a rush to open the treasure bag, but instead glanced at the time, realizing there were still 2 hours until dawn. It would be futile to attempt another Moon Lord fight in such a short span. This treasure bag must yield the necessary items. The summoning materials for the Moon Lord could indeed be crafted, but the issue lay in the scarcity of materials. The synthesis required 4 celestial fragments. Yet aside from the solar fragments, only a few of the other 3 remained. Deciding to retire for the night, Lin Jia resolved to choose an auspicious day to open the bag. Upon returning home through the magic mirror, the cell person observed Lin Jia, who had already succumbed to slumber, perplexed by his sudden inclination to sleep. Is he really going to bed now? What is this about? Never mind. I shall wait until tomorrow to address him. The cell person muttered a few words and then turned to study the ultimate prism. Several slender beams of rainbow light appeared at the pinnacle of the final prism, gradually converging towards the center. However, before these beams could coalesce, The cell person's blue bar was entirely depleted. TSK, why has it run out again? This weapon's design is utterly unreasonable. The cell person scratched his fiery head, feeling a twinge of frustration. His interest in using the ultimate prism as a weapon was minimal. He simply yearned to witness the effects of its attack. Unfortunately, its duration was less than a second, leaving him quite vexed. Never mind, he would inquire about it once Lin Jia awakened, as this device seemed considerably more entertaining. Tossing aside the ultimate prism that had caused him so much frustration, he retrieved a teleportation gun and began to fiddle with it. He constructed 2 walls positioned closely together, opening a portal in the front and another at the back. Wow, I can clearly see my own back. The cell person reached forward, extending his arm through the portal and playfully slapping his own back. How amusing. Wait, an idea has struck me. Upon awakening, Lin Jia glanced at the time, which coincidentally read 6 o'clock. He rolled out of bed and raised the sun emblem in his hand. A solar eclipse was occurring. He decided to acquire the shattered hero's sword and the perverse dagger, as the invisibility effect remained quite useful. Contemplating this, Lin Jia resolved to venture out and hunt monsters. But just as his foot crossed the threshold, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, and the scene before him quivered. What was happening? Although he felt his body descending, his perspective was erratically bouncing up and down. Lowering his gaze, Lin Jia first glimpsed his skeletal feet, followed by his own head below. Cell person, are you insane? Why open a portal at the door? In that instant, Lin Jia comprehended the situation and shouted at the cell person, whose whereabouts were unknown. Don't be so worked up. You can easily dash out. So what is there to fear? The cell person leaped down from the roof, his large eyes squinting with delight. Lin Jia said nothing, merely gestured with a middle finger before switching to summoner gear, sending Shark Dragon to hunt monsters while he inquired about the items the cell person had obtained from the treasure pouch the previous day. Is that all? By the way, how does one use this ultimate prism? It seems impossible to activate. The cell person began to showcase each item acquired the previous day. Lin Jia was taken aback. If he had not misjudged, it appeared that the cell person was holding the rainbow cat blade and the fury of the starry sky. However, soon enough, his attention was captivated by the ultimate prism in the cell person's possession. The ultimate prism? With your meager magical power, it's no surprise you can't use it. Lin Jia was well aware of the immense magical energy required for the ultimate prism, with merely 200 points of magic. It could be said that the endeavor was doomed before it even began. You should seek items related to magical power, such as those that reduce magic consumption, automatically consume blue potions, or increase maximum blue capacity. The items omitted in the ellipsis are related accessories, having not experienced the mage class and recently being involved with disasters. I want to elaborate further. Listening to the names spilling from Lin Jia's lips, the cell person's expression gradually became blank, and if he had a mouth, he might have drooled. Stop, stop, stop. Enough already. Aren't you supposed to gather equipment for 4 classes? Be sure to get me a set too. The cellman, weary of hearing another word, covered his non-existent ears and hastily retreated into the house. Lin Jia, shaking his head in resignation, stepped away from the portal and picked up the shattered hero's sword from the scattered debris nearby. Upon returning home, he retrieved a long-prepared toilet and stood before the mithril anvil. As the toilet collided with the broken hero's sword, a blinding burst of emerald light erupted, only to recede almost immediately, leaving the silvery toilet tinged with green. The Terra Toilet. Chapter 26. The Terra Blade. First, Lin Jia visited the glimmering lake, where he dipped his hand into the water to cleanse it, ultimately tossing in a platinum coin. Back at home, he seated himself upon the Terra Toilet, experiencing the mightiest commode in Terraria. Gulping down a bottle of luck potion, Lin Jia released a ladybug he had captured earlier and reached out to touch it. Although it seemed only naturally spawned creatures bore any significance, he remained undeterred. He patted the garden gnome and the bone torch nearby, finally exchanging an accessory for a lucky horseshoe. Regrettably, lacking both the pink pearl and the lucky coin, he resolved that having performed numerous fortuitous enhancements, with both mechanics and mysticism at play, he would not be deterred from obtaining the desired items. Retrieving his treasure bag, Lin Jia promptly chose to open it. The suspicious tentacle, celestial star map, gravity ball, and nightlight were all expected outcomes. Next came the other weapons, celebratory cannon 2 and space dolphin machine gun. Remarkably, all were ranged weapons. Then there was this, the ultimate prism. Upon comprehending the contents of the treasure bag, Lin Jia felt an overwhelming urge to discard these worthless trinkets. What are you doing? Why is this room in such disarray? The cell man entered, witnessing the chaotic scene. Nothing, merely some useless items, Lin Jia replied, feigning nonchalance despite his irritation. The cell man scratched his head, having come in due to Lin Jia's earlier outburst, wondering if he had misheard. By the way, there were 2 melee weapons from yesterday's haul. You can have them, the cell man recalled. setting aside his confusion as he retrieved the wrath of the celestial star and the rainbow-capped blade. Lin Jia, upon seeing the Cellman toss these two weapons onto the ground, felt a sense of suffocation, even as a skeleton that required no breath. Damn it. The luck of that rascal is staggering. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. These two guns are yours to play with. They are quite suitable as graduation weapons for a marksman, Lin Jia remarked, picking up the wrath of the celestial star and rainbow-capped blade from the ground, while also handing the celebratory cannon 2 and space dolphin machine gun to the Cellman, along with corresponding ammunition. These two guns look quite impressive. Can you assist me with the accessories? Sure. Go ahead and enjoy. Lin Jia waved his hand, signaling his disinterest in further conversation with the fortunate Cellman. Rising from the Terra toilet, Lin Jia carefully placed the two weapons into the dedicated chest for the Zenith sword. Both weapons were indeed quite effective. Though the Terra blade felt more intuitive to wield, the slight difference in damage was negligible. The rainbow cap blade, renowned as the weapon with the highest base damage in its original form, was also referred to as the Cloud Play blade. The tale behind it need not be elaborated. Suffice it to say, those who understand, understand. The Fury of the Stars bore a similar attack style to the Star Fury, yet the falling star could inflict double the weapon's base damage. With that in mind, only the enchanted sword and the wave blade remained. Lin Jia took stock of the materials needed for the Zenith sword and realized he was merely short these two weapons. Provided there were no complications with acquiring the enchanted sword, the creation of the Zenith sword was merely a matter of time. As Lin Jia pondered this, a glowing skeleton burst through the door, breathlessly exclaiming, "Boss, we found it. We located the sword tomb you seek." Really? Lin Jia exclaimed, joyfully closing the chest, his hands instinctively rubbing together in excitement. If the enchanted sword was within reach, only the wave blade would remain. Shaking off his daydreams of the future, Lin Jia quickly followed the glowing skeleton to the sword tomb he had mentioned. They arrived at a verdant cavern, with a raised area at its center surrounded by lower ground. At the heart of this elevated terrain, the hilt of a blue longsword protruded into the air, while the blade lay concealed within the stone. This must be it, Lin Jia thought, taking a deep breath as he brandished his sunlight pickaxe and began to excavate the sword tomb. The blue hilt vanished as Lin Jia unearthed the entire sword with his pickaxe. However, as he gazed upon the green longsword that emerged, he fell into a state of utter silence. "What on earth?" he exclaimed. The item that had materialized was not the enchanted sword he had longed for, but rather the exceedingly rare Terra magic blade, which had a mere 2-drop rate. While its rarity was undeniable, it was of no use to Lin Jia. What he sought was the enchanted sword necessary for crafting the Zenith sword. What good was rarity if it served no purpose? "Boss, please, don't be upset. There's another one." The glowing skeleton, sensing Lin Jia's rising frustration, rushed to console him. Another one? Lin Jia, momentarily calmed, was almost on the verge of explosion. Why was luck absent when it was needed, yet present at such a time? Was this a case of reverse fortune? No, he decided. He must wait for the effects of the glowing lake to wear off. Who knew if he would encounter another item of such absurdity? Delaying the creation of the Zenith sword even longer. With this thought, Lin Jia returned to the surface, biding his time for the lucky effect to dissipate. At that moment, a small flying saucer, illuminated by a green scanning beam, came into view beneath him. What? Martian invasion. Lin Jia sprang into action, his previous ire dissipating entirely. Chapter 27. The Legendary Zenith Sword. He swiftly cancelled his summoning, flapping his wings to enter the radiant green light. Upon detecting Lin Jia, the green light shifted to red, and the small flying saucer, seemingly fearful of being vanquished, made a hasty retreat. "We must hurry. At long last, the blade of tidal surge is within reach." As he observed the small spacecraft vanish into the cosmos, Lin Jia felt an undeniable sense of relief. Provided that no unforeseen events transpired, once the Martian invasion concluded, the Zenith sword would be at his disposal. In a buoyant mood, Lin Jia followed the glimmering skeleton to another location housing a sword tomb. Fortunately, this time no peculiar incidents occurred, and an enchanted sword appeared before Lin Jia in its entirety. A notification declaring the Martians' impending invasion materialized in the lower left corner. Yet the elation on Lin Jia's face was unmistakable, betraying his otherwise stoic demeanor. "Invasion is upon us. Let it come swiftly. Once I acquire the blade of tidal surge, the Zenith sword will be but a mere formality." With a lightness in his step, Lin Jia returned home, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Martian onslaught. As bizarre creatures emerged, a colossal spacecraft also came into view. At last it had arrived, originally intending for his subordinates to handle the lesser adversaries. Lin Jia rose from his perch, his Terra blade yearning for action. A surge of verdant sword energy pierced through the spacecraft, causing metallic fragments to rain down. Amidst a tremor, weapons dislodged from the craft, and a robust beam of energy coalesced beneath it. Whoosh! An energy beam, almost as thick as the spacecraft itself, materialized below him, yet its downward trajectory left Lin Jia bemused. No matter how formidable an attack may be, if it cannot strike a target, it is of little consequence. With a flap of his wings, Lin Jia soared above the spacecraft, deftly evading the laser assault. As the final wave of green sword energy erupted forth, the spacecraft was torn asunder, breaking into several fragments. There it is. Lin Jia extended his hand and effortlessly caught the descending blade of tidal surge in midair. Finally, at long last, his exuberant exclamation was abruptly halted as a troubling thought crossed his mind. During his previous encounters with the Century Flower, it seemed he had not obtained the seed scimitar. Alas, his spirits plummeted, leaving him with a sense of ennui. Sighing in resignation, Lin Jia resolved to hunt once more, wondering what else he could do. To his dismay, he discovered that the Crystal Tower could not be utilized during the invasion event. After several days of back and forth, Lin Jia gazed at the seed scimitar in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. He had assumed the seed scimitar would be the easiest item to acquire. Yet he had slain 6 Century Flowers. 6. The first 5 had stubbornly refused to yield the seed scimitar, while other weapons had dropped in abundance. Nevertheless, upon surveying the array of weapons in his possession, Lin Jia could not help but erupt into a raucous laughter. At last, he had gathered them all. From the humble copper short sword to the enchanted sword, the Star Fury, the Beekeeper, the post-mortem seed scimitar, the Headless Horseman's sword, the blade of tidal surge, and the ultimate drop, the Fury of the Celestial Star, the Rainbow Cap blade, along with the hero's Terra blade. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia meticulously placed each of these weapons upon the mithril anvil. Notably, for the sake of ceremony, he had expended nearly 100 platinum to transform these materials into legendary artifacts. At the moment when these 10 weapons converged upon the mithril anvil, a dazzling radiance erupted from each of them. The enchanting blue of the enchanted sword, the delicate pink of the Star Fury, the deep black of the Beekeeper's blade, the verdant green of the seed scimitar, the bright orange of the Headless Horseman's sword, the vivid azure of the wave blade, the striking magenta of the Celestial Fury, the kaleidoscopic hues of the Rainbow Cat's blade, the luminous green of the Terra blade, and finally, though humble, the copper short sword that still managed to emit its own warm brown glow. The 10 weapons floated in the air, gradually forming a circle, with the 9 weapons surrounding the copper short sword as if they were stars adoring the moon, while the short sword was elevated slightly above the others. Under Lin Jia's gaze, these weapons began to rotate slowly, the circle they formed shrinking gradually as the figures of the 9 weapons became increasingly indistinct, leaving only the shape of the copper short sword discernible at the center. The speed of the rotation quickened, the circle diminished further, and specks of light emerged from the center. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, causing Lin Jia to instinctively shield his eyes. As tranquility returned, a long sword lay quietly on the mithril anvil, a blade interwoven with blue and white, its hilt adorned in green, at its center a purple gem radiating brilliance, waiting patiently for its rightful owner. This was the sword of Infinite +1, the Zenith blade, the culmination of his journey. Lin Jia reached out to grasp the hilt of the Zenith blade, an odd sensation coursing through him from the sword. Despite its grand appearance, it felt lighter than even half of the Terra blade. He even sensed an ethereal quality to the sword in his hand, as if it were but an illusion. Tentatively, he swung the blade, and in an instant, the Zenith blade vanished, transforming into the Celestial Fury, slicing towards the direction he was gazing, leaving a trail of magenta in its wake. When the Celestial Fury returned to Lin Jia's hand, the Zenith blade reappeared. What a peculiar sensation. Lin Jia couldn't shake the feeling that the Zenith blade was not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Perhaps its true usage transcended the form of a sword. With a flicker of thought, the Zenith blade dissipated, replaced by the 17 weapons that constituted it, flying towards the scarecrow he envisioned. The reason for the 17 was that the true Severing Steel Sword and the true Eternal Night Blade, used to synthesize the Terra Blade, were included, along with the materials for the Eternal Night Blade's creation. Even the Magic Light Sword, belonging to the corrupted terrain and corresponding to the Bloody Butcher, appeared behind Lin Jia. The original version contained fewer weapons. This is a minor alteration. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic spectacle before him, Lin Jia felt an indescribable surge of emotion. All the effort over these many days had been for this very moment. Yet, he wished he could directly wield one of those swords. Although the Zenith blade was powerful, it was not always practical. For instance, it would be excessive to use it against a mere minion. The moment this thought crossed Lin Jia's mind, the swords behind him converged once more, reshaping themselves into the form of the Zenith blade. In the moment the Zenith sword fell into Lin Jia's hands, it transformed into the visage of the Terra blade. Quite impressive. Lin Jia marveled at the Terra blade in his grasp. swinging it with vigor as a familiar green sword energy shot forth. Unlike before, this energy's damage had significantly increased, likely comparable to that of the Zenith sword. If this were the case, it would indeed be a substantial nerf for the Rainbow Catblade. With a mere thought, the Terra Blade morphed into the Rainbow Catblade. Let us slay the Moon Lord for some excitement, he mused, transforming the Rainbow Catblade back into the Zenith sword. Lin Jia donned the newly crafted Daybreak set. The encounter with the Moon Lord was not solely for the thrill of battle, it was also to acquire the Night Shard, an essential material for crafting the endgame set. Currently, Lin Jia had graduated with the Warrior set, while for the other 3 classes, he had only assembled some accessories and weapons for the Summoner, with the remaining 2 yet to be initiated. Before proceeding, Lin Jia made a brief visit to the Glimmering Lake, tossing in a platinum coin to enhance his luck. Upon returning home, he approached the Platinum Devourer, his hands trembling slightly as he placed the Zenith sword within. Weak Zenith sword, shattered Zenith sword, light Zenith sword, strong Zenith sword, grand Zenith sword, legendary Zenith sword, small Zenith sword, he lamented. Truth be told, Lin Jia felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Having achieved legendary attributes, he had unwittingly discarded them. What a hand I have. Alas, he could only grit his teeth and continue grinding. Fortunately, the skeletons had brought him considerable wealth, alleviating any immediate financial concerns. Chapter 28. The Moon Lord in Terraria. When the Cell Man returned from the Sacred Land, he beheld Lin Jia preparing to confront the Moon Lord. What are you up to? The Cell Man inquired, eyeing the circular object in Lin Jia's hands with curiosity. Adopting an air of mystery, Lin Jia replied, I'm going to slay the Moon Lord again. Just watch. The Moon Lord? Haven't we defeated him already? Without addressing the Cell Man's confusion, Lin Jia summoned the Moon Lord directly. A familiar white light flashed, and Lin Jia brandished the legendary Zenith sword. Behold the sword of infinite enhancement. Lin Jia proclaimed dramatically, his words tailored for the Cell Man's ears. Infinite enhancement? What does that mean? You've got to be kidding. Before the Cell Man could finish his bewildered statement, several familiar weapons soared through the air, his tone shifting from confusion to astonishment. Perhaps due to the synthesis materials being entirely legendary, the Zenith sword's damage was extraordinarily high, with but a single blink from the Moon Lord. He fell victim to the tempestuous onslaught of the Zenith sword. This damage is staggering. Even though Lin Jia had anticipated it, he was still taken aback by the terrifying power of the Zenith sword. Under the overwhelming damage inflicted by the Zenith sword, the Moon Lord met an inevitable demise at Lin Jia's hands. Wow, that weapon is incredibly powerful. Can I give it a try? The Cell Man's eyes sparkled with excitement, coveting the Zenith sword that Lin Jia wielded. Dream on. I haven't had enough fun with it myself. Lin Jia sheathed the Zenith sword, clearly cherishing this precious artifact. The Cell Person, feeling a bit miffed, retracted his hand and muttered under his breath, what a miser. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of excitement as a thought struck him, his large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Could you possibly procure one for me? Just as Lin Jia was about to decline the Cell Person's request, considering the limited number of enchanted swords in Miramesa, thus rendering the creation of a second one impossible, a notification indicated that the Sword Soul had arrived. Huh? Lin Jia stared curiously at the prompt in the lower left corner. Is that even in Terraria? I don't recall that. Finding the room on the map, Lin Jia proceeded directly, intent on investigating the situation. Hey, where are you going? You haven't even said whether you do it or not. The Cell Person exclaimed, genuinely eager to wield the Zenith sword. This weapon was undeniably magnificent. Who wouldn't be entranced by a weapon controlled by thought? Let us discuss this later, Lin Jia replied, if this aligns with my expectations. Then crafting your Zenith sword may not be out of reach. He gestured for the Cell Person to follow, while pondering the purpose of the so-called Sword Soul. Upon arriving outside the room, they were greeted by the guide, who stood at the doorway. Acknowledging their arrival, the guide, aware of their inquiries, motioned for them to hold their questions and began speaking. The Sword Soul is a reward for your defeat of the Moon Lord. Wait, guide. Aren't you supposed to refer to me as an outsider? Lin Jia noted the change in address with curiosity, but it was evident that the guide had no intention of clarifying. Patience, let me elaborate. Once he had calmed Lin Jia, the guide continued. Each time a manifestation of the Moon Lord perishes, your dominion over this world increases incrementally. I know what you wish to ask. The Moon Lord you previously defeated was indeed a manifestation, just as you surmised. The Moon Lord is deeply entwined with what is known as Cthulhu. However, his true form has been forsaken by the so-called Cthulhu pantheon. From the guide's words, Lin Jia gleaned the intricate connections between the Moon Lord and Terraria. In summary, the island where Lin Jia currently resided was once part of Terraria itself. Yet the world had been reduced to this fragment and another island across the sea in the battle against the Moon Lord. Despite the Moon Lord's true form having succumbed to a slumber in that cataclysmic clash, sealed away by the entire Tree Spirit clan, his power continued to gradually recover. Thus, The strategy of summoning manifestations to weaken the Moon Lord's strength emerged as the optimal solution. Those malevolent terrains and anything bearing the name Cthulhu were intrinsically linked to the Moon Lord, essentially comprising parts of him. The change in the guide's address was a reflection of Lin Jia's newfound connection to the power of Terraria, no longer merely an outsider. After absorbing the guide's revelations, Lin Jia, filled with eagerness, brandished the Zenith Sword and inquired, "The true form? Can it withstand the depths beneath the Zenith Sword?" The guide shook his head, expressing a sense of resignation as he spoke. "The true form of the Moon Lord has been sealed in this realm for far too long, and it has long since become indistinguishable from this world. Utilizing the weapons of this realm will not suffice to vanquish him entirely. This is also the reason he was forsaken by the Cthulhu pantheon." "Well then, that cell being, could you bring forth the frying pan?" Lin Jia called upon the nearby cell being to present the frying pan, showcasing it before the guide and inquiring, "How about this? It is permissible, although rather feeble." The guide replied with a calm nod, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Chapter 29. The Celestial Sentinel Wait for Me. Lin Jia produced the ice and snow magic mirror and was instantly transported home. He retrieved the cursed blade and returned via wormhole potion. Holding the blade aloft as he asked, "What about this? Are you dissatisfied with the current chaos? Have you provoked the deity from another realm as well?" The guide's expression shifted to one of exasperation. The situation in Terraria was already tumultuous enough, and the thought of inciting another divine being left him at a loss. "Ah, I see." Lin Jia scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he sheathed the cursed blade. By the way, back to the main topic. The guide did not linger on this matter and returned to the topic of the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit is a reward you will receive after defeating the Moon Lord, and it offers only a single item for sale, known as the Celestial Soul. Celestial Soul? Lin Jia repeated the name, falling into contemplation, pondering its significance. "For specifics, you may inquire with the Sword Spirit. I shall not presume to interfere." The guide concluded before departing. "Hey, what are you pondering?" The cell being nudged Lin Jia, who was also intrigued by the Sword Spirit. Oh, let us go." Lin Jia snapped back to reality, taking a few steps forward to push open the door. As the door swung open, a translucent humanoid figure awaited them. Having been there for quite some time. "Greetings, brave one." The voice of the Sword Spirit resonated with an ethereal quality, evoking a sense of both reality and illusion, as if it did not truly belong to this world. "You know me?" Lin Jia pointed to himself, puzzled as to how this entity could recognize him. "Naturally. As I exist because of you, I am well aware of your identity." The Sword Spirit nodded, swiftly continuing without allowing Lin Jia to pose further questions. "I can provide you with the Celestial Soul, which bestows upon melee weapons an attack style akin to that of the Celestial Blade. To enable other weapons to wield the attack style of the Celestial Blade? That is rather intriguing." Lin Jia felt a surge of interest and intended to access the trading interface of the Sword Spirit directly. Do not rush, brave one. Acquiring the Celestial Soul requires more than mere currency. There are prerequisites." The Sword Spirit stepped back, evading Lin Jia's reaching hand, and continued, "As a traveler from another world, you may only obtain one Celestial Soul per realm. Before acquiring the corresponding Celestial Soul, you must fulfill certain conditions, consider them akin to achievements." Lin Jia nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "So what you mean is, if I achieve specific accomplishments in each world, I can purchase a corresponding Zenith Soul from you?" "Indeed, at present, you cannot acquire a single Zenith Soul," replied the Sword Soul, falling silent thereafter and awaiting Lin Jia's exploration of the shop. Lin Jia promptly accessed the Sword Soul store, where he beheld 3 Zenith Souls, each of a distinct hue. Wasn't it said that there was only one? Why are there 3? With this perplexity in mind, Lin Jia focused on the first Zenith Soul. Zenith Soul, Clash of Clans, Royale Wars, purchase condition, resolve the issue of the world's biological consciousness being erased. Zenith Soul, Terraria, purchase condition, purify this world. Zenith Soul, Dead Cells, purchase condition, resolve the plague. I see. Although they are indeed the same entity, their unlocking conditions differ, resulting in 3 variants. However, as Lin Jia exited the shop interface, his dark, hollow eyes fixated intensely on the Sword Soul, lost in contemplation. "These names have been extracted and designated from your memories. Brave one, I am unaware of their intrinsic meanings." The Sword Soul seemed to sense Lin Jia's confusion and explained, "Is that so?" Lin Jia nodded, uncertain of his own thoughts, before turning to leave. Why is he leaving? Isn't he going to make a purchase?" The cell person gazed curiously at Lin Jia's retreating figure and, propelled by intrigue, reopened the Sword Soul shop interface. Unfamiliar with the affairs of the Royale Wars world and having no inkling thereof, Lin Jia found the purification in Terraria quite manageable. He could simply have the glowing skeleton wield an environmental modification gun to spray about. Acquiring it was merely a matter of events. Conversely, the plague in the Dead Cells world was indeed formidable. It was astonishing that something so trivial as a virus could endow the infected, those very monsters, with the ability to teleport to the cell person's vicinity. The notion of a mere virus granting spatial capabilities was utterly ludicrous. Lost in thought, Lin Jia returned home, where he synthesized a complete starry set using the luminous ore obtained from his second defeat of the moon boss. "Oh, you're not fleeing but rather approaching me?" Lin Jia, hands on his hips, remarked indignantly at the approaching cell person. "What are you acting so crazy for?" The cell person looked at Lin Jia with a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by his antics. "TCH, how dull." Lin Jia dismissed his exaggerated performance, patting the starry guardian behind him and, with a hint of pride, declared to the cell person, "So, what do you think? Isn't it splendid?" At Lin Jia's words, the cell person finally noticed the floating figure behind him. The golden mask concealed the entirety of its visage, and its blue physique, robust as if sculpted by blades and chisels, exuded an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Golden pauldrons adorned its shoulders, and radiant golden bracelets gleamed at its wrists. Instead of legs, it bore only golden embellishments. Behind the starry guardian, a golden ring floated gently. Quite striking, indeed. What kind of summon is this? The cellular being cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the celestial guardian. Strangely enough, when Lin Jia had previously assumed that particular stance, he felt no sense of incongruity. Rather, it seemed entirely fitting for the celestial guardian to stand behind him. The celestial armor's inherent effects were palpable, as Lin Jia, in a fluid motion, withdrew a kaleidoscope and struck a nearby training dummy with a whip. Crack! In a flurry of air displacement, the kaleidoscope marked the dummy, and the celestial guardian, moving with near instantaneous speed, appeared before the dummy. Its golden-banded hands swung in rapid succession, creating a mesmerizing blur of motion. "Wow, that is utterly magnificent." The cellular being's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the celestial guardian with an almost entranced expression. Lin Jia, pleased with the cellular being's reaction, stepped back a few paces, allowing the dummy to evade the guardian's assault. If one were to consider the celestial guardian's shortcomings, they would likely pertain to its limited range and relatively low damage output. However, Lin Jia's attention was drawn to an awakened skeleton that had materialized beside him, also accompanied by a floating celestial guardian, poised for the arrival of adversaries. Before the might of the celestial guardian legion, nothing stood a chance of survival. Chapter 30. Terra Prism, turning his thoughts to the summoner's graduation set. Lin Jia glanced at the summoning weapon in his grasp. He was currently wielding a combination of the celestial dragon staff and the storm staff, employing the latter for crowd control and the former for focus strikes. It seemed the time had come to vanquish the Daylight Empress. Lin Jia promptly switched his gear to the warrior's set. Although the celestial guardian was striking, the zenith sword was currently his favored weapon. In addition to the Terra Prism, the summoner's ultimate weapon, Lin Jia sought another coveted item from the Daylight Empress, the Jewel of Light. This artifact served as a luminous companion, illuminating the surrounding space. Presently, Lin Jia possessed a dubious tentacle dropped by the moon total, summoning a glowing eyeball that was notably larger than his own head, adorned with a mass of verdant tentacles, which appeared rather unsettling. In contrast, the Jewel of Light held the potential to summon a miniature Daylight Empress. Lin Jia could hardly fathom the exhilaration of wielding such a companion. Seizing the moment, he glanced at the clock. It was already 4 in the morning, with only half an hour remaining until dawn. Without further ado, Lin Jia made his way to the Glimmering Lake, conjuring 20 awakened skeletons from the summoner's set, transforming them into glimmering skeletons. Though Lin Jia believed he could undoubtedly confront the Daylight Empress without sustaining damage, it was prudent to have these summoned allies assist in dealing damage, providing him with a measure of reassurance. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Lin Jia unleashed the rainbow lacewing, swiftly dispatching it. Amidst a cascade of colorful radiance, the form of the Daylight Empress gradually materialized. With a resounding cry, the wings of the Queen of Light unfurled, her form vanishing into thin air. When she reappeared, it was directly above Lin Jia, arms outstretched, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of luminous rays resembling petals. The solar dance was the Queen of Light's sole stationary attack, difficult to evade, yet presenting an exceptional opportunity for counterattack. Under the assault of the zenith sword, the Queen's health bar plummeted, akin to a dam bursting, plunging her into the second phase. The void spear materialized not far from Lin Jia, colorful lasers piercing through his form as if attempting to rend him asunder. Undeterred, Lin Jia swiftly brandished the Harmony teleportation staff and transported himself beyond the attack's reach. The staff, now imbued with the essence of microluminescence, freed him from the constraints of chaotic teleportation. As long as his mana sufficed, it could be wielded without limit. Unlike the chaotic teleportation staff, which drained both mana and health when forcibly used in disarray, the Harmony teleportation staff proved remarkably efficient, with negligible cooldowns making it invaluable in any circumstance. Thus, Lin Jia evaded the Queen's onslaught, and as she unleashed her solar dance once more, the Zenith Sword's arsenal struck in unison, depleting the queen's remaining vitality. The Terra Prism did not materialize within the treasure bag, but appeared as a standalone drop. Lin Jia eagerly caught the Terra Prism, a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. Although the Terra Prism served as a summoning weapon for conjurers, its form resembled that of a sword. Colorful luminescence swirled along the blade, not merely an embellishment, but the very essence of the sword itself. Grasping the hilt of the Terra Prism, Lin Jia summoned a duplicate, and instantly, an identical vibrant longsword manifested behind him. At that moment, a nearby slime sprang forth, and the summoned Terra Prism surged ahead, leaving a trail of radiant colors in its wake. By the time Lin Jia turned to observe, the colorful longsword had embedded itself deep within the slime, reducing it to a puddle of gel and coins. Such speed was remarkable. The Terra Prism truly lived up to its reputation. Satisfied, Lin Jia affectionately patted the longsword at his back and switched to his summoner's ensemble. As the Terra Prism filled the summoning slots, the colorful longsword unfurled like a peacock's plumage behind him, appearing as if a divine halo enveloped Lin Jia. Next came the treasure bag. Lin Jia rubbed his hands together and opened it. At first glance, he spotted the jewel of light amidst the pile of weapons. Splendid! He exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, even more so than when he had acquired the Terra Prism. Without hesitation, he decided to replace the dubious tentacle he had previously obtained, contemplating that instead of discarding it into the player's designated trash bin, he would wait until he returned home to sell it at his convenience. The floating orbs in the air vanished, and beside Lin Jia appeared a petite version of the Queen of Light, quietly radiating her luminescence. He extended his hand and embraced the diminutive Queen of Light, playfully poking at her soft form. The little queen struggled for a moment in Lin Jia's grasp, but could not free herself, resigned to his gentle prodding. The delightful texture elicited a surge of excitement within Lin Jia, yet when he noticed the smile on the queen's face fade, replaced by a look of impending tears, an inexplicable alarm surged in his heart. Instinctively, he released her from his hold. In the instant she slipped from Lin Jia's grasp, the iridescent wings behind the queen fluttered, swiftly distancing themselves from him, yet maintaining a cautious separation. Perhaps they were not merely figments of his imagination? A thought flickered in Lin Jia's mind. In Terraria, he perceived everything as mere manifestations of power, akin to how a gamer views a string of code, dismissing it without a second thought. Yet, upon reflection, how had he not considered that during the summoning of the Wall of Flesh, the guide could genuinely perish, leaving this world devoid of his presence forever? Might they, like characters from Clash Royale, be constrained by some force, their true selves suppressed, only to be liberated by venturing into other realms? Such musings swirled in Lin Jia's mind, and in an instant, his previous excitement dissipated, replaced by a cloud of confusion as he made his way home. Chapter 31. The 4-class graduation set. What are you pondering? The Cellman. Initially engrossed in contemplating the utility of nightlight, noticed Lin Jia's dejected return home and lightly tapped his collarbone. It's nothing. Just reflecting on some existential questions, Lin Jia replied, shaking his head, reluctant to delve into the matter with the Cellman. Existential questions? The Cellman observed Lin Jia with intrigue, suddenly stating, "You're not contemplating the meaning of life, are you?" Lin Jia gestured to himself, exasperated, retorting, "Me? Do I look like someone who would ponder such things? Then what are you thinking about? Are you troubled by the weight of too many kills on your conscience?" The Cellman leaned against the wall, teasingly. "I'm merely wondering if those beings possess self-awareness," Lin Jia responded, growing slightly irritated by the Cellman's probing. "Is that truly what you're fixated on?" "Surely not." Before Lin Jia could conclude his thought, the Cellman chuckled and patted his shoulder. Lin Jia shrugged off the Cellman's hand, annoyed, and retorted, "What do you mean by that kind of thing?" Noticing Lin Jia's serious contemplation, the Cellman abandoned his playful demeanor, reflecting for a moment before saying, "Why concern yourself with such matters? I've spent an eternity in that wretched place, and these thoughts have crossed my mind as well. And what conclusions did you draw? Surely you cannot simply disregard it." Lin Jia mused, recognizing that with the Cellman's disposition, it was hard to believe he would truly care about such things. "What nonsense! Do I resemble a heartless, indifferent being?" The Cell person widened his eyes, incredulity etched upon his face as he inquired. Was it not so? Lin Jia longed to voice this thought, yet ultimately refrained from uttering it. His silence served as a tacit acknowledgement, causing the Cell person to relax slightly, though he retorted with mild displeasure. "I merely became desensitized over the course of those 2 centuries of reincarnation. In the beginning, I was quite benevolent." Lin Jia could not help but feel the urge to retort. According to the game's narrative, regardless of whether in the king phase or while navigating the treacherous dungeons, the Cell person was undeniably a cold-blooded character. It seemed that after being transformed into that green mass resembling seaweed, his emotional depth had somewhat diminished. "Such matters are inconsequential. You may act as you wish." If you feel indebted to those from the past, then offer some form of recompense. If you deem it trivial, simply disregard it. Listening to the cell person, Lin Jia remained silent, tacitly accepting this perspective, and shifted the conversation to the luminous or in the cell person's possession. What equipment do you wish to synthesize? You mean the archer set, right? Conveniently, I have two excellent firearms at hand. The cell person presented the Space Dolphin submachine gun and the festive launcher as he gestured. Very well, since you possess the archer's graduation weapon, I shall also prepare some corresponding accessories for you. Lin Jia accepted the luminous or from the cell person and proceeded to synthesize the Starshine set. Incidentally, the Starshine set proved to be quite beneficial, allowing one to enter a stealth state autonomously, enhancing both ranged attack power and aggro. Though it did come with the drawback of reduced mobility, the cell person donned the Starshine set without concealing its appearance. This gear is rather striking, he mused, surveying his attire with evident satisfaction. It must be said, among the 4 graduation sets, although Lin Jia favored the Daybreak and Starfall sets in terms of aesthetics, the Nebula and Starshine sets were indeed more visually appealing. The Starshine set diverged from the typical Terraria aesthetic, resembling the garb of a space warrior, as if it were donned by a fighter from the future. As for the Nebula set, it fulfilled all of Lin Jia's fantasies of a mage, featuring a long robe that obscured the wearer beneath a hood, leaving only a pair of purple eyes visible, embodying both mystery and elegance. Try to envision the concept of invisibility, Lin Jia suggested, observing the cell person contemplating his new attire. Invisibility? The cell person echoed, and in an instant, his form became utterly transparent. Unlike the semi-transparent invisibility in the game, the cell person was now entirely invisible. Had Lin Jia not witnessed the transformation firsthand, he would have never believed that a person occupied the space before him. Shall we test an attack? Lin Jia inquired cautiously, gesturing toward the empty air ahead. Bang! A gunshot rang out behind Lin Jia, startling him. Damn! Cell person, when did you sneak behind me? Lin Jia exclaimed, kicking towards the source of the gunfire. However, it remains uncertain whether the cell man had simply evaded or if Lin Jia had failed to locate the correct position. In any case, he had kicked at emptiness. Just as Lin Jia lost his footing and nearly toppled over, a sudden force surged through his spine, sending him crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, this equipment is truly amusing, came the voice of the cell man from behind Lin Jia, his form re-emerging. Lin Jia gestured a middle finger at the cell man, dusting off the non-existent debris from his bones as he rose to his feet. After expending 5 arduous days, Lin Jia finally succeeded in synthesizing the 4-class graduation set for himself and the cell man, following months of relentless grinding. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Jia had lost count of how many 4-pillar gods and moon worshippers he had vanquished. The issue of accessories was also at hand. In pursuit of those adornments, Lin Jia had battled countless monsters to the point of near exhaustion. It was only thanks to the cellman's assistance during this process that Lin Jia was somewhat motivated to prepare a set of equipment for him as well. At last, it was done. Gazing into the mirror at the rapidly changing appearance of his gear, Lin Jia let out a sigh of satisfaction. However, it must be said that the starry armor was quite unattractive. While the classic blue robe of the magical class was acceptable, the helmet was grotesquely hideous. Lin Jia could hardly tolerate it. The blue energy atop his head formed a shape reminiscent of hair, akin to a half-shorn Shamard hairstyle. Overall, his head resembled that of a bald man, save for the blue hair-like substance and the blue markings around his eyebrows. In essence, donned in the starry armor, Lin Jia looked like a diminutive old man. Fortunately, the visibility of the starry armor did not affect the appearance of the star guardians behind him. Chapter 32. Return to the world of Dead Cell Cellman. Do you wish to return to your own world for a visit? Lin Jia shouted up the stairs, producing the memory potion that would transport him to the world of dead cells, eager to indulge in some leisure. This vial of memory potion, which led directly to the world of dead cells, was purchased from the newly arrived potion merchant. True to its name, the potion merchant offered an array of original potions, in addition to memory potions for various worlds Lin Jia had previously traversed. Unlike before, if the cellman had not ventured into the realm of Clash Royale, he could not access that world through the memory potion. Come on, wait for me. The cellman poked his head out from upstairs, clutching a golf club. Enough already. Is golf really that enjoyable? Lin Jia slapped his forehead. Ever since he had informed the cellman that reaching a certain score in golf would unlock a mount, the fellow had taken to playing incessantly on the upper floor, leaving Lin Jia somewhat regretful for sharing that information. After a considerable delay, the cellman finally gathered his belongings and hurried down to Lin Jia. Let us go, I'm all set. A Terra modulator, along with 9,999 units of green solution and 9,999 units of blue solution, surely holds the potential to eradicate this relentless plague. The gaze of the cell being exudes immense confidence and determination, despite the island being shrouded in memories of torment. Having dwelled there for over 2 centuries has undoubtedly forged a connection. Previously indifferent, he found himself ensnared in a hellish cycle due to the lack of viable solutions. However, now armed with a remedy, having already witnessed its effects within Terraria, he could not permit the plague to continue its spread. As for the blue solution nestled within his backpack, it was an item of great interest to Lin Jia, who wished to compare the sanctity of the Holy Land against the might of the plague. Had it not been for the cell being's staunch opposition, Lin Jia would have been eager to witness the clash between the crimson and corrupted lands, pondering what sparks might ignite in the realm of the dead cells, and what transformation the plague might undergo as a result. Thus, let us embark on this journey. Lin Jia promptly consumed the memory potion, leaving behind a cluster of faintly glowing skeletons quietly utilizing the Terra Modulator to purify this world. Once again, he found himself in the familiar confines of a cell, staring at a well-known guillotine. Observing the unchanged surroundings, Lin Jia could not help but remark, "It seems this world remains unaltered whether I am present or not." The recently appeared cell being shrugged nonchalantly at his words, replying, "This world would face no issue in anyone's absence. I am not the center of this universe." Upon hearing this, Lin Jia cast a profound gaze at the cell being. In the narrative of the animation, the plague on the island was birthed from the existence of the cell being. More precisely, the plague served as divine retribution for the immortal cell being. Were the cell being to perish, perhaps the plague on the island would truly vanish. Yet, Lin Jia could never consider slaying the cell being to resolve the plague, irrespective of whether such an act could indeed terminate the cell being. The bond forged over these past days made such a thought impossible. Setting that aside, let us ponder the matter of time, whether, after our departure, time in this world continues to flow or remains stagnant. Lin Jia held a keen interest in the flow of time across worlds. In both Terraria and the realm of Clash Royale, perhaps due to his presence, time seemed to progress at a similar pace. However, in this realm of dead cells, all his previous avatars had perished, a discovery made during a whimsical visit. How might I discern this? The cell being too felt troubled. Having lived in this eerie place for so long, he had relied entirely on marks etched into the walls to perceive the passage of time. Now, having departed, the absence of anyone to carve new marks rendered time a mystery. Just as Lin Jia was about to articulate his thoughts, the space before them suddenly rippled, and a portal materialized, revealing a figure wielding dual swords. The Time Guardian. Upon recognizing this figure, both Lin Jia and the cell being exclaimed in unison. Time Guardian cast a glance at the cell person before directing her scrutinizing gaze toward Lin Jia. "If my memory serves me correctly, this is our first encounter. How then do you know of me, outsider?" The voice of the Time Guardian resonated with an ethereal quality, as if echoing from a distant future or perhaps having traversed from the past to the present. "Why bother with such trivialities? Since you are aware that I am an outsider, some inquiries need not delve too deeply, do they?" Lin Jia feigned an air of profundity in response to the Time Guardian's query. Yet, the melody emanating from his lips lacked any semblance of depth. The Time Guardian scrutinized Lin Jia for a considerable duration, employing her abilities to glimpse into his past and future. However, ultimately, her powers merely allowed her to observe and manipulate parallel worlds, and since Lin Jia did not exist within any such realm, she was unable to perceive his narrative. After a brief silence, the Time Guardian resolved to momentarily set aside her inquiries regarding Lin Jia and turned her attention to the cell person. Speaking coldly, "Since you have departed from here, why return?" The cell person, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend the animosity the Time Guardian harbored towards him. After all, their previous encounters had merely involved drawn swords. Why the shift to verbal sparring now? Nevertheless, since she had posed the question, the cell person replied, "I returned to find a solution to the plague, of course." The cell person's response took the Time Guardian by surprise. In her recollection, she and the cell person had conversed on multiple occasions, yet the individual before her seemed to exhibit a profound lack of intelligence, resorting only to gestures of exasperation and insolence. Thus, while her inquiry appeared directed at the cell person, it was, in fact, aimed at Lin Jia standing beside him. Despite her astonishment, the Time Guardian was acutely aware of the entire sequence of events, and in her eyes, while anyone might justifiably make such a statement, the originator of all this turmoil, standing before her, was unworthy of such claims. Chapter 33. The Cell Person and the Time Guardian with a swift motion. The Time Guardian thrust her great sword, halting just shy of the Cell Person's head. "You scoundrel, how can you speak so nonchalantly about such matters?" Her tone was laced with both fury and exhaustion. Time held little significance for her, yet throughout the interminable cycles, she had tirelessly employed her abilities to prevent the plague from spreading beyond the island, never daring to relent as she patched the world with the better aspects of parallel realms. Lin Jia observed the Time Guardian's actions with an impassive demeanor. Although he could not convey much in terms of expression, the heavenly sword had silently materialized in his right hand, ready to counter any potential actions from the Time Guardian. Why can't I speak? The Cell person was no mild-mannered individual. With the Time Guardian's blade pressed against his face, the notion of civility had long since evaporated. The frying pan manifested in hand, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the Time Guardian. Engaging with an individual of such caliber seemed utterly futile. The Time Guardian, devoid of any desire to continue conversing with the Cell man, swung her great sword towards him with fierce intent. Lin Jia, do not intervene. Upon hearing this, Lin Jia summoned the Zenith sword once more, halting his assault. The Cell man swiftly utilized the skill to teleport, appearing behind the Time Guardian just as she evaded the attack and brought the frying pan crashing down upon her nape. A violent wave of dizziness enveloped the Time Guardian, causing her great alarm. Based on the Cell man's current number of scrolls, she should not have experienced such disorientation even from a non-critical strike, let alone a critical one. Realizing that the Cell man had undergone an unaccountable transformation, the Time Guardian crossed her two great swords in front of her, summoning a circle of rapidly spinning dart phantoms around her. Unfazed, the Cell man conjured a shield and charged forward, weaving past the Time Guardian while a large block materialized above him. The Time Guardian let out a muffled groan. The immense recoil from the Cell man's block inflicted damage upon her that exceeded even the limits of her own enhancements. Something was amiss. Without those scrolls, how could his damage be so formidable? The Time Guardian had confirmed that the Cell man possessed at most 4 scrolls, and the resulting damage should not have been so outrageous. I must return to the clock tower. An ominous feeling washed over the Time Guardian. In the clock room of the tower, her abilities would be significantly augmented, allowing her to escape or recover from injuries even if gravely wounded. However, outside, in her current state, she would be powerless. With a swift motion, she separated her dual swords, unleashing the phantoms of darts regardless of their targets. Then brought the swords together once more. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and a portal materialized behind her. In that moment, the very darts that had been deflected by the shield, along with the Cell man, surged into the portal that had abruptly appeared. As tranquility returned, Lin Jia remained. Or rather, the skeleton stood in a daze. This transpired too swiftly. The portal's appearance and disappearance spanned no more than 10 seconds. Lin Jia, just beginning to comprehend the situation and intending to use the harmonious teleportation staff to follow, found the portal had already closed. TSK. She must have gone to the clock tower. Lin Jia felt no urgency to pursue, confident in his 4-class graduation set. He doubted the Cell man could best the Time Guardian. Perfect timing to seek some weaponry and prepare for the subsequent use of the Zenith Soul. Meanwhile, within the clock room, the recently awakened Cell man surveyed the familiar surroundings, fully aware of his current location. I was abruptly transported to the clock room. Was it due to a complete lack of confidence? The frying pan in the Cell man's grasp vanished, replaced by the rainbow cat blade. Although he possessed superior weapons from other classes, far more effective than the warrior's rainbow cat blade, he still preferred melee combat. For him, it represented a certain romanticism, especially when victory was assured. What is this? Upon returning to the clock room, the Time Guardian's health rapidly replenished until it reached a reasonably healthy number, at which point it ceased to recover. Although I could not comprehend your irrational hostility towards me, it mattered little. Once I brought you to your knees, you would be able to hear me out. As I spoke, the Cell man surged forward, wielding the rainbow cat blade. Meow. The cat head, trailing a rainbow, leapt from the blade, bouncing towards the Time Guardian. What on earth are these things? The Time Guardian swiftly inserted her sword into her waist, summoning several shurikens into her hand, which she hurled at the approaching cat head with remarkable speed. Clang, clang, clang. The shurikens collided with the cat head, diverting its trajectory. However, the Cell man seized this opportunity to swiftly maneuver behind the Time Guardian, delivering a powerful strike with the rainbow cat blade across her back. The cat head burst forth from the Time Guardian's body, leaving a long gash aglow with rainbow hues, unmistakably inflicted by the rainbow cat blade. The Time Guardian staggered, her left hand driving the sword into the ground to prevent herself from collapsing. What manner of weapon is this? How can it inflict damage upon me directly? Typically, weapons from the world of dead cells would transfer their wounds to the parallel world's Time Guardian, allowing her to recover gradually without compromising her combat state. Yet, in the face of this weapon, the Time Guardian found herself utterly unable to utilize her abilities. This strike had genuinely landed upon her. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she pivoted and struck out with her sword, forcing the Cell man, who sought to capitalize on his advantage, to retreat into the air. Seizing the moment before the Cell man could descend, the Time Guardian took a charging stance, golden light radiating from her form. Unlike the charge in the game, several phantoms emanated from her, locking onto the airborne Cell man whoosh. The Time Guardian shot forward, landing several fierce blows upon the Cell man. Chapter 34. Purification of the Time Guardian. The Cell Man was not entirely helpless against this assault. Tools like the Harmony Teleportation Staff and Shield could counter the attack. However, if he did not expose a flaw, how could the Time Guardian possibly draw near? I've got you. The Cell Man executed a displacement, appearing directly behind the Time Guardian, with the fire gauntlet extending from his right hand. He viciously seized the Time Guardian by the throat. The effects of the adornments exist irrespective of their visibility. This is merely a convenient way to illustrate which adornment is responsible for the effect. A sudden searing sensation pierced through the Time Guardian, eliciting a cry of pain as she momentarily hesitated to resist. The cellular being, devoid of any compassion, pressed her right hand against the Guardian's head, forcefully slamming it onto the ground. The impact rendered the Time Guardian dizzy, stripping her of all will to fight back. With a resounding thud, before the Time Guardian could regain her senses, the cellular being struck her once more with unrelenting ferocity. Subsequently, the cellular being hoisted the weakened Time Guardian from the ground and hurled her against the wall, producing a dull thump. The twin swords, which had been clutched tightly by the Time Guardian, clattered to the floor, signifying her complete loss of combat capability. How could she be this formidable? The Time Guardian, her vision blurring, gazed at the approaching cellular being, muttering in frustration. Despite her prior encounters with the cellular being, they had merely been symbolic. She had never truly sustained any harm, let alone faced a situation where she was utterly incapacitated as she was now. Even though the Time Guardian had entirely relinquished her fighting spirit, the cellular being showed no signs of mercy. With a swift motion, she raised her right leg and delivered a powerful kick to the Time Guardian's chest, thrusting her back down to the ground. In truth, the Time Guardian had fallen victim to a lack of intelligence. Had she been better informed, she could have engaged the cellular being for a much longer duration, delaying her own defeat. I advise you not to move. My blade is indiscriminate, the cellular being warned, positioning the Rainbow Cat blade against the Guardian's throat. Any movement from the Time Guardian's head would result in the blade piercing her throat. What do you intend to do? The Time Guardian's eyes bore into the cellular beings, her emotions of hatred and fury palpable. I have stated my purpose. I discovered a remedy for the plague and returned to resolve it, the cellular being replied, perplexed by the Time Guardian's overwhelming animosity. As he believed he was striving to save the world. You, the root of all this chaos. You remain ignorant of the truth. Were it not for my inability to kill you, you would have perished long ago. The Time Guardian, fully aware of the situation, had long desired to eliminate the cellular being, hoping that the deities would retract the plague. Yet, no matter how she fought, the essence of the cellular being was impervious to her attempts on its life. Thus, she placed all her hopes upon the universal remedy spoken of by the collector. Although she had never witnessed the emergence of such a remedy in countless futures, she clung desperately to this last glimmer of hope, unwilling to let go. As for the solution proposed by the cellular being, had it been uttered by Lin Jia, her emotional response would not have been so intense. The hope she acknowledged had never stemmed from that wretched cellular being, but rather from Lin Jia, the outsider. The conversation was abruptly cut short, which was quite bothersome. The cell person withdrew his foot from the chest of the Time Guardian, and in a fit of annoyance, kicked her lightly, asserting, believe it or not, once Lin Jia arrives, I shall commence the purification of this world. Cough, cough. To suppress the Time Guardian. The terror-shining boots on the cell person's feet had already revealed themselves, and that last kick caused the Time Guardian to cough incessantly, even dislodging the mask from her face. A glance at the visage concealed beneath the mask revealed a strikingly beautiful face, yet the marks of disease marred this beauty, prompting the cell person to divert his gaze in distaste. The disdain in the cell person's eyes ignited a fire within the Time Guardian, yet her frail body rendered her incapable of any action. Once proud of her appearance, she now felt it had been irrevocably tarnished by this scoundrel. Who dared to display such contempt? What right did this wretched cell person have to express such disdain? The Time Guardian's glare did not escape the cell person's notice, yet he remained unfazed. Go ahead, give it a try. The cell person rummaged through his backpack and produced 9999 purification powder, which he proceeded to sprinkle over the Time Guardian. The azure powder dispersed in the air, cascading onto her already disfigured face and exposed skin. As the Time Guardian, leaning against the wall to regain her strength, felt an itch on her face. She could not help but reach out to touch the visage she had not dared to caress for many years. Instead of the anticipated decayed sensation, she encountered an unreal smoothness and a familiar warmth. As she expanded the area of her touch, the flecks of purple powder began to fall away, revealing the warmth and softness of her living flesh once more. What is happening? If only I had the strength. The Time Guardian genuinely wished to behold her current reflection. The results are quite promising, the cell person remarked, appraising the Time Guardian's transformed appearance. Her formerly pallid skin regained its color, becoming smooth and radiant, while her once lifeless high ponytail, tainted by disease, shimmered anew. returning to a lustrous black. In the cell person's words, the Time Guardian had transformed from a mere specter into a living being. Through experimentation, the cell person had confirmed the formidable efficacy of the purification powder. How long had the Time Guardian been afflicted by the disease? This question remained a mystery. Since his own cycle began on this island, the Time Guardian had already been stricken, and now, to be cured so swiftly, one could only commend the purification powder extolled by Lin Jia. Chapter 35. Cell person, what have you done? At long last, the Time Guardian struggled to rise from the ground, finally regaining her strength, and through the glass, she caught a glimpse of her current appearance. The familiar yet unfamiliar face left her momentarily dazed. How many years has it been since she dared not gaze upon her reflection in the glass? Simultaneously, the Guardian of Time felt an unprecedented sense of relief. To mitigate the impact of the plague on her existence, she had been exercising her abilities to keep her own time suspended at the cusp of the outbreak. As for directly reverting her time to before the infection, she was powerless against the divine retribution that accompanied such actions. Alleviation was possible, but eradication was beyond her reach. Contemplating this, the Guardian of Time suddenly turned her gaze towards the sky. Regardless of the methods employed by the cell being to resolve her affliction, the lofty deities would surely not permit such an occurrence. However, after observing for a considerable time, no anomalies graced the heavens. The sky remained a vast expanse of azure, with the occasional crows soaring by, signifying the presence of life beyond the confines of the clock chamber. Thus, it seemed the plague was not insurmountable. Noticing that the Guardian of Time exhibited no further symptoms of the plague, the cell being felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though I am unaware of the method you used to cleanse me of the affliction, the current intensity of the plague is merely at the lowest tier. Your technique, I fear, is ineffective against more advanced strains. The plague is categorized by levels? The cell being, intrigued, inquired. Once you slay the king's hand, you will comprehend. Yet before the Guardian of Time could finish her sentence, the cell being teleported behind her, placing a knife against her throat with a cold smirk. Spare me your prattle. Simply divulge the answer. The Guardian of Time felt a sense of helplessness. She had intended to retrieve the twin blades from the ground while engaging in conversation, then leave to recuperate before confronting the cell being. Yet, unexpectedly, the cell being had escalated the situation by pressing the knife to her neck. Were she in a better condition, she would not require the assistance of the twin swords to activate her abilities. However, in her current state, even walking was a struggle, let alone harnessing her powers. The pain from the wound on her back and the sharp sting at her neck rendered her exceedingly weak. After you slay the king's hand, he will drop the cells, which must be placed into the large glass jar within the prisoner's cell. The plagues of this world will be unbound. Reluctantly, the Guardian of Time began to elucidate the circumstances behind this. Why must they be unbound? Who sealed these plagues? The cell being appeared perplexed by this inquiry. Clearly, there existed the capability to seal the plagues. Why not take a more decisive approach and eradicate them entirely, ensuring no trace remained, rather than employing this convoluted unlocking process? The alchemists of old exerted themselves to their utmost, sealing the emergent plague and dividing it into 5 cells, which were entrusted to the king, who in turn bestowed them to the king's hand. The king's heinous actions provoked the giants, who could no longer endure his tyranny, and they seized 1 cell from the king's hand. It was at this juncture that the long-contained plague once again ravaged the land. At this point, the Guardian of Time turned her head sharply, fixing her intense gaze upon the cell being, enunciating each word with precision. And you are that wretched king. The scene abruptly fell into silence as the cellman pointed to himself, uncertainly inquiring, me? The king? In his mind, the king was an imposing figure. Otherwise, there would not be statues of him adorning the island. As for the plagues afflicting this island, they were the handiwork of those alchemists, and had little to do with the king. Did he not see that the king was already deceased, merely a corpse shrouded beneath the royal throne? Such a person, utterly lacking in self-awareness, would never admit his faults prior to that lost memory. The Time Guardian observed the cellman's expression and discerned his thoughts. With a displeased grunt, he continued, if you wish to comprehend everything, simply gather 5 cells and inhabit the king's corpse. The cellman regarded the Time Guardian thoughtfully. Yet the blade poised at the Guardian's throat remained unmoved. If I were to eradicate all the plagues on this island without utilizing the cells, would that not mean there would be no future plagues? The Time Guardian scoffed, pointing towards the heavens. Those deities will not grant you such an opportunity. How ironic it is that the punishment wrought by you bears no consequence for yourself. Perhaps the true intent of those deities was to make the king realize that should he persist in his quest for immortality, his very subjects would perish because of him. Yet, in the face of his frail, aging body, his own life evidently outweighed the lives of the island's populace. After all, the king believed that as long as he remained alive, his kingdom would endure. Deities? The cellman recalled the earlier conversation between the guide and Lin Jia. Perhaps utilizing the so-called Zenith Soul could vanquish the deities. while the Cellman was momentarily lost in thought. The Time Guardian performed a role and positioned himself before the twin swords, revealing no desire to further entangle himself with the Cellman. Instead, he opened a portal behind him and departed. "TSK, let her escape," the Cellman grumbled, yet he had no intention of pursuing her. It was entirely unnecessary. After all, he had no desire to truly eliminate the Time Guardian, whose temporal abilities were rather advanced and might prove useful to Lin Jia. Speaking of which, the castle at the mountain summit should lie just ahead. Now that he was here, he might as well confront the king's hand and discover the nature of these cells. As Lin Jia leisurely dispatched the Guardian and prepared to move on to the next location, the Time Guardian suddenly materialized before him. At that moment, the Time Guardian had tended to her wounds and appeared as composed as before. However, Lin Jia immediately discerned a difference. Her hair had inexplicably turned black. Clearly, the Cellman had already employed the purification powder. Lin Jia nodded in understanding, able to surmise the nature of their conflict. If the Cellman had not rendered the Time Guardian incapacitated, he would certainly not have resorted to using the purification powder against her. Simultaneously, had the Cellman not provoked her ire, the Time Guardian would not have forsaken the advantageous setting of the clock room to engage him in conversation. Chapter 36. The Cursed Box. I am aware of your impending inquiry. I hail from another realm, and it is entirely reasonable for you to encounter phenomena unfamiliar to you. As for the purification powder in the possession of the Cellman, it is indeed a specialty from my world. Raising his hand to interrupt the words of the Time Guardian, Lin Jia took the initiative to speak. After a moment of contemplation and analysis of Lin Jia's statements, the Time Guardian inquired, with a hint of hope in her voice, "Can you truly resolve the plague?" "Indeed, in my world, there exist entities far more repugnant and contagious than mere plagues." Lin Jia was alluding to the Crimson Lands. After all, it is a malevolent terrain associated with the moon, and in comparison to the plague, it remains uncertain which is the more formidable. However, one thing is certain, the Crimson Lands surpassed the current state of the zero-cell plague by a significant margin. Upon hearing this, the Time Guardian nodded, expressing her strong approval of the purification powder's efficacy. The plague afflicting her had not been sealed. It was the most potent form of the plague. If the purification powder could eradicate even this, it would undoubtedly be effective against the scattered plagues on the island. Her prior remarks in the clock tower had merely been an impulsive response to her displeasure with the Cellman. Of course, she also harbored the intention of instructing the Cellman to gather 5 cells before seeking the collector at the observatory. That cursed place could only be accessed by those who had amassed 5 cells, including the collector himself, and even she was barred from entry. The Time Guardian was eager to ascertain the development progress of the panacea. Even with the purification powder's effects now visible, and having rediscovered hope, she could not place her entire trust in Lin Jia, the outsider. "I wish to purchase purification powder from you. May I inquire what you require in return?" After much contemplation, the Time Guardian resolved to personally test the efficacy of the purification powder. Lin Jia scrutinized the Time Guardian for a considerable duration, pondering what she might offer. He had no need for the currency of this world. As for scrolls that could directly enhance strength, he found them somewhat intriguing. Yet they were ubiquitous and could be acquired with minimal effort. After further reflection, he concluded that requesting the Time Guardian to procure high-level weapons from the island would be the most advantageous arrangement. The weapons found within the realms of death cells possess attributes of brutality, tactics, and survival, along with a level system akin to rankings. Differences among these levels correspond to higher damage and additional attributes that can be accommodated. Throughout his journey, Lin Jia had amassed a fair number of weapons. Yet their levels were disappointingly low, or rather, the zero-cell environment yielded few high-level weapons. "Bring me some high-level weapons, preferably swords or blades. If not, then at least something suited for close combat." Lin Jia directly articulated his requirements, then thought for a moment before adding a query regarding the level of a melee weapon and the corresponding amount of purification powder it would yield. If it were a golden weapon, he would receive double the amount. The Time Guardian had no objections to Lin Jia's stipulation. In fact, she found it rather simplistic. For her, acquiring high-level weapons was merely a matter of a flick of her fingers. After all, she was not the one scouring the island for weapons. With her abilities, she could effortlessly locate these items and teleport them directly before her. Before long, the Time Guardian brought her twin swords together, and 6 gleaming golden weapons appeared before Lin Jia. However, he was puzzled to find only 4 of them. Casting a skeptical glance at the Time Guardian, he wondered if she was only able to procure 4. Recently, only these 4 high-level golden weapons had been available, so if more golden weapons emerged later, could he still exchange them? The Time Guardian's intent was quite straightforward, to provide Lin Jia with the highest-level golden weapons she could find. She felt no need to fill the quota with ordinary weapons. Given the courtesy extended to her, she would not impose excessive demands. "Feel free to exchange with me anytime. And if you cannot find me, you may contact the cell person," she added. Lin Jia said nothing further, picking up the 4 golden weapons from the ground and examining their attributes. The first was a golden bloodblade, whose golden effect allowed it to inflict poison on the target, complementing its inherent bleeding effect. Next was a pair of daggers. It may sound peculiar, but this weapon consisted of 2 daggers. Its golden effect was rather mundane, merely enhancing the user's movement speed for 3 seconds following a critical hit, with the condition being that the third attack would trigger the critical hit. Following that was a balanced blade, which shared a similar golden effect with the dual daggers. So there is no need for elaborate discussion here. Its critical condition required 10 consecutive strikes to activate. The final weapon was a great sword whose effect granted a shield upon defeating an enemy. This shield was intriguing, as it was synonymous with invincibility in the realm of dead cells, aside from the symmetrical spear dropped by the hand of the king, which possessed the ability to break shields. No other attacks could penetrate its defenses. As for the great sword itself, it was a typical weapon characterized by a slow attack speed but high damage. In summary, these 4 weapons, if transformed into the attack style of the Zenith sword, would serve as excellent materials. Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction and promptly tossed the corresponding amount of purification powder to the Time Guardian. I am quite pleased with this transaction and look forward to your next visit. After receiving the purification powder and exchanging a few pleasantries, the Time Guardian hastily departed, presumably to experiment with the effects of the powder. Lin Jia paid little heed to this, crossing a bridge to enter the next stage, the Misty Harbor. However, upon arriving in this predominantly teal-hued area, the sudden appearance of a cursed chest left Lin Jia in a dilemma. What is this cursed chest? Should I open it or leave it be? Lin Jia gazed with uncertainty at the box adorned with a skull atop it, his mind vacillating. Ignoring the nonsensical chatter emanating from the skull's mouth, he grappled with the dilemma of whether it was worth risking his life for the meager rewards. Should he choose to open the cursed box, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of those so-called deities. It remained uncertain whether, upon meeting a cursed demise, his consciousness could transfer to another awakened skeleton. Should such a transfer be possible, it would indeed be fortuitous. Yet, if not, Chapter 37, Cursed to Death. Ugh, those wretched gods cannot even vanquish mere cellular beings. How could they possibly eliminate me? He mused. Nonetheless, Lin Jia summoned an awakened skeleton and instructed it to reach into the cursed box. Absurdly, despite a skeletal hand reaching forth, a copious amount of blood poured from the skull's mouth, while the ancient bronze lid sprang open. Out tumbled a powerful scroll, a spiked shield radiating white light, and a gemstone that appeared to possess considerable value. Meanwhile, a skull icon appeared above the awakened skeleton, accompanied by the number 10. Is this what constitutes a curse? Why would a god resort to such a trivial form of malediction? Lin Jia scoffed, transferring his consciousness to the awakened skeleton before him. Upon inspecting his previous form, he noted the absence of any skull indicator signifying a curse. Remarkably, only this skeleton bore the curse. How truly lackluster these deities were. With a shake of his head, Lin Jia endeavored to shift his consciousness back to his original body. However, an unexpected sensation of stagnation ensnared him, instilling a sense of foreboding in his heart. His consciousness felt imprisoned, as if ensnared within a cage, rendering him unable to escape the confines of that body. Could it be? The curse not only prevented cellular beings from extricating themselves, but could it also bind my very consciousness? Frustration surged within him as he scratched his head. The body he currently inhabited was equipped only with a warrior's graduation attire and accessories. As for the tool in hand, it was merely a sunlit pickaxe. Given his present state, the notion of slaying 10 monsters seemed utterly implausible. What a nuisance. Defense is of no consequence, Lin Jia muttered to himself, his gaze falling upon the colorless spiked shield on the ground. The significance of its colorlessness lay in its ability to absorb enhancements of any attribute, unrestricted by weapon type. A typical spiked shield would only gain green, survival attributes. Yet, given Lin Jia's current focus solely on the red attribute of brutality, the shield's damage would likely be woefully inadequate. The colors of brutality, tactics, and survival can be customized. They are not fixed, though the defaults are red, purple, and green, hence the direct mention. There remained no option but to rely on shield bashing. Lin Jia sighed, uncertain whether his shield bashing skills had endured the passage of time. After excavating some blocks to conceal his former body, he grasped the spiked shield and advanced forward. As a side note, the spiked shield's design featured a circular form topped with a robust spike. Lin Jia gazed at the spiked shield in his hand, sensing that its utility extended beyond mere counterattacks. Perhaps, when combined with a dash, it could inflict substantial damage. He resolved to experiment with this theory once the curse had been lifted. As he pondered, Lin Jia entered a building and encountered his first adversary, a pirate captain, adorned with a cannon and dressed in flamboyant attire. Without warning, the pirate captain aimed his cannon at Lin Jia, and a spherical cannonball rolled forth. Fortunately, The projectile's velocity was sluggish, allowing Lin Jia to react swiftly. He thrust the spiked shield forward, deflecting the cannonball back towards its origin. Remarkably, there was no warning sign preceding the attack, though perhaps that was to be expected. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Jia dashed to the side of the pirate captain, wielding his sunlit pickaxe to strike at the foe's head. The combination of the returning cannonball and the forceful blow from the pickaxe swiftly dispatched the pirate captain, reducing him to a pile of flesh, leaving only a few scattered coins and a spherical blue cell behind. This was the first, and thankfully, it was merely a zero cell. Otherwise, it could have posed a serious issue. Lin Jia exhaled in relief, disregarding the remnants on the ground as he continued to search for monsters to dispel the curse. Suddenly, the sound of chirping insects erupted from behind Lin Jia. Reacting promptly, he executed a shield counter, successfully blocking a leaping redworm. The substantial melee rebound damage instantly eliminated the creature, simultaneously reducing the curse count by 1. These insects were advantageous, low in health, yet numerous. He estimated he could swiftly amass the required kills. Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction. However, his moment of contentment was short-lived. The incessant chirping escalated, as the walls around him became infested with cocoons, erupting with at least 20 worms descending from every direction. Lin Jia felt a surge of panic. While he could handle the insects one by one, facing them all at once was daunting. No matter how swiftly he executed his shield counters, he could not fend off attacks from all sides. His pickaxe swung with such speed it left afterimages. Yet the diminutive size and rapid movement of the worms rendered him exhausted from merely evading their strikes. Just as the curse on him dwindled to a single count, one worm infiltrated his blind spot and sank its fangs into his right leg. Lin Jia stared at the worm clinging to his leg, feeling his strength dissipate, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. To perish in such a manner was beyond his expectations, and before he could voice his thoughts, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Time lost all meaning until Lin Jia regained control over his body. Was I dead? He reached forward, only to encounter something obstructing his path, preventing him from extending his arm fully. Puzzled, Lin Jia instinctively drew his pickaxe and shattered the block before him. Familiar scenes unfolded before Lin Jia, who gradually recognized his current predicament. This is my former body. Fortunately, the curse merely annihilated that vessel. Lin Jia felt a profound relief as he patted his ribs, experiencing a sensation akin to a reprieve from death. However, this encounter had provided him with a sense of reassurance, at the very least. He no longer had to dread the curse's potential to truly extinguish his life. Since I have not perished, those wretched insects shall pay a price. Lin Jia unsheathed the celestial blade, feeling a surge of frustration from the earlier encounter with those repulsive insects, and now he could exact his vengeance. Behind Lin Jia, multiple weapons floated in the air, poised to follow his command. The moment Lin Jia entered the chamber, a swarm of insects lunged at him, slicing through the air. The sharp weapons cleaved the approaching insects into mere fragments, sparing Lin Jia from any harm. His hands danced gracefully in the air, reminiscent of a conductor guiding an orchestra, exuding elegance and composure. In truth, Lin Jia could manipulate the weapons with mere thought. His ostentation was merely for show. Chapter 38. The King's Hand. Once the chaos subsided, Lin Jia leaned against the wall, staring vacantly at the pile of corpses before him. This battle, or more accurately, this massacre, seemed a victory for him, yet in reality, he had suffered a dismal defeat. To put it plainly, Lin Jia's earlier actions stemmed from a primal fear of death, a cathartic release of the nameless fury that surged after his narrow escape from oblivion. The entire affair was merely a weakling wielding a blade against those even weaker. Despite appearing to possess powers of unparalleled might, he was, in essence, just an ordinary individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. And the experience of dying had rendered him even more afraid of death than the average person, making him more precious of life. Perhaps life itself is not of paramount importance. Rather, it is the deeds accomplished throughout one's existence that hold significance. Lin Jia rose, arriving at this conclusion. Perhaps he was merely a cowardly soul clinging to life, imbued with strength, yet some truths cannot be grasped through mere contemplation, even if he understood them. He felt that without undergoing significant experiences, transformation would not come easily. Therefore, rather than indulging in idle thoughts, he would do well to pursue matters of greater import. Yet, could this behavior not also be considered a form of evasion? While Lin Jia contemplated the essence of life, the cellular man had breached the summit fortress and arrived at the throne. Upon spotting the cellular man, the king's hand cast a protective shield over the slumbering king seated upon the throne. Having previously conversed with the guardian of time, the cellular man took particular note of the king, whose fate remained uncertain. Although he appeared to be a corpse, his body had retained its pre-mortem appearance over the years, showing no signs of decay. It was hard to believe that there was nothing amiss with the king's body. Perhaps Lin Jia should be summoned to ascertain the situation. The cellular man mused to himself, then procured a pair of nunchaku. Despite possessing an array of formidable weapons, the cell person's favored choice remains the humble frying pan and its derivative, the dual frying pans. Upon discovering a pair at the summit castle, he swiftly seized them to test their mettle against the hand of the king. In the hands of the cell person, the dual frying pans were wielded with astonishing finesse, spinning and twirling as critical hit notifications erupted around him. Coupled with various damage-enhancing trinkets adorning his form, the hand of the king swiftly transitioned into its second phase. With a thunderous strike upon the ground, the hand began to levitate, golden radiance emanating from its outstretched finger, while a delicate, translucent pink shield enveloped its surroundings. Almost immediately, 2 elite monsters and 2 lesser foes emerged, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they charged towards the cell person. The cell person was taken aback, for it was the first time in over 2 centuries he had witnessed the hand of the king in its second phase. Nevertheless, these were merely 4 ordinary foes. Even with 2 elite monsters, they appeared to him as nothing more than slightly stronger minions. Before long, the 4 adversaries were vanquished, and the hand of the king descended from the air, its protective shield dissipating into nothingness. The cell person couldn't help but express his irritation. Why didn't the hand remain airborne? Surely, that would lead to its eventual demise. Yet he cared little. He relished the opportunity for more such maneuvers from the hand. A golden glow radiated from the hand's right fist, and as it landed, it leaped into the air, delivering a devastating punch to the ground. Boom! Countless earthen spikes erupted, sending the unprepared cell person hurtling into a pit of jagged spikes. Swiftly consuming a healing potion to replenish his depleting health, he emerged from the earth, exclaiming in bewilderment, "What kind of ghastly trick is this?" Before he could voice further complaints, the hand of the king barreled towards him like a massive construction vehicle. As the collision loomed, the cell person took flight, his wings unfurling as he ascended rapidly to evade the impending impact. Well, while the frying pans were indeed effective, it was time to end this swiftly. He swiftly donned the graduation ensemble of a marksman. Bang, bang, bang. The festive ejector too manifested in his grasp, unleashing a torrent of colorful missiles that erupted in brilliant explosions against the hand of the king. Under the relentless barrage, the hand's health swiftly dwindled, its once erect form faltering as its symmetrical spear plunged into the ground, desperately attempting to prevent its collapse. Yet, weakened and unable to maintain its stance, it could only half kneel, its proud head finally bowing in defeat. Golden light burst forth from the hand's body, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered, scattering a wealth of gold and gems across the ground. Perhaps only the gleaming symmetrical spear remained as a testament to the hand of the king's former existence. The cell man executed a swift maneuver, rising from the ground after being forcefully propelled by the explosive impact of the king's hand. It was the first time in many years that he had successfully vanquished such a formidable opponent. Gazing at the symmetrical spear lying on the ground, he felt no stirrings of remorse for the demise of the king's hand. As he picked up the spear, he examined its attributes. Capable of penetrating shields and inflicting 300 damage, it boasted 2 golden inscriptions, a remarkable find indeed. No wonder it had managed to thwart him for over 2 centuries. He swung it experimentally, though the weight felt cumbersome and its design somewhat unwieldy. He appreciated its impressive statistics. "Hey, Lin Jia, I've defeated the king's hand. When will you arrive?" The cell man inquired, pulling out his phone to call Lin Jia and update him on the situation. "The king's hand is already dead. Your efficiency is commendable. Hold on. I'll be there shortly using a wormhole potion." Chapter 39. The king. A flash of blue light enveloped the cell man as Lin Jia materialized by his side. "You arrived just in time. Come and see if this weapon piques your interest." The cell man showcased the symmetrical spear to Lin Jia. Taking the spear from the cell man, Lin Jia tested its balance. Although its heft did not align with his preferences, the impressive stats, especially the 2 golden inscriptions, were undeniable. "By the way, I have a golden weapon here. I recall you were collecting these, so I'll give it to you shortly." Noticing Lin Jia's lack of enthusiasm for the symmetrical spear, the cell man continued, "I shattered the shield on the throne with this spear. You should possess the king's body now." Lin Jia remained silent, focusing intently as he wielded the spear, effortlessly piercing through the throne's protective barrier. Boom! The shattering of the shield unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending the unprepared cell man flying once more, while Lin Jia stood firm against the force, charging forward without retreat. With the shield no longer obscuring his view, Lin Jia observed the king's visage, pale skin, a mask concealing the lower half of his face, and a chest devoid of any sign of life, indicating he had been deceased for quite some time. After a prolonged moment of observation, Lin Jia turned to the cell man and asked, "What are you doing?" "Possessing the king's body," the cell man replied. "What does that mean? What is possessing?" The cell man was confused, as Lin Jia had been speaking in a manner that he did not comprehend. "Possessing means, well, right now, as a 0 cell. You seem incapable of doing so. Lin Jia explained, suddenly realizing the issue. The zero cell, the cellman's essence, was merely that massive green algae. Lin Jia gazed intently at the cellular being for an extended period, pondering the method by which the entity could attach itself to the king's body. In truth, once 5 cells were amassed, specifically in the initial chamber, the cellular being would gain the opportunity to inhabit the king's form. However, this cycle was exceedingly protracted. Even if the cellular being could retrieve a single cell with each reincarnation, it would necessitate at least 5 cycles, a weight Lin Jia was utterly unwilling to endure. "Make sure you collect this. Do not forget it," he remarked, his attention drawn to the softly glowing red cell nearby. "So, do you possess any means? Perhaps something akin to flying heads?" The cellular being inquired as it picked up the cell from the ground. "There is another method," Lin Jia proposed. Having contemplated this idea for some time. "If you were to destroy your current body, your true form would emerge. Are you implying that I must inhabit this king?" The cellular being replied, somewhat disgruntled. It was not fear of death that troubled it, but rather the concern of wasting the powerful scroll it had painstakingly gathered. "Rest assured, once you attach yourself to the king's body, all your attributes will remain intact," Lin Jia reassured, patting the cellular being's shoulder. "Very well, the items are yours." The cellular being conceded, emptying its backpack to prevent the loss of the hard-won equipment and accessories should it perish. After Lin Jia sorted these items into a nearby box, he activated the mode. "Shall we merely go through the motions, or proceed directly to the outcome?" Lin Jia inquired, weighing the zenith sword in his hand. The cellular being rolled its eyes in exasperation, retorting, "You really bring this up after I've stripped off my equipment? And are you truly going to fight me with the zenith sword? What a joke." Lin Jia nonchalantly tapped his skull with a finger, responding, "A joke? I seem to be devoid of one." The cellular being gave a dismissive gesture before Lin Jia, wielding the zenith sword, swiftly reduced it to fragments. With a squelch, a green substance resembling seaweed tumbled to the ground, rolling to rest at Lin Jia's feet. Devoid of a radio, the cellular being could no longer emit sound, resorting instead to bumping against Lin Jia in frustration. "All right, enough of that. Go over there and stay with the king," Lin Jia instructed. Certain that the cellular being was venting a stream of profanities, despite its inability to vocalize. After delivering a final forceful impact against Lin Jia, the cellular being's essence rolled toward the distant king. A cacophony of grating sounds emanated from within the king's body, causing even Lin Jia to wince slightly at the discomfort. The king's form appeared to shrink, and astonishingly, his garments adjusted along with him, maintaining a fitting appearance throughout. As the king's body reached a stature akin to that of the previous cellular being, a flicker of light erupted from the now dull mask's eyes. Bang! The king's right foot slammed down against the ground, propelling his body into the air, while the throne beneath him disintegrated violently, revealing the sun behind the chair's backrest. "Well, would you look at this physique? It seems to be in quite good condition." The king, now adorned in armor instead of his regal robe, proclaimed his exhilaration as he kicked forward, reveling in the sensation of his formidable physique. "Oh, this armor. How splendid it is to slay monsters in this guise." With that, the king leapt into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin. "Oh, yes, I had completely forgotten I could still do this. Long live muscle memory." As he basked in the delight of his own body, Lin Jia, almost unconsciously, reached for the celestial sword. Previously, the celestial being had regarded the act of slaying monsters with disdain, having long grown weary of bloodshed. Yet, the king before him relished the slaughter, deriving pleasure from the massacre of his former subjects. It appeared that allowing the celestial being to inhabit the king's body was a grave error. Lin Jia had thought of the king's body merely as a peculiar vessel, believing that the memories would not deeply affect the celestial being. It would be akin to reading a book, merely acquiring knowledge of the king's past. However, although the game operated under such a premise, the celestial being had become numb through centuries of reincarnation, unlike the king, who was very much alive. The celestial being had gleaned some memories from the king, enabling him to formulate future plans. But now, it was evident that the reality was far different. The king seemed to embody his identity completely, while the celestial being merely played the role of a transient visitor. "Ah, my friend, look at me. I am truly magnificent." The king, having reveled in his self-admiration, approached Lin Jia, addressing him as a friend, though his gaze unmistakably regarded Lin Jia as a subordinate. "So tell me, are you the celestial being or the king?" Lin Jia took a step back, already certain of the answer in his heart. "Speaking of which, my friend, I must express my gratitude to you. It is all that wretched person's fault that I found myself imprisoned in that dreadful cell." Chapter 40. The conclusion. The king merely stepped back slightly, evading Lin Jia's attack, and the insincere warmth in his tone vanished entirely. "I fail to comprehend how the true master of this island could derive less benefit than that pitiful prisoner." Lin Jia, who had initially been tentative in his approach, now felt assured. I have nothing to discuss with someone like you. You are unworthy of my words." With that, the form of the celestial sword in Lin Jia's hand transformed into the Terra Blade. While using the celestial sword would have been swifter, Lin Jia yearned to vent his frustrations through close combat. The king's assertions, seemingly plausible, were in truth utterly nonsensical. How could a beast, indifferent to his own subjects, lovers, and most loyal subordinates, possibly care about Lin Jia? Moreover, what nonsense about being the true master of a small island? On this island, would any sentient being acknowledge this king? Even the king's own hand merely performed mechanical duty in guarding the corpse upon the throne, not the so-called king himself. Since you, like those unruly subjects, wish to overthrow my reign, then prepare to meet your demise. Having retrieved several pieces of equipment from the remnants of the cell person's body, Lin Jia faced an assault from the king. Lin Jia's gaze was fixed on the swift sword held by the monarch. Recalling how the cell person favored using a frying pan, coupled with the earlier mention of a golden weapon bestowed upon him, the answer was unmistakable. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in their hands clashed violently, with Lin Jia's Terra Blade unleashing a flurry of greensword energy, compelling the king to not only counter Lin Jia's blade, but also evade the onslaught of that verdant energy. Recognizing his increasingly precarious situation, the king seized the opportunity to execute a skill that allowed him to shift positions, appearing directly behind Lin Jia. In an instant, a feeling of restraint washed over Lin Jia, who promptly understood the unfolding events. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, narrowly escaping the king's attack. Whoosh! The king's figure transformed into an afterimage, surpassing Lin Jia's speed and arriving directly before him. The skill, Rapid Dash, propelled its user forward, inflicting damage upon all entities encountered along the way, Lin Jia included. He had not anticipated that the cell person possessed yet another unutilized skill, Rapid Dash. It was indeed perplexing to fathom why the cell person would choose to wield two displacement skills in a single match. The impact caused Lin Jia to stagger slightly, though he sustained minimal damage. Since you've activated your skill, do not blame me, he thought, as he brandished the harmonious teleportation staff, instantly materializing behind the king. The Terra Blade swung fiercely, with the green sword energy pursuing the now alerted monarch as it soared into the distance. The Rapid Dash skill not only enabled forward momentum but also allowed the user to return to their previous position. Regrettably, while Rapid Dash was swift, the speed of the Terra Blade's sword energy was even greater. Before the king could fully recover from the effects of Rapid Dash, the sword energy pierced through him. With no time to assess his injuries, the king swiftly turned, raising his stun shield to deflect the incoming sword energy. Seizing the opportunity presented by the king's use of the shield, which hindered his mobility, Lin Jia closed the distance. The king was acutely aware of this development. Yet he could not afford to halt his advance, as he still required a bit more distance to activate his displacement once more. His eyes darted around, finally locking onto two chests not far away. According to the cell person's recollections, those formidable pieces of equipment lay within those chests. Acquiring them would grant him a slender chance of victory. He was fully aware that Lin Jia had yet to unleash his full potential. Timing his movements meticulously, the king activated his displacement skill again, reappearing behind Lin Jia. Instinctively, Lin Jia teleported to his own rear, swinging his Terra Blade in a fierce arc, only to find himself striking at emptiness. Where did he go? But Lin Jia quickly realized, as the lingering golden particles in the air indicated the king's whereabouts. This is bad. Following the trail of golden particles, he saw the king had already looted the contents of the chests. Even through the mask, Lin Jia could perceive the mocking glint in his eyes. It seemed the king had no intention of engaging in a fair fight. Observing the situation, Lin Jia abandoned any notion of continuing to entangle himself with the king. The Terra Blade in his hand vanished, replaced by several weapons floating behind him. With a mere thought, these weapons moved as if guided by an invisible hand, relentlessly assaulting the king. Clang, clang, clang. With the assistance of accessories and equipment, the king, though still at a disadvantage, managed to withstand the onslaught without succumbing immediately. The swift sword in his grasp struck fiercely against the incoming wrath of the stars. Yet the tremendous force sent him reeling. I cannot afford to prolong this. The only one who will lose is me. I must retreat, utilizing the momentum. The king swiftly distanced himself from Lin Jia, simultaneously launching a grappling hook into the distance. You don't think you can escape, do you? Lin Jia instantly materialized before the king, seizing the grappling hook in his hand. You shall have no further opportunities. As he spoke, Lin Jia placed a void monolith at his feet. Through his experimentation, he discovered that the void monolith was not merely a decorative item as depicted in games, but a true domain that created a barrier, preventing others from escaping. Witnessing the transformation of their surroundings, the king felt a pang of anxiety. Why can't we discuss this amicably? Don't you merely desire that entity known as the Cell Man? I could easily relinquish this body to him. At these words, Lin Jia hesitated momentarily, then became even more unrestrained. Regardless of the truth behind the king's statement, As long as he could extract the essence of the Cell Man, there would undoubtedly be a way to save him. After all, having spent so much time together, he could not bear to watch the Cell Man perish, especially since this predicament was, in part, his own doing. Chapter 41. The Collector. The assault of the Zenith Sword ceased to hold back. The king, exerting every ounce of strength, could not halt its advance by even a fraction. No matter how fiercely the king struggled, amidst the relentless barrage, a single misstep would spell the end of the battle. Countless strikes descended upon the king like a torrential downpour, shattering the proud attire he wore. The final blow. Lin Jia gazed coldly at the king, now collapsed and utterly incapacitated, as if delivering a final judgment. The Zenith Sword gathered its energy, aimed squarely at the king's head. You cannot kill me. Even those gods cannot contend with me. What gives you the right to slay me? A nearly deranged roar erupted from the king, completely devoid of the composure he had possessed upon awakening. Let the Collector erase your memories. After all, you are of no significance. With that, Lin Jia brought down the Zenith Sword, severing the king's head from his body. With a soft thud, a green mass rolled out from the decapitated form of the king. To Lin Jia's surprise, it did not flee but remained motionless, staring blankly ahead. Though perplexed by the king's actions, Lin Jia promptly produced a cube to confine the entity in place. Lin Jia retracted the colossal void stone into his backpack, causing the domain he had unleashed to vanish. Casting a glance at the decaying corpse of the king lying on the ground, he noticed that within a mere moment, the body had begun to decompose rapidly, exuding a foul odor. It was evident that after departing from the throne and that mass of green algae, the king's remains had inevitably succumbed to the plague's afflictions. Regarding the symptoms induced by the plague, I discovered a definitive clue during the possession of the king by the five-celled entity. He had murmured to himself that the previous body had already started to rot, indicating that the plague had not spared his former host. Thus, a fundamental symptom of the plague must be the accelerated rate of bodily decay. Feeling somewhat repulsed, Lin Jia decided to purify the area. He took a step back in disdain and then sprinkled a cleansing powder over the king's corpse. With a hissing sound akin to throwing snowflakes into a hot pan, the king's remains gradually dissolved under the powder's purifying touch, revealing an object reminiscent of the green algae mass hidden within. This object was red and bore a sickly appearance. What could this be? Lin Jia pulled out a stick and prodded the strange thing on the ground, curious about its nature. The mass recoiled slightly, seemingly reluctant to be poked by Lin Jia's stick. Finding it peculiar, he decided to take it with him and inquire with the Collector later. Grasping both masses in his hands, Lin Jia turned his gaze toward the building behind him. Within this chamber, there was a door requiring 5 cells, specifically 5 cells to unlock. This was the sole pathway to the stargazing laboratory, and to find the Collector, he had no choice but to traverse this route. Disregarding the pathways related to the training camp, such locations do not exist in this setting. However, this was merely a consideration for the inhabitants of this world. Lin Jia had no need to gather 5 cells. Drawing his axe, he swiftly shattered the wooden door. With the 2 masses in hand, Lin Jia entered the space. Upon entering, he found that the Collector, who had been waiting, had vanished, leaving behind an empty room. Had he already gone to the stargazing laboratory? Remarkably swift. Lin Jia mused to himself, quickening his pace as he traversed the transitional chamber. Before reaching the stargazing laboratory, he needed to breach the stargazing platform and collect 4 keys to gain entry. To this, Lin Jia could only express, "What are keys? Just look at the pickaxe in my hands. What can stand in my way?" After surpassing this area, Lin Jia arrived directly at the lower level of the stargazing laboratory. A single elevator ride would lead him to the true laboratory. Upon arriving, the red algae mass in his left hand trembled slightly, as if attempting to escape Lin Jia's grasp, but ultimately, it was futile. The fiery gloves appeared on Lin Jia's hands, causing the red algae mass to shrink back in fear. Behave yourself. Just because nothing in this world can kill you, does not mean I am incapable. Lin Jia speculated that this red algae mass likely represented the king's consciousness, while the green one probably belonged to the cell entity. Thus he had no hesitations in taking action. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Jia had already stepped onto the elevator, the jarring sound of friction causing him a slight irritation. His heart fluttering with trepidation at the impending meeting with the Collector. He pondered whether the Collector would be capable of restoring the cellular beings. Surely, it was inconceivable to engage in another conflict merely to converse properly. Deep in thought, the elevator ascended to the rooftop, where directly opposite lay the Collector's laboratory. Lin Jia could see the Collector, his back turned, busily attending to a multitude of instruments. With a rhythmic patter, Lin Jia made no effort to suppress the sound of his footsteps, the crisp cadence momentarily interrupting the Collector's tasks. Turning around, the Collector beheld Lin Jia, who approached, carrying 2 peculiar items. For a fleeting instant, the Collector questioned the reliability of his vision, suspecting that the plague had impaired his sight. for how could a skeleton be advancing towards him? However, upon discerning the nature of the objects Lin Jia bore, his gaze sharpened, and a flicker of wariness ignited within him. He was acutely aware of what those two entities represented, the essence of the cellular beings and the king. How long had it been since he had monitored the status of the cellular beings? What had transpired since their last disappearance? Greetings, Collector. Or perhaps the title Alchemist is more fitting, Lin Jia declared, coming to a halt before the Collector, his voice resonating with a melodic cadence. Initially, the Collector found Lin Jia's utterance peculiar, but as the meaning of his words sank in, the expression concealed beneath the dark robe shifted. His mind racing to comprehend how Lin Jia had acquired this knowledge. His identity as an alchemist dated back to a time before the kingdom's fall, and now, centuries later. How could this skeletal figure be privy to such information? Who are you? The Collector's demeanor transformed, the tightly wrapped black robe erupting around him as he brandished a syringe larger than any ordinary one. Hold your horses, allow me to introduce myself, Lin Jia. Embodying the spirit of resilience, arrayed several weapons, the components of the Zenith sword, in a commanding display behind him, matching the Collector's imposing presence. I am Lin Jia. Hailing from another realm. Another realm? As a researcher, the Collector immediately seized upon the crux of Lin Jia's assertion, though skepticism lingered. The sight of the floating weapons behind Lin Jia lent credence to his claim. What is your purpose in coming here? And why do you intend to capture them? The them referred, of course, to the two peculiar items in Lin Jia's grasp, to show you their condition and, in the process, to address the plague afflicting this world. Lin Jia replied, casually tossing the red algal mass from his left hand, akin to a hostage exchange. The Collector scarcely glanced at the crimson entity upon catching it. He cast it aside, his azure-glowing eyes fixated intently on Lin Jia. What did you say? Address the plague. An incredible sound emanated from the Collector's lips as he anxiously gazed at Lin Jia, fearing a negative response while simultaneously dreading a positive one. Let's use this. Lin Jia tossed a pouch of purification powder directly towards the Collector. The Collector promptly received the pouch, eager to analyze its contents with his instruments. Do not bother. This substance is meant for direct application, not for testing its composition, Lin Jia interjected. Based on his own experiments, he knew that the purification powder could not be extracted from the pouch in this world, which was why he felt confident in handing it over to the Collector. Upon hearing this, the Collector did not cease his efforts immediately, but continued attempting to open the pouch for a while longer before finally halting his actions. How is this used? The Collector's tone grew somewhat irritated. Here lay a substance comparable to his lifelong pursuit of a panacea, yet he was unable to study it, which was indeed a torment. Simply sprinkle it over the desired area. The Collector retrieved a highly decomposed corpse from a nearby cabinet and liberally applied the purification powder upon it. To the Collector's astonishment, the pouch in his hand vanished, and a pale blue powder appeared on the corpse before him. The obviously abnormal signs of decay almost instantaneously disappeared, revealing the state a corpse ought to possess. This, the Collector exclaimed in shock as he lifted the body from the ground and placed it beneath his instruments for examination. The plague, which had previously been insurmountable, vanished entirely from this body, while the pale blue powder lingered, preventing any further infection. As he wiped away the powder clinging to the corpse, the Collector observed that the plague did not re-emerge in the area, likely due to the residual powder still providing protective effects. Lin Jia stood quietly, observing the Collector's actions without rushing to draw any conclusions. After approximately 10 minutes, the Collector finally comprehended the essence of the purification powder. This is astonishing. Though the protective duration of this powder is limited, as long as it remains, the plague cannot infiltrate again, even once the powder is exhausted. It can guarantee a period of immunity from reinfection. The Collector's words were filled with awe for the purification powder. However, as he spoke, his tone gradually darkened. After so many years of relentless research into the panacea, striving to cure the plague afflicting this island and rescue the kingdom on the brink of collapse from the king's grasp, hope had finally emerged. Yet, his years of effort now seemed almost laughable. Moreover, he was acutely aware that a true panacea could never be widely distributed on this island, as it was crafted from vast quantities of cells, ultimately serving only a select few. Furthermore, while he could alleviate the suffering of the afflicted, he could not eradicate the plague. Most importantly, the purification powder possessed the ability to completely annihilate the disease, a capability that the panacea lacked. Observing the despondent demeanor of the Collector, Lin Jia began to grasp the thoughts that plagued the other's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "The panacea you have researched indeed possesses value. The purifying powder merely expels the plague without providing a cure. As for the Guardian of Time's visage, it is merely a testament to her formidable regenerative abilities. Once the affliction is alleviated, she will naturally recover." The Collector gazed intently at Lin Jia for an extended period, And just when Lin Jia believed the collector might seize the purifying powder, he unexpectedly tossed aside the syringe, his expression earnest as he implored, "Please, save this world. I will undertake any task, provided it does not contravene moral principles." The collector's sudden reaction left Lin Jia momentarily bewildered. However, given the collector's humbled stance, Lin Jia held no intention of complicating matters for him. Not only had he originally sought to eradicate the plague afflicting this world, but even if he had not, he would have been moved by the collector's fervor. "I came here with the intent to resolve the plague, so there is no need for such supplication." The collector shook his head, a hint of regret lacing his tone as he explained, "You do not understand. This plague arose from my research. Thus I bear the obligation and responsibility to rectify it. Moreover, as you have acknowledged, our world extends beyond this solitary island. The entire realm has been tainted by the plague. As the architect of this calamity, I must exert every effort to salvage it, utilizing all means at my disposal. What is mere dignity when weighed against the fate of the world?" Lin Jia was taken aback by the collector's words, astonished that he would go to such lengths. Reflecting inwardly, Lin Jia realized that if he were in the collector's position, he would likely not possess such resolve. Perhaps he would resemble the cellular beings, content to survive if possible, and if not, seek an end, only returning if a solution were found. "I sense your determination, thus. I shall assist you to the best of my ability," Lin Jia pledged, offering the most formal assurance he could provide. "Thank you." The collector deeply bowed to Lin Jia, his suppressed excitement palpable. "Let us dispense with the formalities. I have matters to entrust to you. I assure you, I shall fulfill your requests." The collector straightened with remarkable seriousness, his expression earnest. "There's no need for such fervor," Lin Jia thought to smirk, but upon realizing he lacked the ability to do so, he continued, "Please enlighten me regarding the relationship between the king and the cellular beings, as well as their current state." Chapter 43. Concerning the body, where shall I begin? The collector pondered as he gazed at the writhing crimson algal mass in the corner, his thoughts drifting back to a day centuries past. Shaking his head, he dismissed the recollections of his past infatuation with the king's charismatic persona and the regrettable actions he had taken. He then began to elucidate the connections between the cellular beings, the king, and the queen. "Let me get straight to the point. In my experiments, the king and queen attained eternal life. In the early days, they were deeply in love, spending each day entwined with one another, while the kingdom flourished. Despite the emergence of the plague, under the king's governance, the situation remained manageable. Approximately a century has passed, and the two began to harbor mutual disdain for one another. Due to their immortal natures, what commenced as verbal disputes gradually escalated into a relentless battle to the death. The entire kingdom, having lost its leader and plagued by disease, descended into chaos, evolving into its current state. The existence of the Time Guardian merely served to slow the kingdom's collapse. After another 100 years had elapsed, the two grew weary of their perpetual slaughter. Following one of her fatal encounters with the king, the queen entrusted the king's essence to me." With these words, the collector picked up the crimson mass from the ground and displayed it to Lin Jia. At that moment, I still harbored a flicker of hope for the king, and did not fully comply with the queen's instructions. After erasing his memories, I cast him into the dungeon to perish. By merging the soul of their child with the king's residual benevolence, I ultimately gave rise to the entity you refer to as the cell person, embodied in that green mass. To prevent the queen from suspecting any discrepancies, I erased the cell person's memories as well. As for the king's remaining malevolence, I confined it within that body, allowing the king's hand to observe. In the end, the queen, accompanied by her 3 surviving attendants, journeyed to the lighthouse to prevent outsiders from carrying the plague away, a gesture of atonement for her past deeds, though ultimately, the disease still spread. At this point, the collector rubbed his head in distress, expressing his inner turmoil. Although the soul of the cell person was derived from the king and queen's child, it ultimately contained only the memories belonging to the king. Thus, I remain uncertain whether he is the king or their child. Lin Jia was tempted to scoff, pondering the insignificance of such matters. However, after listening to the collector's narrative, he regarded the cell person in his hand with contemplation. This world was unlike the one he had known. The cell person could embody the king, yet the king was not the cell person. With this thought, Lin Jia casually carved a square into the nearby wall, summoning an awakened skeleton, and then tossed the cell person into the skeletal form. The green algae immediately penetrated the gaps of the bones, vanishing from sight. In a mere moment, flesh and blood began to grow upon the skeleton, and a garment identical to the previous one mysteriously appeared. Subsequently, the skull fell away, replaced by a familiar flaming head. Lin Jia was taken aback. He had initially believed the cell person would merely occupy the skeleton's body, unaware that it would restore flesh and blood. Yet, soon a thought emerged in Lin Jia's mind. He gazed at the cell person with eager eyes and urgently inquired, "What will happen to the body if you leave it?" The cell person gestured with both hands, seemingly attempting to convey the answer Lin Jia sought. What are you saying? Can you speak? Please don't use sign language. Lin Jia, overwhelmed with confusion, felt a rising frustration. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, he wished for no delay whatsoever. Lin Jia was perplexed by his meaning and unsure if he was rendered speechless by Lin Jia's actions. The cellman, in response, no longer gestured and simply raised both middle fingers, fixing Lin Jia with a look of silent exasperation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Jia quickly changed course and tossed the radio belonging to the cellman. Are you foolish? I don't even have that. How can we communicate? The first thing the cellman did upon receiving the radio was to criticize Lin Jia's earlier behavior, clearly feeling quite uncomfortable. With a sheepish smile, Lin Jia scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Fortunately, the cellman did not linger on the matter and instead addressed Lin Jia's previous inquiry. What you are contemplating is impossible. After I leave this body, it will swiftly decompose. Sighing in disappointment, Lin Jia accepted this reality without further comment, having never harbored much hope to begin with. Meanwhile, the collector observed the exchange between Lin Jia and the cellman, seemingly understanding what Lin Jia sought. Hesitantly, he spoke up. If you are in pursuit of a corporeal form, I might have a solution. What? Are you serious? Lin Jia's spirits lifted instantly, and he approached the collector, gazing at him with eager anticipation. The collector instinctively took a step back, as it was difficult to imagine a skeleton expressing longing. I am not entirely certain. If you merely desire an ordinary body, I have numerous methods at my disposal. However, if you wish to retain your unique abilities, I would need to conduct an in-depth analysis of your powers to make it feasible. The collector was cautious with his words, fully aware of his uncertainty regarding Lin Jia's exhibited abilities and whether he possessed the capacity to analyze them. I see. Lin Jia lowered his head in disappointment. As he had previously stated, relinquishing the ability of an awakened skeleton merely for the sake of a physical form was something he could never accept. But you need not be overly concerned about the abilities. If your need for a body is simply to experience certain sensations, then switching bodies at will, much like the cellman, would suffice. The collector, anxious that his response might displease Lin Jia, quickly added a clarification. Then let it be, for the time being. I do not require such a body. Lin Jia shook his head. Although the collector's proposal was somewhat acceptable, he had no immediate need for it and thus was not in a rush to acquire a new body. Let us set that aside for now and discuss the issue of the plague. Noticing the collector's hesitance, Lin Jia voiced his intentions. The collector, overjoyed by Lin Jia's mention of the plague, was apprehensive about inadvertently upsetting him and causing the flicker of hope to vanish. To eradicate the plague entirely, it is imperative to gather 5 cells. Only by releasing all strains of the plague can we study the highest levels of it and subsequently develop a vaccine. In other words, 5 cells are fundamental. That simplifies matters. We can directly proceed to slay the 3 Wang Shou and then take down a giant, Lin Jia stated, decisively outlining the next tasks for the group. I have a question. The cell person extended his hand and posed a question. Why do we not simply request cells from them directly? Must we engage in such troublesome combat? The collector glanced at the nearby cluster of red algae, his lips twitching slightly. The reason we cannot directly demand cells is a matter to be addressed with the king. The king's hand is a foolishly loyal individual, not quite right in the head, only capable of executing the final task assigned to him by the king before his death, which is to protect the throne and the monarch seated upon it. Now that both the throne and the king's corpse have vanished, the brain of the king's hand is likely to be incinerated. As for the giant, whether it be the king or the alchemist, who is essentially himself, he is thoroughly despised. In the past, it would have been a miracle to engage in civilized conversation. As for Lin Jia's previous words, the giant does not even recognize him. So why should he part with his cells? Ultimately, a battle is inevitable to achieve any resolution. Such matters should not be overthought. Only those with sufficient strength can command respect. Lin Jia, disinterested in explaining the reasons to the cell person, patted his shoulder and said, very well. The cell person had no objections. If the straightforward method was unfeasible, then let it be. If a fight is required, so be it. Who fears whom? Chapter 44. A new world. Leave the king's hand to me. After my modifications, he bears my back door, making him easier to handle. The collector volunteered, eagerly taking on a significant portion of the task. Lin Jia had no objections, as long as the efficiency was adequate. He was indifferent to the methods employed. The giant will be my responsibility along with the cell person. With that, Lin Jia led the cell person away from the area. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that the collector had departed, the cell person expressed his concerns. Do you think the collector might be deceiving us? Lin Jia was taken aback by the question, having never anticipated such a thought. Why do you ask? You have known the collector for so long. Do you not trust him at all? The cell person rolled his eyes, clearly exasperated by Lin Jia's words. Please, does trust have a direct correlation with time? Just like the king and the queen, who have known each other for ages. Is there any trust remaining between them now? Wait, you mentioned the king. Your memories, I possess the memories of the king, but they are akin to reading a book. I have gleaned certain truths, yet they do not affect me. The cell person offered Lin Jia a reassuring glance. That is good. Regarding the collector, although I have known him for 200 years, and with the king's memories, it extends far beyond that. He has never truly trusted me. Trust is reciprocal. How can you expect me to believe someone who has never trusted me from the beginning? The cell person articulated his thoughts further. That may be true, yet you need not overly concern yourself with the collector's intentions. At least, until we resolve the plague issue. He is undoubtedly on our side. Lin Jia found it difficult to clarify the reasons to the cell person. He could hardly disclose that he had witnessed the collector discussing matters of the kingdom in his final moments while playing a game. After gazing at Lin Jia for a while, the cell being nodded, acknowledging Lin Jia's thoughts and refraining from further discussing the matter of the collector. Let us proceed to find the giant and acquire that cell. Upon hearing this, Lin Jia wasted no time and made his way towards the exit of the initial chamber. To access the cave where the giant resided, they first needed to acquire the cave key from the large hole at the entrance of the initial room. In the game, this key was placed opposite the lava, requiring players to devise a method to cross over, but Lin Jia and his companion faced no such dilemma. With the ability to fly, there was no need for elaborate maneuvers. After effortlessly obtaining the cave key, the duo followed the correct path towards the giant's cave. Excitingly for the cell being, the scrolls he had previously acquired for enhancement were still in his possession. This meant that he could dispatch the monsters with a single blow. Moreover, the number of scrolls could continue to stack. The Time Guardian was indeed diligent, having repaired the terrain and monsters in such a short span. Observing the transformed landscape, Lin Jia could not help but exclaim in wonder. As the two explored the map, in the realm of Clash Royale, a squad of luminous skeletons roamed from one arena to another, seeking the elusive void spell. Meanwhile, all weapon drop tests for the units in Clash Royale had been completed and were now neatly arranged in chests within Terraria. A void spell has appeared. Quickly, teleport. The leading luminous skeleton spotted a dark red glow emanating from a nearby arena and promptly summoned the Harmony teleportation staff, whisking his team of skeletons away. This Harmony teleportation staff was a treasure the luminous skeletons had obtained in the Sacred Land, intended to expedite the completion of Lin Jia's quest. After several teleportations, the squad of skeletons finally entered the attack range just before the void spell's first strike. Thanks to the super healing potion and the weapons of the battle angels, they managed to withstand 3 attacks from the void spell with only 1 skeleton lost. The scene shifted, revealing the squad of luminous skeletons now in a vast desert, devoid of any human presence, save for the occasional cactus, indicating that this area was not entirely barren. However, the surrounding aesthetics were unmistakably reminiscent of a real world, contrasting sharply with the pixelated nature of Terraria and the animated style of Dead Cells. Here, the sand could genuinely be picked up grain by grain for close examination. It was indeed a tangible reality, although the specific world remained a mystery. The luminous skeleton surveyed the surroundings before mounting a witch's broom, soaring skyward, his form gradually vanishing under the effects of an invisibility potion. They split up to scout the area, and upon encountering familiar scenery or different terrain, they would promptly communicate via mobile. Before parting ways, the leading luminous skeleton cautioned his companions. Understood. Through meticulous searching, the luminous skeletons finally laid eyes on a military base, identifiable solely by a flag featuring 10 interconnected rings, with 2 scimitars crossed in the center. Chapter 45. The Giant. The perspective shifted back to the world of Dead Cells, where Lin Jia and the cell person, after traversing several scenes, arrived at the abode of the giant, a chamber filled with molten lava. Let us go in, Lin Jia declared, pushing open the door before stepping directly onto the flowing lava. Suddenly, an abundance of bubbles erupted from the molten surface, and the entire room began to tremble. From beneath the lava emerged a skull adorned with a helmet, its upper half breaking free while its lower half remained submerged. The armor it wore appeared ancient, reminiscent of something that had long endured the passage of time. Thud, thud. 2 skeletal hands, encased in gloves, struck the center of the lava lake with force. Lin Jia couldn't help but critique the gloves, noting their remarkable quality. Despite being submerged in lava for an extended period, they appeared pristine, as if freshly manufactured. As his eyes adjusted to the brightness above the lava, the giant immediately spotted the cell person who had just entered, leaning forward with its skull, skin twitching as if attempting to sniff the air. You're here? Look at what the plague has turned you into, the giant cackled, a malicious delight evident in his tone. Even the hollow sockets of his eyes seemed to curve into a mocking smile, deriding the king's arrogance and folly. The cacophony echoed within the enclosed space, rendering it particularly cacophonous. Ah, quite fitting, he remarked, seemingly satisfied with his laughter. After a moment, the giant ceased his mirth, gazing at the cell person, whom he regarded as insignificant as an ant. You deserve your arrogance. It is your pride that has brought such ruin upon the kingdom. I warned you countless times, he thundered, slamming his hand down upon the platform. Now, we are left with no hope, reflecting on the kingdom's former glory. A touch of sorrow crept into the giant's voice. Die? Yet, memories are but memories, and upon glancing at the current state of disarray the kingdom lay in, his anger reignited. He pounded his fists on the platform, preparing to strike. Wait, I have a solution for the plague, the cell person protested, attempting to resist. However, this declaration only seemed to infuriate the giant further. You arrogant fool. At this point, the kingdom is already doomed. What good will it do even if you resolve the plague? With that, the giant ceased his words, raising his fist to strike the cell person. In response, the cell person flapped its wings and evaded the giantess blow, brandishing a pair of nunchaku to attack the giantess hand. Lin Jia, too, had no words to spare. His weapon launched forth, depleting the giant's health bar in an instant. As the giant's health reached zero, an eyeball fell from its socket. And without hesitation, Lin Jia shifted his aim and dispatched the eyeball with swift efficiency. This sequence was repeated once more, and ultimately, the giant was thoroughly vanquished. Aside from that initial strike, the giant had failed to launch another attack. You stand as a paragon for us all, yet the once mighty giant now appears utterly disheveled. His already uneven teeth have suffered further loss in previous battles, leaving him with scarcely a few remaining. He coughed weakly, casting a sorrowful gaze upon the cell man, and inquired, what compels you to bring forth such widespread destruction? You have even laid waste to your own body. Although the cell man comprehended the giant's words, he did not perceive himself as a king, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. He merely regarded the giant in silence. My lord, he murmured as the giant, burdened by grave injuries, began to succumb, his body gradually sinking into the lava. His hands could no longer maintain their grip upon the platform, save for his left hand, raised defiantly, which seemed to embody the giant's last vestige of stubbornness. What an irredeemable scoundrel! With the last vestiges of his strength, the giant extended his middle finger towards the cell man, before his form entirely submerged into the lava lake. The cell man glanced at Lin Jia beside him, feeling a sense of perplexity. After a moment's contemplation, he returned the giant's gesture with a middle finger of his own. Lin Jia, observing this exchange with exasperation, smacked his forehead and approached the spot where the giant had descended, calling out, Come up. I possess something that can heal your wounds. And we must also discuss matters concerning cells and plagues. After a brief wait, no response emanated from beneath the molten surface. Only the bubbling sounds of the lava echoed back. Very well, since you prefer not to converse, allow me to draw the lava away and compel you to engage. Seeing that reason was futile, Lin Jia produced a lava-absorbing sponge and began to siphon the molten rock beneath his feet. As the lava receded at an alarming rate, the giant grew anxious. He needed the lava to mend his injuries, and if it vanished entirely, he could not fathom how long it would take to recover from his wounds. I have emerged. What do you want? The giant strained to lift himself from the lava, glaring at Lin Jia with evident hostility. He had previously chosen to overlook Lin Jia's presence, for this individual was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him devoid of any means to retaliate. He could only divert the conflict onto the cell man to evade confrontation. I previously mentioned that we possess a solution to the plague, Lin Jia stated, halting his absorption of the lava and speaking in a calm tone. And what good is that now? The kingdom has fallen. The giant's demeanor was steeped in despair. Initially, he had believed the king's actions were intended to please him. Yet it was during that time that he had stolen cells from the king, inadvertently causing the resurgence of the plague that had been painstakingly sealed away. In a certain light, he was complicit in hastening the kingdom's downfall. In regard to this matter, how could he not be considered arrogant, believing that all the king had done was misguided? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling within him, the giant's face betrayed none of this turmoil. He merely fixed Lin Jia with a gaze full of fury. Do not regard me with such eyes. Moreover, I am not seeking your assistance. Hand over the cells to me, and thereafter, you may do as you please. Lin Jia had no intention of recruiting the giant, setting aside the conflict with the collector. The giant's objectives diverged significantly from theirs. He had always sought to preserve the kingdom rather than eradicate the plague. Just as the giant was about to verbally decline, Lin Jia's right hand gestured, and the sword behind him shot forth, aimed directly at the giant's head. I can accept either option, kill you and drain the magma, or find a way to directly confront you. However, I prefer to avoid complications. Do you understand? Chapter 46, Marvel Universe. The giant gazed at the sword that had previously inflicted such torment upon him. After a moment's hesitation, he plunged his hand into the magma and retrieved a glowing red cell. Here, Lin Jia reached out to accept the cell, subsequently disregarding the giant as he called to the cell man and departed. watching Lin Jia and his companion fade into the distance. The giant felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. For years, ever since realizing that his actions had led to the resurgence of the plague he had barely managed to control, he had been burdened by profound guilt. Perhaps if he had refrained from stealing that cell, the kingdom would not have met its demise. Regardless of the giant's thoughts, Lin Jia and the cell man had swiftly navigated the shortcut between the giant and the throne, returning to the king's hand. Upon their arrival, the collector awaited them. Having been there for some time, has the situation with the giant been resolved? He inquired, holding 3 cells in his hands. The king's hand lay sprawled on the ground, utterly devoid of life. It's resolved. Lin Jia cast the cell aside, completing the collection of 5 cells, including the one previously placed in the initial chamber. At last, would the plague's full manifestation reappear in this world? The collector observed the cells in his grasp with a complex expression. He felt a twinge of concern. He worried that once the plague was fully unleashed, if the purification powder provided by Lin Jia failed to resolve the issue, the situation could become drastically worse. Recognizing the collector's hesitation, Lin Jia spoke soothingly, though his words carried an undertone of despair for the collector. Well, let us proceed. The collector positioned himself between Lin Jia and the cell man, and an alchemical array materialized beneath them, teleporting the trio back to the initial chamber. As the 5th cell was placed into the glass slot, Lin Jia noticed an additional negative status labeled plague appear on his status bar. Its specific effects included a 50 increase in damage dealt, a 100 increase in damage received, and upon death, his body would transform into a monster attacking all living beings. Overall, this was a net positive for Lin Jia, as he seldom engaged in direct combat. As for the duration, it appeared to be permanent. Possibly due to his current location amidst the plague's outbreak, he would need to exit the realm of death cells to escape its effects. The collector, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness, was again beset by despair. Shaking his head, he quickly extricated himself from such emotions and turned his attention to Lin Jia. The essence of the cell man was of his own making. The effects of the plague on him were negligible. His genuine concern lay with Lin Jia. How do you feel? What a sensation it is, just a little bit of change. Lin Jia moved his body slightly, feeling none of the typical weakness associated with illness. Let us try the purification powder. He retrieved a corpse from the water, evidently a victim of the plague, and sprinkled the purification powder over it. As expected, the powder descended, transforming the appearance of the corpse into that of a normal cadaver. How remarkable! The collector was nearly jumping for joy. After so many years, they finally possessed something capable of combating the plague. However, would it suffice? Given time, the purification powder could be dispersed by the wind, allowing the plague to return, right? The cell person held a differing opinion. Are you foolish? Do you not carry the Terra transformation gun? Whether on ordinary plains or in sacred places, is there not a means to halt the spread of the plague? Lin Jia smacked his forehead. Ever since merging with the king, he felt the cell person had become increasingly less inclined to think. It does seem that way. Let us proceed. We shall transform this area into a sacred place, then gradually expand outward. When the time comes, banishing the plague will be a breeze. The cell person grew more animated as he spoke, ultimately producing the Terra transformation gun and spraying the surrounding area with a blue solution that would propagate the sacred land. The vibrant colors of the sacred realm emerged, leaving the nearby collector utterly astonished. Were they not just discussing the purification powder? What is this Terra transformation gun in this sacred land? What on earth are these things? Just as Lin Jia intended to elucidate the concepts of sacred land and terraria to the collector, a flash of blue light appeared, and a glimmering skeleton materialized before the 3. Boss, a new world has been discovered. Upon its arrival, the glimmering skeleton exclaimed excitedly. A new world? Lin Jia paused, recollecting the glimmering skeletons he had dispatched to the Royale Clash world. He had not anticipated encountering a new world so soon, one capable of relaying messages back. Previously, he had not been without discoveries of new worlds. However, those glimmering skeletons had vanished shortly after entering. Even their equipment could not be salvaged. The potion merchant had also been unable to provide the corresponding memory potions, explaining that without memories of that world or relevant anchor points, Lin Jia could not enter through the means of recollection. Cell person, please explain those matters to the collector. I have some affairs to attend to. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Jia addressed the cell person. Oh, the cell person responded reluctantly, appearing disinclined to explain these matters to the collector. Lin Jia, now disinterested in such matters, led the glimmering skeleton aside and inquired softly, what world is it? Did you see any figures? Where is it located? Is it dangerous? What is the level of difficulty? Boss, don't rush. The barrage of questions left the glimmering skeleton momentarily flustered, nearly causing a mental overload. Very well. Let us take it one at a time. Lin Jia took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart. It was no wonder he felt such excitement. Both Terraria and the Dead Cells world offered no means of restoring his physical form, yet the discovery of a new world held the promise of new hope. Boss, after our deliberation, it appears that the world in question is indeed the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At present, we have encountered Tony Stark, and the narrative unfolds during the pivotal moment of Iron Man 1 when Tony is captured in a cave. We make our entrance and rescue him from the clutches of a terrorist organization. Currently, all members of my team are residing in Tony's lavish mansion. Chapter 47. Return to Terraria. Marvel. Lin Jia pondered, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, his thoughts drifting to the Vision who appeared in Avengers: Age of Ultron. This too is an artificial being, yet its functions are akin to those of a regular human. Perhaps there is little distinction after all. Lin Jia was uncertain. For in the storyline, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Vision become lovers. Moreover, there is an abundance of advanced technology within the Marvel Universe, making the resurrection of flesh and blood seem plausible, even if technological means fail. Gathering all 6 Infinity Stones and harnessing the most formidable powers of the Marvel Cinematic Universe could surely grant him a body with replication abilities. Even if it does not allow for the replication of weapons as it currently does, as long as consciousness can transfer between the replicated bodies, survival would be assured. First, establish a rapport with Tony. There are still unresolved matters in this world. Once I have addressed them, we shall venture into the Marvel realm. Lin Jia contemplated, considering the unreliability of the cell beings, deciding it prudent to conclude affairs here before heading to the Marvel Universe. Understood, boss. While in the Marvel world, aside from our initial appearance during Tony's rescue, we remained in a state of invisibility, so there is no need to worry about that black egg. Before returning to the Marvel Universe, the glimmering skeleton informed Lin Jia of the actions and operations they undertook in that world. Furthermore, we have told Tony that we are merely your avatars, without revealing that we are not from his world. That is something you will have to decide for yourself, boss. I understand. I shall devise a suitable identity. Lin Jia sighed, rubbing his forehead. Such matters were indeed cumbersome. Additionally, the Ancient One on Earth poses a significant issue. Who knows what her perception of him might be? If his soul were inadvertently revealed, he was uncertain whether he could transfer his consciousness to another skeleton. Exercise caution. That black egg is not the concern, but the boiled egg is. If possible, it is imperative to foster a good relationship with the Ancient One. After imparting this final piece of advice, Lin Jia watched as the glimmering skeleton departed from this world. Upon returning to the Collector and his companion, Lin Jia contemplated resuming their previous discussion when he suddenly noticed the Collector's conflicted expression, as if he struggled to voice his thoughts. Is it possible to avoid the sanctum? After much deliberation, the Collector finally ventured to ask. Why? Lin Jia inquired, somewhat perplexed. He mused that while the sanctum was indeed aggressive due to its purpose of containing malevolent forces, it appeared to be far less harmful than a plague. The dangers posed by the sanctum are rather significant, the Collector cautiously replied. Dangers? Lin Jia paused momentarily before swiftly regaining his composure, turning to glance at the cell person. He observed the cell person nervously averting his gaze, his large eyes darting about as he feigned busyness. Alas, I anticipated this outcome. Lin Jia sighed in resignation, reiterating the circumstances of the sacred land. There is no significant threat. In my world, the sacred land became volatile solely to suppress malevolent terrains, and in this realm, it is unlikely to exhibit such ferocity. Even should it indeed be so tumultuous, the sacred land is still preferable to a plague. At least it lacks infectious properties and is far more aesthetically pleasing. Is that truly the case? The credibility of Lin Jia's words had notably increased, bringing a sense of relief to the Collector. Had the cell person's description been accurate, they would have barely escaped from the tiger's den only to find themselves ensnared in a wolf's lair. Or perhaps, they might not have even managed to exit the tiger's den at all. My general plan involves converting all the prisoner cells into sacred lands, thereafter allowing for organic development. Once we approach the Black Bridge, we can begin the gradual purification of the sacred land from this point. The plague cannot spread through the creatures inhabiting the sacred land. As the channels of transmission diminish, the affliction will naturally recede. Lin Jia's assertion was rooted in their current presence within the sacred land, where the effects of the plague had already dissipated, rendering the efficacy of the sacred land abundantly clear. Indeed, it felt remarkably untroubled. The Collector nodded thoughtfully, experiencing a genuine sense of ease unlike the suffocating burden of the plague they had previously endured. In light of this, I shall summon one of my avatars shortly. Should we require materials, he can provide assistance. Additionally, I will relay a message to the Time Guardian regarding our prior misstep. Thereafter, purification powder will no longer necessitate the exchange of melee weapons. However, I still require high-quality melee weapons, and I can offer alternative items for purchase. Matters here are nearly resolved. I have engaged with the necessary individuals and attended to essential tasks, save for the Queen, who possesses consciousness. As for the Queen's dilemma, Lin Jia intended for the cell person to address it himself, as he is intrinsically linked both spiritually and through memory. It would be appropriate for him to resolve this matter independently. Regarding the demon castle, Lin Jia had inquired with the collector, who indicated that such a place did not exist on the island, though some weapon blueprints from the demon castle remain. It is, in essence, rather peculiar. Due to a lack of familiarity with the lore of the demon castle, I shall refrain from elaborating further, as it is merely a minor issue. I have certain matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, having expressed all that needed to be said. Lin Jia produced the magic mirror, prepared to depart. No, that will not do. At the very least, you must remain here until the purification phase reaches its initial stage. The cell person interjected. Lin Jia, well aware of the cell person's subtle intentions, promptly declined. Very well, the cell person responded, visibly deflated, resignedly utilizing the Terra modification gun to create the sacred land. Should you wish to reach me, you may also seek out my avatar. Though it possesses the same memories as I do, certain matters can be directly inquired of him. This passage addresses a collector, with Lin Jia expressing his concern that his departure might lead the collector to believe he has fled. Consequently, he emphasizes the intelligence possessed by the glimmering skeleton. The collector merely nods in acknowledgement. Observing this, Lin Jia refrains from further delay, retrieving the magic mirror to return to Terraria. Chapter 48. Transitional chapter. Upon his return to Terraria, Lin Jia brandishes the Zenith sword, casually striking a training dummy to replicate a body, which he then directs towards Glimmering Lake. It is worth noting that nearly 2,000 skeletons previously present here have dwindled significantly, and as for the memory potion, it can be acquired from the potion merchant, thus presenting no issue. After casting the newly generated awakened skeleton into Glimmering Lake, a pristine glimmering skeleton emerges, wielding the Zenith sword and adorned with top-tier equipment and accessories. There is little more to elaborate on, as you are already privy to my memories. However, I must stress that the collector must not be permitted to enter Terraria. He cannot be granted access without my explicit consent. Do you understand? Yes, boss. Though newly birthed, the glimmering skeleton possesses all of Lin Jia's memories, rendering him acutely aware of Lin Jia's intentions. Very well, proceed, and showcase your might if necessary. Lin Jia offered no further commentary, nodding in approval as he sent the glimmering skeleton on its way. The primary reason for barring the collector from entering Terraria lies in the fact that, although he is currently allied with Lin Jia, this alliance is predicated solely on the eradication of the plague. The collector is not a compliant individual. One cannot predict how he might react upon witnessing a world such as Terraria. Moreover, considering the numerous skeletons previously dispatched to modify the environment, the task should be nearing completion, and the Zenith soul belonging to Terraria ought to be within reach soon. With excitement in his heart, Lin Jia sought out the glimmering skeleton responsible for overseeing the glimmering skeletons in Terraria, whom he aptly named Xiaoguang for clarity. Xiaoguang, how goes the world purification? Boss, there seems to be a problem, Xiaoguang replied hesitantly. What problem? Lin Jia paused, bewildered. How could there be an issue? Had the green solution run out? Or was the Terraria transformation gun malfunctioning? We have thoroughly scoured this island multiple times, and have found no trace of either the sacred or crimson lands. However, when we inquired with the tree spirit, she insisted that half of this world remains tainted. How can that be? Half? Lin Jia questioned, perplexed. If only a portion of the terrain remained polluted, he could accept that. After all, it is not uncommon to overlook a single block. But 50%? Such a notion seemed implausible. Wait. In a moment of contemplation, Lin Jia recalled something. During the guide's introduction to Terraria's backstory, it was mentioned that the former Terraria had been fragmented into 2 continents. This won't he do. I must consult the guide, Lin Jia resolved, promptly teleporting to the guide's dwelling without further ado. In a distant realm, there lies another island, visible if one were to fly in a singular direction. As soon as the door opened, the guide addressed Lin Jia, expressing a sense of comfort in consulting him directly, without the need for elaborate explanations. Lin Jia, content to forego the backstory, settled into a chair opposite the guide, listening intently to his narrative. This island was the very site of the Moon Lord Seal, rendering its environment particularly chaotic, characterized by both corruption and crimson terrain, teeming with an abundance of wild mechanisms, and beset by a plague of hives. As the guide recounted the details, Lin Jia's intrigue deepened, and he found the situation increasingly peculiar. The 7 characteristics outlined by the guide corresponded to the effects found within 7 distinct egg maps. If these 7 effects were to be amalgamated, would they not conjure the Zenith world? Realization dawned upon him, accompanied by a sigh. The Zenith world was no benign location. Currently, he found himself in a state of graduation, and while entering it would be unpleasant, he could endure it. Had he first arrived at the Zenith world upon his entry into Terraria, it would likely have posed no significant difference. After all, aside from the resources he personally gathered, the rest were procured by the awakened skeletons he had summoned. However, that assertion was not entirely accurate, for prior to the arrival of the Cell People, he had also succumbed to the onslaught of his skeletal minions. The most loathsome aspect of the Zenith world lay in its pervasive danger, making exploration and mining perilous, often leading to untimely demise. Additionally, the enhancement of ordinary foes further complicated matters. Following his farewell to the guide, Lin Jia had little reason to linger. He had no intention of venturing into the Zenith world, as it offered little allure. This task was thus delegated to Xiao Guang and his cadre of minuscule skeletons. After assigning all tasks, Lin Jia approached the soul of the sword, rubbing his hands together as he opened the shop interface. As anticipated, a new item, the Zenith Soul, had appeared. The purchase condition was to defeat the celestial embryo from the Pantheon on Earth. A steep challenge indeed. Lin Jia found himself at a loss for words upon reading the requirement. Despite the peculiar display of combat prowess in American comics, where higher-tier battles were merely exaggerated displays of strength, the celestial pantheon comprised legitimate cosmic deities, far beyond his current capabilities to confront. While dispatching an unconscious embryo might not pose significant difficulty, the challenge lay in contending with the celestial beings that would inevitably arrive thereafter. Shaking his head, he dismissed these distant troubles from his mind. At the potion merchants, he replenished his stock of memory potions, ensuring he had 100 bottles from each of the 4 worlds, before imbibing the potion from the Marvel Universe. Naturally, prior to consuming the potion, he had donned the star crystal set, effectively concealing his form. When Lin Jia regained his senses, he found himself in a vast desert, now under the cloak of night. Looking around in confusion, Lin Jia quickly realized that this must be the location where the glimmering skeletons first arrived in the Marvel Universe. And it was likely the very desert from which they would rescue Tony. Initially intending to use the wormhole potion to teleport directly to the glimmering skeletons, he suddenly discovered that his map was inoperative in this realm, even though it had functioned perfectly well in the world of dead cells. Consequently, Lin Jia could no longer recklessly employ the wormhole potion. He needed to ascertain that the destination was devoid of other individuals or take some precautionary measures beforehand. After all, a sudden flash of blue light followed by the appearance of a skeleton would startle anyone. Hello? Is anyone there? Oh, in Tony's laboratory? Please inform him that I am on my way. Chapter 49. Tony Stark. Upon receiving a confirming response from the glimmering skeleton, Lin Jia promptly utilized the wormhole potion to teleport. Whoosh! In the laboratory of Tony's mansion, a flash of blue light heralded Lin Jia's arrival. Beep beep beep. The moment Lin Jia manifested, a piercing alarm blared, and the previously bright lights of the laboratory shifted to a deep crimson hue. However, it did not take long for the alarm to cease, and Tony Stark's fluent English resonated. Oh, look who has arrived. Is that not my friend, the singing skeleton? Although Tony spoke in English, the radio's function allowed Lin Jia to comprehend his meaning. Observing Tony Stark's appearance, Lin Jia couldn't help but marvel. Tony was quite handsome. Whether this perception stemmed from the cinematic lens through which Lin Jia had viewed him prior to his traversal or if Tony was indeed this striking remained uncertain. Honestly, do you think conversing with a skeleton is a trivial matter? Lin Jia's tone was akin to that of a longtime friend. Tony paused, seemingly taken aback by Lin Jia's familiarity. He then glanced at the cluster of shimmering skeletons nearby, which appeared to be manifestations of Lin Jia. And it seemed reasonable that they could acquire memories. All right. Have you concocted an identity to share with me? I'm rather curious. Tony shifted the topic, no longer teasing Lin Jia about his sudden familiarity. Concocted? During their exchange, Lin Jia had already revealed his form, casting a peculiar glance at the glimmering skeletons peering around the walls. Oh, I am truly exasperated. Why must my manifestations be so unreliable? Lin Jia lamented, covering his face in despair. Given that even his avatars had reached such a state, he had no choice but to speak candidly. As a genius scientist, you must comprehend theories concerning parallel universes. Are you implying that you hail from another parallel universe? Following Lin Jia's train of thought, a look of astonishment spread across Tony's face. Sort of, but it's a bit further away. Lin Jia gestured with his fingers to indicate a small gap. Further away? Are you suggesting another world? The astonishment on Tony's face morphed into sheer shock. He had initially assumed Lin Jia to be a byproduct of a failed laboratory experiment. If one were to liken a world to a computer, with humans representing the signals within, then traversing parallel worlds would merely be akin to moving from one file to another. It is neither overly complex nor utterly simple. However, the other world is akin to a separate computer, and there exists no direct communication between the two. Hence, the notion of humans effortlessly navigating between them appears quite extraordinary. What method do you employ? This is simply astonishing. Lin Jia interjected, interrupting Tony's barrage of inquiries, and explained, do not be so agitated. My approach does not rely on technological means. If one were to categorize it, it would be more akin to magic. Upon hearing this, Tony gradually regained his composure, momentarily setting the matter aside. In his perspective, what is referred to as magic is merely a set of principles that he has yet to comprehend. Much like certain scientific phenomena, had the principles behind them been unknown, people of that era would have deemed them magical. Jarvis. Modify Lin Jia's information in the database and elevate the confidentiality level to the highest. After calming down, Tony immediately summoned Jarvis and added, and make a record of events from other worlds. Certainly, sir, came the voice from the laboratory's speakers, the unmistakable tone of his electronic assistant, Jarvis. By the way, Lin, I heard from your avatar that you wish to restore your body. Is that correct? After documenting the information, Tony scrutinized Lin Jia's skeletal frame and inquired. Although he did not voice it, Tony felt immense gratitude for Lin Jia's life-saving intervention. Yet, as a proud individual, he could not express such sentiments directly. Thus, he sought to repay Lin Jia in this manner. Indeed, but I suspect you may not be able to assist me, Lin Jia surmised Tony's thoughts, acknowledging that the present Tony was indeed unable to help him. Perhaps, in a few years, that might change. Hey, who are you underestimating? Upon hearing Lin Jia's words, Tony's innate genius pride surged forth, prompting him to call upon Jarvis. Jarvis, record all the specifications Lin Jia requires for his body. I am confident I can create a satisfactory form for him. Lin Jia, not one to be polite, directly articulated his requirements for the body. My vision is to utilize this skeletal structure as a foundation, upon which a layer resembling a human body is to be added. Ideally, it should encompass intact senses such as touch and taste, with all basic functions fully operational. That is essentially it. Listening to Lin Jia's description, Tony's confident demeanor gradually stiffened. However, as Lin Jia turned to face him, Tony swiftly masked his expression, feigning contemplation. Is my request perhaps a bit excessive? Lin Jia's teasing tone irked Tony, prompting him to snort dismissively and retort, I have not researched this area extensively yet, but give me some time, and I shall fulfill your request. Haha. Lin Jia erupted in mischievous laughter, then shook his head and remarked, my situation is not urgent. You should first ponder the reasons behind your abduction. Upon mentioning this, Tony's expression instantly turned serious, his brow furrowing as he remarked, I have uncovered the truth, though difficult to believe. It is indeed my uncle who has connections with the terrorist organization that Obadiah is involved with. Lin Jia paused momentarily, pondering that the narrative seemed somewhat amiss. Wasn't it after the creation of Mark II that this matter came to light? Glancing at the still incomplete armor, he realized the timeline was inconsistent. Nevertheless, such details were of little consequence. The pace of the story could not alter Lin Jia's intentions. Before the events of Avengers, Infinity War, with his current abilities, he could easily cope with the situation. So, what are you planning to do about him? Will you eliminate him directly? Tony's expression twitched slightly. While he did not entirely reject the notion of taking a life, having dispatched those terrorists who had kidnapped him without hesitation, constantly speaking of murder made him somewhat uneasy. Do not take it to heart. In my world, come nightfall, it is akin to a game, spawning various monsters. All my current strength has been forged through combat. It is only natural that my perspective diverges from yours, Lin Jia explained, seeking to prevent any misunderstandings on Tony's part. Chapter 50. A misstep. I intend to incarcerate Obadiah. I possess a private prison, and should I send him there, I need not worry about his escape. Tony did not dwell on Lin Jia's words and instead addressed the topic of Obadiah's fate. After all, he was Tony's last remaining relative, and the thought of killing Obadiah was unbearable. As you wish. Is this your armor? Lin Jia shifted the conversation, picking up a gleaming silver metal plate from the ground. Indeed. Speaking of which, Tony's demeanor brightened as he took the armor plate from Lin Jia's hand and placed it onto a nearby mechanical arm. The initial armor is nearly complete. You, as a witness, shall behold the birth of this armored suit. Tony leaned over the table, coordinating with the mechanical arm to perform the final adjustments on the armor. Lin Jia observed closely, unaware that he had pulled out his phone to document the genesis of Iron Man. Once the final adjustments were complete, Tony first donned the circuitry-laden exoskeleton on his legs and arms, followed by the surrounding mechanical arms affixing various armor pieces onto his body. Jarvis, are you there? Please respond. Activate the helmet display. Understood. Conducting checks. Adjusting home environment settings now. Meanwhile, Lin Jia watched Tony standing still, occasionally hearing Tony's commands and Jarvis's responses. Lin Jia recalled this scene, remembering how impressive the special effects had been at the time, evoking a sense of utilizing high-tech equipment. The mechanical components clicked and clattered against one another, producing a crisp sound. Lin Jia perked up, no longer concealing the star crystal-enhanced wings and the star crystal suit behind him. In truth, Lin Jia was currently equipped with the celestial star plate in his accessory slot. having merely altered the appearance of the star crystal-enhanced wings in the decorative slot. Tony exhaled deeply, extending his arms horizontally while standing with his legs straight. Suddenly, a torrent of searing flames erupted from beneath his palms and feet, causing his body to lift slightly off the ground, with white shockwaves radiating outward beneath him. As he ascended, his balance began to waver, but with the assistance of Jarvis, he quickly regained composure, becoming accustomed to the sensation of flight. Thud. Having familiarized himself with the experience, Tony landed with a resonant thump, executing a textbook superhero landing. Well, I was just about to show off, Tony began, but his words faltered as he beheld Lin Jia clad in what was unmistakably high-tech armor, its sophistication far surpassing his own. Oh, don't mind me. It's merely an ordinary piece of equipment, nothing particularly advanced, just visually impressive, Lin Jia reassured him, giving Tony a comforting pat on the shoulder. Tony, however, was not convinced that Lin Jia's gear was merely superficial. Nevertheless, he decided to challenge him. Inspired by the imposing Starwing enhancements behind Lin Jia, let us have a race, he declared, fueled by a competitive spirit. All right, how shall we compete? Lin Jia inquired, intrigued. From here, we'll take off along that road and soar into the sky. The speed will be evident, Tony proposed. Sounds good. Jarvis, initiate a 5-second countdown. They positioned themselves at the starting line, awaiting Jarvis's cue. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The thrusters beneath Tony's feet and palms surged with power, propelling him forward, leaving a trail of white smoke in his wake. Almost simultaneously, Lin Jia ascended, his Starwing enhancements unleashing a torrent of blue flames, closely tailing Tony. He had reacted a fraction of a second slower than Tony. Fortunately, the speed of the celestial star disk was not to be underestimated. That half-second delay did not allow Tony to create a significant lead. Through the camera, Tony observed Lin Jia closely pursuing him, his heart racing. After all, Jarvis had initiated the countdown, granting Tony an edge, yet Lin Jia was still able to keep pace. This indicated that his equipment was anything but ordinary. Tony's energy stemmed solely from the arc reactor in his chest, yet where did Lin Jia derive his power? This suggested that Lin Jia possessed an energy source at least equivalent to an arc reactor. Well, I refuse to be outdone by you. Dismissing these distracting thoughts, Tony cranked the thruster output to maximum, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. Jarvis, what is the altitude record for the Black Hawk 71? The fixed-wing flight record is 26,000 meters. Records are meant to be broken. Let us go. As excitement surged within him, Tony began to notice frost accumulating on his suit. Lin Jia shook his head, propelled upward, briefly surpassing Tony. Bang! Before Tony could fully comprehend Lin Jia's presence beside him, the thrusters on his legs suddenly malfunctioned, emitting dazzling sparks from the seams of his armor. Flames no longer spewed from the thrusters, and the blue lights on the face of the suit flickered a few times before extinguishing. Oh no! Tony's armor was completely immobilized, and he began flailing his arms in the air, desperately attempting to grasp something, but all was in vain. His frantic movements caused his body to spin wildly, descending in a spiraling manner. Although it was clear that Tony would likely be unharmed, one could never predict the occurrence of unforeseen events. Lin Jia brandished the Harmony teleportation staff, pursuing Tony as he tried to save himself during his fall. Hey, Tony, need a hand? What do you say? Tony's hands scrambled at the joints of his legs, searching for the mechanism to activate the auxiliary wings. Haha, don't rush. Lin Jia seized Tony, wielding the Harmony teleportation staff, and the two of them continuously teleported through the air, eventually returning to the rooftop of Tony's villa. Upon landing, Tony struggled out of Lin Jia's embrace, hastily removing his helmet and beginning to retch uncontrollably. Are you experiencing motion sickness from the armor? Lin Jia observed Tony's condition with a hint of confusion, recalling that in the original narrative, Tony had not been sick. This could indeed be attributed to Lin Jia. The sensation of spatial teleportation was hardly friendly to an ordinary person. After a prolonged bout of nausea, Lin Jia assisted the unsteady Tony back to the laboratory. Yet, Tony remained restless, incessantly exclaiming, "This is unbelievable. Not only do you possess a method of energy generation that rivals, even surpasses, the arc reactor, but you also have the capability of spatial teleportation. This is simply astonishing. The arc reactor can generate 3 billion joules per second. To put it into perspective, a nuclear power plant generates a total of 36 billion joules, and that is measured over the span of an hour. The information obtained online may contain discrepancies, or I may have misinterpreted it, but the intent here is to convey the extraordinary nature of the arc reactor. Furthermore, Lin Jia's flying speed could keep pace with him, with endurance unaffected by the frigid temperatures at high altitudes. In response, Lin Jia pondered how to convey to Tony the principle of not applying scientific reasoning to a game. Could I examine your armor? Upon returning to the laboratory, Tony removed his second suit of armor, observing Lin Jia's suit with curiosity. Sure, But I must forewarn you. You probably won't uncover anything significant. Lin Jia had no intention of concealing anything, promptly removing the star crystal suit and donning the daylight suit instead. Wow. Tony was startled by Lin Jia's sudden transformation, nearly failing to catch the star crystal suit that Lin Jia handed him. What is this? Tony inquired, tapping the daylight armor. Suddenly, Tony retracted his hand as the extreme temperature of the daylight suit erupted, scorching his hand black. Ouch. Be careful not to touch recklessly. Lin Jia was startled by Tony's actions. Although the daybreak suit had no immediate effect on the surrounding environment, its inherent heat was quite formidable. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Jia had just switched to the daybreak suit and the effects had yet to accumulate, Tony's recent behavior could have turned his fingers to cinders. He quickly urged Tony to drink up, ignoring Tony's attempt to reach for something. Lin Jia swiftly produced a bottle of mild healing potion and poured it directly into Tony's mouth. The pain caused Tony's mouth to remain agape, allowing the potion to flow seamlessly down his throat and into his body. Cough, cough, cough. Tony broke free from Lin Jia's grip and began to cough violently. Having been choked by the potion during the urgent situation, however, due to his previous finger burn, he was hesitant to touch Lin Jia and could only cough frantically after the potion was administered. What did you make me drink? After recovering from the coughing fit, Tony turned to Lin Jia with a questioning gaze. He was not concerned about any ill intent from Lin Jia. Had that been the case, he would have perished long ago. See for yourself, Lin Jia replied, gesturing to Tony's recently burned fingers without elaborating further. Upon Lin Jia's prompting, Tony noticed a peculiar tingling sensation in his fingers. Raising his hand to his eyes, he discovered that the charred marks from the burn were gradually fading, revealing fresh, tender flesh beneath. It itches terribly. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden itch in his chest. Reaching to scratch it, he realized he had encountered a hard object. It dawned on him that the arc reactor was embedded in his chest, and this itching sensation was quite perplexing. What you just drank was a healing potion, like the ones in games. I trust you understand what that implies. Lin Jia observed Tony's reaction. As Tony pulled open his shirt to reveal the gaping hole, Lin Jia felt relieved that he hadn't administered a super healing potion. Currently, Tony's chest had merely generated a ring of new flesh without affecting the magnet and reactor within. Had he taken the super healing potion, the hole might have filled up entirely, leaving uncertain whether the arc reactor would be expelled or remain within Tony's body. With such things existing, I genuinely suspect whether your world is a game world, Tony remarked after the itching in his chest subsided. It truly is a game world. If you're interested, I could take you to see it later, Lin Jia replied, eager to bring Tony to Terraria, curious about the potential synergy between his brilliant mind and the game. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly go. Although Tony was eager to explore the game world Lin Jia described, he had pressing matters to attend to. I advise you to resolve the Obadiah situation promptly to avoid unnecessary complications. Noticing Tony's intention to study the Starfall suit, Lin Jia offered a reminder before planning to explore other areas. If you wish to contact me, just inform those over there, and I will venture to other parts of this world. If you find yourself in need of funds, feel free to reach out to me. At this juncture, Earth remains relatively tranquil, save for the Skrulls who are infiltrating, replacing ordinary individuals. Beyond that, it seems there is little else to concern oneself with. Lin Jia harbors no fondness for the Skrulls, yet he lacks a means of discerning them and intends to defer the matter until Tony is capable of addressing it, allowing him to shoulder the burden. As he sat upon his enchanted broom, Lin Jia gazed down at the city below, reminiscing about the Marvel narrative. In addition to his plan to restore his body, another objective for Lin Jia's arrival in the Marvel universe was to gather formidable weapons in preparation for acquiring the Zenith Soul. However, he found himself at a loss for any divine artifacts to seek. It appeared that aside from Asgard, a realm steeped in mythology, there were few weapons worthy of his collection. While contemplating this, Lin Jia suddenly noticed a glimmer of golden sparks ahead of him, which began to trace a circle in the air. The circle expanded until it was sufficiently large for Lin Jia to enter before halting. In that instant, he recognized the presence that had arrived. A fleeting urge to flee washed over him, but after some reflection, he deemed that he had committed no egregious act. An ancient one likely would not resort to lethal means. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, the portal fully opened, revealing the ancient one clad in golden robes, prompting Lin Jia's thoughts of escape to resurface. Now that you're here, why not come in for a chat? The ancient one smiled, addressing Lin Jia, who was slowly retreating. No need for formality. I shall take my leave, Lin Jia responded, unnerved by the ancient one's smile. The ancient one remained silent, her smile unwavering, as she waved her hand, causing the portal to surge toward Lin Jia. Quick to react, he brandished the harmonious teleportation staff, evading the portal's grasp just in time. That was a close call, he exhaled in relief, almost invited for tea. Not just almost, came the ancient one's voice from behind him, startling Lin Jia. Ah, what? He turned to find her smiling at him, bewildered to discover he had been transported to a deserted part of the city. It dawned on him that he had been shifted to the mirror dimension. Let us converse amicably. Lin Jia retreated a couple of steps, summoning the zenith sword behind him. Observing his actions, the Ancient One tilted her head and remarked, I never intended to engage in conflict. Is that so? Lin Jia chuckled nervously, seemingly sheathing the zenith sword while discreetly concealing it behind him. Such a minor maneuver did not escape the Ancient One's keen gaze, yet she said nothing. With a flick of her wrist, she guided Lin Jia to a chair within the temple, where a table adorned with 2 cups of tea awaited them. For many years, I have observed parallel universes and have gained a profound understanding of the affairs concerning travelers. As long as you refrain from engaging in actions that may jeopardize this world, I shall not interfere with your endeavors. Mastering the moment, the Ancient One took a sip from the tea before her and spoke slowly. Really? Lin Jia perked up at this, interpreting her words as an implicit grant of freedom. With the Ancient One's assurance, he felt liberated from constraints. As long as you do not harm the earth, she reiterated, cautious to prevent Lin Jia from overstepping boundaries. Absolutely. You can rest assured. I shall not only safeguard the earth, but will also. Before Lin Jia could finish his enthusiastic declaration, the Ancient One's expression shifted dramatically. With a flick of her wrist, a golden cord appeared, swiftly encircling his neck and interrupting his words. Such thoughts are best kept to yourself, she admonished, feeling a sense of exasperation. Had she been confident in subduing the skeleton before her, she would have long since eliminated this potential threat. Why do you speak of vanquishing the celestial beings? Why not ascend to the heavens yourself? Oh, but it seemed that this very skeleton could indeed soar. If she could overpower it, all would be well. Yet, if she failed, it would summon a perilous adversary upon the earth. Lin Jia gestured expressively. Despite his words not relying on speech alone, the binding whip around him instilled an unsettling feeling. Once the Ancient One released him, Lin Jia suddenly contemplated the matter of Asgard. If he could assist Thor in defeating the frost giants, perhaps he could forge a friendship that would lead him to the dwarves, where he might acquire some enchanted artifacts for future use in the realm of the celestial. Could the Ancient One send me to Asgard? With this thought, Lin Jia resolved to depart from Earth, eager to procure something valuable from Asgard. After observing him intently for a moment, the Ancient One set down her teacup and replied, Very well, I shall speak with Odin. In truth, the Ancient One believed that Lin Jia's presence on Earth posed significant danger. It would be wiser to send him to her old friend Odin, allowing him to deal with the ensuing complications. With a swift motion, the Ancient One crossed her hands, forming a gesture. When her hands parted, the eye of Agamotto upon her chest glowed with a radiant green light. Lin Jia recognized that this luminous green was none other than the Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Moments later, the eye of Agamotto closed, and golden sparks erupted beneath Lin Jia's feet. I shall transport you to an open area. Asgard will retrieve you via the Bifrost. As her words concluded, the golden sparks coalesced into a shimmering portal. Without resistance, Lin Jia succumbed to gravity and fell into the portal, arriving in a vast expanse of grassland. Before he could gather his thoughts, a beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Jia completely. He felt an immense force drawing him in, yet he knew that if he wished to resist, it would be an effortless endeavor. Nevertheless, Lin Jia chose not to resist, allowing himself to be swept away by this formidable power, soaring into the distance. After merely a few seconds, Lin Jia once again felt the solid ground beneath his feet. Taking a few steps forward, he encountered a figure clad in golden armor, wielding a longsword, a striking black man who was none other than Heimdall, the sentinel of Asgard, renowned for his ability to perceive all happenings across the 9 realms. Esteemed guest, the king has been awaiting your arrival in the palace. Heimdall addressed Lin Jia with a tone of utmost respect as he emerged from the portal. Lin Jia curiously surveyed his surroundings, the bony soles of his feet echoing a crisp sound upon the smooth floor. The surrounding dome was semi-spherical, adorned with an array of peculiar engravings reminiscent of numerous open umbrellas. Ah, you must be Heimdall, Lin Jia remarked, a familiar tone in his voice. I've heard tales of your extraordinary eyes that can see anywhere within the 9 realms. So, when others are receiving training, can you see them as well? Approaching Heimdall despite their height disparity, Lin Jia barely reached his shoulder. He felt emboldened to converse at eye level once he levitated. Esteemed guest, the king awaits you in the palace. Heimdall reiterated, his typically stoic expression betraying a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Lin Jia's words. At a loss for how to respond, he could only echo his previous statement, albeit with a hint of stiffness in his tone. Noticing Heimdall's indifference, Lin Jia chose not to linger and, after glancing at the sword in Heimdall's grasp, strode forward. This sword, after all, was not only a weapon but also the key to the Bifrost. Lin Jia found the weapon quite striking. Should the opportunity arise, he might acquire it. At the very least, he could request Odin to forge another for him. After all, with a little investment of rare materials, obtaining a weapon was certainly feasible. Following the rainbow bridge towards the magnificent golden palace of Asgard, Lin Jia could not help but marvel at the breathtaking scenery, which far surpassed that of Earth. Chapter 53. Thor the God of Thunder. As he traversed the vibrant path, Lin Jia soon spotted two men standing at the journey's end, seemingly awaiting his arrival. He recognized them both. The one in green attire, whose muscles were less pronounced, was unmistakably Loki, the trickster god, and the orphan Odin had rescued from the frost giants. Beside him stood a robust figure clad in armor and a flowing red cape, brandishing a square-headed hammer, clearly Thor, the god of thunder. In Lin Jia's mind, the current dynamic between Thor and Loki could be aptly described as one of foolishness and displeasure. Are you the guest father spoke of? Why, you're merely a skeleton. Thor approached first, his brow furrowed, revealing his less than pleasant mood. To him, a mere skeleton from Midgard hardly warranted the presence of both himself and his brother to greet. In contrast, Loki maintained an elegant smile, though the pride and disdain evident in his eyes were unmistakable to all. At this stage, Thor and Loki remain unscathed by the harsh lessons of society, embodying the quintessential image of the privileged elite, where they are the favored sons and their father occupies a lesser position. In simpler terms, they epitomize the classic playboys. Lin Jia does not intend to coddle them. Although striking a prince in his own kingdom may seem somewhat disrespectful to Odin, Asgard is a realm that reveres strength. As long as Lin Jia can defeat Thor honorably, he will earn respect in return. It appears that my presence does not sit well with you. How about we engage in a duel after meeting Odin? The sound of music emanated from Lin Jia, leaving both Thor and Loki momentarily stunned. While there are indeed peculiar races throughout the cosmos, to their knowledge, Midgard harbors no such beings. However, the hot-headed Thor quickly grasped the implication of Lin Jia's words. You dare to utter my father's name so casually. I accept your challenge. Thor's face flushed crimson, yet he was compelled to suppress his anger, as Odin had previously instructed him to escort their guest. Reluctantly, Thor gripped the strap of Mjolnir and began to spin the hammer rapidly. With a whoosh, as the hammer reached the point of leaving a blurred trail, Thor was lifted off the ground, propelled by its force. What an impatient one, Lin Jia thought, shaking his head in resignation as he cast a glance at the equally irate Loki, then waved his harmonious teleportation staff, swiftly following Thor. This left Loki standing in a state of bewilderment, utterly confused about what had just transpired and why the two had vanished so suddenly. Upon spotting Lin Jia, who had now appeared ahead of him, Thor was taken aback, having not realized when Lin Jia had positioned himself in front of him. Aren't you the god of thunder? Thor, how is it that you cannot match my speed? Lin Jia teased, flying a short distance ahead of Thor. Naturally, Thor was unwilling to concede defeat and increased the velocity of his spinning hammer, determined to catch up with Lin Jia. Lin Jia glanced back, noting that they had arrived at Odin's palace, and with a swift teleportation, he landed gracefully on the ground. Thor, momentarily stunned by Lin Jia's sudden disappearance, lost focus and collided directly with the opulent wall. Bang! Fortunately, the golden palace was not merely for show. Just before Thor could crash into it, a protective barrier emerged, halting him. Thor. Odin's voice, laced with fury, resonated from within the palace, jolting Thor to his senses. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he abandoned any thoughts of anger, hastily making his way toward the palace entrance. At the entrance, Lin Jia awaited Thor. Follow me, Thor huffed dismissively, leading Lin Jia into the inner sanctum of the palace. Within the resplendent chamber, Odin sat upon his central throne, gripping Gungnir, his single eye fixed intently on Lin Jia and Thor. Welcome to Asgard, friend of the Ancient One, visitor from another world. Odin greeted Lin Jia with a courteous smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, King of Asgard. As Odin displayed such courtesy, Lin Jia naturally reciprocated with a slight bow, acknowledging the gesture. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Jia, Odin's gaze shifted sharply towards Thor, his eyes suddenly transforming into a piercing glare as he coldly inquired, Thor, do you believe yourself invincible in this realm? Certainly not, father. Thor, startled by Odin's intense gaze, lowered his head in denial. However, the tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner discontent. Observing this, Odin felt a twinge of helplessness. In Asgard, ever since Thor wielded Mjolnir, few could rival his prowess. Rendering such arrogance somewhat inevitable, Odin turned his attention to Lin Jia. According to the Ancient One, this skeleton possessed formidable strength, even beyond her grasp. Perhaps if he were to challenge Thor, it could lead the latter to a clearer understanding of his own capabilities and, consequently, to abandon his pride and hubris. Mr. Lin Jia, I overheard your earlier exchange with Thor. If it would not be too much trouble, might you both engage in a contest at the arena in Asgard? Sounds good. Shall we go now? Then let us depart. Odin rose from his seat, brandishing Gungnir, and transported Lin Jia, Thor, and the recently arrived Loki into the arena. Thor! 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 Upon entering the arena, a cacophony of cheers erupted from every direction, overwhelming Lin Jia, who had just been teleported. Thor stood at the center, arms raised high, reveling in the adulation surrounding him. Lin Jia couldn't help but feel a tinge of sarcasm. Residing in such an atmosphere of adoration daily would surely inflate anyone's ego. Though you are a distinguished guest of my father, I shall show no mercy. As the cheers began to wane, Thor pointed Mjolnir at Lin Jia, delivering a fierce proclamation. Best to do so, for if you lose later, do not claim you did not give your all. With that, Lin Jia adorned himself with the radiant armor, leaping backward to evade the hammer hurled by Thor. With a hum, the rapidly flying hammer halted midair, ascending in an illogical manner towards Lin Jia, who was airborne. Clang, clang, clang. The celestial sword, positioned behind Lin Jia, shot forth, colliding with Thor's hammer, producing a resounding clash. Even Mjolnir, under the assault of the celestial sword, began to lose its momentum. How was this possible? Thor was taken aback. Throughout the years, only his father had been able to withstand Mjolnir's might. There is nothing impossible. Lin Jia delivered a powerful kick to Mjolnir, sending the now inert hammer to the side, and then directed the celestial sword straight towards Thor's face. Chapter 54. The God of Deceit. Loki. A profound sense of impending doom reverberated within Thor's heart. Though he lacked such abilities at that moment, he unmistakably sensed the presence of death. Mjolnir would not return in time, and he could not fend off these oddly shaped weapons. At the very moment when the weapon was about to strike Thor, he suddenly let out a fierce roar, and blue arcs of electricity danced around him. Boom! A violent flash of lightning descended from the heavens, erupting before him and repelling all nearby weapons, while Thor himself was hurled away by the tremendous force of the lightning. Has he awakened his power of thunder? Lin Jia thought, somewhat astonished. According to the original timeline, Thor was not supposed to awaken his divine thunderous abilities until after Odin's death, during the torment inflicted upon him by Hela. It seemed that he had awakened in the face of death. In the stands, Odin discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had previously whispered to Lin Jia not to hold back, reasoning that Thor still had another life. Letting him die once might alter his mindset, which he could accept. However, he truly did not expect Lin Jia to strike with such lethal intent right from the start. Was there no inclination to test the waters first, to gauge the situation before unleashing his full power? Fortunately, Thor had, in this misfortune, unlocked the true might of his divine thunder. Shaking his somewhat dazed head from the electric shock, Thor rose from the ground, his once proud golden locks now singed black by the lightning. Well done. You have finally evolved from the god of hammers to the god of thunder. Lin Jia picked up Mjolnir from the ground, casually weighing it in his hand before tossing it to Thor. Thor, still immersed in the power of his newfound lightning, nearly had his eyes pop out when he saw Lin Jia effortlessly lift Mjolnir. How can you possibly wield Mjolnir? What is so difficult about it? Lin Jia shrugged nonchalantly. To him, Mjolnir was no different from any other object, easily lifted and set down. The weight of his words and the reality of the situation struck Thor deeply, inflicting a psychological blow far greater than all his previous wounds combined. I lost, Thor said, picking up Mjolnir from the ground, his spirit crushed. Not to mention the silence that enveloped the surrounding stands. Even Odin sighed helplessly from his seat. Father, that Midgardian is far too arrogant. Allow me to go down and teach him a lesson. Loki, witnessing his brother's dismay, could no longer stand idly by. Though he harbored disdain for Thor, that was a family matter. How could he remain passive while an outsider bullied Thor before the citizens of Asgard? Go. Odin waved his hand, casting a satisfied glance at Loki. The fact that Loki was willing to stand up for Thor filled Odin with a sense of relief, akin to witnessing a child finally grow up after millennia. In a blink, Loki appeared in the arena, standing before Thor. You mortal from Midgard, how dare you offend the great god? He questioned Lin Jia with an air of haughty arrogance. Loki gazed at the silhouette before him, feeling a profound sense of admiration. For the first time, he perceived Loki's figure as truly majestic. Loki, enough said. I concede defeat, he admitted, acknowledging that Lin Jia had defeated him with undeniable prowess, leaving no room for doubt. Thor, humbled in defeat, accepted his loss with grace. Thor, this does not concern you. I am the one challenging him now, Loki declared coldly, brandishing two daggers as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Jia, who stood at a distance. With Thor now absent, Lin Jia questioned Loki's intentions. He could not fathom that Loki posed any real threat. After all, a mage resorting to daggers was hardly alarming, and with a mere ascent into the sky, Loki would find himself utterly powerless. Do not compare me to that fool, Loki retorted. Supported by a contingent of guards, Thor had exited the arena, prompting Loki to speak without restraint. Lin Jia, disinterested in engaging with Loki's provocations, remained stationary, curious to see how Loki would attempt to best him. With daggers in hand, Loki circled Lin Jia, the space between them diminishing gradually. "Could you hurry up?" "I am standing still," Lin Jia began, but before he could finish, Loki lunged forward, aiming a dagger at Lin Jia's throat. What a mundane assault, Lin Jia thought, reaching out to seize Loki's arm, only to have his fingers pass through air. Suddenly, a jarring impact struck the back of his head, rendering Lin Jia momentarily dazed. Turning to investigate, he caught sight of Loki's form growing increasingly ethereal, creating a doppelganger to divert my attention while the true self approaches from behind to strike. How intriguing, Lin Jia realized, comprehending Loki's strategy. Enough of this. Let us conclude this battle. With clarity regarding Loki's intentions, Lin Jia summoned the celestial sword, unleashing a sweeping attack across the arena. Clang! With little time for Loki to react, his corporeal form materialized, attempting to block the incoming strike with his dagger. However, the overwhelming force cleaved through Loki's weapon, and multiple blades soon rested at his throat. "You have lost." Seeing Loki remain silent, only glaring at him with seething resentment, Lin Jia approached to reiterate, "Very well, Loki, you have indeed lost." Odin appeared before Loki, intercepting him as he prepared to strike again. "First, let us have something to eat. After 2 rounds, Mr. Lin Jia must be hungry as well," Odin remarked with a smile directed at Lin Jia. Lin Jia longed to echo Odin's sentiments about hunger, but in his current form, which skeletal entity could truly consume food? Though it wasn't entirely accurate, as he could still partake of the sustenance found in Terraria, it bore no flavor. Chapter 55. Queen Frigg at the dining table. Lin Jia beheld a lavish spread of meat and wine, genuinely tempted by the feast laid before him. Regrettably, he was unable to indulge in these delights, unable even to catch a whiff of their aroma. Across the table, Thor silently consumed a chunk of meat, finding it utterly tasteless. Loki sat in silence, showing no inclination to eat, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Jia, as if he were confronting a sworn enemy. Observing this tension, Odin, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. "Thor, Loki, shortly you shall take Lin Jia on a tour of Asgard, and do your utmost to accommodate his wishes." "Very well, father," replied Thor and Loki, returning their attention to their meal of meat. Thus, the feast proceeded amidst this oppressive atmosphere. Just as Lin Jia was about to engage Thor in conversation, he was approached by Frigga. "Mr. Lin Jia, may I have a moment of your time?" The Queen of Asgard, who was also Thor's mother and Loki's adoptive mother, inquired with a warm smile. "Of course," Lin Jia replied, nodding in agreement as he followed Frigga to a nearby corner. "Mr. Lin Jia, you hail from another realm. I wonder how well you know Thor?" Frigga asked. Lin Jia recalled that in the narrative, Frigga had demonstrated the ability to foresee the future, prompting her inquiry. Noticing Lin Jia's hesitation to respond, she continued, "Thor and Loki have endured much suffering in the future. I wish for them to experience more joy in their childhood. However, as you can see, if their prideful disposition remains uncorrected, it may lead to dire consequences. I hope you can assist Thor and Loki. You are the only one capable of doing so." Frigga spoke earnestly, then proposed a condition that Lin Jia found impossible to refuse. "Regardless of whether you can fulfill this, Asgard will compensate you accordingly." Lin Jia, who had been seeking to negotiate a favorable deal, felt a surge of excitement at Frigga's offer. Since she had broached the subject, he no longer felt awkward about it. "I desire little in return. I merely require some enchanted artifacts crafted by the dwarves, and I can provide the necessary materials." "Very well," Frigga readily agreed, considering that merely a few artifacts were requested. Even Loki's daggers could be classified as enchanted, thus Lin Jia's request posed no significant challenge. After bidding farewell to Frigga, Lin Jia returned to Thor and Loki, who awaited him. Noticing Thor's continued sullen demeanor, Lin Jia decided to tease him, saying, "What troubles the mighty god of thunder? Is it merely the fact that you lost to me? Must you be so sore about it? How could you lift Mjolnir? It defies reason. Do you possess the talents of the god of thunder as well?" Thor exclaimed, his temper flaring like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, unleashing a barrage of questions. "Firstly, anyone strong enough can lift Mjolnir," Lin Jia replied, raising a finger and speaking slowly. "Secondly, the one who wields Mjolnir is not necessarily the god of thunder. You are Thor, not the god of the hammer. Mjolnir merely grants its user the ability to command lightning." Thor stared at his own hands, reflecting on the earlier scene in the arena when he had summoned a bolt of lightning without Mjolnir. Perhaps the skeletal figure before him was correct. He had become overly reliant on Mjolnir. "I understand now," he finally said. Thor's gaze once again brimmed with determination as he turned to Lin Jia and solemnly declared, "I, the son of Odin, the god of thunder, Thor, hereby vow to catch up to your pace and defeat you." Lin Jia replied, "Well then, I wish you good luck. Just to be clear, I won't be stopping to wait for you." Observing this, Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction, This task was not particularly difficult, as Thor was already accounted for. Next came Loki. As Lin Jia turned to speak to Loki, the latter abruptly turned away, visibly displeased and refusing to meet Lin Jia's gaze. Since you are unwilling to learn about your lineage, so be it. I have no desire to disclose it either. Not feeling rushed, Lin Jia chose to keep Loki in suspense. What do you mean? Loki suddenly whirled around, glaring at Lin Jia with a look that could kill. Oh, nothing much. After all, you are Odin's trueborn son, right? Lin Jia shrugged nonchalantly. Silence, you mortal. How dare you defame a god? Loki brandished a dagger, poised to strike at Lin Jia. Oh yes, I was just spreading rumors, my mistake. In the face of Loki's aggression, Lin Jia showed no inclination to defend himself, allowing Loki to slash at his radiant armor repeatedly. You scoundrel. After a prolonged assault, not only did Lin Jia remain unscathed, but Loki himself felt the unbearable heat emanating from the radiant suit. Have you not noticed? Lin Jia remarked, catching sight of the color of Loki's palm, which had transformed from flesh tone to blue. Notice what? Following Lin Jia's gaze, Loki beheld his own blue hand. As a frost giant, Loki's innate reaction to the high temperature of the radiant armor revealed his true skin, a desperate attempt to alleviate the burning sensation. This is impossible. I cannot be a frost giant. Loki's mind spiraled into despair as he stared at his blue hand. Concurrently, a flood of past memories surged through his mind. Odin's previous actions, which had long displeased him, now seemed oddly justifiable in his current state. For he, Loki, was merely a wretched frost giant, not of the pure bloodline like Thor. He could never ascend to the throne of Asgard. Stop, do not think any further, Lin Jia interjected at the opportune moment. You despicable. Loki turned back in a fury, only to find himself facing the zenith sword controlled by Lin Jia. In an instant, reason returned, and Loki stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed. Before we discuss anything else, what do you intend to do now? Loki was an intelligent individual, yet his cleverness often led him down convoluted paths. His stubbornness made him akin to a mule that would not turn back until it collided with a wall. If he did not resolve the turmoil within, it would remain a lingering threat. Loki gazed at the foolish Thor, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Ultimately, one singular notion triumphed over all others, escaping his lips. I shall prove myself. I am no less than Thor. I will be a worthy king. Well spoken. So, how do you intend to prove that? Lin Jia casually patted with his palm and continued to inquire. I shall eradicate the Frost Giant clan through my own strength. Gazing upon his azure hands, Loki discovered a means to validate his resolve. However, after reading a comment from a reader, I believe it would be beneficial to assign her to assist the nurse. I will take a moment to adjust the preceding parts. Chapter 56, The Green Giant. Through your own strength? Huh, are you jesting? With that dagger of yours? Loki, in a fit of anger, could not contain himself. Yet he realized the sword of the zenith before him was no trivial matter. Could he utter anything? What do you mean? Acknowledge your weakness and strive to grow stronger. Moreover, you are a mage. Why wield a dagger? Lin Jia intended to bestow upon Loki some mage equipment from Terraria. It was hard to envision how the two would harmonize. A mage? Loki's face was filled with bewilderment. In Asgardian tradition, only close combat was deemed worthy of their warriors. Magic was regarded as an inferior art. Do not dwell on that dagger of yours. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Even if you wish to engage in melee, at least wield a longer weapon. Lin Jia, seizing the moment, continued to persuade, or rather, coax. Humph, it is easy for you to say. Where am I to learn magic? Loki was beginning to be swayed. In Asgard, one's potential to become king was never determined by status but solely by strength. With sufficient power, could one not attain any throne? As previously mentioned, magic was scorned in Asgard, and thus no one would instruct Loki in its arts. Even though Frigga was a sorceress, her expertise did not lie in offensive magic. I shall teach you. Lin Jia felt a surge of joy. At last, he had managed to entice Loki. He would invest a little more for Loki's benefit, ensuring that Odin would, in turn, elevate his rewards. You? Loki regarded Lin Jia with skepticism. From their time together, Lin Jia had demonstrated only close combat techniques, appearing far from a sorcerer. What? Do you not believe me? Lin Jia brandished the harmonious teleportation staff, manifesting behind Loki, and whispered, You. How did you get behind me? Loki was startled, nearly dropping the dagger he held. Spatial teleportation, is that not quite simple? Simple. Loki's face twitched. What about this was simple? Oh, so, Loki, you are not his biological brother. Thor suddenly exclaimed loudly, leaving both Lin Jia and Loki bewildered. Loki's expression darkened as he retorted sharply, There is no need to reiterate. Moreover, this matter has long since passed. Fear not, Loki, you shall always be my brother. Thor, seemingly oblivious to Loki's increasingly dark demeanor, comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Loki forcefully swatted Thor's hand away, turning to Lin Jia, and said through gritted teeth, "I want to learn magic." Though Thor's words seemed to comfort Loki, to him, it was akin to a proclamation that he would forever remain merely a brother. In a flash, a burst of blue light appeared, and the spectral skeleton materialized beside Lin Jia. "Boss, Tony needs assistance. The Hulk has emerged." Clad in the third suit of armor, which is on the brink of being torn apart by the abomination. Without further ado, the spectral skeleton divulged the purpose of their arrival. Just the right moment to showcase something. Although somewhat perplexed by the Hulk's timely appearance, Lin Jia intended to seize the opportunity to flex his muscles, lest Loki entertain any ulterior motives. Wait, how did he arrive here? Where's Heimdall? This is Asgard. How did he not traverse the Rainbow Bridge to get here? Loki nearly shouted in disbelief. If there are coordinates, isn't teleportation a simple matter? Lin Jia shrugged, placing his left hand on both Loki's and Thor's shoulders, directly transporting them before the Rainbow Bridge apparatus. To Earth. You should be able to see a gigantic green figure battling a legion of troops. Just teleport us there. Upon arriving, Lin Jia addressed Heimdall. As the guardian of Asgard, Heimdall could not simply heed the words of an outsider, even if he was a distinguished guest. Listen to him. Although Thor was still trying to grasp the situation, the matter was crucial for Loki's empowerment. Thus he felt a sense of urgency. Heimdall nodded, raising his sword and plunging it into the central crevice. With a series of mechanical clicks, an array of lightning illuminated the room, and Lin Jia felt that immense tugging sensation once more. The world before them gradually became enveloped in iridescent hues, the solid ground beneath their feet fading away as a stream of rainbow light surged toward Earth. Boom. On Earth, the Hulk slammed his palms together with great force, unleashing a powerful shockwave from his hands that staggered the approaching abomination. However, Tony, who lay nearby, was not spared from the effects. The tremendous shockwave caused a piercing pain in his eardrums, and the ensuing buzzing left him dizzy. Jarvis, assessed the damage to the suit. Damage level at 74%, sir. It is advisable to evacuate promptly. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness. He thought that had it not been for the damage to his visor, he would not be in such a predicament. Forget the front line, Jarvis. Scan the vicinity for any survivors. I'll rescue them first. Tony understood his current circumstances well. Forcibly intervening in the fight between Hulk and the abomination would be tantamount to seeking death, so it was far better to save more lives. There is one life sign detected, sir. Through the fractured visor, Tony identified the life signal. With a whoosh, the thrusters of the third suit ignited with blue flames, propelling him toward the life sign. Just then, the abomination, unable to withstand the Hulk's might, was sent flying. To Tony's horror, the trajectory of the abomination's flight was directly toward the very location of the life sign he sought. No. Tony's eyes widened beneath the visor. Even if he maximized the thrust, it was already too late. In the beginning, Ethan too, had it not been for the sudden intervention of Lin Jia's doppelganger, would likely have perished in that cave. Now, he is once again forced to witness a life flicker out before his very eyes. Boom. Chapter 57. Mage Loki, a radiant beam descended, and with tremendous force, it slammed the abomination into the ground. The sheer magnitude of the commotion left everyone present in stunned silence, save for Tony. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed to the source of life signals, retrieving a barely breathing little girl from the rubble. If I use Lin's potion, she might still be saved. Observing the girl bleeding profusely in his arms, Tony placed all his hopes on two individuals. Let me see. Lin Jia emerged from the rainbow, taking the little girl from Tony's embrace. Where have you been? How did you emerge from there? Upon seeing Lin Jia, Tony exhaled deeply, the anxiety within him gradually dissipating. I merely visited Asgard. What happened to you? Lin Jia administered a vial of super healing potion to the little girl, teasing Tony as he did so. Humph. Had I not been pressed for time with my new armor still incomplete, I would have easily dealt with that mere monster. Now that the girl was safe, Tony too found his spirits lifted, retorting with a hint of jest. Drink this potion. Just look at yourself, covered in blood. Lin Jia tossed Tony a weaker healing potion before turning his gaze to Loki and Thor, trailing behind him. Did you see that hulking creature covered in bone spikes over there? Following Lin Jia's gesture, the two beheld the abomination wobbling back to its feet. The devastation caused in the city is too severe. Let us relocate elsewhere. As he spoke, the final prism materialized in Lin Jia's hand, colorful rays converging at its apex. Buzz. Now donned in his mage attire, Lin Jia was certainly able to bear the cost of the final prism's usage. A robust beam of rainbow light struck the abomination's abdomen, sending it hurtling away. Originally in Terraria, the final prism had penetrating attributes, but here it showcased unparalleled impact. If only the attack could manifest as it did in Terraria, where depleting a health bar would lead to a kill, in its current form. Who knows how long it can endure? Lin Jia mused internally, and at that moment, the colorful beam emitted by the final prism pierced through the abomination's body. Remarkably, Lin Jia paused, then noticed the abomination's health, over 700,000. This amount was manageable, even less than the trifles of Moonlord. But the reason it had withstood the final prism's assault was due to the abomination's formidable regenerative capabilities. In mere moments, its health had returned to full, evidenced by the blackened wound on its chest healing. Devoid of the final prism's impact, the abomination fell from the air, and Hulk leaped in from the side, delivering a powerful blow with both fists onto the abomination's form. The mere existence of data-driven attacks was quite commendable, as it made matters considerably simpler. Lin Jia silently contemplated as he nullified the effects of the data-driven assault, once again propelling the abomination into the air. Thor, take the Hulk with you. We shall depart. Accompanied by the abomination, Lin Jia soared towards the outskirts. Thor trailed behind Lin Jia, intent on locating the formidable green behemoth. However, as he approached, Hulk shot him a disdainful glance, bent his knees, and leapt directly in the direction Lin Jia had taken. The powerful shockwave caused Thor to stagger. Hey! Thor angrily shook his fist at Hulk, yearning to charge forth and deliver a severe beating. Thor, let us hasten. Loki, uninterested in Thor's grievances, was now eager to learn the kind of sorcery Lin Jia had just showcased. Oh, very well. Seeing Loki's urgency, Thor twirled his hammer and joined Loki in pursuit of Lin Jia, leaving behind only a landscape of ruins and an army standing bewildered. As for Tony, he had long since returned to his villa with the rescued little girl. Given the severe damage to his armor, he realized he could be of little assistance and preferred to return home to effect repairs. Boom. Lin Jia transformed the final prism in his grasp into the nebula flame. And after a brief restoration of his energy, he landed a powerful punch on the abomination's face. The force of Lin Jia's blow, combined with the magical sphere unleashed by the nebula flame, caused the abomination's head to cave in, blood splattering in all directions. This spectacle ignited a spark of excitement in Loki. This was the combat style befitting a mage of Asgard. It was not only the thrill of physical confrontation but also the elegance that belonged to a sorcerer. Roar. The abomination rose from the ground, emitting a beastly roar directed at Lin Jia in the sky. What a foolish roar, you're spitting all over me. Lin Jia donned the moonblade, summoning a torrent of blue energy orbs from above, which once again sent the abomination crashing back to the ground. Loki, why don't you give it a try? Lin Jia produced a bloodthorn and handed it to Loki, explaining, you can learn by mimicking the operational method of these weapons, ultimately transcending their form to forge your own path. The bloodthorn possessed a mere 34 points of damage, a relic from the era of the Three Kings. Although Lin Jia had no use for such a weapon now, its attack style was undeniably striking. Each time it was activated, the bloodthorn would conjure 3 robust crimson spikes around the target, striking forth with ferocity. Loki, clutching the weapon that resembled a flower forged from blood, infused his magical energy into the bloodthorn. With a piercing sound, the spikes erupted from the ground, forcefully penetrating the abomination's body, causing its once impenetrable skin to bleed profusely. Why is the damage so high? Lin Jia was momentarily taken aback. He had bombarded the abomination with the final prism for quite some time, and although he had removed all accessories that boosted damage, this still seemed outrageous. The base damage of the final prism was a solid 100 points, approximately 3 times that of the bloodthorn. Indeed, this is largely due to Loki's elevated energy levels, augmented by the assistance of Terraria weapons, which allowed his magical energy to be unleashed in a remarkably efficient manner, resulting in such devastating damage. Kara, the abomination, summoning every ounce of strength despite the agony coursing through his body, shattered the blood thorns embedded within him. Filthy mortal, perish. Upon experiencing the allure of magic, Loki became particularly exhilarated, with magical energy flooding into the blood thorns as though it were limitless, the crimson spikes coalescing into a veritable forest, pinning the abomination in place. Chapter 58. The Cell People arrive and marvel. The abomination sought to break free from the grasp of the blood thorns, but as he dislodged a few spikes, Loki summoned double the amount to pierce his flesh. Ha ha ha. Relishing the fact that he could restrain his foe like a mere hound with just a modicum of energy, Loki reveled in the true essence of a king's combat style. Lin Jia snatched the blood thorns from Loki's grasp, abruptly silencing his maniacal laughter. What are you staring at? This is meant for you to learn the operational mechanics of magical energy, not to play around with, Lin Jia admonished, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Loki's head. Humph. Is that merely the operational pathway of magical energy? I mastered that long ago, Loki retorted dismissively, attempting to emulate the functioning of the blood thorns and channel his inner magic. With Loki's effort, his magical energy materialized into blood thorns. Yet the size and hardness of his creation were utterly inferior to the previous ones. One cluster of spikes was so diminutive that it failed to even graze the abomination. Is this what you call learning? Lin Jia quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Loki. Misfire. Loki's confidence faltered as he extended his hand to summon blood thorns once more. He could not fathom why his magic had been so concentrated previously, yet faltered when he attempted to wield it himself. Unbeknownst to Loki, as he struggled, Lin Jia had quietly retreated, while the blood thorns on the abomination dwindled in number. As the count of blood thorns dwindled to single digits, the abomination finally broke free, delivering a powerful punch directly to Loki's face. Bang! With the force of the blow, Loki was sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby tree. Observing this, the abomination did not relent, roaring as he charged toward Loki. Enough, you wretched mortal! I am a god. A furious Loki bellowed at the advancing abomination. The creature hesitated for a moment, taken aback by Loki's unexpected outburst. You! Loki pointed an accusatory finger at the abomination, seemingly intent on saying more. But the abomination would not grant him that opportunity. Grasping Loki's outstretched hand, the creature began to mercilessly slam him back and forth. Bang! 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 Loki was tossed around like a rag doll by the abomination's might. Lin Jia watched this spectacle with delight, acknowledging that while such antics were typically reserved for Hulk, as long as the victim remained unchanged, he was content. However, amidst the revelry and chaos, after Loki was carelessly discarded to the ground by the abomination, Lin Jia drew forth the heavenly sword from behind him, swiftly eliminating the abomination. In the realm of data-driven assaults, the abomination's health, merely a few tens of thousands, was obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving it no time whatsoever to recover. Allow me to impart another piece of wisdom. One must possess self-awareness and understand one's own strengths and weaknesses. Lin Jia approached Loki, gazing down into his clear eyes, and spoke. Yet, Loki paid no heed to Lin Jia's words, staring vacantly at the sky. Alas, it seems he has been rendered dazed by the blow. Lin Jia chose to disregard Loki, instead turning his attention to the nearby Thor and Hulk. Since arriving, these two had inexplicably begun to grapple with one another, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Thor's lightning struck Hulk, merely inducing a fleeting numbness, failing to inflict any substantial harm. It can be said that Thor remains overly reliant on his enchanted hammer. Despite recently awakening his divine talents, he insists on using that hammer for combat. Even when summoning lightning, it is merely through Mjolnir as a conduit. However, one cannot entirely fault Thor, as it is only natural for a newly awakened ability to falter occasionally during its initial usage. How could it be effectively employed in battle? As for Hulk, there is little to be said. Had it not been for Thor wielding Mjolnir, he would have long been subdued. In this light, it is understandable why Thor relies so heavily on the hammer, as Mjolnir is indeed remarkably effective, whether in summoning lightning or in its unique property that renders it unliftable by ordinary individuals, along with its accompanying ability to fly. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Hulk was again sent flying by Thor's hammer. Enough, Thor, cease your assault, for the objective has been achieved, Lin Jia interjected, halting Thor's advance and approaching Hulk. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jia encased Hulk within an obsidian prison. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the obsidian, Hulk pounded against the walls desperately, attempting to break free. Without a pickaxe, there was no chance of his escape. Calm yourself for a moment. I have left an opening for you, Lin Jia remarked, creating a small aperture through which Hulk could exit once he reverted to Bruce Banner. He summoned a faintly glowing skeleton to ensure that once Hulk transformed back, he would escort him to Tony's mansion. You ought to realize your own limitations by now, Lin Jia observed, gazing at Thor and Loki. The two exchanged a silent glance. Initially, they believed Lin Jia to be the only anomaly in Midgard, especially considering he hailed from another realm, which provided some solace to Thor and Loki. Yet, despite their reluctance to admit it, these two formidable beings recognized that they were indeed outmatched. Thus, it is imperative to train diligently upon your return, particularly you, Loki. Do not overly depend on this artifact, Lin Jia advised, tossing the bloodthorn to Loki. What is this? Thor inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity at Lin Jia's seemingly grave demeanor. Naturally, I shall not accompany you back to Asgard. I am returning to Earth, Lin Jia replied. Lin Jia's mission to the Celestial Palace has essentially been accomplished. From now on, if Thor and Loki gradually change on their own, then this matter can be deemed a success. Unfortunately, Thor feels a tinge of regret. He originally hoped to give Lin Jia a thorough tour of the Celestial Palace. However, there is no need for excessive sorrow. Previously, one of my avatars visited the Celestial Palace and can contact me if necessary. Lin Jia waved his hand and, utilizing a wormhole potion, directly transported himself to Tony's mansion. After Lin Jia's departure, Thor and Loki, feeling somewhat out of place, decided not to linger on Earth. After all, encountering two monsters they could not defeat was rather disheartening. Despite Thor's apparent dominance over Hulk, he knew all too well that his attacks had little effect on Hulk, whose strength was only increasing, with stamina that seemed inexhaustible. Continuing in this manner, defeat was inevitable for him. Heimdall, upon returning to Tony's mansion, Lin Jia was greeted by a rather bewildering scene. Tony was examining the cell man with a curious gaze, his instruments scanning the entity from head to toe. The cell man stood there, somewhat at a loss. Chapter 59. The spread of the plague. What are you two doing? Lin Jia regarded them with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend their actions. Lin, this flaming-headed being is simply fascinating. His vital signs have evidently ceased, yet his body remains animated. Tony exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he turned to Lin Jia. Wait, do you feel unwell? Also, Jarvis, seal off all ventilation systems in this house. Lin Jia, catching sight of the plague effect appearing on his status bar, nearly erupted in frustration. Do as he says, Jarvis. At this query, Tony suddenly realized he felt somewhat fatigued, akin to having a fever. Having just returned from a battle in an excited state, he naturally assumed it was simply exhaustion. Yes, sir, Jarvis responded reliably, promptly sealing the doors and windows. Damn it, Cellman, what are you doing in this world? Lin Jia was genuinely angered. After knowing the Cellman for so long, this was the first time he felt the entity was acting so thoughtlessly. I was doused in purification powder while in Terraria, the Cellman weakly admitted, realizing his blunder. Used it up? Lin Jia was taken aback. The Cellman was unlikely to deceive him regarding such matters. This meant that the purification powder's ability to suppress the plague had been exhausted. Tony, sprinkle this powder on yourself. Lin Jia handed Tony several packets of purification powder, eager to see if it could still eradicate the plague. What is this? Tony's curiosity was piqued again as he opened a packet and pinched some of the powder to inspect it. Lin Jia watched in astonishment. Previously, the collector had struggled to extract even a small amount of powder from this bag, unable to do so without either wasting it entirely or using it all at once. Yet now, Tony effortlessly retrieved some from the bag. Shaking his head, he realized that this was not the time for such thoughts. Stop looking. Hurry up. Apply it to yourself. Lin Jia swiftly produced a bag of purification powder and indiscriminately sprinkled it over Tony. The moment the powder made contact with his skin, Tony experienced an overwhelming sense of relief as the prior fatigue vanished entirely. Wow, this stuff feels incredible, Tony remarked, gazing at the purification powder in his hand as if it were a treasure. I didn't expect you to have healing capabilities. Don't say that. I am not a healer. I merely eliminated the viruses within you, Lin Jia quickly clarified, concerned that any misunderstanding could lead to complications. Is there really a difference? Most known human ailments are either caused by viruses or result from severe injuries. With this powder expelling viruses, combined with your healing elixirs, is there any affliction you cannot cure? Tony set the purification powder aside, jesting. Indeed, as they spoke, Lin Jia had already scattered the purification powder throughout the room, ensuring that the impending plague would not ravage this world. But what exactly transpired earlier to elicit such a strong reaction from you? Let us discuss that later. I need to purify these items first. To be honest, Lin Jia was reluctant to reveal the truth to Tony, given his anxiety as portrayed in the original narrative. It was uncertain how he would react upon learning this information. With that thought, Lin Jia shot a fierce glare at the Cellman. This fellow truly is something else. He didn't even inform me before coming to Marvel. After considerable effort, Lin Jia finally managed to purify Tony's lavish residence thoroughly, regardless of how it was accomplished. Suffice it to say that it was indeed purified. This is not a plot point, so there is no need for concern about future repercussions. As for the Cellman, Lin Jia had expelled him from the Marvel universe. He still could not comprehend why the Cellman, after undergoing the evolution powder's transformation, would still bring about disease. Until he unraveled this mystery, he had no intention of allowing the Cellman to roam freely. Now, can you explain what exactly is going on? Tony, having harbored his questions for so long, eagerly inquired as Lin Jia finally ceased his movements. To be honest, I don't think you truly wish to know the specifics. Lin Jia sighed, but eventually revealed the truth regarding the plague. You mean to say that this world was on the brink of annihilation just moments ago? Tony summarized Lin Jia's words, his eyes widening in shock, his mind reeling. Yes, you could interpret it that way, Lin Jia replied, feeling helpless. He had anticipated Tony's reaction, which was precisely why he had hesitated to speak up. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within Tony, causing him to clutch his chest and gasp for breath, feeling as though he were on the verge of suffocation. Observing the troubling signs, Lin Jia offered reassurance. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The source of the plague is already being addressed, and it won't be long before it is completely eradicated. Even with Lin Jia's words of comfort, Tony needed a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. What has happened to you? Why is your anxiety so profound? Lin Jia found himself quite perplexed. According to the storyline, Tony's anxiety was supposed to emerge only after the Battle of New York in the first Avengers film, triggered by the overwhelming presence of extraterrestrial beings. Subsequently, under the influence of Scarlet Witch's illusions, Tony's inner turmoil was magnified exponentially, leading to the birth of Vision. Yet, nothing of that sort has transpired, so how did he suddenly develop such severe anxiety? Tony cast a melancholic glance at Lin Jia and replied irritably, "Isn't it because of you? Ever since I emerged from the cave, the world has become utterly alien to me. Giant beings towering several meters high, columns of light descending from the heavens, and Asgard, a realm that exists only in myths." Upon hearing this, Lin Jia began to comprehend the situation. In less than a day, Tony had encountered an array of extraordinary events, coupled with his inherently strong sense of responsibility. It was no wonder that anxiety had taken hold of him. Do not overthink it. When the sky falls, there are giants to bear the weight. You are not yet among those giants, Lin Jia reassured him, patting Tony's shoulder. Your consolation is rather ironic. Tony rolled his eyes, though inwardly, he felt somewhat relieved. Rather than fretting over this anxiety or that, it would be more prudent to devote time to developing additional suits of armor to enhance his capabilities. Chapter 60. The Panacea. After resolving matters concerning Tony, Lin Jia returned directly to Terraria. He was eager to ascertain what had befallen the cell person, or what mutations had arisen from the plague that rendered the purification powder ineffective. Upon arriving home, Lin Jia observed the cell person engaged in conversation with the glowing skeletons. He needed no further context to understand the subject of their discussion. Lin Jia felt a sense of satisfaction with the cell person's attitude. At least he acknowledged his past mistakes and was intent on making amends. Cell person, do not trouble the skeleton. Leave the specialized matters to the experts. Let us return and inquire with the collector about the situation, Lin Jia said, placing a hand on the cell person's shoulder. I think I might have an inkling of the cause, the cell person said, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his large eyes as he scratched at his fiery head. Why is that? I recall the collector once mentioning that, from a certain perspective, the components of my being are, in essence, a plague, merely expressed in a different manner. Lin Jia regarded the cell person thoughtfully. Perhaps, this was what was meant by duality. The same entity could manifest in entirely opposite ways, depending on the context and the individual. In other words, the cell person was a mobile source of contagion. Consequently, no amount of purification powder would eradicate the plague residing within him. Is there a solution? He inquired. If this issue remains unresolved, you will find yourself confined to these two worlds. It seems there might be a solution, the cell person said, scratching his fiery head in contemplation. As long as I consume the panacea, it should suffice. The elixir of life, Lin Jia pondered thoughtfully. In the game, the cell person, upon consuming the elixir, would find their body and soul reunited. However, such a transformation was only possible with the king's skin. For any other skins, the effect of the elixir merely turned one into a mass of green algae. Yet, the king's corporeal form had long been destroyed. Thus, consuming the elixir would be tantamount to suicide. But can your current body even ingest it? Would it not revert to a mere mass of algae? I don't know. Sigh, let South return to my place for a moment. Lin Jia slapped his forehead, realizing he should not have placed his hopes in the cell person. Upon returning to the world of dead cells, Lin Jia found himself somewhat unrecognizable in this realm. Everywhere was a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Were it not for the distinct artistic ambience surrounding him, he would have thought he remained in Terraria. Progress is commendable, yet why have you not transformed the Holy Land into ordinary grassland? We intended to, but look at this. The cell person raised his right hand skyward, and soon a sprite fluttered down, landing delicately upon his fingertip. They seemed far less ferocious than in Terraria, given this. I believe there is no need to purify the Holy Land. Indeed, Lin Jia mused as he caressed the unicorn's pristine white fur, finding the creature's gentle demeanor quite convincing. While the cell person was showing Lin Jia the current cells of the imprisoned, a tentacle suddenly sprang forth from the ground. Before either could discern what had transpired, the tentacle vanished, leaving behind a solitary key. What was that? The cell person picked up the key, gazing at Lin Jia in bewilderment. Lin Jia, observing the key in the cell person's hand, remarked with a teasing tone, "This truly is a moral conundrum. What exactly is the cell person now, the queen's husband, or her child? I am rather eager to witness their meeting. Why are you back? You're not, huh? Lin Jia, you've returned as well." Just as Lin Jia was contemplating how to persuade the cell person to seek out the queen, the collector approached. You've arrived at the perfect moment. Have the cell person drink the elixir. Lin Jia, foregoing any pleasantries, directly requested the elixir from the collector. The suddenness of Lin Jia's words left the collector momentarily stunned. His first instinct was to refuse. After all, over the long years, the elixir had become an obsession for him. How could he possibly agree to let Lin Jia give it to the cell person? What? You're unwilling? Faced with Lin Jia's inquiry, numerous thoughts swirled in the collector's mind. He considered that if he refused, Lin Jia might cease to assist them in purifying the plague, yet he also contemplated that Lin Jia might overlook such matters. Ultimately, however, his obsession with the elixir prevailed. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out the words, "I want to know why," to unite the body and soul of the cell person, preventing him from continuing to emit the plague. Lin Jia pondered for a moment before continuing, "I do not wish to take advantage of you without offering something in return. If you are amenable, I would like to attempt to replicate it." He considered that, given the arrival of a potion merchant in Terraria, perhaps the elixir of life could also be categorized as a potion and appear in the merchant's inventory. Even if that was not feasible, Lin Jia could always gather more cells for the collector, allowing him to concoct another vial himself. After much deliberation, the collector finally resolved to act and retrieved a vial of brilliant blue liquid from beneath his dark cloak. In truth, he possessed 4 vials of the elixir, but only one boasted the highest efficacy, capable of completely curing ailments and ensuring that the imbiber would remain immune to infection henceforth. The remaining 3 vials, however, would only provide a fleeting respite from illness. Once the effects wore off, the affliction would return. The outcome Lin Jia sought could only be achieved with this singularly potent vial. "I have no other demands. I simply wish for your assistance in purging all maladies from this world." This was not a condition, for he had previously expressed his intent to undertake this task. "If you cannot think of anything further for now, let us set this matter aside." Lin Jia accepted the vial of the elixir from the collector and placed it directly into his backpack. He had no intention of taking advantage of the collector. While he could overlook minor matters, the distribution of benefits in significant affairs must be clearly defined. "You should visit this place. There will be surprises awaiting you." Before departing, Lin Jia exchanged a few words with the cell person and then returned to Terraria, intending to validate his thoughts. Chapter 61. The union of soul and body. With the elixir in hand, Lin Jia returned to Terraria and sought out the potion merchant. As anticipated, he indeed spotted the elixir's presence within the shop. However, unlike other potions available for direct purchase with gold, the elixir required the blue cells from the world of death cells for acquisition. Moreover, the price was steep, demanding a full 10,000 cells. The required quantity was considerable. Yet since it involved cells, he would let the cell person grapple with the dilemma. After confirming that the potion merchant would sell the elixir regardless of whether he had one in his possession, Lin Jia returned to the realm of death cells and found the cell person en route to the lighthouse. It is noteworthy that the cell person's body had been replaced with one crafted by the collector, tailored to suit him. In other words, now that the cell person consumed the elixir, he would be able to unite his soul and body once more. "Drink it," Lin Jia urged as he handed the elixir to the cell person. The cell person promptly poured the blue liquid into his mouth. Boom! A surge of blue flames erupted from the cell person, leading Lin Jia to momentarily believe he was about to transform into a super scion. The cell person extended his hands before him, feeling the immense energy surging within his body, and could not help but emit a sound of exhilaration. He gradually sensed the warm blood coursing through him, his previously empty heart filled, and the sensation of his soul and body being torn asunder began to dissipate. "Ah, this feels incredible!" As the cell human's furious roar echoed, the azure flames enveloping him abruptly dissipated, revealing his once more lifelike skin, now a shade of vibrant humanity. At first glance, there appeared to be no discernible difference. Lin Jia scrutinized the cell human and concluded that aside from the previous blue aura, nothing else seemed extraordinary. "Humph. I certainly won't be spreading any plagues around anymore," the cell human declared, striking a muscular pose and gazing at Lin Jia with eager anticipation. With an invitation extended, Lin Jia pondered why he hesitated to venture forth. "What's the rush? I can go later just as easily," the cell human waved dismissively, his excitement palpable as he yearned to explore the wonders of other realms. Lin Jia clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing that a thrilling spectacle was not imminent. "Fine. I shall take you to explore other places. Is your curiosity truly that insatiable?" Yay! Elated, they returned to the Marvel Universe, reappearing in Tony Stark's laboratory. Startled, Tony, who was engrossed in crafting new armor, set down his tools with a frown. "Could you not give me a heads up before your arrival? Should I simply retreat now?" Lin Jia shrugged, feigning disinterest. "Jarvis, seal off the air circulation." With a resigned sigh, Tony instructed Jarvis to lock down the lab, preventing the so-called plague from spreading to other parts of this world. Lin Jia glanced at his status bar. The plague icon was absent, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reassured Tony, "Everything is fine. The issue has been resolved." He briefly recounted the previous mishap and elaborated on the consequences of being infected by this so-called plague. If one contracts this plague, do they transform into a monster? Tony pondered whether this affliction could be harnessed for the benefit of humanity. Indeed, these monsters can even teleport to a person's vicinity. How absurd is that? Lin Jia chuckled, sharing words that left Tony momentarily speechless. Tony, perplexed, dug his pinky into his ear as if to clarify his hearing, incredulously asking, "What on earth? Did I mishear something?" A mere virus can enable teleportation? You heard correctly. This plague is indeed as outrageous as it sounds. However, you are mistaken about one thing. It is not just an ordinary virus. Strictly speaking, this plague is a product of alchemy, and modern medicine may find it utterly confounding, Lin Jia explained. Is it that perilous? Tony exclaimed, startled. He was keen to study the plague, yet only to benefit humanity, not to bring about its ruin. If eradicating the virus proved impossible, it was best left untouched, handled with utmost caution. Lin Jia waved a vial of purification powder before Tony, offering reassurance. There is no need for excessive worry. I have methods to counteract it. Perhaps it's best to leave such matters for another time, Tony replied, shaking his head in evident reluctance. Well, my purpose here is to let the cell human experience this world, despite my genuine curiosity about the dynamics between him and the Queen. Upon this, Lin Jia did not press the matter further, as the notion of having Tony study the epidemic had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, and he found himself regretting it mid-sentence. After all, in the realm of comics, many significant events were orchestrated by Tony, Dr. Strange, and their cadre of scientists. Had Tony exhibited a profound interest in the epidemic, it was likely he would have dispatched the Wraith to keep a vigilant watch over him. The mention of a queen piqued Tony's keen senses. Although he had reformed and no longer pursued cover girls as he once did, old habits die hard. Thus, upon hearing Lin Jia's words, he reflexively reacted. Oh, I should mention that the Cellman is the king of a small island, and naturally, he has a queen as well. Oh, how so? Tony inquired, intrigued. Leaning closer to Lin Jia and whispering. Lin Jia took a step back in disdain, tilting his chin slightly to direct Tony's gaze towards the Cellman, who was surveying the surroundings. The aesthetic is quite similar, and he has lived for several centuries, at the very least. Is that so? Then never mind. Tony found it difficult to envision how a being with a fiery head could possess any remarkable beauty. Suddenly, Lin Jia recalled the Star Sphere suit he had previously lent to Tony and asked, "Where's my equipment?" "Here you go." Tony retrieved a box from a nearby table and handed it to Lin Jia. "I couldn't decipher the materials of this item, no matter what methods I employed. I couldn't inflict even the slightest damage upon it. It's only natural that you couldn't cause any harm. It is crafted from fragments of the Star Sphere and the Night Bright Oregon." After donning the Star Sphere suit once more, Lin Jia displayed several shards of the Star Sphere to Tony. Chapter 62. S-H-I-E-L-D. As Lin Jia and the Cellman traversed the bustling streets, a sense of solitude enveloped Lin Jia. For both him and the Cellman, they were merely transient visitors in this world. The cacophony around them held no relevance. They were simply onlookers in this realm. It seemed that this was the nature of other worlds. Once the initial excitement faded, the Cellman became somewhat aimless, trailing behind Lin Jia without purpose. This only signifies that we do not belong to this world. We simply cannot integrate, Lin Jia mused, shaking his head, his purple robe swaying gently. Indeed, Lin Jia was adorned in the nebula robe of a mage. Had he ventured out without any adornment, he would have drawn attention wherever he went. After much contemplation, he realized that among the four class outfits, only the nebula suit appeared less conspicuous, often mistaken for something ordinary. Meanwhile, the Cellman donned a nebula robe similar to Lin Jia's, yet his attire bore a tattered and ragged appearance. When they conversed, their voices were kept to a hushed whisper. Otherwise, the musical sounds emanating from their mouths would undoubtedly attract attention. However, the true reason the two individuals were unable to integrate into this world stemmed from their lack of fundamental needs. They possessed no desires for basic activities such as eating or indulging in entertainment, which rendered them incapable of assimilating into their surroundings. Incidentally, when Lin Jia presented the fragment of the star crystal, Tony, without hesitation, employed his instruments to analyze its composition. Subsequently, his equipment exploded. Despite Lin Jia handling the star crystal fragment with apparent ease, it was, according to its lore, one of the four stages of a celestial body. In simpler terms, this object was akin to a shard of a star. It was utterly absurd to expect Tony's current devices to endure such a force. Ultimately, after considerable persuasion from Tony, Lin Jia conceded to leave him four distinct fragments, which allowed him to exit his lavish mansion. Initially, Tony intended to have Happy, his dedicated chauffeur, escort Lin Jia and the Cellman to the downtown area, but Lin Jia promptly declined the offer. While the two engaged in casual conversation, a strikingly beautiful woman approached from the opposite direction and inadvertently collided with Lin Jia, resulting in her elegantly tumbling to the ground. "I apologize, sir. You aren't injured, are you?" The woman hurriedly regained her footing, reaching out to touch Lin Jia. Natasha Romanoff, the last Black Widow of the Red Room, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. "Fury sent you." Lin Jia grasped Natasha's wrist, preventing her hand from advancing further. He had no intention of indulging her, Although, as an observer, he naturally harbored some fondness for certain superheroes within the Marvel Universe. He understood that occasionally displaying a modicum of assertiveness was essential to avoid being perceived as a pushover. Upon hearing Lin Jia's comprehensive disclosure, Natasha momentarily faltered. But her training as a top-tier agent swiftly restored her composure. The feigned panic that had adorned her face dissipated, replaced by an expression of icy resolve. It appeared that this skeleton man possessed knowledge far beyond our expectations. Enough of your prattle. Hand over the Tesseract, or I will obliterate the entire strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement. In Logistics Division, Lin Jia candidly articulated his objective. The Tesseract, in the possession of S.H.I.E.L.D., would only lead to chaos. The most notable incident being the invasion of the Chitauri during the first Avengers film. Although Lin Jia's involvement rendered it unlikely for Loki to fall from the Rainbow Bridge and be discovered by Thanos as in the original narrative, the predicament itself was a consequence of S.H.I.E.L.D's own machinations. Following the events of the first Avengers, Thor took the Tesseract back to Asgard. Otherwise, one could only speculate what further calamities S.H.I.E.L.D. might unleash. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. among its ranks, only a handful were not affiliated with Hydra. The remainder were remnants of Hydra itself. Oh no, referring to Hydra as remnants seems inappropriate, as the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. could justly be renamed Hydra Shield. Lin Jia had not intended to commence his quest for the Infinity Stones so soon, but with S.H.I.E.L.D. presenting itself on a silver platter, he was determined to seize this opportunity with both hands. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Your base has long been laid bare before my eyes. With that, Lin Jia directly transported himself and Natasha away through the wormhole elixir, leaving the cellular being standing there in a daze, unaware of what had transpired. Within a certain base of S.H.I.E.L.D., a blue glow appeared beside the cloaked spectral skeleton, and soon after, Lin Jia and Natasha materialized in this location. This was a testament to the agent's formidable physical prowess. As Natasha quickly regained her composure from the disorientation of the teleportation, she gazed at Lin Jia in astonishment. Although the prior intelligence had hinted at Lin Jia's potential teleportation abilities, the reality of experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. A mere 2 or 3 seconds later, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the entire base. This was to be expected, as Lin Jia had made no effort to conceal his presence. Had he not been detected, he would have begun to question whether S.H.I.E.L.D's internal defenses were akin to those of the Kingdom of Light. Switching to his radiant armor, Lin Jia observed the encroaching agents armed with firearms and released Natasha's wrist. Upon the release, Natasha swiftly retrieved the first aid supply she carried, beginning to tend to the burn on her wrist. Let it be known, anyone who fires a weapon at me shall be met with retribution. Lin Jia, utterly unconcerned about the firearms, stood his ground, inviting the onslaught. Not even a nuclear bomb could harm him. Well, perhaps the radiation might pose a challenge, but he was uncertain how well he could withstand that. Bang! As the first shot rang out, the bullet struck Lin Jia's radiant armor, causing no damage whatsoever. In fact, the shot was melted by the intense heat of the armor, transforming into liquid and pooling on the ground. Very well, I suppose this qualifies as justifiable self-defense. Lin Jia extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. The zenith sword soared forth, precisely dispatching the assailants with a single blow, leaving no room for hesitation. In an instant, the square was drenched in blood, with dismembered bodies strewn chaotically across the ground. Nick Fury, if you do not show yourself, I shall systematically eliminate every agent in this base. Feel free to attempt contacting Captain Marvel. However, it matters not, for I could easily dispose of her as well. After dispatching the agents, Lin Jia retrieved a miniature earpiece from Natasha's ear and addressed Nick Fury, who was on the opposite end. Chapter 63, Captain Marvel in a room. Nick Fury hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately choosing not to set down the pager in his hand. He pressed the switch and spoke through the earpiece to Lin Jia. What is it that you desire? Hand over the Tesseract to me. Its presence among you will only lead to turmoil. That is impossible. You, a murderer who has come here and slain so many of us, will never be entrusted with the Tesseract for the sake of humanity. Nick Fury proclaimed with righteous indignation, though in truth, his thoughts were quite the opposite. He merely sought to delay, allowing Captain Marvel ample time to arrive. Do you truly believe that you can accomplish anything beneficial for humanity in your hands? Lin Jia intended to inform Nick Fury about the Hydra situation, despite knowing that the latter would likely be skeptical. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once the seed of doubt was sown, how could someone as naturally suspicious as Nick Fury refrain from investigating the matter? Of course, The primary reason Lin Jia uttered such words was to buy time for the radiant skeleton to locate Fury. If he had not been unable to ascertain Fury's whereabouts, Lin Jia would have had no desire to engage him in such frivolous conversation. Your so-called Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Agency has already been infiltrated to the core by Hydra. No, that is not entirely accurate. It is you, the director, who has permeated this establishment. What nonsense are you spouting? Hydra was eradicated entirely during World War II. Naturally, Nick was not inclined to believe Lin Jia's assertions. He coldly retorted, "Humph, believe it or not, if I were to shout into your territory, long live Hydra, capture Nick Fury." In the next moment, a swarm of agents would burst into your room to apprehend you. Lin Jia struck down Natasha, who attempted to rush him, and casually chose a direction to proceed forward. Humph, utter nonsense. Although Fury expressed such sentiments, a sense of unease gnawed at him. In this situation, Lin Jia held an undeniable advantage, rendering it unnecessary for him to engage in deceit. Moreover, why would you trust a race capable of effortlessly transforming into others and acquiring their memories? Lin Jia paused momentarily at the doorways of each room along the corridor, using his zenith blade to shatter the doors in search of the room where Fury might be located. As for those who fired upon him, Lin Jia eliminated them without hesitation. Those who refrained from shooting were disregarded. Who are you? Are you one of the Kree Empire? With his greatest secret exposed, Fury could no longer maintain his composure, shouting in a fit of rage. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I have found you. Lin Jia halted his search, consumed the wormhole elixir, and vanished from the base. Upon hearing Lin Jia's words, Fury's eyes widened in alarm as he swiftly drew his sidearm, aiming at the empty space behind him. He quickly retreated, pressing his back firmly against the wall. With a swift motion, a vibrant green blade pierced through the metallic door, subsequently carving a long gash along its surface with remarkable ease, as if slicing through tofu with a knife. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Lin Jia, clad in the radiant suit, appeared before Fury. Speaking of which, this should be our first encounter. Lin Jia casually brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and remarked nonchalantly, "The Tesseract will never be handed over to you." Fury tightened his grip on the gun, pointing it at Lin Jia's head, his bravado faltering. "It matters not. Once Captain Marvel arrives, you will inevitably wish to surrender it to me." Lin Jia did not rush to press Nick Fury for answers, for he was a master of espionage, and torture was merely a trifling matter to him. Sitting in Nick Fury's office chair, Lin Jia deactivated the dazzling effects of his solar suit, allowing the searing heat to dissipate deliberately, thus preventing the chair from being scorched. The brilliant orange-red glow faded from Lin Jia's form, and Fury gazed at this skeletal figure, feeling as though it might crumble with a mere gust of wind, hesitating whether to pull the trigger. Ultimately, he restrained his impulses. Given the information at hand, this skeleton possessed the ability to create duplicates. Even if he were to eliminate this one, there might be others lurking. At that juncture, his demise would be all but assured. It was wiser to await the arrival of Captain Marvel before making any decisions. To be candid, Fury, I harbor a deep disdain for you, and similarly, for Captain Marvel. Lin Jia toyed with the Terra Blade, which had transformed from the Zenith sword, uttering words that sent a chill down Fury's spine. You are but an ordinary man. Yet you harbor an inflated sense of self-importance, believing you can control everything. You trust those Skrulls while maintaining a profound wariness towards humanity. I truly question whether you are a Skrull in disguise. As he spoke, Lin Jia pointed the blade's tip at Fury. Fury's face turned ashen, at a loss for words. Lin Jia's previous remarks had struck a chord, making him aware of his own shortcomings. However, he and the Skrulls had a history of camaraderie. Suspicion could arise. Yet it did not warrant immediate hostility based solely on Lin Jia's assertions. And then there was Captain Marvel. Are the people of your free nation so enamored with acting as international police? You neglect your own affairs while gallivanting across the cosmos. If you must roam, at least accomplish something worthwhile. Yet, you fail to secure a suitable planet for the Skrulls to inhabit. For years, I have been left in the dark regarding her endeavors. Moreover, I suspect her loyalties have strayed. What differentiates such a person from a traitor? Of course, there were reasons Lin Jia withheld from articulating, particularly his visceral aversion to the film Captain Marvel 2, which he found utterly repugnant, leaving him reluctant to recall it for fear of sullying his mind. Faced with Lin Jia's barrage of accusations, Fury found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Fortunately, a sudden sonic boom echoed through the air, followed by a colorful figure resembling a meteor, piercing the atmosphere, hurtling towards Fury and Lin Jia. At last, she has arrived. Lin Jia rose from his seat. Engaging in idle chatter with Fury held little purpose. He needed to shatter the last remnants of hope to swiftly acquire the Tesseract, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, specifically the Space Stone. Chapter 64. The Red Potion Behind Fury. A woman radiating golden light floated outside the window, her eyes brimming with confidence. What trouble have you found yourself in, Fury? Without giving Fury a moment to respond, Lin Jia directly turned to Captain Marvel outside the window and inquired, "What would you do if the Skrulls invaded Earth?" Captain Marvel cast a disdainful glance at Lin Jia, deeming him unworthy of her attention, yet she still answered his question, stating they would not do such a thing. Danvers, but what if they did? Fury recalled Lin Jia's earlier words and pressed for clarification. Fury, the Skrulls are our allies. They would never do that. Captain Marvel's tone grew more emphatic, her gaze towards Fury tinged with discontent. Fury felt as if all strength had drained from him, and he slumped against the wall. Although Danvers had not articulated a conclusion, he already understood the implications. Danvers had distanced herself from humanity, elevating herself to a position of divine superiority. Her concerns had shifted from protecting humanity and Earth to safeguarding the entire universe, even at the cost of her former home, Earth. Do you see, Fury? When an individual lacking sufficient wisdom acquires unimaginable power, they become arrogant and overconfident. As he spoke, Lin Jia rose from his chair. Despite his words, he was acutely aware that he too was such a person. He had merely not yet manifested this behavior due to the recency of his newfound abilities. Before Captain Marvel could finish her retort, Lin Jia swung the Terrorblade, unleashing a surge of green energy towards her. Captain Marvel did not dare to underestimate this attack. She had already deduced from their conversation that this skeleton was the one who had driven Fury to desperation. Energies of brilliance coalesced in her hands and surged towards the approaching sword energy. Lin Jia's strike activated a database attack mode, and the emerald sword energy pierced through her gathered force as if they were on different planes. Caught off guard, Danvers was unable to evade in time, and the sword energy struck her directly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jia glimpsed Captain Marvel's health bar, over 150,000 points, which was not particularly daunting. He disengaged from the data display and casually dispersed the energy she had launched at him. After all, the Daybreak armor was crafted from fragments of a star. Unlike Captain Marvel, who relied on a portion of cosmic energy for combat, Captain Marvel staggered several steps back, clutching her abdomen where the sword energy had penetrated. Although no visible wound had formed, she felt a long-forgotten pain within her, a sensation she had not experienced since acquiring her powers. What have you done? Captain Marvel gazed at Lin Jia with terror, bewildered by how his attack had breached her energy defenses. Lin Jia remained silent in response to Captain Marvel's inquiries. The Terra blade in his hand dissipated, revealing multiple weapons behind him. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Captain Marvel. He was eager to resolve the situation swiftly and obtain the Cosmic Cube. Faced with the myriad of weapons controlled by Lin Jia, Captain Marvel concentrated the energy within her body, forming a beam of light in an attempt to repel these threats. This time, Lin Jia refrained from activating his data attack mode, allowing Captain Marvel's assault to tangibly collide with the Zenith Sword. However, this proved futile, as the Zenith Sword cleaved through the beam of light effortlessly, leaving Lin Jia unscathed. Captain Marvel watched helplessly as the weapons drew closer, her once proud energy unable to halt their advance. In an instant, Lin Jia reverted to his data attack mode. Although he found Captain Marvel quite displeasing, he acknowledged that her actions did not warrant a fatal consequence. Lin Jia contemplated a method to extract the energy from Captain Marvel, reducing her once mighty powers to those of an ordinary individual. Having lost herself in her newfound strength, it was time for her to confront her own vulnerability and live out her life in that diminished state. Amidst the high-frequency assaults and substantial damage from the Zenith Sword, Captain Marvel's health quickly dwindled to triple digits. Upon entering this precarious zone, Lin Jia ceased his attack to avoid inadvertently delivering a fatal blow. In stark contrast, Captain Marvel's luminous aura had faded significantly. She struggled to rise from the ground, yet the overwhelming weakness rendered even this simple motion impossible. Externally, she bore few visible wounds, but only she understood the dire state of her condition. Fury, hand over the Cosmic Cube. I do not wish to waste time searching. That would be exceedingly troublesome. Lin Jia forcefully pried open Danvers' mouth and administered a vial of red potion. Although Captain Marvel lacked the rapid healing abilities of the Hulk, she possessed a modicum of recovery potential. If one were to quantify it, her recovery speed was likely comparable to the damage inflicted by the potion. Essentially, this would maintain a precarious balance, preventing Danvers from perishing while simultaneously hindering her return to full strength. Though the red potion could only be acquired in the Easter egg map of the Zenith world, Lin Jia had access to a potion merchant who conveniently sold it. As the effects of the red potion took hold, Danvers writhed in agony on the ground, her hands flailing about her throat as if someone had grasped it tightly. The 11 adverse effects induced by the potion were no trifling matter, while they might merely represent numerical values within the game. Here, each negative effect manifested fully upon Captain Marvel. It was the choking effect that led to her current desperate state. What have you done to her? With the strongest ally vanquished, Fury found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. His sole desire was to depart Earth alongside Danvers. For the cosmic cube before him posed a far greater peril than the skeletal figure that loomed ominously. Chapter 65. The space gem. Lin Jia delivered a disdainful kick to the fallen Captain Marvel, remarking, "She merely ingested a potion unworthy of her. It is inconsequential. In an hour, she will be perfectly fine. Follow me." Fury cast one last glance at Captain Marvel before turning away, leading Lin Jia toward the exit. "At least you know your place," Lin Jia muttered, sheathing his zenith sword before summoning an awakened skeleton. Utilizing the dimensional void bucket, he transformed it into a glimmering skeleton. "Take her with you," Lin Jia instructed the glimmering skeleton. Then he fell and stepped behind Fury, his heart devoid of any lingering hopes following Captain Marvel's defeat. As they traversed the corridor, any agents who attempted to impede their passage were deterred by Fury, leaving Lin Jia free to dispense with those who posed a genuine threat without a shred of mercy. After a considerable distance, Lin Jia and Fury finally arrived at a concealed chamber. At the center of the room, a translucent cube emanating a soft blue light rested securely within a device. "The cosmic cube is right here," Fury announced, stepping aside to unveil it to Lin Jia. Gazing at the softly glowing cube, Lin Jia couldn't help but exclaim, "It is truly magnificent." Fury, observing Lin Jia's captivated demeanor, felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. He recalled that during World War II, the Red Skull had vanished after directly interacting with the cosmic cube. It was not beyond imagination that this skeleton might also, in a decisive motion. Lin Jia seized the cosmic cube from the device's center. The fiery gauntlet materialized around his hand, shattering the external translucent protective layer to reveal the blue gem contained within. Fury was astounded by the revelation, never having anticipated that the interior of the cosmic cube housed such a gem. Overcome with astonishment, he momentarily overlooked the fact that Lin Jia had effortlessly destroyed the cube's exterior. "All right, I've acquired the item. You may leave now," Lin Jia waved at Fury, as he levitated the space gem before Captain Marvel. Upon obtaining the space gem, Lin Jia examined its capabilities. Beyond the fundamental functions of teleportation and opening portals, it possessed an additional feature, a personal space. Through the Terraria interface, it showcased an expansive storage capacity. Lin Jia estimated it could hold at least 100 slots. Furthermore, the space gem boasted a passive ability that ensured the space Lin Jia occupied would not be easily altered. For instance, the incident where the Ancient One had unwittingly transported Lin Jia to the mirror dimension would no longer be feasible. In addition to these unique capabilities of the space gem, it also shared a common trait with the Infinity Stones, an almost boundless source of energy. Lin Jia now wielded the space gem, granting him dominion over this segment of energy. The azure radiance intertwined with the energy emanating from Captain Marvel, and in that moment of contact, the last vestiges of energy within her were siphoned back into the space gem. Having traversed for nearly an hour on their journey, the effects of the red potion were waning, alleviating Lin Jia's concerns that Captain Marvel might perish upon losing her energy. As the energy was drawn away, Captain Marvel, no, she should now be referred to as Danvers, began to exhibit signs of aging. Wrinkles emerged on her once youthful visage, which was rapidly succumbing to the ravages of time. Born in 1964, Danvers was now 44 years old in 2008, an age that typically would not warrant such drastic deterioration. Yet her years spent adrift in the cosmos, sustained solely by the energy that enveloped her, had taken their toll. The fact that she had not succumbed to death after the extraction of her energy could only be attributed to Lin Jia's mercy and not depleting her entirely. "What have you done?" Fury watched in disbelief as Danvers transformed from a vibrant young woman into a frail figure, utterly perplexed by Lin Jia's actions. Lin Jia, having stowed away the space gem, replied nonchalantly, "I merely reclaimed powers that were never hers. By the way, you should hasten to return what Tony's father left him. As for me, my business here is concluded. Farewell." Having completed his tasks, Lin Jia harnessed the power of the space gem to locate the cell man, who was meandering about the streets. "Where have you been?" the cell man queried eagerly upon Lin Jia's arrival. "What do you want? You're not a child needing my company," Lin Jia retorted, putting away the space gem. "Well, I'm unfamiliar with this place, and I can't even find my way back to Tony's house." "Then use the wormhole potion to return. I forgot to bring it." "Honestly, you're infuriating," Lin Jia sighed, retrieving several vials of wormhole potions from his backpack and tossing them to the cell man. "I intend to visit Asgard. Care to join?" Lin Jia sought to assess the results of Loki's training before returning to the realm of the Death Cell to address matters concerning the cell man and the Queen. "No, this world seems devoid of entertainment. I think I'll return to purify the plague." "All right then, off you go." Lin Jia observed the cell man, who remained rooted in place, and urged him, "You should leave. I forgot the memory potion." The cell man sheepishly scratched his head, having used a one-click storage option before departing Terraria. thus consigning all potions directly to the storage box. I had told you to organize those potions long ago, Lin Jia remarked. Rolling his eyes and tossing a few memory potions to the cell man. Remember to buy potions on your way back. Once the cell man had departed, Lin Jia utilized the space gem to arrive at the gates of Asgard, where Heimdall resided. Ah, long time no see, Lin Jia greeted. Extending a hand in salutation to Heimdall, Heimdall fixed his gaze on Lin Jia, remaining silent. Had it not been for Odin's decree allowing him to disregard Lin Jia, he likely would have drawn his sword in response to Lin Jia's uninvited presence. Keep a close watch at the gate. I shall take my leave. Lin Jia waved his hand and once again utilized the space gem to locate Loki. It wasn't that the space gem couldn't transport him directly to Loki, rather. Lin Jia deemed it somewhat impolite to intrude without notifying Heimdall, the Guardian. Heimdall, is this truly considered polite? Upon arriving beside Loki, Lin Jia noticed that Loki was holding a box. His skin transformed into a shade of blue. A chilling aura emanated from the box, enveloping everything in a layer of frost. Chapter 66. The Three Sorcerers. Oh, the frost box? How did Odin come to give you this? Lin Jia's sudden exclamation startled Loki. Instinctively, he turned his head, aiming the frost box at Lin Jia. A gust of frigid wind swept through, yet, contrary to Loki's expectations, Lin Jia did not become encased in ice. Instead, he reached out, feeling only a refreshing coolness, clad in his solar armor. The meager chill from the frost box was hardly troubling. Why aren't you using Bloodthorn anymore? Lin Jia disregarded the icy wind and inquired of Loki. What need have I for it once I have learned? Loki set aside the frost box, proudly extending his right hand forward. With a swift motion, 3 blue blood thorns erupted from the ground, appearing nearly identical to the original, save for their hue. Impressive. Your progress exceeds my expectations. Lin Jia did not hesitate to offer praise, his emotional support fully realized. Hearing Lin Jia's commendation, Loki merely huffed in a feigned indifference, though he struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Very well, since you are learning so swiftly, I shall provide you with a few more. Lin Jia produced several staves suited for Loki's practice, allowing him to train further. After dealing with a somewhat inflated Thor, Lin Jia returned to Terraria. Ah, indeed. It is more comfortable here in Terraria. Once back in his home, Lin Jia reclined on his bed, stretching languidly. Regardless of the circumstances, Terraria had become his own realm, offering greater freedom than elsewhere. Wait, let me see if the space gem is still functional. After a brief rest, Lin Jia rose from the bed and examined the space gem. In the Marvel films, the Infinity Stones only manifest their true capabilities within the universe. Outside of Marvel's realm, they become mere stones. This was a concern for Lin Jia. Space gem, Marvel Universe, function, unlocked. Alas, it truly cannot be used. Lin Jia irritably weighed the space gem in his hand. It no longer radiated the vibrant blue light characteristic of the Marvel Universe. Now, it appeared merely as a translucent blue stone. The jeweler has arrived, yet another unfamiliar face. However, judging by her name, one might wonder if she sells the Infinity Stones. As Lin Jia pondered, he approached the residence of the jeweler. The woman, adorned in exquisite jewels, merely nodded upon seeing him, acknowledging his presence. Upon accessing the shop interface, Lin Jia was taken aback by what lay before him. 6 Infinity Stones were prominently displayed in the merchant's store, each accompanied by 4 distinct versions. Upon closer inspection, Lin Jia discerned that these 4 variations corresponded to the 4 worlds he had previously visited. Now, he understood that each Infinity Stone could only manifest its effects within its designated realm. Thus, acquiring the corresponding Infinity Stone for each world would enable its use. However, purchasing these Infinity Stones required the expenditure of the corresponding Infinity Stones themselves. For instance, if Lin Jia wished to procure the Space Stone, Terraria, he would need to expend a Space Stone, regardless of the world it originated from, to utilize the Infinity Stones across all worlds without excessive inconvenience. A visit to the Time Management Bureau would be necessary. Closing the shop interface, Lin Jia examined the Space Stone, Terraria, in his possession, contemplating his next course of action. 1 stone would suffice, yet if he desired to traverse worlds, he would first need to return and exchange the stone for its counterpart. Otherwise, it would be rendered useless in that realm. However, there was no rush. Lin Jia had returned with a particular question in mind. After bringing the Battle Angel to Terraria, she had regained her self-awareness. If he were to transport the 3 mages from Clash Royale to Terraria, could he potentially gain control over the void spells? Within the lore, the void spells were inadvertently created by the 3 mages of Clash Royale, the Fire Mage, Ice Mage, and Lightning Mage. If given some time, and with the Space Stone as a medium, perhaps he wouldn't need to send the Glimmering Skeleton to the Clash Royale world to take a chance. Thus, he acted on this thought. After approximately 2 days, Lin Jia issued the command, and his Glimmering Skeletons executed the task flawlessly. Your mission is to refine the void spells to make them controllable. Can you accomplish this? Lin Jia floated above, his hollow eye sockets fixated on the three below. The three mages, now subdued, dared not voice dissent, nodding vigorously in agreement. Initially, after regaining their consciousness, they felt a sense of gratitude towards the skeleton, as it had restored their self-awareness. Without it, they would likely have lived their lives in a daze. Yet, as the skeleton demanded they research the void spells, imposing various requirements, the once grateful mages quickly cast aside their debt of gratitude and adopted an air of arrogance. Lin Jia, unyielding, summoned the celestial sword to serve them, controlling them in a manner that was not lethal, yet far from comfortable. After exhausting over a dozen super healing potions, the three mages finally settled down in earnest. Excellent. Inform them of the materials needed. This item serves as the key to controlling the spatial laws of a world, which may prove beneficial to your research. Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing the spatial gem before departing from the scene. As for the possibility of the three mages using the spatial gem to escape, where could they possibly flee? Moreover, the shimmering skeletons surrounding them were not merely there to provide materials. I truly am a genius. I could conceive of such a method. Lin Jia hummed a little tune and consumed the memory potion that would transport him to the realm of the dead cells. Upon his arrival in the realm, Lin Jia utilized the wormhole potion to reach the cell people. As he approached, a whirling figure darted into his view. Chapter 67, The Queen Bang. Lin Jia extended his hand and delivered a powerful punch to the incoming entity. With the formidable strength bestowed by the Daybreak set, he effortlessly sent the thing flying. Hey, Lin Jia, why did it take you so long to arrive? Inquired a cell person behind him, lowering his shield in confusion. How many days have passed here? Lin Jia suddenly recalled a question he had intended to clarify regarding the flow of time. It's been a week. I've been waiting here for 3 days, the cell person complained. A week? It seems the passage of time here is rather swift. Lin Jia estimated that the time flow in the realm of dead cells was more than double that of Terraria. Ding ding ding. The shield in the cell person's hand glimmered as it blocked incoming arrows. Leave this to me. You're rather clumsy. It would be unfortunate if you damaged them. Lin Jia interjected, halting the cell person who was eager to advance toward the hostile lighthouse sisters. The cell person's eyes reflected a sense of exasperation as he retorted. Are you really that protective of them? Not at all. They have guarded the lighthouse for many years, atoning for their past misdeeds. I cannot bring myself to be too harsh, Lin Jia replied as he drew the zenith sword, striking directly at the three sisters. In no time, the sisters lay sprawled on the ground, their weapons scattered around them. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of their chests, one might have thought they were lifeless. Is this what you meant by being careless and causing damage? The cell person gaped, incredulity etched on his face. Well, it seems to be fine, Lin Jia stated casually as he produced 3 healing potions, tossing them beside the trio. These are potions for recovery. Drink them yourselves. Afterward, Lin Jia beckoned to the cell person and ascended upwards. However, once the cell person caught up, Lin Jia still allowed him to lead the way. After all, it was a reunion among kin, and he preferred to observe from the rear. Grasping the rope, the cell person was hoisted upwards by the descending cargo, while Lin Jia soared behind him, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Now arriving is my husband, once again exerting great effort to save his own life. Upon the lighthouse, the queen wielded a piercing sword, her back turned to the being of cells, murmuring softly. It was uncertain to whom her words were directed, perhaps to the cell being, or perhaps to no one at all. Gradually, the queen turned, raising the sword upright before her. Through the barrier of the blade, she gazed upon the figure that was both strange and familiar. Years of solitude and desolation had been sustained by sweet memories of yore and a profound sense of guilt. She longed for time to revert, to return to the days when her beloved husband still walked the earth. As her thoughts swirled, the harshness of reality snapped her back. The sword's tip was aimed at the cell being. I am sorry, my dear, but I cannot permit you to reignite the lighthouse. Even if it means slaying my own husband and king, I shall thwart you. With that declaration, the queen ceased her prattle, twirling the long sword gracefully before it soared towards the cell being. Mother? After much internal conflict, the cell being finally settled upon a term of address for the queen. Uttering it aloud, with a sudden jolt, the queen nearly lost her footing, almost collapsing to the ground, but her quick reflexes steadied her with the sword. What did you just call me? Despite the absence of eyes upon her head, the cell being discerned the astonishment etched upon her face. Mother? The cell being presumed the queen disliked the term ma, thus opting for a different appellation. You. The queen's voice, initially laden with sorrow, now bristled with agitation. Her sword pointed accusingly at the cell being. You have spoken for so long, yet not uttered a single coherent thought. The cell being scratched his head, bewildered by the queen's intense reaction. According to the collector's account, his soul stemmed from the union of the king and queen's child, merely possessing the king's memories. From a spiritual perspective, he was indeed their child, and addressing her as mother was not amiss. You truly are becoming increasingly shameless. After the initial shock, the queen regained her composure. Her voice imbued with fury. That little one was slain by your own hands. He was merely 2 years old at the time. The cell being froze. A vivid image flashing in his mind as the queen's words echoed. It was a scene upon a bed, the world rendered in shades of black and white. Suddenly, a man clad in resplendent robes entered his view, accompanied by a woman adorned in a magnificent dress. They appeared to be embroiled in a dispute, the elegantly dressed woman shielding him from harm. After that, the cell being's memories faded. All he knew was that his body felt as though it were plummeting, consciousness gradually sinking. Bang! A jolt of intense pain jolted the cell being back from his reverie, his body hurtling through the air like a tattered sack. Coughing, he pushed himself up from the ground. In that fleeting moment, the queen had cleaved through space itself, had it not been for the protective gear he wore. He feared he would have been reduced to mere fragments by the overwhelming force of the rift. Do not think for a moment that this will be effortless. Our affair is far from over. Before the cell man could rise from the ground, the queen extended her right hand, enveloping him in a shroud of inky energy, drawing him before her. A surge of her own power coursed into the cell man's body, alleviating much of the excruciating pain he had been enduring. Once the discomfort had subsided sufficiently, the queen carelessly tossed the cell man aside, as if he were refuse, her sword poised to strike. Faced with the advancing queen, the cell man hesitated, turning to Lin Jia, who was observing from above, and implored, "I cannot strike. Come lend your aid." Very well, the performance has reached its conclusion. Lin Jia descended gracefully to the ground, raising his terror blade to intercept the queen's longsword. "Who are you?" The queen, confronted by this unfamiliar figure, retreated cautiously. "Let us subdue you first." Lin Jia was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with the queen, for he knew that without defeating her, his words would fall on deaf ears. "Who do you think you are? Do not underestimate me." The queen, incensed by Lin Jia's haughty demeanor, recalled that her ascension to the throne was not solely due to her beauty. She was the kingdom's foremost master of swordsmanship. Chapter 68. Soul of the Zenith. Minutes later, the queen knelt on the ground, the once vibrant orange glow of her sword now dimmed. "How about now? Can we converse properly?" Lin Jia leaned against the wall, observing her. Despite her exhaustion, the queen remained resolute in her defiance, perceiving Lin Jia and the cell man as mere seekers of escape through the lighthouse to the outside world. Let the collector explain. Lin Jia intended to elucidate the circumstances to the queen, but after pondering, he deemed it more fitting for the collector, who possessed comprehensive knowledge of the situation, to clarify. In a fleeting moment, Lin Jia vanished, and upon his reappearance, the collector stood before them. There is little to discuss. The collector withdrew a glowing orb from his dark robe and seamlessly integrated it into the queen's mind. A fragment of the collector's memory flowed directly into her consciousness. After a prolonged silence, the queen lifted her gaze, her tone laced with complexity as she inquired, "So, does he count as my husband, or merely a child?" When Chiffon perished, he was but 2 years old, leaving his memory scant and fragmented. One could say he had none at all, even though I preserved his soul. All his knowledge stemmed from the king's memories. At this, the collector shook his head, resignedly stating, "It is up to you. He will be who you perceive him to be." The queen regarded the cell man, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. "Mother, return with me. The plague is now under control, and it will not be long before the island is restored to its former state." With the restoration of that memory, the cell man felt no burden in calling her mother. His gaze toward the queen was imbued with warmth and familiarity. This connection was primarily due to the fact that this memory belonged to the cell man himself, distinctly different from the king's recollections, one akin to having read a book, while the other was a lived experience. Although her heart was stirred, the queen, still haunted by her past mistakes, shook her head and resolutely replied, "Let it be. I must remain here to prevent the plague from spreading beyond the island. We shall speak of it again once the disease is entirely eradicated." Yet, Lin Jia interjected, delivering a devastating truth that nearly shattered her composure. "How is that possible?" the queen exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "How could the plague bypass me and reach the outside world?" Her outburst was far more disordered than when she had been vanquished by Lin Jia moments before. Lin Jia could empathize with the queen's turmoil. After years of steadfastness, the very ideal she clung to had vanished, leaving anyone in her position feeling utterly despondent. "It is not impossible," he explained. "The ocean harbors living beings, and the contagion can certainly traverse through such channels. Moreover, before you arrived at the lighthouse, ships had never ceased their voyages here." The collector's explanation shattered the queen's last flicker of hope. Weak and defeated, she sank to her knees, gazing vacantly at the dimming flames of the lighthouse. She had believed her vigil here was an act of atonement. Yet the reality was that she had merely survived all these years in such a manner. A sudden thought of leaping from the lighthouse crossed the queen's mind as she stared blankly at the now familiar surroundings. For so many years, she had prevented others from igniting the beacon, yet at this moment, it appeared inviting, so inviting that it tempted her to surrender to its embrace. Lin Jia sighed and nudged the motionless cell person, urging, "Go up and persuade her, otherwise, you'll lose your newly found mother." The queen's actions were nothing but an escape from reality, and once she regained her composure, she would naturally reflect on her future course. The cell person nodded and hurried forward, wrapping his arms around the queen, who had approached the edge of the lighthouse, and pleaded, "Mother, don't jump. If you do, you just attract others to you." Lin Jia face-bombed in exasperation. Such persuasion was akin to suggesting one should die in a different location. Surprisingly, the queen did halt her advance, her sword clattering to the ground as her trembling hands rested against the cell person's back. Her pause was not due to the cell person's misguided encouragement, but rather the long-lost embrace that enveloped her. From it, she felt a warmth of familial affection that had eluded her for centuries. "Let us depart," Lin Jia said, patting the collector on the shoulder. An unhealthy thought had suddenly crossed his mind. To preserve the tender atmosphere of this mother-son reunion, it would be best for him to leave promptly. The collector had no objections, as he needed to return to oversee the condition of the sacred land, wishing not to squander time there. After receiving some golden armor from the Time Guardian, Lin Jia cheerfully returned to Terraria. The last time he emerged, he recalled that the malevolent landscape of the world was nearly cleansed, and upon his return, it was anticipated that the celestial soul of Terraria would soon be within his grasp. Indeed, when Lin Jia arrived at the Sword Spirit to inquire about purchasing permissions, it was revealed that the celestial soul, Terraria, was available for acquisition, albeit the required materials were somewhat excessive. "You want a celestial sword?" Lin Jia exclaimed, pointing at the Sword Spirit. "I already possess a celestial sword. Why would I need to purchase yours?" The trading requirement for the celestial soul dictated that one must offer the most precious or powerful item from their world. Otherwise, it was impossible to conjure such a formidable object from thin air. The Sword Spirit shrugged helplessly, an expression of resignation adorning its visage. "Humph, you are quite the negotiator." Lin Jia scoffed, returning home to craft another celestial sword. Previously, he had forgotten that fishing could yield materials for the celestial sword, albeit with some inconvenience. However, such matters of probability were trivial in the presence of Lin Jia's glimmering skeleton. "Take this, just don't take my other celestial sword." Lin Jia tossed the newly forged broken celestial sword to the Sword Spirit, subsequently receiving the celestial soul, Terraria, in return. This celestial soul resembled a pulsating orb of light, its colors indescribable as they swirled within, seemingly embodying the very essence of this world's power. Lin Jia could scarcely perceive its weight, as if he were grasping nothing at all. To grasp the essence beyond appearances, one must not be constrained by form. Only then can one uncover the true nature of the celestial soul. Chapter 69. Deadpool. The words uttered by the Sword Spirit before departing left Lin Jia somewhat bewildered. He returned, eager for clarification, yet the rascal feigned silence, refusing to respond regardless of Lin Jia's inquiries. "Damn it, I despise riddlers." Lin Jia lamented as he lay upon his bed, contemplating the orb of light in his hand, mulling over the Sword Spirit's cryptic statement. "What use do you possess?" Lin Jia murmured, gazing at the celestial soul. It was said to grant other weapons the attack style of the celestial sword, but how to actualize this remained a conundrum. Furthermore, since he already owned a celestial sword, the necessity of utilizing the celestial soul seemed redundant. After a brief period of restlessness in bed, Lin Jia decided to seek out the guide, for in Terraria, any queries were best directed towards him. Upon locating the guide, Lin Jia found him in the nurse's room, playfully teasing her. This sight rendered him somewhat speechless. The nurse lacked self-awareness and seemed oblivious to the guide's antics. "Stop teasing her. Come here and tell me how to use this," Lin Jia exclaimed, pulling the guide over and presenting the celestial soul. "You managed to acquire the celestial soul? Quite impressive." The guide raised an eyebrow, taking the celestial soul from Lin Jia's hands and inspecting it closely. "Why not ask the Sword Spirit? He's playing Riddler with me. And he won't tell me anything." Lin Jia crossed his arms, expressing his irritation. The guide pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, as if he had come to a realization, nodding knowingly. "He intended for you to decipher the usage on your own. Hence, it would be inappropriate for me to relay the information directly." "What? Is this a game of riddles?" Lin Jia scratched his head, feeling somewhat vexed. Observing Lin Jia's demeanor, the guide chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. I shall impart to you the fundamental method of utilizing the Zenith Soul, ensuring you are not left in the dark." "Well, that is more like it," Lin Jia replied as he retrieved the Zenith Soul from the guide, gazing at him with anticipation. "The usage is quite simple. Just insert the weapon you desire into this orb." As he spoke, the guide picked up a destruction blade from a nearby table and plunged it directly into the radiant sphere. At the moment of contact between the destruction blade and the orb, The blade's form melted away like ice meeting a branding iron, flowing seamlessly into the luminescent mass. Try envisioning the destruction blade in your mind. Following the guide's instruction, Lin Jia conjured an image of the blade within his thoughts. Instantly, the orb in his hand morphed, taking on the shape of the destruction blade. With a mere flicker of intent, the destruction blade levitated into the air, its sharp edge slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. This is the basic usage. The other derivative applications you shall have to explore on your own. The guide waved his hand, urging Lin Jia to leave, as he was eager to tease the nurse. As Lin Jia was ushered out, he raised his middle finger towards the door before returning home to contemplate the Zenith Soul. After considerable deliberation, he decided to insert all melee weapons into the Zenith Soul, reasoning that he could freely select his weapon during usage, which should pose no issue. After some time, Lin Jia managed to place every melee weapon from Terraria into the orb, including all the crafting materials for the Zenith Sword, the new 3-mineral sword, and a freshly forged Zenith Sword. As he gazed at the sphere in his hand, its colors shifting vividly, countless weapon forms flashed through his mind, and the orb began to transform rapidly. Alas, the damage output was determined by the weapon with the highest damage. If only it could aggregate the damage from all weapons. Lin Jia stowed the orb away and contemplated a journey to the Marvel Universe, intending to collect all the Infinity Stones and test whether he could restore his own body, while also experimenting with the Zenith Soul. Before departing, Lin Jia hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against taking the Space Stone. His destination was the Time Variance Authority in the Marvel Universe, where he would find himself in the Quantum Realm, where the Infinity Stones were merely aesthetically pleasing rocks. Although he was uncertain whether the Space Stone would retain its efficacy under Terraria's influence, it mattered little. He possessed his own ability for spatial teleportation, rendering the Space Stone unnecessary and preventing any delay in the research of the three mages. After consuming a memory potion, Lin Jia arrived in the Marvel Universe, materializing directly in Tony's mansion, the site of his recollections. However, when Lin Jia regained his senses, a refreshing yet restrained feminine voice wafted down from the upper floor. Even by merely contemplating it, Lin Jia understood precisely what had transpired. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. It would be best to depart swiftly. Lin Jia hastily consumed a wormhole potion and randomly teleported beside a faintly glowing skeleton. Although he intended to journey to the Time Management Bureau, he was at a loss for the moment. This was not the timeline of Avengers, Age of Ultron. Ant-Man had yet to unravel the mysteries of the quantum realm, and he could not access that place through conventional means. Alas, if only Deadpool were here, he could surely resolve the dilemma. The only scenario Lin Jia could conceive was that Deadpool had inadvertently traversed into this parallel universe via the machinery of the Time Management Bureau. After all, he had no comprehension of technology. Even if he mentioned the concept of the quantum realm, the current Ant-Man, Dr. Pym, would be unable to conduct research on it in a short span of time. Oh, Marvel's savior, make your appearance. With that thought, Lin Jia called out into the void, hoping for a stroke of luck. Suddenly, an orange-yellow square portal materialized, its texture reminiscent of a scanning beam. Oh, look. Who is this extinguished Ghost Rider? Your Marvel savior has arrived. Before he even set foot through the portal, Deadpool's distinctive voice resonated from the other side. Wow, is this for real? Lin Jia momentarily froze, then felt an overwhelming joy as he grasped Deadpool's outstretched right hand from the portal, pulling him through. Despite your blatant demeanor, I still cannot harbor any affection for you. Deadpool feigned shyness, playfully punching Lin Jia's ribs with his small fists. Well, some things are indeed better viewed from a distance. Lin Jia disdainfully pushed Deadpool away. He had once enjoyed Deadpool's antics while watching movies, but now the irreverent character had successfully created a rival in him. Wade, I won't waste more words with you. Take me to the Time Management Bureau to obtain the Infinity Stones. As for your world's troubles, I can devise a solution. Chapter 70, Wolverine My Heavens. You would actually agree to accompany me in saving my world. Deadpool clasped his hands to his face, feigning astonishment, his mask's wide eye sockets widening. You are simply a melodious Wilson. Your voice utterly enchants me. Wilson is a character from Don't Starve, so Deadpool's knowledge of this is quite normal. Lin Jia raised his hand and firmly grasped Deadpool's face, pulling his hands away from it, and spoke with a serious tone. Let me make this clear. You will first take me to the Time Management Bureau. Only after we secure the Infinity Stones will I assist you. You truly are heartless. For my sake, can't we alter the order? For instance, accompany me to find a suitable Wolverine? Deadpool stepped back, now only a step away from the portal. Lin Jia scrutinized Deadpool for a considerable time, noticing that his right hand was subtly pushing back, and the time travel device belonging to the Time Management Bureau was about to be sent back through the portal. Had he acted sooner, he might have succeeded, but now it was too late to seize it. I will help you find Wolverine first. In a moment of resignation, Deadpool pondered the uncertainty of when he might encounter such an opportunity again if he were to leave now. Time waits for no one. Let us depart, he exclaimed. seizing Lin Jia's arm and leaping into the portal. Upon the familiar shift in space, Lin Jia found himself in a bar. "I require your company for a brief journey," Deadpool stated, having effortlessly dispatched an individual who sought to stir trouble. Addressing a robust man seated at the bar, he inquired, "And who might you be?" The man turned, rising from his chair, his stature revealing a rather diminutive frame. "Ah, it appears we have found the king of the diminutive realm," Deadpool remarked, nudging Lin Jia with his elbow and adopting a tone reminiscent of one addressing a child. Lin Jia was taken aback by the sight. This Wolverine seemed to stand at a mere 1.6 meters, barely taller than the bar itself. "Time to leave," Deadpool declared, as he noticed Wolverine advancing towards them. He pressed a button on his device, guiding Lin Jia backward. Subsequently, they bore witness to over 20 variants of Wolverine across parallel worlds, many of which had yet to make an appearance in the films. However, Lin Jia was perplexed as to why these Wolverines instinctively brandished their claws at the sight of Deadpool, seemingly intent on rending him to pieces. In a peculiar encounter with one Wolverine variant, Lin Jia left behind a few vials of super healing serum and a rather foul-smelling claw. This particular Wolverine hailed from the Old Man Logan storyline. If Lin Jia's memory served him correctly, that world had seen a coalition of supervillains eradicate all superheroes. Under the influence of Mysterio's illusions, Wolverine had annihilated every mutant within the Academy. One might question whether Professor X could mentally control Wolverine, even if he could not. The notion that so many X-Men could not overpower a single Wolverine seems rather implausible. It is best not to engage in discussions of power levels in American comics, as the outcomes can be exceedingly nonsensical. Returning to the narrative, after slaying everyone at the Academy, Wolverine succumbed to despair, spending his days in the bar, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Lin Jia recalled feeling a surge of emotion while reading the comic, thinking it fitting to leave behind those two items. Having been sent flying by a punch from Wolverine, portrayed by Henry, Deadpool executed a role and traversed the portal into a new world. In the midst of it all, Deadpool had incapacitated another would-be assailant, casually discarding him onto the floor. Lin Jia, putting away his phone, could not help but admire Henry's impressive physique, feeling a twinge of envy. "Another round, please, Logan," the Wolverine declared, placing his glass on the counter and tapping it lightly. "I warned you, you are not welcome here. Nor will you be welcomed anywhere. Get out of my bar," the bartender retorted, clutching a bottle of liquor and casting a disdainful glance at Logan. Logan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression one of exhaustion as he replied, "Just one more drink, I'll leave after." At that moment, Deadpool sidled up to Logan, initiating a conversation. Indeed, it seems that only Deadpool would perceive himself as engaging in a normal conversation. Lin Jia, on the other hand, thought that had Logan not been in such a disheveled state, his head would have surely exploded by now. This incarnation of Logan has endured experiences akin to those in Logan, with nuanced differences in detail, yet the outcome remains the same. The X-Men are no more. As Lin Jia surveyed his surroundings, Logan was already being forcibly pulled to his feet by Deadpool. In a surge of emotion, Logan extended a small segment of his adamantium claw from his fist. "Oh, look at that. How adorable. No need to worry. This is quite common for Wolverine beyond the age of 40, Deadpool quipped, observing the claw with a teasing glint in his eye. Logan glared at him through gritted teeth, but ultimately refrained from fully extending the claw, instead finding the barrel of Deadpool's gun pressed firmly against his forehead. After exchanging some banter, Logan, seemingly unfazed, leaned forward until his forehead met the gun's muzzle. "Go ahead." Deadpool, however, did not pull the trigger, as he had come to find Logan, and shooting him in the head would hardly be a sensible approach. "Ha ha," Logan let out a derisive laugh, reaching for a bottle of liquor on the table and tipping it back, pouring its contents down his throat. Once the alcohol settled in, Logan's steps became unsteady, and he fixed a glare at Deadpool, intent on saying something more, but the effects of the drink overwhelmed him, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground, unconscious. "Well, I suppose that works too," Deadpool shrugged, holstering his gun and then placing his hands on Logan's chest. To his surprise, he found an unexpected layer of armor beneath Logan's clothing. "Don't just stand there, lend a hand." The weight of Wolverine's adamantium skeleton was no trifling matter, and coupled with his current state of inebriation, Deadpool found it quite challenging to move Logan. "Clear the way if you have anything heavy." Lin Jia shoved Deadpool aside and effortlessly lifted Logan from the ground. "You are stronger than the Hulk," Deadpool exclaimed, covering his face with both hands in feigned astonishment. Chapter 71. The Time Management Bureau. "If you can't keep your mouth shut, I can help you with that." Lin Jia, who had endured Deadpool's incessant chatter throughout their journey, finally lost his patience, summoning his Terrorblade and pressing it against Deadpool's neck. "Wow, you never mentioned you were from Terraria?" Deadpool raised his hands in mock surrender. Yet his gaze remained restless, scrutinizing the Terrorblade that had transformed from Lin Jia's zenith sword. "Do you have any transformation potions?" I'd love to experience that sensation. Lin Jia hesitated, realizing he indeed had such potions on hand, intended to discipline those he found irksome. However, in this instance, it appeared that it would serve as a reward for Deadpool. No, let us hurry, Lin Jia replied dismissively, hoisting Logan and urging him onward. Hey, wait a moment. You must showcase the uniqueness of that hidden version. Deadpool hurried a few steps to block Lin Jia's path, then began to paw at the unconscious Logan. Good grief. That's truly revolting, Lin Jia remarked, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Deadpool may have removed Logan's clothing, but why must he caress his chest so intently? Perfection. Aside from his height, he has astonishingly embodied the essence of the comic. Satisfied, Deadpool rose to his feet, then noticed the mask behind Logan's collar. Unable to contain his exclamation. He even has a mask. It resembles two Batmans kissing. The sheer delight of not having to worry about copyright is exhilarating. Ignoring Deadpool's flirtatious banter, Lin Jia hoisted the classic yellow-clad Logan from the ground, urging, hurry, we need to get to the Time Management Bureau. Under Lin Jia's persistent urging, Deadpool languidly activated the portal to the Time Management Bureau. I truly don't understand. Weren't you in a hurry before? Why the leisurely pace now? Lin Jia couldn't help but inquire before stepping through the portal. My world is already saved. There's no need for haste. Relax. Deadpool was in good spirits. For in his mind, as long as he brought Wolverine back to his world, he would save it. I hope that's the case. Lin Jia refrained from shattering Deadpool's illusion. It's not entirely inaccurate to call it an illusion. After all, in terms of outcome, his world had indeed been salvaged. And the Logan before him had become a new anchor. Upon arriving at the Time Management Bureau with Deadpool, Lin Jia immediately retrieved equipment from Terraria to test. Upon discovering that the Zenith Sword remained unaffected and fully operational, his worries dissipated entirely. In terms of combat prowess, the inhabitants of the Time Management Bureau were merely ordinary individuals wielding formidable weapons. Excluding the magic prohibition here, which nullified all attributes apart from technology, even the current Thor, with a bit of caution to avoid those temporal weapons, could navigate this place with ease. You go find Mr. Paradox, I'll pass. Lin Jia decided to seek the Infinity Stones directly after confirming his powers were intact. As for the narrative involving Deadpool and Wolverine, if his progress here went smoothly, he might engage in that as well. Speaking of which, Lin Jia held a keen interest in the professor's sister. Her abilities were said to be psychic. Yet her actual manifestations resembled telekinesis, and she could even heal wounds. Chapter 72. Procuring the Infinity Stones. What are you? Lin Jia's unabashed demeanor within the Time Management Bureau soon attracted the attention of its staff. In this realm devoid of magic, beings like Lin Jia were inconceivable. Some individuals had never encountered a being like him and were gripped by profound fear. Just in time, take me to your storage room. Lin Jia had no desire to kill, especially since Loki, not a remnant, presided over the Time Management Bureau at this temporal juncture. Loki is now the god of stories, and Lin Jia was uncertain whether he could contend with him. If Loki were to reveal his health bar, he might feel more confident. However, Lin Jia deemed it wise to avoid confrontation. Should he falter, it would spell trouble. Who do you think you are? Amidst the throng, a man of African descent brandished a short staff, aiming it menacingly at Lin Jia. Alas, he had no desire to engage in conflict. With a sigh, Lin Jia contemplated the potential consequences of being struck by that staff, for the assailant would be swiftly transported to the void. His objectives remained unfulfilled, and he was reluctant to depart so soon. In a flash, the celestial sword sliced through the air, severing the man's forearm with precision. Be reasonable. I harbor no wish to take a life, Lin Jia remarked, turning his gaze. The hollow sockets of his eyes instilled immense pressure upon all present, rendering them mute. Despite the absurdity of his words, after a moment of tense silence, no one approached to escort Lin Jia to the storeroom. Only the injured man writhed on the ground, clutching his severed arm in agony. It seems I have shown too much mercy, Lin Jia mused impatiently, summoning the celestial sword once more. Sir, please, wait a moment. Just as Lin Jia prepared to take decisive action, a somewhat plump woman of African descent rushed around the corner, accompanied by several armed individuals. Lin Jia redirected his attention, instantaneously recalling pertinent information about her. She was one of the higher-ups in the Temporal Management Bureau, having previously appeared in Loki and made an appearance at the conclusion of Deadpool and Wolverine, where she apprehended Mr. Paradox. However, the specifics of her identity eluded him, as she was not a figure of great significance and Lin Jia was no video blogger, capable of remembering every character's name and backstory with clarity. It appears you are the one in charge. Allow me to be forthright. I require the Infinity Stones. While they may merely be ornamental trinkets to you, I am willing to offer something in exchange if necessary. With the arrival of someone of authority, Lin Jia articulated his intentions plainly. That is not an issue. We can provide you with the Infinity Stones, and we do not require any compensation. merely the opportunity for you to meet someone. I genuinely cannot recall this person's name and have found no information online. I am reluctant to purchase a membership to rewatch, so I shall refer to her as the woman of African descent. If anyone knows, please feel free to inform me in the comments. Meet someone. Who? Loki? Lin Jia pondered, realizing that Loki was the only name that came to mind within the entire Temporal Management Bureau. The moment he uttered Loki's name, a cold sweat broke out on the woman's brow. She had initially assumed that this skeletal figure was merely a foolish companion of Deadpool, perplexed as to why Loki would wish to meet him. However, she no longer dared to underestimate the skeletal figure before her. Indeed, let us proceed. The Infinity Stones are yours to take. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, the woman beckoned Lin Jia to follow her to retrieve the Infinity Stones. After traversing a corner, she opened a door, gesturing for him to enter. They are right inside. Feel free to take as you wish. Lin Jia peered inside, and the room conformed to his preconceived notions of a storeroom. The entire room was filled with rows of cabinets, each adorned with an array of drawers. Casually, I pulled open a drawer from one of the storage units, revealing a peculiar triangular fragment. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this fragment was none other than a piece of Captain America's vibranium shield. This place primarily served as a repository for artifacts from the obliterated universe, and the Infinity Stones you seek are located over there. After providing brief instructions to a few individuals at the entrance, a black woman approached me, elaborating further. So, according to your explanation, those Infinity Stones originated in a similar manner? I pondered as I opened the cabinet she indicated. Inside, it was brimming with soul stones, each varying in size and shape. It was certain that these were indeed soul stones. Once outside this quantum realm, they could be utilized directly. Without any hesitation, I extended my hand, intending to gather the entire drawer of soul stones into my backpack. Unfortunately, these stones could not be stacked. Each one required its own compartment. I managed to collect about 10, but my backpack was quickly filled to capacity. How troublesome, I mused. It seems I will have to make several trips. Reflecting on the situation, I concluded that since the Infinity Stones could not be stacked, there was no need to take them all at once. An excess would serve no purpose. If I found myself in need later, I could always return for more. Glancing at my backpack, I decided to discard 2 soul stones, retaining only 10 within. Wait for me, I said, casually placing a figurine nearby and switching my gear to the stellar set. I then summoned the celestial blade, which cleaved through the air, manifesting an awakened skeleton beside me. Following that, I retrieved the abyssal glimmer barrel, transforming it into a glimmer skeleton. After several trips back and forth, I finally transported 10 of each Infinity Stone to Terraria. Were it not for the inability to utilize the Infinity Stones within the quantum realm, I would have simply used the spatial gem's innate capabilities to carry them all away. That should suffice, I confirmed, checking the quantity of stones in the Terraria chest, nodding in satisfaction as I prepared to return to Marvel. The black woman watching my actions could not help but feel a twitch at the corners of her mouth, although she had permitted me to take what I wished. It felt as though I was treating the situation far too casually. This was not merely a matter of taking a few items. It was as if I intended to carry away the entire table. Sir, have you finished? She inquired, struggling to maintain her composure as a smile threatened to falter on her face. Yet, recalling that I was someone specifically requested by Loki, she managed to suppress her reaction. Let us not keep the god of stories waiting. I feigned the slaying of the glimmer skeleton, though in reality, I concealed my presence. Leaving a glimmer skeleton behind would facilitate my return should I find myself lacking in Infinity Stones. Chapter 73. Thunderfire. In a familiar control room-like space, I surveyed my surroundings. If memory served me correctly, the door at the center was the very threshold through which Loki had ascended to his throne, becoming the god of stories. As I pondered, an ethereal figure materialized before the door, draped in verdant attire, adorned with a golden diadem. 2 elongated horns gracefully emerged from his brow. This was none other than Loki, the god of stories. Greetings, traveler from beyond the realm, he said, revealing an elegant smile, one that bore the weight of time far greater than the Loki Lin Jia had previously known. What brings you to seek me? Lin Jia was not taken aback by Loki's awareness of his identity. After all, as the god of stories, it would be questionable if he were unaware of the presence of one not woven into the narrative. With a casual snap of his fingers, Loki froze everyone in the vicinity in an instant. Lin Jia glanced around, perplexed as to why Loki deemed it necessary to halt time for these individuals. There are matters that are not suitable for their ears. Loki seemed to discern Lin Jia's confusion and smiled knowingly. Lin Jia nodded, then inquired, "What is it you wish to convey?" "Perched upon this throne day in and day out, I find myself quite bored," Loki remarked, feigning distress. "Are you suggesting I liberate you from your throne? But was this not your own choice to begin with?" No, please do not entertain such thoughts. If I were to leave, the timeline would undoubtedly unravel," Loki interjected, hurriedly gesturing to dismiss Lin Jia's audacious notion. Then what is it that you desire? Lin Jia pressed on. Would you be so kind as to take my projection and allow it to explore realms beyond this one? Anywhere but this world will suffice. Loki finally expressed his true intentions, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he regarded Lin Jia. Since becoming the god of stories, Loki had become intimately familiar with every tale within the Marvel universe. Consequently, the novelty of new experiences had faded, with the Marvel world merely a series of narratives repeating themselves. Albeit with occasional changes in protagonists, the endings remained strikingly similar. Taking your projection along is feasible. But be forewarned, once we enter another realm, I shall leave your projection there. Lin Jia pondered before conceding to Loki's proposal. After all, he had accepted remuneration beforehand. And Loki's terms were not excessively burdensome. Excellent. I shall manifest it now, Loki exclaimed, joy illuminating his countenance. As the apparition began to solidify in the midst of his declaration, I have nothing further to attend to. If you wish to witness Deadpool, I can escort you there, Loki said excitedly as he accepted the memory elixir Lin Jia offered him. Then I shall rely on you, Lin Jia replied, eschewing any formalities. With a snap of his fingers, Loki restored movement to the surrounding individuals, and a faint yellow portal materialized before Lin Jia. After you, Loki gracefully gestured, inviting Lin Jia to enter the portal. Lin Jia uttered no further words, stepping directly through the portal. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene where a group of individuals encircled Deadpool and Wolverine, all while a man clad in a cloak of burlap stood among them. He is about to reveal it. He is about to reveal it. This is utterly exhilarating. I never anticipated he would make a cameo, even from a distance. Lin Jia could hear Deadpool's excited voice. Just in time, Lin Jia silently commended Loki, then soared into the air to witness the unfolding scene. He actually said it. Avengers. Thunderfire. Instantly, searing flames ignited around the man clad in a cloak, propelling his body skyward. What? Deadpool stared blankly at the soaring Thunderfire, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. Captain America and Thunderfire are portrayed by the same actor. You should know that. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Jia appeared beside Deadpool, resting his arm on his shoulder. Oh my dear, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Before Deadpool could finish his sentence, Lin Jia swiftly struck, severing his wandering hand. Shut up. If you must be vulgar, directed at Logan, not me. Lin Jia could hardly contain himself. Who knew why Deadpool would lay his hands on a mere skeleton? Deadpool gestured with his remaining hand, mimicking a zipper motion across his mouth. Hey, who is this person speaking like a clown? Logan, inexplicably dragged into this chaos, felt a wave of irritation. He had been enjoying a drink at the bar when he was inexplicably whisked away to this desolate place. Just as he was beginning to acclimate, he was transported to yet another bizarre location. He thought to himself that the world had gone mad. If a cloud capable of consuming food were to appear next, he wouldn't even be surprised. Oh, you can't speak of him like that. He hails from Terraria. He possesses the transformation potion I desperately need. True to his word, Deadpool abandoned Lin Jia to pester Logan. However, what is the focal point? What are you talking about? Wolverine regarded Deadpool with a perplexed expression. If his memory served him correctly, this rambling fool had claimed that his current desire was to save the world. What on earth did a transformation potion have to do with that? Was he really expecting to become a woman and then allow that British man to indulge in pleasure? Observing Logan's discomfort, Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Deadpool's antics were far more entertaining when experienced vicariously. Personally partaking was best avoided. While the three were engaged in their banter, Thunderfire was drained of his flames by the lamplighter, succumbing to exhaustion and plummeting from the sky. Thud. Dressed in a blue uniform, Thunderfire fell straight down, legs splayed, landing directly on a billboard, although only the dull sound of impact was heard. Lin Jia fancied he detected the crisp crack of an egg. The intense pain was unbearable, even for the superhuman Thunderfire. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted instantly. However, as he fell from the billboard, his head struck the platform below. Thud. Another resonant sound echoed. Was it melodious? If it sounds good, then it's a good head. Chapter 74. Wolverine, a man of resilience after dispatching the formidable Pyro. A man with remarkably long hair and a scruffy beard leapt from the vehicle. It was Sabretooth, yet before the might of Wolverine, he appeared utterly defenseless. Lin Jia touched his jaw, reminiscing about the relevant narrative. As Lin Jia pondered, Deadpool had already intervened, halting the advancing Sabretooth and engaging Logan in a relentless stream of chatter. You have no idea how long the audience has been anticipating this battle. Look at you now. You cannot simply engage in this fight like that. Deadpool chattered on, simultaneously extracting the long blade he had previously lodged in Logan. As he withdrew one of the smaller knives, his tone suddenly shifted, taking on the air of a boxing coach as he began instructing Logan on how to proceed with the impending confrontation. Shut that foul mouth of yours. Logan, feeling the wounds on his body had fully healed, shot a glare at Deadpool before extending his adamantium claws. Ah! Both Sabretooth and Wolverine roared as they charged towards one another. They crossed paths, with Sabretooth's forward momentum coming to a sudden halt before Deadpool. A crimson stain blossomed upon Sabretooth's golden beard, and his head fell lifelessly in full view of Deadpool and Lin Jia. As Deadpool brandished Sabretooth's severed head, delivering a barrage of quips, Lin Jia could not help but remark, according to the conventions of a proper duel, shouldn't T. Logan have been the one to fall first? Only for Sabretooth to mock him before his sudden demise? Upon hearing this, the exuberant Deadpool tossed aside the head and approached Lin Jia, nodding an enthusiastic agreement. You're absolutely right. The director of this scene has indeed missed the mark, leaving no suspense whatsoever. In the midst of their banter, Deadpool darted to the side, engaging in a monologue directed at an unseen camera. What are you doing? Logan, disinclined to waste further words on the group, approached Deadpool and patted him on the shoulder. Inquiring, Toad, you handle them, he called out to a member of the convoy. Immediately, the individual opened his mouth, unleashing an extraordinarily long tongue that ensnared the lever of a nearby vehicle. As the lever was pulled down, mechanisms within the car sprang to life, and an electromagnet swiftly oriented itself toward Logan. With a hum, a powerful magnetic force surged forth, causing Wolverine's body to stiffen, rendering movement an arduous task. Ugh! Logan's heavy form was suddenly lifted, drawn toward the magnet and affixed to its surface, immobile. Simultaneously, Deadpool, caught in Logan's momentum, collided with him and was likewise trapped between Logan and the magnet, unable to budge. It appeared that even in the absence of Magneto, Logan could not escape the grasp of magnetic control. Observing Wolverine struggling futilely against the magnet's hold, Lin Jia could not help but feel a profound sense of empathy. As I reminisce, I recall a remark made by a netizen before my journey through time, stating that Wolverine is a person who knows when to hold on and when to let go. And now, it appears that you, my peculiar companion, are next. John directed his palm towards Lin Jia, the ignition device on his wrist barely visible. Perhaps leading me directly to Cassandra would be a wise choice. While Lin Jia was indeed curious to meet Cassandra, he certainly did not wish to be taken there by this group of individuals. It seems there is nothing to discuss then. With a subtle movement of his finger, John activated the mechanism of the ignition device, and in an instant, a flame erupted in his palm. Under his command, this small flicker quickly expanded into a towering inferno, surging towards Lin Jia. Alas! I truly wish to engage in a civil conversation. Lin Jia sighed in resignation as the radiant armor materialized around him, stepping into the path of the flame. Although he could have ignored the fire without revealing his armor, who would shy away from the opportunity to display their prowess? To his astonishment, it emerged. Even when Deadpool was pinned firmly against a powerful magnet by Logan's body, his incessant chatter continued, spilling forth words that Logan could not comprehend. This, however, put Logan in quite a predicament. Deadpool exuded a distinct odor, and with his acute sense of smell, the stench became increasingly unbearable with each word from Deadpool's mouth. Were it not for his unwavering willpower and having not consumed anything, he would have surely been compelled to vomit. How could this be possible? The transformations occurring within Lin Jia and his indifference to the flames did not escape John's notice. It was precisely this that left him in disbelief. John let out a ferocious roar, causing the flames at his wrist to surge dramatically, attempting to force Lin Jia back. You have no idea what is deemed impossible. Lin Jia, confronting the flames, seized John's wrist with determination. Thick-skinned crab. You uttered hella S-line. Why didn't you add dear? That S simply incorrect. The only part of Deadpool that could move was his mouth, and he shouted in an attempt to rectify Lin Jia's slip. However, Lin Jia had no time to heed Deadpool's words. With a powerful grip, he shattered John's wrist along with the ignition device affixed to it. A piercing scream escaped John's lips, the pain excruciating, yet he refused to relinquish his resistance. Manipulating the remaining flames on the ground, he launched one final assault against Lin Jia. The ferocious flames met the radiant armor, proving utterly ineffectual, prompting Lin Jia to dismiss them with indifference. Eliminate him. Finally realizing that his flames held no significance for Lin Jia, John called out for his teammates' assistance. Lin Jia, however, would not allow him that luxury. With a sudden surge of strength, bolstered by his radiant armor, he forcefully shattered John's wrist, causing both of his hands to fall away. Then, the Zenith sword materialized behind Lin Jia, effortlessly blocking all incoming attacks, its blade poised against the throats of those who dared strike. My heavens, he wields the Zenith sword. That is the culmination of the journey. So, could you possibly silence that foul mouth of yours? Logan was already immensely irritated by the magnet, and now he could no longer contain himself as he yelled at Deadpool. I can't believe it. He actually hails from a graduated Terraria. Deadpool, completely immersed in his own joy, paid no heed to Logan's words and exclaimed, "This is absolutely fantastic." With him around, Even Xavier's bald sister cannot hinder my quest to save the world. Chapter 75. Cassandra. Under Lin Jia's overwhelming power, the villains present, who had initially been coerced by Cassandra, promptly abandoned any thoughts of resistance and obediently remained in place. This is how it should be. It would have been better had this happened sooner. Lin Jia nodded in satisfaction before nonchalantly extinguishing John's life. This individual had already defected to Mr. Paradox's camp. Although calling it defection wasn't entirely accurate, as he had not genuinely surrendered to Cassandra, but was merely acting out of necessity. Lin Jia harbored a keen interest in Cassandra's abilities and could not allow John, the troublemaker, to disrupt her emotional state, which would render any meaningful communication impossible. Let us go. Take me to Cassandra, Lin Jia commanded, kicking John's lifeless body out of the vehicle and seating himself in his place. Hey, put me down. Logan, seeing that Lin Jia was utterly disregarding the two of them, quickly interjected. He had no desire to remain with Deadpool any longer, not only due to the peculiar odor, but also because something hard was pressing against his waist. All right, you, let them both down. And bring that man from the ground with us. Lin Jia casually pointed to a person from his seat, instructing him to act. After much ado, the three were finally settled in the vehicle, embarking on the journey to Cassandra's base. The bumpy road soon jolted the unconscious Blaze awake, rubbing his groggy head. He rose from his seat, gazing around in confusion. Where are we? We're en route to the lair of that bald demoness, Cassandra. Deadpool, who had been previously pestering Logan, abruptly redirected his attention to Blaze. What? No. We can't go there. Blaze, whose head had still been somewhat foggy, instantly became alert, raising his hands and waving them frantically. Wait, we're not tied up? Blaze looked down to find his hands unbound, and even his body was free. Exactly. We aren't being dragged there. We are going willingly, Logan added sharply. Had it not been for Deadpool's mention of the possibility to save their world, he would be utterly perplexed about what they were currently doing. We need to leave here quickly. That demoness Cassandra will enslave us. Flames ignited on Blaze's body as he attempted to persuade the two in front of him to flee with him. That may sound dreadful, but the only way to escape the void lies with Cassandra. Lin Jia's head peeked down from above, addressing Blaze. Ah! Blaze yelped in shock at the sudden appearance of Lin Jia's skeletal head, letting out a piercing scream. Bang! Lin Jia, somewhat irked by the noise, extended his hand and delivered a light tap to the skull. However, his control over the force was less than precise. The flames enveloping the figure of blazing fire extinguished, rendering its eyes vacant and causing its body to sway before it succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Hey, look at what you've done, Logan exclaimed, visibly exasperated. He had initially assumed that this peculiar skeleton merely possessed an odd appearance, but it was becoming increasingly evident that its affinity with Deadpool was not without justification. For heaven's sake, I was attempting to save him, Lin Jia retorted, retracting his head. Thick-skinned crab, what have you done? How could you knock him out? If he is unconscious, how will he log out? In the next instant, Deadpool erupted into a cacophony of noise, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire sequence. If he doesn't log out, what will happen to the film's budget? Amidst his frantic outburst, Deadpool suddenly fell silent, pondering a conundrum. Logically, he should not possess foreknowledge of his future events. Even if he were to break the fourth wall, it would only afford him insight into certain past occurrences. A sudden jolt of realization struck Deadpool. His train of thought interrupted as he found himself momentarily adrift, uncertain of what he had been contemplating. After what felt like an eternity, the convoy approached the colossal corpse of an Ant-Man, its hands clasped together as if safeguarding something. We have finally arrived, Lin Jia declared, feeling as though his skeletal frame might disassemble from the relentless jostling of the vehicle. He soared from the automobile toward the three below, inquiring, "Shall I go meet them first? Would any of you care to join?" I. Deadpool eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "I am the protagonist of this film. I must seize more screen time." Lin Jia then shifted his gaze to Logan, while blazing fire remained in a state of unconsciousness. "I think I will take my time in the vehicle," Logan replied, completely disinterested in combat after their recent ordeal. His previous confrontation with Deadpool had stemmed from the knowledge that Deadpool was essentially indestructible. Lin Jia casually retrieved a wing from his backpack and tossed it to Deadpool before soaring ahead toward the Ant-Man's corpse. The mention of Ant-Man reminded Lin Jia of the extraordinary Pym particles. Supposedly, these particles altered the size of objects without affecting their mass. Yet, based on the film's portrayals, the application of these particles appeared contingent upon circumstances. Otherwise, one might wonder how an ant could bear the weight of an adult human during the scene where Ant-Man shrinks and rides an ant. Furthermore, the image of Dr. Pym reducing an entire building to the size of a suitcase and dragging it along was inconsistent with the established rules. Perhaps I shall procure some Pym particles if the opportunity arises. Resolute in his thoughts, Lin Jia hovered above the territory encircled by the Ant-Man's hands. His ostentatious arrival did not go unnoticed by those within the vicinity, none of whom were of benevolent nature. In an instant, the red devil teleported behind Lin Jia. Its sharp tail aimed directly at his head. Lin Jia undoubtedly noticed the sudden emergence of the crimson devil. After all, he was not blind. And the vast expanse of red mist was visible to all. Without a hint of hesitation, the zenith sword, which had been hovering behind him in readiness, surged forward, cleaving the crimson devil into 8 segments. In an instant, blood, viscera, and severed limbs cascaded from the sky, as if a torrential rain of blood had begun to fall. Those below witnessed this gruesome spectacle in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear and reluctant to provoke Lin Jia, lest they suffer a similar fate. Chapter 76. The Dawn of the Zenith Soul. Cassandra. Arise. Lin Jia, with wings unfurled, descended to the ground, directing his voice towards the tightly sealed helmet of the Ant-Man, which also served as the entrance to Cassandra's lair. A cloud of dust fell from the Ant-Man's helmet, revealing Cassandra's figure seated in a wheelchair. It was my first encounter with a talking, animated skeleton in the void. Cassandra regarded Lin Jia with a curious gaze, contemplating how best to toy with this skeleton. Cassandra was clad in a brownish-yellow trench coat, with a pure white lining within. Her bald head could rival that of Ancient One. However, it would be more accurate to say that both were devoid of hair, rendering them indistinguishable in that regard. Lin Jia tilted his skull slightly, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Cassandra was likely one of the few adversaries capable of presenting him with a modicum of challenge at this stage. As for those like Ancient One and even more formidable entities, Lin Jia was uncertain whether he would survive a single encounter with them. Let us dispense with idle chatter. You wish to enslave me, and coincidentally, I desire to enslave you as well. Let us see whose might prevails. With that, Lin Jia commanded the Zenith sword to strike first at those enslaved by Cassandra. In the blink of an eye, countless individuals fell before Lin Jia's onslaught. Indeed, it could be said that Lin Jia's effectiveness stemmed from a surprise attack. Otherwise, these rogues would not have succumbed so effortlessly. At the very least, they would have put up a fight before being dispatched. Is this telekinesis? Quite intriguing. Cassandra felt a spark of interest as she rose from her wheelchair, hands in her pockets, regarding Lin Jia with an air of disdain. The demise of her subordinates did not trouble her in the least. After all, they were mere playthings. And as long as they provided her with amusement, that sufficed. Lin Jia brought his hands together, forming a sword-like gesture, and the zenith sword surged forth. Cassandra, with a casual flick of her right hand drawn from her coat pocket, attempted to send the advancing zenith sword back along its path using her psychic prowess. However, to her astonishment, the sword's speed merely diminished momentarily before accelerating towards her with even greater fervor. What? Cassandra was taken aback. She had presumed that Lin Jia's telekinetic abilities surpassed her own, thus allowing him to disregard her power. Whoosh, whoosh. The zenith sword effortlessly pierced through Cassandra's body, blood spreading across her form, her garments instantly rendered tattered. Yet, her visage bore no trace of fear in the face of death. Rather, it was suffused with a frenzied delight. How intriguing. Truly, it was most captivating. As she spoke, the wounds on Cassandra's body healed at a visible rate. Even the bloodstains on her attire vanished without a trace. Lin Jia refrained from seizing this opportunity to strike, for his aim was to subdue Cassandra. A sneak attack would surely provoke her defiance. Even a direct victory would probably not guarantee her compliance. Swish. Once Cassandra's injuries had nearly mended, Lin Jia launched another assault. This time, Cassandra was prepared, channeling her mental energy to its utmost, all dedicated to obstructing the advance of the zenith sword. Lin Jia sensed a slight resistance, akin to an invisible adhesive covering the space before him. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. At worst, it merely slowed his attack speed. Conversely, to mitigate the zenith sword's onslaught, crimson blood flowed from Cassandra's nostrils. Cassandra unleashed a furious cry, her smooth skull revealing prominent veins, her face flushed with exertion. At last, after exerting all her might, she managed to halt the zenith sword, bringing it to a standstill just a couple of centimeters in front of her. Ha ha ha. A manic smile spread across Cassandra's face. She had finally stilled this weapon. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Jia applauded nonchalantly, remarking, quite impressive. Now, what will you do next? He produced the soul of the zenith, intending to test its effects. Did you think I would grant you an easy victory? Cassandra's form vanished in an instant, appearing behind Lin Jia, her right hand lunging forth, seeking to invade his consciousness. Yet, before she could complete her scheme, the orb in Lin Jia's hand emitted a blinding radiance. Cassandra did not experience the familiar sensation of penetration. Instead, her hand collided with an impenetrable force, rebounding violently. She felt as if her head had been struck with a heavy hammer, her mind swimming with discomfort. What have you done? Cassandra screamed, clutching her throbbing head. This is truly a remarkable item, Lin Jia mused, gazing down at the soul of the zenith with astonishment. He had initially believed it to be merely a peculiar weapon, but it appeared to possess the ability to shield his very soul. Perhaps one should not be confined to appearances. There might be alternative uses. Lin Jia contemplated the potential of the soul of the zenith, which then morphed into the form of the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade pointed menacingly at Cassandra's head, its razor-sharp tip instilling dread. Enough, you have lost. It is time to surrender, Lin Jia proclaimed to Cassandra, who knelt on the ground, racked with pain. I have not lost. Rhea. Cassandra reached out, attempting to grasp Lin Jia, while her mental energy surged toward the weapon in his hand. Buzz. A wave of intense dizziness assailed her, her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Jia stared in bewilderment at Cassandra lying on the ground. He had not even laid a finger on her, yet she had collapsed on her own. Hey, are you still alive? He nudged Cassandra with his foot, but she remained unresponsive, as if truly unconscious. You are quite something. You've managed to knock her out so effortlessly. The Deadpool approached, rummaging through Cassandra's unconscious form. Lin Jia slapped Deadpool's hand away, irritated. What are you doing? Deadpool, undeterred, continued his probing, explaining, I need to return to my world quickly. Who knows what that British man is up to right now? In Chapter 77, the Thunderbolt is still dead. Lin Jia discovered Doctor Strange's ring within Cassandra's garments and tossed it to Deadpool, instructing him to ponder its significance elsewhere. Initially, Lin Jia had intended to keep Cassandra around to don a fa of humanity, but he soon realized that with 6 Infinity Stones already in his possession, he had little use for her. Yet, reconsidering, he acknowledged that Cassandra's abilities could prove advantageous. Should he encounter a particularly obstinate adversary in another realm, perhaps she could be utilized to alter their consciousness. While the Mind Stone and Soul Stone might achieve similar results, Lin Jia was not an expert in that domain. He feared inadvertently rendering the user a fool. After he had practiced with the Mind and Soul Stones sufficiently, he would reassess Cassandra's value. If she proved obedient and devoid of treacherous intentions, he might find it worthwhile to retain her. As Lin Jia pondered, Ant-Man's clasped hands were suddenly thrust apart, and a convoy surged forward. Yet, the scene was not over. A figure atop the foremost vehicle shouted, Cassandra, we have captured her. His words faltered mid-sentence, his expression frozen in shock. Lin Jia turned his gaze, and though his skeletal visage bore no discernible emotion, a hint of mockery emanated from it. It appeared that the pressure he exerted paled in comparison to that of Cassandra. As he spoke, the sky sword levitated behind him. No, this person still wishes to explain. But Lin Jia offered him no opportunity. The sky sword swiftly severed his head. They had been granted their chance, and if they could not seize it, they could hardly blame others. Tick-tock. After the carnage, a river of blood flowed across the ground, creeping ominously. Lin Jia searched the vehicle and found Logan pinned beneath a magnet, yet there was no sign of Thunderbolt. Where has Thunderbolt gone? Lin Jia inquired, cleaving the magnet with his sword as Logan emerged. After John's demise, we had no means to counter Thunderbolt. They simply killed him. Logan's demeanor was decidedly grim. Although he had consistently worn a foul expression since Lin Jia first encountered him, this time, there seemed to be a deeper significance behind it. Lin Jia surmised that Logan's discontent was likely stirred by the recent demise of Pai Lai Hua, evoking memories of his former comrade's tragic fates. Patting Logan on the shoulder, Lin Jia found himself at a loss for words to console this man, whose heart was mired in trauma, and thus he sighed and departed. Hey, have you made any progress? Lin Jia approached Deadpool from behind, giving his shoulder a gentle tap in inquiry. Hey, I was just about to reach that feeling, Deadpool exclaimed, moments away from conjuring Marvel's fiery circles. Initially mimicking Doctor Strange's gestures to draw circles, he shrugged in annoyance, eager to continue his artistic endeavor. Lin Jia found himself somewhat speechless and seized the mystic ring from Deadpool's grasp, attempting to draw the circles himself. The opening of this portal required a substantial infusion of energy. It could not simply be conjured through Deadpool's erratic scribbles. Hey, I can do it any moment now. You actually succeeded. Deadpool's complaints were abruptly halted as he witnessed a golden light flickering before him, swiftly followed by a perfectly round portal materializing in front of him. Lin Jia ceased his circular motions and glanced towards the portal, recognizing it as the very site where Deadpool and his companions had first arrived in the void, even spotting the 20th Century Fox logo partially submerged in sand. Opening this door isn't too difficult, or perhaps I am indeed a genius, Lin Jia mused, removing the mystic ring from his finger. It was then that he noticed the properties of the ring appearing before his eyes. He comprehended that it was not his genius at play, but rather the ring had been transformed into an item within Terraria, allowing him to create a portal to any location envisioned in his mind, provided he expended a fixed amount of magical energy. I cannot accurately open a door to your world without knowing what it looks like. Perhaps we should let Cassandra handle it later. Lin Jia tossed the ring back to Deadpool, finally silencing his incessant chatter. Bending down to examine the unconscious Cassandra on the ground, Lin Jia pondered how to rouse her. According to the conventions of fantastical literature, Cassandra's state could be likened to a depletion of mental energy or a traumatic experience from witnessing something forbidden. After considering various options, Lin Jia concluded that the only potion in Terraria that could continuously relate to consciousness was the mana potion, as mana could be interpreted as a manifestation of mental strength in Western fantasy. With that in mind, Lin Jia proceeded to pour a bottle of mana potion into Cassandra's mouth, merely to test its effects. As the entire bottle was consumed, Cassandra sprang back to life, gasping for air as if she had just been rescued from drowning. After 3 seconds, she noticed Lin Jia beside her. Realizing that he bore neither the formidable zenith sword nor the glowing orb, which sparked a rebellious thought within her, she suddenly raised her hand, her mental energy enveloping Lin Jia, intending to send him flying through sheer force. Lin Jia, observing the unconscious Cassandra once more, let out a resigned sigh. While the notion of propelling him away was not inherently flawed, the predicament lay in the fact that Lin Jia was currently adorned in the daylight armor. The moment Cassandra's mental energy made contact with his body, it was scorched by the intense heat emanating from him. Having only just regained consciousness thanks to the restorative potion, Cassandra succumbed to pain once again and fainted. Moreover, even if Lin Jia were to administer a magical potion to her, it would not instantaneously awaken her this time. Why must it come to this? Is it impossible to communicate civilly without resorting to violence? Lin Jia lifted Cassandra from the ground and leaned her against a nearby wall. He then retrieved a red tank helmet and placed it upon her head. Strangely enough, although the helmet fit the red tank perfectly, it also seemed to suit Cassandra well. One could only wonder at the underlying principle. Perhaps it was akin to the Hulk's pants in terms of inexplicable properties. He casually found a rope and instructed Deadpool to bind Cassandra. The helmet would nullify her abilities, and with physical restraints in place, Lin Jia was determined that she would be able to converse properly. Chapter 78. Elio's Lin Jia waited patiently for quite some time, yet Cassandra showed no signs of awakening. Instead, Deadpool and Logan resumed their scuffle. I merely painted you a picture. This is still achievable, Deadpool exclaimed, wildly swinging his katana and relentlessly striking Logan. You insufferable fool, Wolverine retorted, his claws slicing through the air in a blur, inflicting numerous wounds upon Deadpool, only for them to heal almost instantaneously. Oh, has the battle from the vehicle shifted to this very moment? Lin Jia thought, choosing not to intervene, instead watching the conflict with great interest, occasionally offering pointers. Kick him there. Yes, just like that. Stab his arm. Well done. As their skirmish grew increasingly fervent, the sky darkened ominously. A roar, reminiscent of a wild beast from a distant realm, halted the wrestlers in their tracks. Thick crab. Helios. Deadpool instantly recognized the creature formed of mist and clouds. Abandoning his tussle with Wolverine to retrieve his weapon from Logan. Logan, indifferent to Deadpool's antics, surveyed the surroundings until he spotted a massive mechanical leg. He promptly climbed atop it and shouted to Deadpool and Lin Jia, hurry, get up here. Without a moment's hesitation, Deadpool wrapped his arms around Logan's waist, even playfully nuzzling against him. You guys go on ahead. I wish to confront this creature. Lin Jia gazed at the colossal Helios, feeling a flicker of interest. With such a grand stature, wielding the zenith blade against it would surely be exhilarating, and considering this creature had been devouring in the void for so many years, it might possess some intriguing treasures within. Then we shall take our leave. Having witnessed the prowess of Lin Jia, Logan refrained from further dialogue and promptly pulled the lever on his mechanical leg. The dust-laden limb emitted a dull thud, and shortly thereafter, flames erupted from its foot, propelling both of their bodies into the air. As they ascended, Lin Jia soared skyward, brandishing the soul of Zenith with exhilaration as he beheld the oncoming Ilios. Come forth. Let me test your mettle, Lin Jia bellowed, as the soul of Zenith surged into his very being, while awaiting Cassandra's awakening. An idea regarding the utilization of the soul of Zenith had struck Lin Jia, since it could shield his soul from Cassandra's influence. Could it not be integrated directly into his body, rather than wielded like a weapon? With the incorporation of the soul of Zenith, Lin Jia experienced a wave of comfort. A warm current coursing through him, akin to blood flowing within his veins. It granted him the illusion of having been rejuvenated. Images of the Terra blade flickered in his mind, pondering the application of the soul of Zenith. He observed a spectral figure detach from within him, clutching a Terra blade in its grasp. With a swift motion, the apparition surged into Ilias's form, its green sword energy piercing through, dissipating some of the purple mist. What is this? Lin Jia marveled as the spectral figure vanished, the name of this attack method promptly surfacing in his thoughts. The First Division. A weapon hailing from the forsaken relics of Terraria, could also be regarded as a precursor to the Zenith blade. The effect during its use mirrored the recent event, a phantom wielding the corresponding weapon soaring forth to strike the adversary. However, this seems somewhat divergent from Lin Jia's recollection of the first division. In the game, it merely produced a silhouette holding a weapon, devoid of any special effects. Unlike the green sword energy of the Terrorblade, which was presumably absent, this feels like it strays further away from the melee category. Lin Jia remarked with a hint of sarcasm, as visions of weapons imbued with the soul of Zenith danced in his mind. A succession of phantoms erupted into the air, tracing vibrant arcs before plunging directly into Ilios, composed of mist and cloud. A dazzling array of special effects erupted upon Ilios's surface: pink falling stars, golden sword energies, and even rainbow-hued cat heads. Following Lin Jia's activation of digitized attacks, Ilios's health plummeted swiftly, dwindling from a staggering 400,000 to a mere 200,000. Seems he's not so formidable after all, Lin Jia mused as he deftly evaded Ilios's assault with a flap of his wings. Summarizing Ilios's combat tactics, Lin Jia perceived him as a flesh-and-blood wall devoid of ranged capabilities. His most potent attack merely involved the act of opening his maw to consume foes. As a creature forged from mist, he could also spawn smaller entities, akin to the hungry spirits birthed from the flesh mountain, delivering lackluster damage that Lin Jia could hardly be bothered to evade. In truth, Lin Jia merely restrains Ilios, as this entity is particularly vulnerable to melee damage. Various forms of magic merely serve as appetizers in its presence. Furthermore, the ordinary melee damage pales in comparison to Ilios's terrifying 40,000 health points, merely scraping away a layer of its outer shell. With a roar, nearly half of its misty form dissipated. Ilios emitted a wail. Finally recognizing the vast disparity between itself and its adversary, it suddenly released a copious amount of smoke from within, obscuring Lin Jia's line of sight, and, taking advantage of the cover, Ilios fled in the direction from whence it came. Attempting to escape, Lin Jia casually summoned a faintly glowing skeleton to watch over the still unconscious Cassandra while he pursued Ilios. Although Ilios was not slow, being composed of a material with a low density, it could not match the speed of the already graduated Lin Jia. Not to mention, the celestial star disk inherently boasted a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour, and with the harmonious teleportation staff in hand, there was no way Ilios could elude him. As Lin Jia closed the distance, Ilios's form erupted from within, its vast misty body scattering in various directions to flee. TSK, how tiresome, playing such tricks with me. Lin Jia clicked his tongue in annoyance. These dispersed forms of Ilios were not mere illusions, but genuine manifestations, as he could see their health bars, all bearing the name Ilios. If Lin Jia were merely a skeleton from Terraria, Ilios's ploy might have indeed allowed it to escape. But who was he? He was an awakened skeleton, a true conceptual deity. How could he be thwarted by mere avatars? You think your manifestations are effective? Apologies, but I possess them as well. As Lin Jia's thoughts surged, awakened skeletons wielding various weapons appeared beside him. Before he could ponder this, the celestial soul provided the answer. Oh, so the avatars that did not manifest during the previous attack remained intact? This truly proves advantageous. Lin Jia nodded in comprehension. The sole drawback of this ability was that the newly created awakened skeletons could not wield the celestial soul, only the weapons Lin Jia had imbued with its essence. By the way, what would happen if I inserted weapons of other professions into the celestial soul? As Lin Jia observed the awakened skeletons disperse to pursue the fleeing Ilios, this thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Although the Sword Soul had previously stated that the celestial soul was limited to melee weapons, the definition of melee weapons is inherently ambiguous. For instance, if I were to wield a firearm to strike someone, could one not argue that this is not a melee weapon? Coupled with the earlier assertion from the Sword Soul to not be bound by form, it seemed destiny had chosen you, Nebula Blaze. Lin Jia directly produced the Nebula Blaze, a mage's weapon forged from fragments of the nebula, and inserted it into the Zenith Soul. The choice of this weapon was primarily due to its appearance as a gauntlet, which, in contrast to other mage weapons, distinctly aligns with the definition of a melee weapon. With a subtle shift of thought, the Zenith Soul, now reintegrated into Lin Jia's body, exerted its power, and a spectral figure wielding the Nebula Blaze surged forth, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Boom. At the moment of impact, a cloud of dust erupted. However, it did not end there. At the point of contact, a brilliant pink flash illuminated the surroundings. Bang! The explosion resonated with an intensity that was markedly greater than before, creating a pit the size of a frying pan in the earth, with the surrounding yellow sand exhibiting signs of crystallization. Incredibly, Lin Jia gazed in awe at the dissipating spectral figure on the ground, a myriad of strategies blossoming in his mind. Through extensive experimentation, he discovered that all the weapons he possessed could be inserted into the Zenith Soul, albeit limited to those from Terraria. For instance, the small purple dagger he initially wielded could not be accommodated. Even the summoning staff could be inserted into the Zenith Soul and utilized effectively. Weapons like the Terra Prisma, which were inherently summoning swords, need not be mentioned. Notably, even those staffs allowed the spectral figure to swing with force, summoning corresponding entities that vanished after a round of assaults. The same applied to the weapons of archers and mages. The sole drawback was that the magical energy consumed by these spectral figures when wielding mage weapons was still drawn from Lin Jia's own reserves. Boss, all of the Elios have been eliminated, but that cloud of smoke remains. We cannot disperse it. At that moment, a glimmering skeleton approached from a distance, reporting the outcome of the battle to Lin Jia. Then let it be. Did Elios drop anything? Lin Jia speculated that Elios played a role akin to that of a cosmic refuse collector, just as a garbage bin requires regular emptying. The void had not been overwhelmed with refuse over the ages, likely due to Elios's presence. Boss, it dropped this peculiar item. The glimmering skeleton handed Lin Jia an irregular object resembling stone, retrieved from a pile of awakened skeletons. What is this? Lin Jia took the object, inspecting its attributes. Mysterious metal description, an entity that even the cosmic scavenger Elios could not digest, composed of various wondrous metals from the Marvel Universe. However, due to prolonged residence in Elios's stomach, all special effects of the unique metal have dissipated. This metal retains only one characteristic: unparalleled hardness. Lin Jia could not help but feel a twinge of sarcasm upon reading the description. Was this truly a culmination of diverse strengths? It seemed to preserve none of the metal's properties. A piece of exceedingly hard metal left Lin Jia pondering its potential applications, even for weapon crafting. Excessive hardness was not necessarily advantageous. Regrettably, it may be considered a trophy. I shall venture to Asgard shortly and consult the Dwarf King to see if this metal can be forged into a weapon. If that fails, it may serve as a collectible. With this determination firmly established in his mind, Lin Jia stowed the item into his backpack and returned to the lifeless form of Ant-Man. However, during the recent skirmish between Lin Jia and Elios, Ant-Man's corpse had become quite battered and torn. Well, has she awakened yet? Lin Jia inquired of the glimmering skeleton stationed beside Cassandra. I have administered 2 vials of magical elixir, so she should be on the verge of regaining consciousness. Lin Jia nodded in acknowledgement and then nudged Cassandra's motionless form with his foot. He had an inkling that Cassandra was indeed awake, but merely reluctant to confront reality. Hey, wake up. Cassandra offered no response. In fact, Lin Jia's gentle kick caused her body to tilt sideways, her head lolling due to the weight of the red tank helmet. Do not compel me to resort to somewhat distasteful methods. You have 3 seconds. Lin Jia was convinced that Cassandra had regained consciousness, yet she seemed entirely disinclined to acknowledge it. After 3 seconds passed without any sign of movement from the prostrate Cassandra, Lin Jia resignedly shrugged. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. He retrieved a love potion from his backpack, reabsorbed the glimmering skeleton, and hurled the potion towards Cassandra. The moment the pink liquid made contact with her skin, it was absorbed. The formerly inert Cassandra instantly opened her eyes, though within her pupils lay a shimmering pink heart, and her body radiated the same hue. She struggled to rise, but Deadpool's binding techniques were quite proficient, rendering her efforts futile. Ultimately, she opted to crawl towards Lin Jia, nudging her helmeted head against his leg in a rather affectionate manner. Chapter 80. A good Deadpool minutes later, Cassandra slumped against the wall, her expression one of utter bewilderment, her gaze vacant as she contemplated the meaning of life. Meanwhile, Lin Jia diligently stored multiple copies of the prior footage on his phone, wary of accidental deletions. The effects of the love potion lasted merely half a minute, yet Lin Jia, concerned that its potency might wane, extended its influence to 2 minutes. During this interval, a plethora of unspeakable events transpired, memories Lin Jia preferred not to revisit. The experience had been quite uncomfortable, as he was but a skeleton, regardless of his inner desires. He could enact little. This further solidified Lin Jia's resolve to restore his corporeal form, without the ability to indulge in pleasures or partake in food. What meaning could life possibly hold? Do you have anything to say now? Will you continue to resist me, or will you submit? Lin Jia prodded Cassandra with his foot, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Cassandra remained silent, appearing hesitant to rebel, yet equally unwilling to yield to Lin Jia's authority. You have 3 seconds. If you remain mute, I shall resort to more unusual methods. Wait, I concede. Do not employ that. Cassandra was genuinely terrified of Lin Jia. She absolutely did not wish to endure such an embarrassing moment again. Lin Jia tilted his head, unfaltering in his grip on the love potion. I have already surrendered. What more do you want from me? Cassandra exclaimed in despair, fully aware of the implications of the object in Lin Jia's possession. Desperate to escape his clutches, she attempted to flee. It seems you have been perched on your high horse for too long, forgetting what true submission entails, Lin Jia remarked, discarding the love potion with a flick of his wrist. 3 minutes later, Lin Jia found himself reflecting on the potion's exceedingly potent effects. It was hardly a mere love potion. Such a concoction deserved a grander title. Cassandra lay on the ground, disheveled and devoid of any spark in her eyes. I am inherently kind-hearted and cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. So what shall it be? Will you yield to me, or choose a painless demise? Lin Jia asked, his tone surprisingly gentle as he placed a foot upon Cassandra's body. I choose death. Cassandra cried out, clinging desperately to her last shred of hope. Very well, I shan't press you further. I shall take you to those who have been forsaken, Lin Jia replied, shaking his head in disappointment as he hoisted Cassandra from the ground. Wait, what? Aren't you going to kill me? Cassandra realized that Lin Jia's intentions were awry and exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, since you seek a painless death, the only option left is social annihilation, without any suffering at all. No, no, no. I will submit to you. I will yield. Cassandra could hardly fathom the thought of presenting herself in such a manner before that group. Death seemed preferable. No, no, no. I am more than willing to respect others' opinions. There is no need for coercion. My lord. No, master. I genuinely wish to submit. Cassandra recognized Lin Jia's true desires and shouted fervently. Lin Jia halted, carelessly tossing Cassandra to the ground, his voice laced with impatience. Honestly, it would have been better to say so sooner. You have wasted so much of my time. Cassandra, cast upon the ground, bore no resentment. She merely gasped for breath, relieved that the dire fate Lin Jia had described had not come to pass. Let it be clear, now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, you must heed my every command. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, Lin Jia stated coldly, observing Cassandra as she lay breathless, still shaken. Cassandra did not grasp the deeper implications of Lin Jia's words. She merely nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. Come, we shall go to the base of those forsaken souls. And you will return them to their world, Lin Jia instructed, contemplating how to further instill fear in her to prevent any thoughts of betrayal. Cassandra said nothing, obediently rising from the ground to follow Lin Jia. Ah, now this is more like it, Lin Jia remarked with satisfaction, resting his hand upon Cassandra's shoulder. He then consumed the wormhole potion, transporting them to where Deadpool and the others awaited. At this moment, Deadpool and Logan had just encountered the alternate Deadpool, and Lin Jia was simultaneously transported to their side. Ah, two new friends have arrived. Cassandra, how did you end up here? Deadpool's greeting was abruptly interrupted as he noticed Cassandra, who was trailing behind Lin Jia. His expression shifted to one of shock as he swiftly drew two gilded .50 caliber Desert Eagles, aiming them at Cassandra. No need to panic. My friend from Terraria has evidently tamed her. She may have already become one of them. Deadpool placed a hand on the gilded guns, his banter flowing unabated. Lin Jia, exasperated, delivered a sharp slap to Deadpool's arm, gesturing a middle finger before saying, "Stop talking nonsense, or when she refuses to send you home, you'll be the one crying." Picking up his severed arm, Deadpool grumbled some sarcastic remarks as he retreated to the side. Let us not focus on Cassandra for now. Where is the dwelling of the Forsaken? Either provide directions or lead us there directly, Lin Jia inquired, glancing at Deadpool. Just keep heading in that direction, Deadpool replied, initially intending to comment on Lin Jia's manner of speech, but after witnessing Lin Jia's decisive action, he refrained from further commentary and simply pointed the way. After all, he lacked the regenerative abilities that Deadpool possessed, and if he were to endure such treatment, his arm would truly be severed. Thank you then. Let us proceed, Lin Jia said, patting Deadpool's shoulder amidst his anxious gaze, before leading the group away. Were it not for the Void's inability to utilize the Infinity Stones, Lin Jia would have genuinely wished to teleport everyone instantly. His quest to find the abandoned was somewhat of a restitution. After all, in the original narrative, they had helped Deadpool and should have returned to their own world. Now, having traversed into this realm, he felt an undeniable sense of guilt for possibly preventing them from ever returning to their own lives. As for the Deadpool group, Lin Jia was quite reluctant to provoke them. However, he mused that they could serve as a means of torment. After sealing their special abilities, he could simply toss them into the midst of Deadpool's crew for a good exchange of banter. This thought sent a chill down Lin Jia's spine. Ever since his transformation into a skeleton, his thoughts had grown increasingly twisted, leading him to conceive such methods of torment. Once Lin Jia and his companions had departed, Deadpool ran his fingers through his hair, sensing something amiss. Oh darling, I knew you loved me the most. After they had walked away, Deadpool revealed a grotesquely deformed puppy dressed in a Deadpool costume, kissing it with its long tongue. Ugh, that's disgusting, Lin Jia turned his head, struggling to imagine what a dog's tongue might taste like. As he turned away, he noticed Cassandra, who was struggling to walk due to the bindings that restrained her. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Jia gestured to Cassandra, saying, "Come here for a moment. I shall untie your ropes." When Lin Jia returned with Cassandra, Logan and Deadpool were once again embroiled in a scuffle, the reason for which eluded him. Must you always resort to violence? Can't you engage in a civilized conversation? It must be exhausting to brawl incessantly, Lin Jia remarked, exasperated as he separated the two. Chapter 81. The Card Emperor. He is nothing but a selfish scoundrel. And he dares to aspire to save the world? He can't even salvage his pitiful marriage. And to think, she was a dancer. He is the most foolish, repugnant jester I have ever encountered. After struggling futilely against Lin Jia's grip, Logan ceased his resistance and directed a stream of curses at Deadpool. Lin Jia could already anticipate Deadpool's retorts and promptly interrupted, covering Deadpool's mouth with a hand, exclaiming, engaging in such fruitless conflict serves no purpose, Logan. Your frustration stems from a desire to resurrect those who have perished, yet Deadpool has merely painted you an illusion. What if I told you it is indeed possible? Suddenly, Logan, who had been seething with rage, calmed himself, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Jia. Following the events involving Deadpool, his trust in such matters had significantly waned. It's quite simple. You are familiar with the Infinity Stones, are you not? Gather all 6, and you can manifest your deepest desires, Lin Jia explained, gesturing with his hands. He envisioned directly crafting the bodies of those Logan wished to revive, subsequently implanting their souls or memories into these vessels. In this manner, resurrection would be achieved without the need to resort to the time-altering antics of a certain Doctor Strange, which had led to catastrophic consequences. Lin Jia believed that, given Logan's physical prowess, snapping his fingers to accomplish this would be entirely feasible. However, he had no intention of delving into the convoluted reasoning of superheroes. As it seemed utterly absurd, Logan pondered the name Infinity Stones, recalling having heard of their existence, though he had never encountered them personally. At that moment, Deadpool finally wriggled free from Lin Jia's grasp and leaned toward Logan, declaring, indeed, although the Infinity Stones are relics of a bygone era, their potency remains intact. Even if you cannot locate them in your world, you can simply borrow a few from the Time Management Bureau, should you fail to find them. I can lend you mine. I possess all these stones. As he spoke, Lin Jia produced a space stone, showcasing it before the trio. Logan's expression fluctuated, ultimately settling into a disdainful huff, and he chose to remain silent. The 4 of them proceeded in silence to their destination, the base of the Forsaken. Suddenly, a playing card soared through the air, emanating a purple glow that signified its master. Cassandra reached out her right hand, effortlessly halting the card mid-flight. Previously, the helmet that adorned Cassandra's head had been removed by Lin Jia, for with his presence, she could hardly stir up any trouble. I believe I have mentioned the necessity of adhering entirely to my commands. Lin Jia's icy words emanated from behind Cassandra, causing her, eager for recognition, to tremble. Cassandra attempted to offer a defense, yet Lin Jia swiftly raised his right leg, delivering a knee strike to her abdomen. With no time to react, and gripped by fear, Cassandra clutched her abdomen in agony, her tightly shut mouth opening wide in response to the pain. Seizing this moment, Lin Jia produced a vial of red liquid and forced it down her throat. The intense suffering surged within her, a simultaneous sensation of burning and suffocation, creating an eerie dissonance. Darkness enveloped her vision, rendering everything indistinct and amplifying Cassandra's profound sense of insecurity. The torment was so excruciating that Cassandra felt certain of her impending demise. Yet, her body's defense mechanisms activated, ensuring her survival. Next time, should you act on your own volition before I issue my command, the consequences will be far graver than this, Lin Jia declared coldly, pinning the writhing Cassandra beneath his foot. Cassandra's voice had grown hoarse from her cries, the violent pain rendering her unable to speak. Well, it seems you truly are reluctant to obey, Lin Jia remarked with a resigned shrug, retrieving another vial of the red liquid. No, master. I understand. I will obey. In the dim light, Cassandra discerned the object in Lin Jia's hand and hastily pleaded for mercy. Now that is good to hear. Be more cautious next time, he replied, leaning down to administer the red liquid to Cassandra. Wow, it seems quite lively here. Just as Lin Jia was about to pour the potion into Cassandra's mouth, a male voice interrupted his action. Lin Jia and the others turned to see a man clad in combat attire, wearing a headpiece resembling a headband, skillfully manipulating a deck of playing cards, dazzling all with his shuffling and cutting techniques. The identity of this individual was unmistakable. He was none other than the illustrious Card King from the long-awaited film adaptation. It appears you have a penchant for meddling. Lin Jia released his foot from Cassandra and turned to inquire with a smile. In truth, Lin Jia felt the Card King's arrival was quite timely. He had gotten a bit carried away in his villainous act, forgetting that the effects of the red liquid could not be stacked, only prolonging the duration of its impact on Cassandra. Even if the Card King had not appeared, Lin Jia intended to find an excuse to set the vial down. No. I merely believe it is rather impolite to treat a lady in such a manner. The Card King displayed a courteous smile. The deck of cards he had been manipulating now held firmly in his hand. Is that so? Does it matter that she is Cassandra? Chapter 82. Palladium poisoning. The card king's expression faltered as he turned his gaze toward the writhing and lamenting Cassandra on the ground. After a moment of scrutiny, he finally confirmed her identity. Indeed, it was the renowned Cassandra, infamous throughout the void. Is this right? Various languages spilled forth from the mouth of the card king, while Deadpool stood nearby, remarking on the peculiar presence of a little yellow creature. Observing Cassandra's current state, the card king found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or concern for her plight. Stop dawdling. Take me to your base. Cassandra possesses a method to return you to your own world. Lin Jia patted the card king on the shoulder, delivering news that left him in disbelief. Is this truly the case? The card king appeared uncertain, his gaze fixed on Lin Jia with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, yearning for a favorable outcome. Of course. Do not linger here. We must depart at once. Very well. Let us go. The card king nodded vigorously, as if awakening from a dream, and promptly led Lin Jia and the others towards the base. As for the possibility that Lin Jia might be deceiving him, the card king had entertained that thought. Yet the sight of Lin Jia overpowering Cassandra suggested that his strength had reached an unfathomable level, rendering any resistance futile. After a brief negotiation, Erica and Blade expressed their eagerness to return to their world, thanking Lin Jia sincerely and pledging their unwavering support should he require it. Meanwhile, 23 stared intently at Logan, lost in her thoughts, while Logan found himself perplexed by her unwavering gaze. What are your thoughts? He inquired. Just so you know, this isn't the Logan you once knew. That one is gone. After resolving matters with the other three, Lin Jia turned his attention to 23 and said, I would like to speak with him. After a moment of hesitation, 23 replied, Go ahead. For what comes next, you need only consult Cassandra. I shall remain here in a projection to watch over her. Lin Jia felt that matters were nearing conclusion. As for Deadpool's world, he could fend for himself. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the glimmering skeleton was capable of intervening. Oh, I am finally back. And without the incessant chatter of Deadpool, it feels oddly unfamiliar, Lin Jia murmured as he stretched in Terraria. After a brief respite, he gathered hellfire ingots, nightlight ingots, leaf green ingots, along with additional mineral ingots, some life fruits, and life crystals, preparing for another journey to the Marvel Universe. Having promised Tony to bring him some nightlight ingots for his research, Lin Jia was determined to uphold his word. He even contemplated delivering all the unique minerals from Terraria for Tony's examination, wondering what sparks of creativity might arise from the collision of Tony's intellect with these materials. However, he refrained from bringing along Crimson or Endemonite, concerned about their potential to spread malevolence. Following the previous incident, Lin Jia chose not to teleport directly to Tony's mansion, opting instead to approach the entrance. He rapped on the door. Knock, knock. Jarvis's voice emanated from the speaker. Mr. Lin Jia, please enter. The sir is currently in a discussion with Nick Fury. Nick Fury? What brings him here? Lin Jia was momentarily taken aback, then realized it must be related to the flow of time. So he inquired, By the way, Jarvis, how many days ago was my last visit here? 3 days ago. Sir, 3 days? Time in the void indeed moves swiftly. Lin Jia nodded in understanding and then pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he immediately heard Nick Fury's deliberately mysterious voice. Your father left you many things. All of this could resolve your palladium poisoning. If you are willing to join the alliance I am forming, everything can be returned to you. Fury, I said, you haven't even resolved your issues with Hydra back there. And you come here to recruit Tony? Lin Jia waited for a response from Tony but received none. Unable to contain himself, he walked over and remarked, You. Nick's face turned pale upon seeing Lin Jia. Lin's decisive actions in the past had left a profound impression on Nick, and now he was, in essence, disregarding Lin Jia's wish to directly hand over the belongings to Tony, attempting instead to use Tony's father's relics to draw Tony into the Avengers he wished to assemble. If I recall correctly, I instructed you to give Tony his father's relics, and this is how you chose to do it? Lin Jia fixed his gaze on Nick, his tone languid yet piercing. Nick opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but upon meeting Lin Jia's profound gaze, the words of defense were swallowed back. I suggest you think carefully before you attempt to explain. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient. With that, Lin Jia turned away from Nick and faced Tony, who was sitting on the sofa, utterly astonished. Lin, thank you. Tony had a myriad of sentiments he wished to express, to properly convey his gratitude for all that Lin Jia had done, but when the words reached his lips, only the phrase thank you emerged. It was merely a trivial matter. If you truly wish to thank me, just assist me with a favor later, Lin Jia said, patting Tony's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. Trust me, it will be no problem. Tony, ever confident, thumped his chest and declared. Speaking of which, what is the situation with your palladium poisoning? Haven't they provided you with purification powder? Lin Jia broached the subject at hand. In his understanding, palladium poisoning should be easily resolved with purification powder. Well, The purification powder does work, but relying on it continuously is not ideal, Tony replied, his expression turning somewhat awkward. As a genius, he naturally wished to avoid depending on others to continue living, hence the conversation with Nick today. Indeed, Nick had been invited by Tony, prompted by information gleaned from the Whispering Skull. Consequently, Nick seized this opportunity, hoping to exploit the information gap to win over Tony, his potential benefactor. Given Lin Jia's prior actions, the funding within S.H.I.E.L.D. was now entirely out of Nick's control, leaving even him, the director, feeling somewhat sidelined. With only a handful of trusted associates at his disposal. Very well, but that reactor on your chest must be removed. Do not fret about the surgery. Even if you were to enlist the services of a third-rate physician, I could ensure your safe descent from the operating table, Lin Jia remarked with a smile, gently tapping the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Let us not dwell on trivialities. The super healing potion can completely replenish your meager 100 health points twice. As for the potential risk of infection during the operation, that is a non-issue with me. Purification powder is no jest. I suppose I should seek a more competent doctor then. To spare myself some suffering, Tony replied, beginning to grasp Lin Jia's intentions, though the very thought was quite daunting. By the way, what of Dr. Banner? I left in quite a hurry last time and neglected him. He took a set of clothes from me and left on his own. I could not stop him. Tony shrugged, adding, he also attempted to use the purification powder to expel Hulk, but it was futile. Quite normal, considering Dr. Banner and Hulk are essentially one entity. Purification powder cannot resolve that dilemma. Chapter 83. The model. After discussing recent events with Tony, Lin Jia redirected his attention to Nick, who stood frozen in place. Utterly at a loss, Nick was filled with a desire to slap his former self. Had he known of the close relationship between Lin Jia and Tony, he would never have dared entertain such thoughts. I was wrong. After much contemplation, Nick offered no excuses, instead choosing to admit his fault and accept the reprimand. Good to know. Hand it over, then be gone, Lin Jia coldly interjected. If Nick attempted to offer any rationale, he would summon Cassandra to deliver a thorough mental reprogramming, ensuring he would obey the Hydra directives. Everything is here. I'll take my leave now. Nick, not daring to linger, placed a platter and a box of documents on the table. As for the medication intended for Tony to temporarily suppress palladium poisoning, he refrained from presenting it, feeling embarrassed, for he had overheard their conversation clearly. You certainly possess a formidable presence. That black egg was just boasting to me with great delight, Tony remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed Nick's almost hasty retreat. Forget him. Come help me with something. Lin Jia pulled Tony toward the laboratory, and Tony, offering no resistance, followed suit. What do you intend to do? Upon reaching the lab, Tony stood contemplatively at the workstation. First, let us examine these items. Lin Jia laid out the terrarian specialties he had brought for Tony onto the table. These minerals. Tony gasped in astonishment at the unfamiliar ores before him. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. This is Hellfire ingots, which you may understand as solidified magma. This one is verdant ingots, akin to plant life. It can assimilate the surrounding soil, though I am uncertain if the soil of this world can be transformed. And this is luminous ingots, known as the celestial pebbles. It is the highest grade material from my world, including the equipment I wear, which is crafted from this very substance. Lin Jia meticulously explained the mineral ingots laid out on the table, each representing effects and definitions that left Tony momentarily bewildered. These materials are for your experimentation. Should you find yourself lacking any, simply inquire with my avatar, Lin Jia remarked, casting aside the materials as he addressed Tony. If you achieve any results, I would appreciate a suit of Iron Man armor. I find it quite impressive. Initially contemplating how to repay Lin Jia, Tony, upon hearing this, confidently patted his chest and declared, leave it to me. I assure you that your armor will meet your aesthetic standards. With your assurance, I am at ease. Now, on to the second matter. I need you to construct a model. It's time for me to regain my corporeal form, Lin Jia stated with palpable enthusiasm. Tony paused, seemingly unable to grasp Lin Jia's words, gazing at him with confusion. I said, I am ready to restore my physical body. It seems the task I entrusted you with is now unnecessary, Lin Jia added, slightly awkward as he scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Not a problem. I've had quite a bit on my plate lately anyway, and I haven't begun my research, Tony replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference as he collected the pile of mineral ingots from the table. That's a relief. I was worried I might have wasted too much of your time. Lin Jia sighed with relief and continued, I need you to assist me in creating a model, for I have been a skeleton for far too long, to the point that I have forgotten my former appearance. Is it something along these lines? Tony projected a model before Lin Jia for his scrutiny. Observing the model, Lin Jia marveled at its exquisite detail. Upon closer inspection, even the pores and strands of hair were distinctly visible. This model is astonishingly intricate, Lin Jia exclaimed, examining it closely. The Model S face depicted an unmistakably Asian visage, yet it bore little resemblance to Lin Jia's recollection of himself. By the way, how do you possess such a meticulously crafted model? Tony replied with a somewhat unnatural expression. It merely resides within the information database. Lin Jia regarded Tony thoughtfully, deducing from his unnatural demeanor that he had likely been diligently working on matters concerning his body. This model was probably the result of considerable effort on Tony's part. Since Tony chose not to disclose further details, Lin Jia had no intention of pressing the issue, silently acknowledging Tony's contribution. Let us make some adjustments, Lin Jia suggested, pointing out the discrepancies between the model and his own likeness, gesturing here and there. Following Lin Jia's guidance, Tony had Jarvis modify the model accordingly. 3 minutes later, as Lin Jia beheld the altered model that now bore little resemblance to his original form, he awkwardly scratched his head, halting his gestures. It appears somewhat different from what I envisioned. Go on, go away. Don't complicate matters for me. Do you see the changes you've made? Is this what a normal human should look like? Tony sighed, dismissively waving his hand to delete the model, only to reconsider, thinking it might serve as an amusing reminder of Lin Jia's past. By the way, I possess the Infinity Stones. Lin Jia tapped his forehead and retrieved the Soul Stone from his backpack. After a brief attempt at its application, he conveyed to Tony, through a conscious impression, the visage he recalled from his previous life. Chapter 84. The Snap. What is this? Tony's mind was flooded with Lin Jia's image. Yet his curiosity was piqued not by Lin Jia's appearance, but rather by the intriguing method of information transmission. You mean this? The Infinity Stones. I will elaborate on that shortly. For now, please assist me in establishing the model. I need to follow it once I restore my body, Lin Jia stated. Refraining from explaining the intricacies of the Infinity Stones as his priority lay in regaining his corporeal form. All right, give me 10 minutes, Tony replied, suppressing his intrigue in light of Lin Jia's urgency, and, in collaboration with Jarvis, began to meticulously construct the model. While Tony worked on the model, Lin Jia took a journey to Asgard. If he intended to wield the Infinity Stones, acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet was imperative. He recalled from the film that there indeed existed such a gauntlet within the vault of Asgard. The only reason Hela dismissed it as a mere replica was due to the gemstones embedded within being counterfeit. The gauntlet itself retained its inherent capabilities. Having visited numerous times before, Lin Jia wasted no time in stating his purpose to Odin upon arrival. I require the Infinity Gauntlet from your vault. I shall return it once I have utilized it. The Infinity Gauntlet? What purpose do you have for such a thing? Odin queried, his words trailing off as Lin Jia simultaneously revealed the 6 Infinity Stones, making them rotate within his palm. Odin was rendered speechless. The presence of Lin Jia, now endowed with all 6 stones, was beyond his capacity to contest. Even if Lin Jia were to take the gauntlet and never return it, Odin would have no recourse. By the way, how goes the weapon I previously commissioned? Lin Jia inquired as they made their way to the treasure chamber. The Dwarf King Eitri has been laboring on it. 2 artifacts have been forged thus far, a longsword and a great blade, Odin replied. Sensing Lin Jia's potential impatience regarding the progress, he continued, the supply of URU metal is somewhat limited, and we are currently scouring the cosmos for more. Should the materials prove insufficient, perhaps consider this, Lin Jia suggested, producing a metallic fragment obtained from Arios. What is this? Even Odin, with his vast experience, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the metal piece in Lin Jia's hand. I am uncertain. It is said to be a composite of various metallic materials. Regardless, it is exceedingly durable. I shall endeavor to present it to the Dwarf King, though I cannot ascertain what weapon may be forged from it. Odin remarked as he accepted the weighty metal from Lin Jia. Very well, I shall take my leave, Lin Jia declared, seizing the golden Infinity Gauntlet and returning directly to Tony's mansion. What were you up to? Where did you procure such a massive gauntlet? Tony queried, astonished by its size. Tony heard the sound of the transmission and lifted his head to see Lin Jia holding a glove approximately the length of his arm. This is a prop for later. You can continue with your tasks, Lin Jia gestured, slipping the Infinity Gauntlet onto his hand. Remarkably, despite its initial large size, it shrank instantly to fit him perfectly. Next came the Infinity Stones. Lin Jia donned the gauntlet on his right hand, while his left hand revealed 6 Infinity Stones, which he carefully placed into the gauntlet's recesses. Unlike the overwhelming energy surge experienced when Hulk or Thanos wielded the stones, Lin Jia noted that the process of embedding the stones into the gauntlet was devoid of any tumult. There was no special effect at all. Can I truly wield this Infinity Gauntlet? He pondered, gazing at the gem-encrusted gauntlet with a sense of doubt. After a moment's reflection, Lin Jia extended his right palm toward a nearby metallic component. A peculiar vibration coursed through him, distorting the metal into the form of Cellman. How did I end up here? Why did I think of that rascal, Cellman? Lin Jia tapped his head in frustration. His initial intent was to transform the metal piece into something resembling a Terrorblade, Yet his mind had wandered to Cell Man instead. It seemed that one must be free of distractions to effectively harness the power of the Infinity Stones. He gently patted his forehead, realizing that if he thought of Cell Man while trying to alter his own body, he might end up resembling that very character. Well, it seems you have quite an affinity for that fiery-headed fellow. Even the components seem to take on his likeness, Tony teased, as he delegated the remaining cleanup to Jarvis. It's inevitable, considering the time spent together, Lin Jia replied, flattening the metallic piece that resembled Cell Man with a slap. Ah, why did you crush it? I wanted to keep it as a memento, Tony lamented, eyeing the deformed component. Come now, what is so special about such things? Sir, the modeling has been completed, Jarvis announced, projecting the model before Lin Jia and Tony. It looks just like I remember, Lin Jia remarked, surveying the model with satisfaction. So, you intend to restore your body using that gem-studded gauntlet? Tony mused, observing the colorful stones on Lin Jia's right hand, which were presumably the Infinity Stones he had mentioned. Intrigued by the notion of something bearing the name of infinity, Tony was curious about its true nature and whether it could genuinely achieve the infinite. Grow such an exterior. Grow such an exterior, Lin Jia silently chanted, striving to suppress any errant thoughts. Almost unconsciously, he snapped his fingers. With a crack, a blinding white light enveloped him, followed by a sensation as though his feet were submerged in frigid water. When Lin Jia regained his senses, he found himself before an endless expanse of water, with a blue sky and white clouds overhead. Is this the realm of the Soul Stone? Lin Jia regained his senses, and the origin of this space surfaced in his mind. In his recollection, this was the place where the possessor of the Soul Stone would introspect after obtaining it, though he wondered what experiences awaited him. This is quite perplexing. My resolve should be rather steadfast, shouldn't it? Lin Jia scratched his head, speaking to himself with a hint of uncertainty. A prickling sensation coursed through his palm, and it was at this moment that Lin Jia realized something significant. When he had been talking to himself, the sound that emerged was not a melodious tune but rather a normal human voice. I have reverted back. Lin Jia gazed at his palm with exhilaration, reveling in the human flesh, the sensation of blood flowing within him. His fists clenched tightly, slightly elongated nails piercing into the flesh of his palm, bringing waves of pain. Ha ha. Now this is what it feels like to be alive. Lin Jia imitated the mannerisms of a certain character, laughing maniacally to the heavens, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 85. Restoration of the Body. Have you laughed enough? At that moment, a voice of resignation emanated from behind Lin Jia. Startled, he turned, his expression reflecting a mix of fright and disbelief. Why you? Where did you come from? Lin Jia stammered, his voice trembling. He had distinctly confirmed that he was alone just moments ago. I initially intended to reveal myself sooner, but seeing your excitement, I refrained from interrupting you. It seems you were oblivious and continued to laugh. A vague figure emerged from beneath the water's surface, speaking with an air of exasperation. You are Lin Jia, aren't you? Lin Jia widened his eyes, striving to discern the figure's form, but the more he tried, the more indistinct it became. I am the trial set within the Infinity Stone, the program you refer to as introspection. The hazy figure seemingly gestured as if to introduce itself, then continued. According to the rules, you should not be able to wield the Infinity Stone, given that you are merely an outsider. However, I do not know what means you employed to make the Infinity Stone respond to you. This revelation left Lin Jia somewhat embarrassed, ever since arriving in the Marvel Universe. It seemed everyone was aware of his outsider status, rendering his identity as a traveler somewhat trivial. Nevertheless, since you have gained the privilege to use it, I shall assist in fulfilling your wish. However, as a price for an outsider's usage, the introspection phase must undergo a modification, becoming slightly more challenging. As he spoke, the figure appeared to gesture with his fingers, indicating a minuscule size. Very well, then, do share what you deem as a slight increase in difficulty. Although Lin Jia felt as though he glimpsed a cosmic expanse within the figure's fingertips, he resolved to fight for his corporeal form. You seem quite eager. So let us first discuss the rules. To clarify, should you fail to complete the challenge, I will only fulfill half of your wish. Half? What does that mean? Lin Jia furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat disheartened. The prospect of diminishing the quality of his wish was rather disconcerting. Your original desire was to possess a corporeal form while retaining the ability to replicate yourself with a formidable attack. However, the diminished wish resulted in the replicas not resembling your human form. They remained mere skeletons. Upon hearing this, Lin Jia found himself momentarily taken aback. What kind of weakening is this? If one must insist, it still possesses a certain charm. Do not underestimate the extent of the reduction. This ability is inherently yours, and there is no way to diminish it further. The indistinct figure shrugged, appearing rather helpless, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, spoke with an undertone of amusement. The good news is that each time you enter a new world, you must make a wish anew. What does that mean? Does this wish only hold sway in the current world? Lin Jia gazed incredulously at the indistinct figure, inquiring. Indeed. The wish you made using the Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe has no bearing on other realms. Sigh, how utterly vexing, Lin Jia lamented, this is far too cumbersome. Essentially, your mission in the Marvel world is to eliminate Obadiah without any special abilities. Huh? That seems overly simplistic. Wait, no special abilities? Are you forcibly disabling my powers? Lin Jia's expression instantly shifted to one of wariness. If he were to lose his abilities, he would rather forego his corporeal form. Having tasted the might of power, reverting to the state of a mere ordinary person, unable to accomplish anything, would surely drive Lin Jia to madness. You could always opt to abandon the mission entirely. After all, you don't feel the need to acquire the complete wish, do you? The indistinct figure seemed to revel in Lin Jia's frustration, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. By the way, once you accept a mission, you cannot voluntarily abandon it unless you fail or complete it. Does your so-called special ability include items from Terraria? The weapons in Terraria cannot be wielded without special abilities. The only thing you can utilize is healing potions. TSK, I forfeit this challenge. Just send me away. Lin Jia's expression shifted continuously, ultimately expressing his displeasure towards the indistinct figure. The challenge of killing Obadiah hardly qualifies as a challenge. The crux lies in the fact that Tony spared Obadiah due to emotional ties. If Lin Jia were to intervene and persuade Tony to eliminate Obadiah, even if Tony consented, a rift would inevitably arise. Well then, until we meet again. The indistinct figure appeared quite satisfied with Lin Jia's decision, waving his hand and promptly sending Lin Jia out of the Soulstone's domain. Lin Jia abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from the bed, his chest heaving vigorously as he gasped for fresh air. It was only after regaining his composure that Lin Jia noticed his surroundings. He found himself in a seaside room with large floor-to-ceiling windows, seated upon a grand bed. Oh, you're awake? At that moment, Tony's somewhat irritating voice echoed from the doorway. Lin Jia turned to see Tony leaning casually against the doorframe, regarding him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Why did I faint? Lin Jia rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. While the return to corporeality was indeed joyous, the hangover-like headache was quite unbearable. How was I to know that after you snapped your fingers that day, a burst of white light enveloped you? By the time the radiance faded, you lay there, completely unconscious and unclothed. Had it not been for the instruments detecting that your brainwaves were still active, I would have assumed you were dead, Tony remarked as he entered the room, retrieving a set of clothes from the wardrobe and tossing them onto the bed. As for myself, I have no habit of dressing a man. Lin Jia picked up the clothing from the bed, and only upon Tony's comment did he realize he was still unclothed. Comparatively, while he was neither fat nor thin before his journey, he now found himself to be in a robust state, exuding a healthy handsomeness at first glance. I recall you did not express such sentiments before, you sly dog, Tony teased, comparing Lin Jia's current physique to his memories. Chapter 86, New Element Ahem. Let us not dwell on such details. Lin Jia cleared his throat, swiftly donning his clothes and diverting the conversation. Speaking of which, how long have I been unconscious? Approximately a day and a half. I see. Lin Jia nodded in understanding, rising from the bed and stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. Finally, once more in possession of his physical form, he gazed into the mirror and could not help but exclaim his admiration. Do not indulge in self-adoration over there. You might come over and assist me instead. Tony looked at Lin Jia's demeanor with a sense of exasperation. There was a certain appeal to his skeletal state that seemed more agreeable. Here I come, truly. I just awoke and cannot even have a moment's respite, Lin Jia complained. Yet his body obediently followed Tony's lead into the laboratory. According to the data left by my father, he discovered a new element, which I have verified to be indeed feasible. As he spoke, Tony pulled out a model, a conceptual design of a park envisioned by his father. Are you suggesting the use of the Space Stone? Lin Jia recalled the plot of Iron Man 2, if his memory served him right. This so-called new element was significantly related to the Tesseract. The Space Stone? Tony paused momentarily, then recalled the blue gem mentioned in his father's notes. You mean the Tesseract? Indeed, they are one and the same. One possesses a shell, while the other does not, Lin Jia nodded, retrieving the Infinity Gauntlet from his backpack and detaching the Space Stone from it. You must not touch this with your bare hands. Its energy is nearly boundless. With your mortal constitution, a mere touch could result in you being reduced to ashes by its formidable power or transported to another realm by the Space Stone. Lin Jia placed the Space Stone on the table and cautioned Tony. Nearly boundless energy. How is that possible? Tony leaned over the table, scrutinizing the Space Stone with keen interest. Although Lin Jia had placed the Space Stone directly on the table, it inexplicably hovered in midair, refusing to make contact with the surface, as if a transparent barrier separated the gem from the tabletop. To assert that it contained boundless energy would be an understatement. One could liken it to a key, enabling the wielder to effortlessly manipulate the energies of the universe, provided, of course, that one does not fall victim to the backlash of such power. Wait a moment. An idea struck Tony, prompting him to instruct Jarvis to retrieve the schematics left by his father. He began to compare them against the reactions detected from the space stone, muttering to himself. I see now. Lend me a hand. A new concept for an element emerged in Tony's mind, and he beckoned Lin Jia to assist him as he gathered various instruments. Half an hour later, Lin Jia sat drowsily in a nearby chair, only to be startled awake by Tony's exclamation. What happened? Lin Jia leapt up from his seat, scanning the surroundings for any signs of calamity. Oh, nothing much, just a minor mishap, Tony replied, picking himself up from the floor and adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire. Lin Jia scrutinized Tony suspiciously and soon spotted a machine emitting lasers not far away. Ah, so you nearly got sliced by the laser, did you? Lin Jia remarked knowingly, his tone laced with teasing. Honestly, your current manner of speaking is less appealing than before, Tony retorted, pouting slightly. Earlier, Lin Jia's speech had been accompanied by a melodious tone that rendered his emotions indiscernible, sparing Tony any irritation. Lin Jia rolled his eyes in silence and resumed his seat. Initially, he had been assisting Tony in assembling the machinery, but the latter had deemed him more of a hindrance than a help, insisting he take a break. As for the notion of Tony being literally severed in two by the machines, Lin Jia was confident he could rectify that. For the time stone was not to be trifled with. With a series of adjustments, Tony finally directed the laser towards a triangular component of the apparatus. Brilliant blue and white light emanated from this triangular area, growing increasingly luminous under the continuous beam. Once he deemed it adequate, Tony ceased the laser's emission. A humming sound reverberated as the intensity of the laser diminished, revealing the triangular piece glowing softly in azure. That wasn't so difficult, Tony mused, tilting his head slightly as he crawled beneath the apparatus. Approaching the instrument, he delicately grasped the small triangular element with tweezers and deposited it into the pre-prepared reactor. Boom. Lin Jia stealthily approached Tony from behind, mimicking an explosion in his ear. Enough already. Tony, unfazed, merely rolled his eyes. He picked up the newly formed reactor from the table and instructed Jarvis to analyze its data. Well, since nothing seems amiss, I think I'll take my leave. Don't forget about the armor you promised me, Lin Jia mused, reflecting on the recent Marvel storyline, presuming that no significant events awaited him. He intended to return and check if the three sorcerers had made any new progress. Rest assured, your battle armor is in my possession, Tony replied without lifting his head. Fine, I shall take my leave then, not wishing to disturb Tony as he busied himself with experimenting on the new element. Lin Jia downed a vial of memory potion and returned to Terraria. The moment he arrived, the warmth that belonged to the living vanished instantly, replaced by the familiar chill of bones. Damn, what kind of setting is this? Can't I be allowed to remain in a human state? Lin Jia yanked off his hollow garments and tossed them to the ground, stomping on them in frustration. However, after calming down, Lin Jia suddenly realized that this might not be such a bad situation. After all, Terraria was hardly a hospitable realm, aside from the treacherous terrain. Even the zombies that roamed at night were somewhat disconcerting. Just imagining their scent, ugh. By this reckoning, among the four worlds, only the Marvel universe allowed for a semblance of humanity. Lin Jia pondered for a moment and noted that the Royal Clash world was merely a gathering of chaos, while the environment in Terraria left much to be desired. As for the Dead Cells universe, he dared not contemplate the odors that must linger there. Well, if one were to consider it this way, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Sighing, Lin Jia resolved to visit the abode of the three mages to inquire about the void spell. Boss, Cassandra has brought it back for you. It's placed in your room. As he passed by Xiao Guang's chamber, the little light skeleton poked his head out and informed Lin Jia. I see. By the way, how is the progress with the three mages? Any developments? They mentioned that there has been some progress. Give them a day or two more, and they should be ready. All right then, let us allow them a couple of days. Lin Jia felt a bit helpless. He too wished to urge the mages to hasten their work, but such matters could not be rushed, no matter how impatient he was. He had to wait for the three of them to conduct their research. Boss, something major has occurred. Something big is happening in the Royal Clash world. Just as Lin Jia planned to return to the Marvel universe for some culinary delights, a glowing skeleton rushed towards him, urgency evident in its tone. What could possibly happen in the Royal Clash world? Isn't it just a bunch of chaos? No, boss. It's about those skeletons, never mind. You'd better see for yourself. The glowing skeleton stomped its foot, clearly at a loss for how to describe the events unfolding in Royal Clash. All right then, since I have nothing pressing to do, I might as well take a look. Seeing the glowing skeleton in such a frenzy piqued Lin Jia's curiosity. He drank the memory potion and returned to the Royal Clash world. Chapter 87. A bit of grumbling surveying the familiar surroundings. Lin Jia couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It was from this very place that he had embarked on his journey of exploration into other worlds. And now, returning to the scene evoked a profound sense of reflection. It seems that not much has changed. Lin Jia scanned the area. The arena remained as it was. And the old king still stood there, frozen in place. Boss, the problem doesn't lie here. We need to head east. The glowing skeleton that had previously alerted Ling Gu appeared, pulling Lin Jia in another direction. Hold on. What exactly has happened? Boss, this situation is indeed quite significant. Lin Jia remarked. All right, provide a rough estimate, and we shall teleport directly. He produced a set of infinite gems belonging to the realm of Clash Royale. Approximately 200 kilometers, came the response. With a hum, a pale blue portal unfurled, and Lin Jia stepped through with the glimmering skeleton. Upon his arrival, Lin Jia immediately grasped the urgency of the glimmering skeleton's demeanor. What is this? Whose armor is that? He observed a figure clad in armor rushing past him, momentarily unable to associate it with any known character. And what is this? Why does he wield a large bomb? It somewhat resembles the skeleton giant. But wait, this bomb was left behind after death. This is indeed the skeleton giant. But how has he transformed into this ghastly form? Lin Jia suddenly felt that this world of Clash Royale seemed somewhat alien to him. It was as if he had stumbled into a low-quality private server. Could such models truly be conceived by an ordinary mind? Boss, they are indeed skeletons. That one is a common skeleton soldier, and that one is the skeleton giant. Over there is the bone dragon. The glimmering skeleton, equally astonished, pointed out the bewildering array of creatures to Lin Jia. Is that truly a bone dragon? You cannot be serious, Lin Jia exclaimed, gesturing at the white mass in the sky, its body resembling that of a melted candle, incredulity lacing his tone. You can see how it has transformed from its original form to this. The glimmering skeleton, filled with exasperation, replied, if I had not witnessed it myself, I would hardly believe that this creature is a bone dragon. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Jia observed all the skeleton-related beings from Clash Royale. Now transformed into 10 men, even the bone dragon, which still faintly resembled a dragon, was considered fortunate in comparison. This is indeed a grave matter, Lin Jia thought, watching the chaotic battlefield as his mind drifted, lost in contemplation. Boss, what shall we do now? What else can we do? He sighed. We must isolate this area and prevent these inexplicable entities from spreading elsewhere. At least other regions have not succumbed to this transformation. Let's keep it contained for now. Lin Jia felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. He could vaguely surmise the nature of the calamity, yet due to certain constraints, he was unable to disclose the truth, resorting instead to silent curses within his mind. The glimmering skeletons worked with remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, they had encircled all arenas where skeletons had morphed into 10 men with barriers. Lin Jia casually seized one of the 10 skeleton soldiers and sprinkled purification powder over it. With a series of clicks, upon contact with the evolution powder, the surface of the tin soldier became pockmarked, and almost as if time had accelerated. The tin armor began to rust and yellow rapidly. Ultimately, with a gentle touch, Lin Jia caused the tin armor to disintegrate into dust, revealing the skeleton soldier ensconced within. Is this akin to parasitism? Believing oneself to be a metal, capable of encasing a skeleton to enhance its strength, is indeed a foolish presumption. Lin Jia picked up a pinch of dust, scrutinizing it before disdainfully commenting. It was unclear whether he referred to the iron shell or something else entirely. Boss, this material does not appear to be generated by holy water, remarked a faintly glowing skeleton as it approached Lin Jia, clutching a heap of iron plates. Not holy water? How is that conceivable? Lin Jia questioned, somewhat incredulous. The fundamental logic of the royal war dictates that holy water can produce everything within the arena. In other words, all elements of the arena are constituted of holy water. It is true. Boss, look. The glowing skeleton produced a piece from the pile and tossed it to the ground, striking it forcefully with a divine hammer. The sound of clanging metal resonated, yet the iron plate exhibited no response, merely becoming somewhat deformed. According to logic, creatures in the royal war should disintegrate into holy water when subjected to attacks beyond their capacity. I think I understand now. Merely some repugnant entities, always eager to meddle in the lives of others. Yet when faced with their own adversities, they blame others without ever contemplating their own shortcomings, Lin Jia remarked, casting a glance at the pile of iron, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He sprinkled a handful of purification powder over it, transforming it into black dust that drifted away. The alteration of the texture made me laugh in frustration. I can't help but express my discontent. By the way, I'll add an extra chapter today as compensation for this unsatisfactory chapter. Chapter 88. Controllable void spell after a period of turmoil in the realm of royal war. Lin Jia returned to Terraria. Boss, good news. The 3 mages have discovered a method to stabilize the summoning of void spells. Upon his return, Xiao Guang rushed over, brimming with excitement to share the news. That is splendid, Lin Jia exclaimed, as he had been lamenting the lack of intriguing events in recent worlds. Now, he could actively seek new realms to explore. Let us go. We shall seek out other worlds, Lin Jia urged, pulling Xiao Guang along toward the residence of the three mages. Upon arrival, their exhilarated voices echoed from within the room. At last, we have succeeded. We are finally liberated. The voice, laced with an electronic tone, likely belonged to the lightning mage. Once we depart from here, I shall thoroughly explore this world. It is an entirely new realm. Lin Jia was uncertain who had spoken. It could have been the fire mage or the ice mage. Do not celebrate too soon. With that brutish skeleton, do you truly believe it will let us off so easily? Bang! Lin Jia forcefully pushed open the door, startling the three inside. I believe I overheard someone maligning me. Lin Jia leaned against the doorframe, addressing the three mages with a tone of mockery. And no, not at all. The fire mage's face turned pale as he waved his hands in denial. All right, let us see the void spell. If all is in order, I may permit you to explore this world. Lin Jia had no intention of pursuing the murmurs from the three mages. After all, he was not a paragon of virtue himself, and the means by which he had summoned these three sorcerers were hardly peaceful. Their discontent was, therefore, entirely understandable, with expressions of delight illuminating their faces. The trio of mages procured a bottle containing a dark red substance, its nature ambiguous, presenting it to Lin Jia as if it were a treasured artifact. After numerous attempts, we have finally rendered the void spell controllable. Lin Jia examined the peculiar dark red object within the glass vessel, noting the ripples that danced upon its surface when shaken. It appeared to be a liquid, yet the intermittent wisps of dark red smoke suggested a complexity beyond mere fluidity. How is this to be utilized? Lin Jia inquired. Simply hurl it to the ground, and the contents will spill forth, automatically forming a circular void spell. Is this not merely a consumable? Lin Jia withdrew his gaze from the bottle, redirecting it towards the three mages. Indeed, it is a consumable, but we have automated the process. The fire mage, startled by Lin Jia's penetrating gaze, quickly sought to clarify. Yes, indeed. We have acquired some knowledge of circuitry and can now mass-produce the void spell. The lightning mage chimed in, pointing to a switch on the wall. Just activate that, and the machine will automatically generate the void spell. Witnessing this scene, Lin Jia felt a surge of reflection. Indeed, human limits are often forged under pressure. Here were three enigmatic mages who had mastered circuitry, achieving a level of automation that required merely the press of a button. Let me conduct a test. If all goes well, you may take your leave, Lin Jia declared as he pressed the button on the wall. Under Lin Jia's watchful gaze, the conveyor belt within the room sprang to life. Various materials flowing in an orderly fashion towards the central cauldron. The timing for stirring, pausing, and heating, all meticulously programmed by the three mages, unfolded seamlessly. After several minutes, a bottle of the packaged void spell emerged on the shelf, and the machinery came to a halt. Lin Jia retrieved the newly created bottle, comparing it to the one he held earlier. In terms of color and form, the two vessels were indistinguishable. Excellent. As long as this function proves reliable, you may depart, he said, giving the glass bottle a gentle shake. Turning to the little light beside him, he instructed, Go, summon some individuals. We are heading to the new world. Understood. Boss. Lin Jia, valuing his life, recalled a previous incident where a void spell had caused the immediate demise of a glimmering skeleton upon transport. Thus, he deemed it prudent to send forth a vanguard. In no time, the little light gathered around 10 glimmering skeletons at the entrance, awaiting Lin Jia's command. 5 individuals stood apart, each in their designated group. As we prepare to venture forth, should any of us reach the new world and survive, return promptly with news. Do you understand? Yes. Excellent. Then let us commence. Lin Jia nodded with satisfaction and hurled a vial of void potion into the cluster of skeletons. With a crack, the glass shattered, and the dark red substance within rapidly evaporated, forming a circular area upon the ground. The glimmering skeletons adjusted their positions to ensure that the entire team remained within the confines of this area, while the rest stood outside its bounds. Suddenly, dark red lightning struck from an unknown source, fiercely crashing down upon the glimmering skeletons. After 3 strikes had concluded, the dark red circle swiftly diminished, and at the moment of its complete disappearance, the figures of the glimmering skeletons vanished from sight. Had it succeeded? A surge of joy coursed through Lin Jia's heart. If his self-created void spell could indeed transport individuals to other realms, he would no longer have to endure the arduous wait for others to employ their void spells in the realm of royal warfare. This would significantly enhance the efficiency of their quest for new worlds. After a few minutes of waiting, however, the 5 glimmering skeletons showed no signs of returning, leading Lin Jia to surmise that they had likely perished. Next team. After expending a total of 17 void spells, Lin Jia finally welcomed back a returning visitor. What was it like? What is the situation there? He eagerly inquired upon the return of the glimmering skeleton. It is a normal world, though the specifics remain unclear. It is certainly not a game world. The glimmering skeleton relayed the information it had gathered. Another ordinary world, intriguing indeed. Lin Jia nodded thoughtfully before making his way towards the potion merchant. Given the existence of a new world, he intended to explore it directly. And the potion merchant would provide him with a memory potion that would allow him to journey to that realm. Memory potion world. What? Is this real? Lin Jia purchased the latest memory potion from the merchant, his astonishment unmistakable in his tone. Speaking of which, the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was one that Lin Jia particularly cherished, with characters he adored and a power system that piqued his interest. The notion of a stand, invisible to ordinary individuals, was undeniably captivating. Why not attempt that challenge? Lin Jia recalled the challenge associated with wishing upon the Infinity Stones. He need not rely on his own special abilities to eliminate a target, yet he had not been prohibited from utilizing powers acquired post-challenge commencement. Imagine, after gaining a stand, infiltrating the main cast, and rising to their aid in their moments of despair, it would be quite exhilarating. As for his own safety, Lin Jia planned to dispatch a few glimmering skeletons into that world, ready to call upon them should he find himself in peril. The so-called trials of the Infinity Stones merely spoke of sealing his abilities, with no mention of restricting the powers of the glimmering skeletons. After being baptized by the faint light, the glimmering skeleton and he had become two distinct entities, thus no longer merely a manifestation of his abilities. It was settled. Once he found the stand arrow, he would wish immediately. Lin Jia approached the merchant selling infinite gems and exchanged for a complete set of infinite gems belonging to the world. After tidying up his backpack, he stored the temporarily unnecessary weapons within the space gem, leaving only healing potions and gold ingots in his pack. The healing potions were for emergencies. In the first 6 installments of the series, only the stand Crazy Diamond and Gold Experience in the 4th and 5th parts possessed genuine healing capabilities. As for Ripple, if one were to describe it in a fantastical manner, it could be considered pure life energy, thus having a semblance of healing effect. Unfortunately, since the 3rd part, its significance had been continuously diminished. The gold ingots provided Lin Jia with a source of income, ensuring he wouldn't be left without a means to spend. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Jia consumed the memory potion and arrived in the world. Of course, as per the usual practice, he activated the invisibility function of the starry cloak before arriving. After all, the world appeared to be merely that of an ordinary human. His skeletal form would be rather conspicuous if he simply appeared on the streets. When Lin Jia regained his senses, he found himself in a vast desert. Why another desert? Am I somehow fated to encounter deserts? Reflecting on his previous journey to Marvel, where he also first arrived in a desert, Lin Jia couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He began to ponder the commonality of this occurrence. His prior appearance in a desert was likely due to being in the midst of the Iron Man storyline, where the main characters were situated in the desert. Lin Jia touched his jaw and soared into the air, surveying the surroundings to identify any distinctive landmarks. As he flew, a city came into view. A city would be a perfect place to exchange some currency. Lin Jia descended from the sky, landing in a deserted alleyway. After contemplating, he retrieved a set of the forbidden robe from his equipment inventory. The forbidden robe belonged to the mage category, adorned in a golden and black pattern, reminiscent of the garments worn by deities in Egyptian mythology. Being made from desert materials, its style harmonized beautifully with the arid landscape, likely allowing him to blend in seamlessly. Moreover, based on common perceptions, individuals dressed in such luxurious attire were generally not financially disadvantaged, thus increasing his chances of successfully exchanging gold. Chapter 90. Diavolo. As Lin Jia strolled through the streets in his splendid attire, he inevitably attracted the attention of many passers-by, who spoke in languages unfamiliar to him, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Although Lin Jia was unfamiliar with these languages, the presence of a radio enabled him to comprehend their discussions. They were merely commenting on his garb and speculating about his origins. Lin Jia wandered aimlessly through the streets, searching for a pawn shop that could exchange gold for coins. Was it truly 1986 here? As Lin Jia surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the date displayed on a calendar in a nearby shop, prompting him to reflect on the peculiar time he had arrived at. Why had he found himself at this particular juncture? Did it hold any special significance? His musings were interrupted when he spotted a boy with pink hair, clutching a box and scanning the area as if searching for something. Intrigued, Lin Jia recalled that individuals with such vibrant hair color were quite rare in his world. Coupled with the time and place, could this individual possibly be Diablo? He recalled the background story introduced in the 5th installment, muttering to himself with uncertainty, just as he contemplated approaching the boy to ascertain his identity. The pink-haired youth seemed to sense Lin Jia's intense gaze. He turned, warily surveying his surroundings, seemingly attempting to locate the source of the scrutiny. However, upon locking eyes with Lin Jia, his expression shifted dramatically from suspicion to eager delight as he approached. "Good sir, I have some exquisite antiques here. Might you be interested? Lin Jia, now thoroughly convinced that this was indeed Diablo, recognized that this moment coincided with the time he unearthed the arrowheads from the ruins. A peculiar sound emitted from Lin Jia startled Diablo. Although it was melodic, it conveyed an unsettling message that instilled a sense of dread, almost prompting him to flee. Yet, Lin Jia swiftly produced a gold ingot, effectively halting Diablo's retreat. It appears my peculiarities have frightened you. Consider this gold as compensation, Lin Jia remarked, understanding Diablo's trepidation. He dispelled any digital barriers and placed the ingot atop the box in Diablo's arms. The sudden weight of the ingot brought a gleam of joy to Diablo's eyes. And without a second thought for the box, he set it down, eagerly grasping the gold ingot and biting into it. Is this genuine? He exclaimed, exuberant, as he retrieved a backpack from behind and concealed the ingot within. Let us find a suitable place to discuss further, Diablo suggested, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation as he bowed and nodded in Lin Jia's direction. The venue he proposed was a nearby eatery. Very well. But I must confess I left in haste and possess no currency, only this gold, Lin Jia replied. Not to worry. I can cover the expenses, Diablo exclaimed hastily. He perceived Lin Jia's singular gold ingot as a treasure, far exceeding the worth of the arrowheads he intended to sell, rendering the mere cost of a meal insignificant to him. Then let us proceed. Pray, tell me about the items you have for sale, Lin Jia inquired, reclining casually in a booth as they settled in. These are truly remarkable treasures. This is what I unearthed from a relic. As I spoke, Diablo opened the box, revealing 5 neatly arranged arrows within. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be 6? Lin Jia silently counted several times in his mind. Yet regardless of how he counted, there were only 5 arrows. Moreover, if Lin Jia's calculations were correct, the missing arrow should be the one depicted in the animation. The most powerful one capable of unlocking the stand's requiem form, the insect arrow. Stealing a glance at Diablo, whose expression was brimming with excitement, Lin Jia surmised that this individual had hidden the most exceptional insect arrow and had no intention of selling it at all. Contemplating this, Lin Jia felt no urge to seize the arrow. After all, he desired to experience the thrill of adventure. What sort of situation would it be to simply utilize a cheat? I'll take all of these. Would 2 gold ingots suffice, just like before? With this thought, Lin Jia placed 5 gold ingots upon the table. Diablo's breath instantly grew heavy, and the greed in his gaze was impossible to conceal. His right hand instinctively moved toward his lower back, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. I am quite a lazy person and do not particularly enjoy engaging in physical confrontations. As Lin Jia spoke, he picked up a gold ingot from the table, applying a slight pressure with his right hand, causing the ingot to contort in the face of Diablo's horrified expression. Tossing the deformed ingot back onto the table, Lin Jia addressed Diablo. I trust this gentleman is understanding, correct? Ha, ha, ha. This boss truly has a sense of humor. I merely wish to keep 2 as mementos. Diablo shifted his right hand's direction, opening his backpack to retrieve a small box. I see. So how do you intend to choose? Lin Jia held not a shred of belief in Diablo's words. I wish to keep these 2. Diablo pointed casually at 2 arrows in the box, then glanced at the gold ingots on the table, gritting his teeth as he pushed 2 back. Very well. Lin Jia had no objections. Tossing the 2 arrows, Diablo indicated into the small box before departing with the larger box. He left Diablo staring blankly at the remaining 3 gold ingots on the table, seemingly incredulous that he had acquired 3 pieces of gold so effortlessly. As for the remaining 2 arrows, he planned to sell them to a fortune-telling old woman, who had reserved them just the day before and had even paid a deposit. It would be unreasonable not to deliver her the goods. Of course, Diablo was not so benevolent. He was concerned that the old woman had divined through her fortune-telling that he might have a fruitful day. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Chapter 91. The Scarecrow with the 3 arrows in hand. Lin Jia returned directly to the Marvel Universe. The mechanism for awakening a stand through arrows involves the user coming into contact with the extraterrestrial virus present on the arrowhead. Upon infection by this virus, the body's self-defense mechanisms begin to activate. Under the profound influence of mental fortitude, the majority of individuals succumb to viruses, while a select few endure, their mental strength manifesting outwardly, resulting in what is colloquially known as surrogate energy. Therefore, for Lin Jia to awaken a surrogate, it is imperative that he possesses a corporeal form to contract the virus. At the very least, Lin Jia cannot fathom how a mere skeletal structure could infect itself with a virus. His intention is to fulfill his desire for a physical body in the world of wishes and subsequently acquire a surrogate through the surrogate arrows. However, given the inherent uncertainty of this endeavor, Lin Jia resolves to first attempt awakening one to observe the outcome. Tony, have you missed me? Lin Jia reappeared in Tony's laboratory, startling him as he hammered away at his armor. Goodness, if only you could walk through the door as you did last time. I would be most pleased to see you. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Lin Jia waved his hand dismissively. Oddly enough, despite speaking in Chinese, Tony comprehended his words, which Lin Jia attributed to the functionality of the radio. With a sigh, Tony set aside his task and turned to Lin Jia, inquiring, "So, what brings you here this time?" "I've fashioned a novel contraption that can awaken an ability invisible to ordinary individuals. Would you care to try?" Lin Jia said, brandishing a box of surrogate arrows before Tony. Tony leaned in to glimpse the contents of Lin Jia's box, finding it somewhat amusing. He retorted, "You expect me to believe that these will suffice? Do not underestimate these items. The abilities they awaken are fundamentally conceptual, as long as one knows how to wield them." "None are weak," Lin Jia proclaimed, extolling the virtues of the arrows. Intrigued by Lin Jia's enthusiasm, Tony raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are they truly as formidable as you claim?" "Indeed, I am about to attempt to awaken one, and you are welcome to observe," Lin Jia replied, conjuring forth a glowing skeleton to stand aside, clutching a time stone. "If anything goes awry, I will use the time stone to reverse time," he assured the glowing skeleton. "Understood, boss." Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia retrieved an arrow that appeared relatively intact from the box, deactivating its digital form before gently slicing it across his palm. The arrow glided smoothly over Lin Jia's hand, creating a wound that belied the force he exerted, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. "Isn't this a bit excessive? I merely nicked my palm," Lin Jia exclaimed, tossing the arrow aside and unable to suppress his irritation. "Your blood loss is quite alarming," Tony observed, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Jia's palm. Although he was not a medical expert, basic knowledge informed him that such a wound should not result in such profuse bleeding. "It's merely the price of acquiring power," Lin Jia replied, shaking his still bleeding hand, splattering blood everywhere. "Do not fling it about. Goodness, it's so messy." Tony watched in horror as his laboratory became splattered with large splotches of blood, contemplating whether he ought to consider relocating. As Lin Jia swung about, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, akin to the sensation of insects gnawing at his brain. "Hey, are you all right?" Tony, startled by Lin Jia's unexpected reaction, immediately directed the prepared instruments towards him to assess his condition. The data indicated that Lin Jia's brainwave intensity was soaring, signifying that he was in a state of extreme excitement. With a slight headache, Lin Jia's facial expression contorted in agony, as if the world around him warped under the weight of his torment. "What can I do? Should I administer a painkiller?" "No, let me try this," Lin Jia insisted, mustering the strength to retrieve a potion. After canceling the data analysis, he consumed the elixir, which was designed to enhance mental fortitude, perfectly suited to help him endure the agony of awakening his stand. Gulping, the blue liquid flowed down his throat, alleviating the throbbing pain somewhat. Lin Jia exhaled deeply, hoping to ease the discomfort. "Why not use the time stone to rewind time? It looks like you're on the brink of death," Tony exclaimed anxiously, feeling utterly helpless in the face of this dire situation, at least for the moment. "It's all right. I can endure this." Lin Jia gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination to overcome this obstacle through his own strength. Fearful of death, he had avoided perilous endeavors since his crossing, refusing to engage in anything uncertain. However, this time, Lin Jia yearned to test his limits. He no longer wished to live as a coward, meticulously ensuring every step he took. Having recognized the frailty of his spirit in the realm of the death cells, Lin Jia had long sought to transform this aspect of himself. The process of awakening his stand presented an opportunity for mental fortitude, a trial he was eager to embrace. "I will not perish in a place like this," Lin Jia roared defiantly, his spirit peaking at that moment. With a sound akin to something shattering, Lin Jia felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as the torment that felt like insect bites vanished in an instant. His body felt remarkably light, as if the previous pain had merely been an illusion. "Have I succeeded?" Lin Jia raised his hands in front of him, still somewhat incredulous. "And what of my stand?" he thought, turning to look behind him. Before his gaze, a humanoid shadow slowly materialized and solidified. It was termed humanoid because its lower half resembled a straight wooden stick, while its arms appeared akin to a puppet, constructed from various wooden pieces. To Lin Jia, it resembled a scarecrow, embodying the quintessential image of one. Atop the scarecrow's head rested a straw hat, while its face was eerily vacant, adorned only with a sheet of white paper. Countless sheets of white paper clung to its body, seemingly forming its attire. "Is this my stand?" Observing his stand, Lin Jia instinctively knew that this entity was decidedly not a close combat powerhouse. It is difficult to conceive how a close combat, strength-based stand could engage in battle wielding a pair of wooden arms. Hence, the name of my stand need not be a mystery. It is evidently called the Scarecrow. Chapter 92. Substitute death. Tony observed Lin Jia, who had been muttering to himself since earlier, and could not help but take a couple of steps back. Hey, Jarvis. Please assess Lin's mental state, Tony whispered to Jarvis. Sir, upon examination, it appears that there is some object surrounding Mr. Lin Jia. However, it is not visible on the camera. Through Jarvis's investigation, he discovered that the airflow behind Lin Jia had changed. An object? Could this be what he referred to as something invisible to the ordinary eye? Tony immediately recalled Lin Jia's previous statements and promptly instructed Jarvis. Jarvis, construct a model of that object. Understood, sir. By the way, how do you say scarecrow in English? Just as Tony was about to examine the model Jarvis had created, Lin Jia suddenly turned and inquired. Why do you ask? Tony instinctively responded to Lin Jia's question, only to realize the implication of his words moments later. Then my stand-s name shall be Scarecrow. Lin Jia repeated the name several times, confirming the pronunciation before striking a pose and addressing Tony. At Lin Jia's command, the scarecrow behind him suddenly floated forward, its wooden arms making contact with Tony's body. What is touching me? Tony felt the weight on his shoulder and instinctively swatted at the spot. Yet, he struck nothing but air, while the pressure on his shoulder remained unchanged. Do not be alarmed. It is merely my stand making contact with you, Lin Jia explained as he withdrew his stand. In contrast, the face of the scarecrow, previously a blank canvas, now bore the likeness of Tony. Does touching others allow the white canvas to transform into their visage? Quite intriguing, but what purpose does it serve? Lin Jia pondered the potential of his ability, absent-mindedly stroking his chin with his right hand. Hey, what is going on? Lin, are you using that stand of yours to touch my chin? Tony suddenly exclaimed, scratching at his chin frantically. The sensation was peculiar, as though someone had brushed past his beard to directly caress his chin, eliciting an indescribable weirdness. No, not at all. Lin Jia glanced back at his scarecrow, which stood motionless. Gazing at the scarecrow's face adorned with Tony's image, an idea suddenly struck Lin Jia. He swiftly slapped his own face with considerable force, enough to leave him slightly unsteady, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. As for Tony, he let out a cry of distress, his face appearing as if it had taken a heavy blow, causing his body to topple to the side. After several attempts, Lin Jia finally confirmed the ability of his stand, Scarecrow. In essence, it was the power to transfer harm. What specific manifestations might one encounter? Much like how Lin Jia touched his chin and slapped himself when activating his abilities, these actions were vividly reflected in Tony. Nevertheless, Lin Jia harbored a belief that his stand was not merely a simple entity. After all, a stand serves as a mirror of one's soul. Its character is intrinsically tied to that of its host. Lin Jia considered himself somewhat self-aware. He did not believe that a person as cautious and fearful of death as he was would awaken only the ability to transfer harm. Surely, what could be transferred was not limited to mere injury, but perhaps life itself. Would you wish to awaken a stand? Lin Jia asked as he had the scarecrow replace Tony's photograph with one affixed to its body, subsequently replacing it with a fresh sheet of white paper. He then retrieved an arrow from the box and directed his gaze towards Tony, inquiring, is the awakening of this object also reliant on a virus? Tony hesitated for a moment. Naturally, he desired such stand abilities. However, the uncontrollable variables posed a significant concern. What if he were to falter? Sensing Tony's apprehension, Lin Jia reassuringly patted his shoulder, saying, fear not, I will leave a time stone here for you, granting you countless opportunities for trial and error. After a lengthy contemplation, Tony took an arrow from the box and placed it on the table, declaring, let me investigate this so-called extraterrestrial virus, for my curiosity is piqued. Very well, conduct your research. Should you wish to experiment personally, simply notify my doppelganger, Lin Jia replied before he consumed a potion to return to Terraria, eager to determine whether his stand possessed the capability to substitute for death. Upon Lin Jia's return to Terraria, it was precisely 3:00 a.m. He stepped outside and randomly sought out a zombie, allowing the wooden palm of his stand to make contact with the creature. As the zombie's attacks landed on him, Lin Jia remained vigilant of his health. Given that he was clad in the sunlight armor, the zombie's strikes were utterly ineffective. Conversely, the zombie itself disintegrated into a pile of remains after several futile attempts. In gaming terms, this was akin to a 1-to-1 reflect damage, yielding quite satisfactory results. Lin Jia nodded in approval and glanced at the time. A sudden idea struck him. What would transpire if the Queen of Light were to attack him during the day? Would it result in a mutual demise, or perhaps his physical body's death? Or might the Queen herself succumb instantly? I must try this at once. The more he pondered, the more restless he became, eager to summon the Queen of Light for an experiment. As Lin Jia anxiously awaited, the hour grew late. Without further ado, he summoned the Queen of Light. Seizing the moment while she was still in her summoning animation, the Scarecrow's hand made contact. However, Lin Jia soon recognized a significant flaw of the Scarecrow. its short range and sluggish speed. Had it not been for his harmonious teleportation staff, he might not have been able to keep pace with the Queen of Light. As the white paper on the scarecrow's face revealed the visage of the queen, Lin Jia collided directly with her solar dance. With a piercing cry, the Queen of Light seemingly suffered a catastrophic internal rupture, disintegrating into a plethora of debris. Scarecrow stand panel, destructive power, speed, precision, range, duration, growth potential. Chapter 93, The Vehicle Slayer. Oh, how remarkable this stand is. Lin Jia gazed in astonishment at the scarecrow behind him. Its ability to serve as a death substitute was undeniably formidable. Anyone who came into contact with it could become its sacrificial pawn. Was this not an invincible power? Smack! Lin Jia delivered a firm slap to his own face, muttering, "No, I mustn't get carried away. Invincibility is a serious matter. Such words should not be uttered lightly." After tidying up his backpack, Lin Jia retrieved a stand arrow, contemplating whether to bestow it upon the cell man. What abilities might that fellow awaken? Lin Jia pondered, stroking his chin. However, upon reflection, he realized that the cell man had recently been quite cozy with the queen, his mother, so it would be prudent not to intrude upon them at this time. Thus, the next course of action was to embark on an adventure in the world. With hands clasped together, Lin Jia passionately declared his intent. Once again consuming the memory elixir, he arrived in the world, finding himself back in the desert where he had departed. Perhaps he should seek out the second Joestar to cultivate a relationship? As a black market entity, he realized that without a suitable identity, even wealth would be futile. Shaking his head, Lin Jia acknowledged the complexities of starting from scratch. Certain essential matters required due consideration. If memory served, the second Joestar was the real estate mogul of the beautiful country, possessing astonishing wealth. He was confident that a visit to the beautiful country would lead him directly to this individual. Moreover, stand users were naturally drawn to one another, even though, at this juncture, Joseph had yet to awaken his stand. Before departing, Lin Jia confirmed the current time. A full month had elapsed since his last departure. Time had flown by so swiftly that it left him incredulous, suspecting that the family calendar must be incorrect. After verifying with multiple sources that indicated the same time, Lin Jia settled his doubts. Producing the space gem, Lin Jia conjured a pale blue portal before him. Let us hope I don't end up in some bizarre locale, he thought, tucking away the space gem. He had merely established a teleportation gateway spanning over 1,000 kilometers. The precise destination remained unknown. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jia stepped through the azure portal. As the scenery shifted before him, he found himself suspended in mid-air, overlooking a bustling street below. Floating above the ground was preferable to materializing directly onto the thoroughfare. Suddenly, the whirring of helicopter blades pierced the air. Thick crap, Mr. Joestar. A figure has appeared in the sky. Almost immediately, a cacophony of screams pierced through the din of the helicopter's rotors, reaching Lin Jia's ears. Quick, get out of the way. Immediately, a handsome elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, covered his face with both hands, displaying an expression of sheer terror. We are out of time. The pilot desperately yanked the control stick to one side, but the incident occurred so abruptly, compounded by the rapid speed, that he was unable to react in time. Let me take over. Joseph seized the control stick from the pilot's grasp, intending to steer it fully to the right. Mr. Joestar, that person is approaching, the pilot exclaimed in horror, pointing ahead. Let go. As the pilot continued to gaze ahead in fright, his hands remained firmly on the control stick, preventing Joseph from maneuvering freely. Lin Jia recognized the identities of the two individuals aboard the helicopter, more specifically, that of the handsome elderly man, who was indeed Joseph Joestar. Despite appearing to be over 50, his robust physique and chiseled features belied the notion that he was nearing 70. Lin Jia contemplated approaching to greet them, but unexpectedly, as he drew near, the helicopter suddenly veered, and the rotor blade struck him. Bang! Clad in a radiant suit, Lin Jia was unfazed by the helicopter's attack. However, the rotor blades were not so fortunate. Upon colliding with Lin Jia's body, they snapped in two. Gazing at the descending helicopter, Lin Jia could not help but exclaim. When did this happen? This vehicle has already been tampered with by a vehicle assassin. Is that person made of steel? In the tumultuous cabin, Joseph muttered, retrieving a parachute, preparing to jump for survival. Mr. Joestar, below is the city. After securing his parachute, the pilot noticed the situation below. Damn it! Where did this person come from? Joseph, now at a loss, realized that without the rotor blades at the top, no amount of control would redirect their course. In fact, the helicopter was beginning to spin uncontrollably. Don't panic, I can assist you, Lin Jia said, materializing inside the cabin and patting both men's shoulders. Joseph intended to say something, but Lin Jia effortlessly lifted both of them, soaring them out of the cabin. Subsequently, a red reality gem manifested in Lin Jia's hand as he summoned a cloud, gently placing the two upon it. Through the gem's reality-altering effects, the cloud, which should have crumbled under their weight, remarkably supported them entirely. As for the wreckage of the helicopter, a flash of red light from Lin Jia's hand transformed it into countless bubbles, vanishing from sight. Joseph stared in astonishment at Lin Jia's feats, momentarily at a loss for words to describe his feelings. He prided himself on being somewhat knowledgeable, recalling his past endeavors with Kaz and others to save the world. Yet, even Kaz, who had become the ultimate being, would likely find it impossible to replicate what Lin Jia had just accomplished. If Kaz, who became the ultimate being, epitomizes the pinnacle of biological existence, then the entity before us transcends mere biology, truly reaching a divine level. Chapter 94, Joseph Joestar. Come on. You've seen enough of the world to not be so easily frightened, Lin Jia remarked, having resolved his own troubles. As he approached and playfully patted Joseph on the shoulder. Who exactly are you? Joseph exclaimed, startled, retreating several steps before realizing he was suspended in midair. Eyeing Lin Jia with caution. Have you ever read those novels about time travel? Lin Jia pondered for a moment, deciding to lay bare his identity without pretense. Are you suggesting that you hail from another world? This is utterly astonishing. Joseph thought that the surprise he felt today surpassed all the astonishment he had experienced over the years since exiling Kaz. Indeed, I accidentally crashed your aircraft earlier, as compensation. How about you take me to your place for a visit? For a brief moment, Joseph questioned the reliability of his own hearing. Just kidding. I will compensate you. But I'm still an undocumented individual in this world, so I'll need your assistance in obtaining identification. Not a problem. Leave it to me, Joseph responded confidently, patting his chest, completely shedding his previous wariness. During the previous exchange, he had come to understand the disparity in strength between them. Given Lin Jia's earlier feat of turning a helicopter into foam, any attempt at resistance would be futile. It was far wiser to acquiesce to Lin Jia's wishes. If confrontation were necessary, it would be prudent to first gather information and identify weaknesses. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this individual stood firmly in the sunlight, and the ripple technique he wielded could not harm him in the slightest. Very well, provide me with coordinates, and we shall teleport directly. Lin Jia was quite pleased with Joseph's demeanor. Conversing with an intelligent person was refreshing, and his earlier display of the reality stone's power was not in vain. Coordinates? What are the coordinates of the company? Joseph turned to the pilot beside him, having never considered this aspect. The pilot recited a series of numbers, which corresponded to an office Joseph frequented. Those coordinates will do. Let us proceed. Lin Jia manipulated the spatial stone, and a portal materialized before them, leading to the specified coordinates. What is this? Joseph examined the portal, inquiring aloud while already suspecting the answer. It's a teleportation portal. Stop dawdling and let us go. With that, Lin Jia stepped into the portal first. As Lin Jia entered the portal, the pilot leaned closer to Joseph and whispered, Mr. Joestar, what should we do now? What else can we do? Do you plan to parachute down from here? Joseph glanced downward. While it was not impossible, it seemed rather pointless. Let us proceed, he remarked. For the presence endowed with such spatial abilities rendered our attempts to flee futile. As he spoke, Joseph cautiously extended his hand to feel the portal. There was no extraordinary sensation. It was akin to merely extending his hand in the ordinary course of events. Just as Joseph intended to withdraw his hand and step through, a sudden force from the other side of the portal yanked him in before he could react. The world before him shifted in a whirlwind. And when Joseph regained his senses, he found himself standing in his office. Procrastination was unnecessary. I couldn't resist pulling you in, Lin Jia said, reclining in Joseph's swivel chair. The reason Lin Jia could draw Joseph in while seated in the chair was due to the assistance of a clone. What do you wish to discuss with me? Joseph inquired, unperturbed by the circumstances as he took a seat opposite Lin Jia. Quite simple. Procure an identification for me, and in return, I shall assist you in restoring your knee and left hand, Lin Jia declared, placing a vial of potent healing elixir on the table as he articulated his request. What is this? Joseph asked, picking up the vial and examining it closely. It is a healing potion. You may liken it to a health-restoring item in a game. Lin Jia explained. Ah, I see. Joseph set the vial down, comprehension dawning upon him. He was familiar with various games and understood the concept of health potions well. An identification is no issue. You need only provide me with a name and an age, Joseph opined, deeming it a fair trade to exchange a mere identification for the restoration of his knee and right hand. Although he had always regarded the scars on these limbs as badges of honor, their presence posed numerous inconveniences in daily life, and he welcomed the prospect of healing. As for the name, Lin Jia, and for the age, approximately 20 should suffice, Lin Jia mused, taking into account his age before and after his transmigration. He had spent little time in the realm of Clash Royale, and aggregating his experiences in other worlds likely amounted to less than a year, rounding up. He deemed 20 to be a reasonable estimate. Are you from Huaxia? Joseph murmured the name, his worldly knowledge allowing him to instantly recognize its origin. Indeed. Lin Jia replied without hesitation. Ah, I see. Joseph exhaled with an inexplicable sense of relief. The ethos of Huaxia has always been one of non-aggression. As long as Lin Jia did not overstep any boundaries, he would likely not be overly concerned with trivial matters. Hey, please arrange an identification for me. The name is Joseph, he stated decisively, dialing a number on the desk phone and relaying Lin Jia's information. Done. Wait a moment, and I shall take your photograph. Your identification will be ready shortly. Perhaps you should drink this or put it away first. Let us discuss the next matter, Lin Jia suggested. Awkwardly adjusting his posture upon hearing that a photograph was required, diverting the conversation. Joseph raised an eyebrow slightly, perplexed as to why Lin Jia was evading the topic of the photograph. Was there something amiss? However, he did not inquire directly but quietly pocketed the potion on the table. You must be familiar with those tales of transmigration. Have you ever encountered a scenario where one finds themselves inhabiting the body of an unusual species? Joseph, with his remarkable intellect, immediately deduced from Lin Jia's words and previous behavior that Lin Jia had transmigrated into a non-human entity. This revelation also clarified a long-standing curiosity of his, why Lin Jia's voice resonated in musical tones. The ability to roam freely under the sun surely suggests that he is not an embodiment of malevolence. Thus, I am not overly concerned with the specifics of his species. While this sentiment holds true, Joseph silently recalled the breathing techniques of Ripple. After all, Lin Jia was entirely encased in armor, leaving Joseph uncertain whether Lin Jia was immune to sunlight or simply well protected by his armor. In Chapter 95, as Joseph anxiously observed, Lin Jia concealed his starry helmet. Ah! Joseph let out a high-pitched scream, covering his face with his hands, feigning terror. In truth, he seized this opportunity to accumulate ripple energy, using his scream to mask the sound of his breathing technique, as a faint golden light emanated from his right hand. Observing Joseph's exaggerated reaction, Lin Jia felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, a skeleton could be slightly unsettling, yet under prepared circumstances, his reaction seemed excessive. My apologies. Even with some preparation, the sudden disappearance of your helmet did startle me. Joseph explained, retracting his exaggerated demeanor and smiling. Well, as you can see, I have transmigrated into a skeleton's body, which has left me quite troubled, as I cannot partake in food or savor the joys of the world. This was indeed a disheartening predicament. Yet Joseph was curious. Can this skeletal form feel pain or similar sensations? He leaned closer to Lin Jia, intrigued by the inquiry. I can feel some sensations, primarily pain, while the rest are less pronounced, Lin Jia replied, extending his arm as an invitation for Joseph to test it. Seeing Lin Jia so readily expose his arm, Joseph took the opportunity to let the ripple energy stored in his glove flow into Lin Jia's arm. Lin Jia noticed a sudden golden glow enveloping his arm, accompanied by a warm sensation, as if the bones were being gently warmed. Is this ripple? Lin Jia gazed at Joseph with a look of confusion, to which Joseph had already prepared a response. My apologies. I thought you might not be able to feel anything, and I believed ripple could bring you some warmth. It seems I may have overstepped, Joseph rationalized, his explanation appearing quite reasonable. Had Lin Jia been unaware of Joseph's nature, he might have genuinely believed him. This old fellow likely sought to test whether he could use ripple to eliminate him, as one would a vampire. However, Lin Jia did not intend to linger too long on this matter. He simply retracted his arm, attempting to stretch it out, and found that it indeed felt far more comfortable than before, as though he had just undergone a rejuvenating treatment. Thank you, it is certainly much more pleasant now. Seeing this, Joseph also breathed a sigh of relief. One who could remain composed amidst the rippling wave should not be considered a villain, at least not an evil entity. By the way, where did I leave off? Lin Jia pondered for a moment, then tapped his skull and resumed the previous topic. During my travels across various worlds, I discovered a method to restore my physical form, with the sole cost being a temporary state of weakness. So, you wish to seek my protection? You may interpret it that way. After all, I am quite fond of my life. Lin Jia snapped his fingers, placing his hands together on the table, leaning forward to gaze at Joseph. In exchange, I shall still offer you a reward. Let us discuss the reward first. Upon hearing that Lin Jia sought something from him, Joseph's mind began to race, not out of a genuine desire to gain something from Lin Jia, but rather out of a merchant's instinct. Lin Jia mused, recognizing that the only thing capable of alleviating Joseph's wariness towards him was a greater adversary. Thus, his answer became quite apparent. He is still alive, having survived by inhabiting your grandfather's body. The revelation of this shocking news caused Joseph, who had initially approached the conversation with a playful demeanor, to experience a tremor in his pupils, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Jia's words. What nonsense are you spouting? That was over a century ago. How could he possibly still be alive? The more he spoke, the more confident Joseph became, as if eager to refute Lin Jia's claims. Lin Jia, however, remained unhurried in his response, rising from his chair, placing one hand on his hip while the other pointed at Joseph. A scarecrow materialized behind Lin Jia, its wooden hands reaching out towards Joseph. What is this thing? Joseph was bewildered by Lin Jia's inexplicable actions and the sudden appearance of the scarecrow, struggling to grasp the current situation. This confusion peaked when Joseph witnessed the white paper on the scarecrow's face transform into his own visage. This is called a stand. Normally, only a stand user can perceive it, and it awakens either through natural means or a special connection through bloodlines. As he spoke, Lin Jia had already retracted the scarecrow, gesturing towards the trembling pilot seated nearby. Did you see anything just now? Joseph hurried over to the pilot, gripping his shoulders and inquiring urgently, meeting Joseph's desperate gaze. The pilot shook his head in confusion. How could I possibly be a stand user? I don't even know how to summon that stand you mentioned. Joseph clung to this point as if it were the last lifeline in a desperate struggle for survival. He seemed to believe that as long as he could prove Lin Jia's so-called theory of the stand was erroneous, then his grandfather's body would not have been occupied by that filthy vampire. In truth, the answer was already known to him. He simply refused to confront it. Lin Jia understood that with Joseph's keen intellect, the answer to this dilemma would soon dawn upon him. He was merely reluctant to face it for the time being. Once he calmed his thoughts, he would inevitably grasp the entirety of the situation. How infuriating. That wretched vampire dared to desecrate my grandfather's body. I must ensure it pays the price. After a moment of contemplation, Joseph let out a thunderous roar of rage. Having come to a realization, Lin Jia, reclining in his boss chair and nearly dozing off, slightly raised his head and inquired, "Is this news your reward?" Now aware of the adversary he must confront, Joseph sought to ally himself with the formidable skeleton before him. According to Grandma Elena's recounting, his grandfather had once wagered his life, supporting his companions to barely achieve victory. In stark contrast, he had squandered years that could have honed his ripple technique, and now, in his old age, his physical prowess was far inferior to that of his grandfather in his prime. Furthermore, it was quite possible that the vampire had mastered this so-called stand ability, which only added to the uncertainty. You may understand it this way, Lin Jia replied, reclining back in his chair and crossing his legs. If this information serves as your reward for my protection during your vulnerable period after acquiring a physical form, then what must I sacrifice to eliminate your foe? Upon hearing this, Lin Jia straightened his spine slightly, regarding Joseph with an intrigued gaze, and countered, "Do you not wish to take vengeance for your grandfather yourself?" Joseph's right fist clenched tightly, betraying his inner turmoil, yet he was acutely aware of his age and limitations. "Do you know what a stand is?" Lin Jia suddenly broached an unrelated topic. "I do not," Joseph replied, shaking his head honestly. He had learned of the very concept of a stand from Lin Jia, and thus had no understanding of what it truly entailed. It is a manifestation of a living being's spirit. Each awakened stand possesses unique abilities. For instance, my scarecrow. As he spoke, Lin Jia summoned his stand once more. Joseph gazed at the scarecrow's face, which bore his own likeness, feeling an unsettling chill. Yet he steeled himself to continue observing in order to comprehend the concept of a stand. Chapter 96. The uncommon purple hermit under Joseph's scrutiny. Lin Jia extended his arms wide, presenting a large target to him, and declared, "Come, unleash your strongest attack upon me." Joseph looked at Lin Jia with uncertainty, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the issue. Unable to decipher the reason behind his confusion, Joseph decided to set aside his doubts, taking a deep breath and altering his breathing rhythm. Oh. As his breathing shifted, air surged rapidly into his lungs, and soon a golden radiance flickered around Joseph's form. Ripple. Joseph gathered all the newly formed ripple energy into his right fist, and with a decisive strike, he unleashed it towards Lin Jia's abdomen. Bang! Under the full force of Joseph's blow, Lin Jia took a symbolic step back. Aside from a warm sensation in his belly, he felt nothing extraordinary. As for Joseph, under the influence of the scarecrow's ability, he was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall, and curled up like a boiled shrimp, clutching his stomach in agony. After all, with age comes vulnerability. Had he been younger, a mere punch to the abdomen would hardly have drawn a frown. Fortunately, the abundance of ripple energy he had just amassed made recovery from this minor injury a trivial matter. Observing Joseph's condition, Lin Jia gingerly touched his own abdomen. It appeared that his stand could only transfer the damage itself, not the nature of the attack. Much like when transferring fire damage, the recipient would only bear the burns, devoid of any flames. To think that such a damage-transferring ability existed, it was indeed a formidable power. Joseph, still clutching his abdomen, rose from the ground with a wry smile. From that recent blow, he had deduced the essence of Lin Jia's stand ability, which was, of course, facilitated by Lin Jia's lack of intent to conceal it. When that previous stand had touched him, transforming the blank paper into his face, he must have already fallen victim to it. Hey. You can't just say things like that. Lin Jia exclaimed in a fluster, worried about the implications. Not comprehending Lin Jia's turmoil, Joseph adjusted his breathing, using the ripple to alleviate his abdominal pain. Since you can now see the stand, it signifies that you are showing signs of awakening your own. All that remains is the requisite mental fortitude. This was understandable, given Joseph's advanced age, which naturally diminished his mental acuity compared to his younger days. Mental fortitude? How does one even cultivate such an elusive thing? There are two options. 1. To infect oneself with a virus to enhance your immune system's mental strength. 2. To consume this. Lin Jia placed a stand arrow and a vial of magical potion on the table for Joseph to choose. What is the difference? Joseph mused as he examined the stand arrow before him, instantly recognizing that the potion was from the same origin as the previous red one. One was painful, the other comforting. He guessed as much. Lin Jia surmised that Joseph would likely awaken as a purple hermit, and the method of awakening would have minimal impact. TSK. You really are unreliable, Joseph remarked as he set down the stand arrow, opting instead for the vial of blue potion. I'll choose this one, after all. I'm quite averse to pain. With a flash of golden light in his hand, the cap of the magical potion flew off under the influence of the ripple, and he promptly drank the potion's contents in one gulp. The moment the potion entered his system, Joseph felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as if his mind had been polished from a state of rust to a refreshing brilliance. An unusual sensation coursed through Joseph's body, as if some plant were striving to break free from the earth within him. Oh! Joseph felt as if he were on the brink of collapse and resolutely engaged in the ripple breathing technique. His once gray-white hair transformed at a visible pace back to a deep black, while the deep-set wrinkles on his face began to diminish, gradually rendering him to a youthful visage reminiscent of a man in his 30s. However, the air of weariness lingering in his brow was an indelible mark that could not be erased. With a sudden sound reminiscent of flesh being pierced, violet thorns sprouted from Joseph's arms, radiating with a golden luminescence. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Delicate yellow flowers blossomed atop the purple thorns. Wait, wasn't the purple hermit merely a representation of violet thorns? What, then, was the significance of these flowers? Lin Jia gazed intently at Joseph's purple hermit, perplexed. For in any iteration, the presence of these yellow flowers was unprecedented. Was this transformation induced by the potion? It occurred to him that in the original narrative, an older Joseph lacked the mental fortitude to awaken the purple hermit to a significant degree, relying solely on the bloodline connection for the stand's awakening. With the potion provided by Lin Jia, it seemed plausible that the purple hermit could reach a higher echelon of awakening. Instinctively, Joseph called out a name, and the violet thorns began to swirl wildly in the air. Chapter 97. Jean-Pierre Polnareff. So this is the sensation of a stand? Once he had settled, Joseph observed the entwined violet thorns on his arm, lost in contemplation. It was time to test the stand's ability to follow his instincts. Lin Jia positioned a landline phone before Joseph, indicating that he should connect the stand to it. With a mighty shout, Joseph struck the phone with his palm. Fragments of components scattered everywhere, as Lin Jia watched in disbelief as the phone was reduced to mere shards. Lin Jia, at a loss for words, thought, this doesn't seem to be the proper use. Joseph awkwardly scratched his head, having instinctively employed the stand as he would the ripple. Purple Hermit, stand panel, enhanced version, destructive power, speed, range, duration, precision, growth potential. After considerable effort, Joseph finally discerned the effects of his stand. He procured a Polaroid camera worth 50,000 yen, raised his hand high, and struck it down. Amidst the scattered parts, a photograph slowly emerged. The image was shrouded in darkness, yet faintly, one could discern a figure silhouette, accompanied by a purple, star-shaped birthmark on the nape of his neck. Upon recognizing the scene captured in the photograph, a wave of fury engulfed Joseph. Previously, Lin Jia had mentioned this matter, yet Joseph remained largely unaffected. However, when the reality confronted him, he could not suppress the fury within. All right, calm down, Lin Jia reassured him, patting Joseph on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Joseph attempted to quell his anger and turned to Lin Jia, inquiring, you know where it is, right? I do indeed know. But do you not think that having one monster slay another bears no significance? Joseph gazed silently at Lin Jia, his thoughts a mystery. Leave now. Call me when you've come to terms with it, Lin Jia said, understanding that Joseph had yet to relinquish his thoughts of direct vengeance. He handed Joseph his phone number, and a faint blue portal materialized behind him, leading to his disappearance. Monsters slaying monsters? After Lin Jia departed, Joseph stood by the window, overlooking the pedestrians below, his mind drifting back decades. Following their separation, Lin Jia made his way to Italy. At this juncture, the despicable creature known as the Hangman had already claimed the life of Polnareff's sister, yet such matters were trifles for Lin Jia. The omnipotent 6 Infinity Stones could assist him in resolving this predicament. As for the Time Stone, given the vast expanse of time, Lin Jia surmised it would be futile to attempt a reversal. Nevertheless, before proceeding, Lin Jia needed to locate Polnareff and seek his counsel. His desire to aid Polnareff stemmed from a mere disdain for the hangman, coupled with a fondness for Polnareff cultivated while watching the series. The notion that stand users are drawn to one another held true. After all, Lin Jia had casually teleported several times and found himself in a cemetery, where he observed a brawny man with a silver pompadour, holding a bouquet before a gravestone, speaking softly. Initially, Lin Jia found it hard to believe, having merely teleported randomly. However, as he landed and noticed the heart-shaped pendant adorning the man's ear and his ensemble of a black tank top paired with silver gray pants, Lin Jia was convinced of the man's identity. This individual was, without a doubt, the one Lin Jia sought, Jean-Pierre Polnareff. It was nighttime, and had Lin Jia not consumed a nocturnal potion, he would have struggled to see clearly. Thus, as he approached within 2 meters of Polnareff, the latter became aware of his presence. With a swift motion, a blade of light sliced through the air before Lin Jia's feet, leaving deep furrows in the earth. "Whatever your business, if you intend to fight, take it elsewhere," Polnareff stated, his gaze unwavering from the gravestone before him. Hey, what if I'm merely passing through?" Lin Jia feigned a relaxed demeanor, raising his hands nonchalantly. Polnareff, taken aback by Lin Jia's peculiar manner of speaking, had encountered numerous odd individuals throughout his relentless pursuit of vengeance for his sister's murder, and thus paid little mind to it. As he approached me directly, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense. In the midst of speaking, Polnareff placed the bouquet gently before the gravestone, slowly turning to face Lin Jia with a piercing gaze. "If you wish to fight, then follow me." Though he uttered these words, Polnareff was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Jia's appearance. Clad in the starry armor, Lin Jia bore an uncanny resemblance to a mech warrior from a science fiction film, evoking a dreamlike sensation within Polnareff. Lin Jia tilted his head, somewhat puzzled by Polnareff's palpable hostility. However, he soon decided against offering any explanation, as it was a long-standing tradition among teammates to engage in a skirmish upon meeting. The cemetery lay on the outskirts, and not far from their initial path. They arrived at a clearing where Polnareff came to a halt. "State your intentions." Turning around, Polnareff, though devoid of a sword, exuded an aura so formidable that it drew attention. "If I were to say that I could resurrect your sister, would you believe me?" "What?" Polnareff's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to grasp the words he had just heard. "I claim I can bring your sister back to life, however. I understand you may be skeptical. Perhaps we can discuss this after our bout." With that, Lin Jia assumed a combat stance, pointing a finger at Polnareff. In an instant, a scarecrow materialized behind him, its white paper face appearing particularly eerie against the night. "This is the same ability as mine." At that moment, Polnareff, unaware of the concept of stand abilities, recognized from the scarecrow's emergence that it was akin to his silver chariot. "Since you dare to boast, let me witness your prowess." In a flash, a stand clad in silver metal armor, wielding a slender rapier, manifested behind Polnareff. Silver chariot stand panel: destructive power, speed, range, durability, precision, growth potential. Chapter 98. Silver chariot: swish, swish, swish. The rapier in silver chariot's grasp danced rapidly, the eyes hidden in the shadows gleaming with intensity as silver light flickered across Lin Jia's form. Though the speed was impressive, the damage was insufficient. Even adorned in the starry armor, Lin Jia was not one to be trifled with by silver chariot's might. Yet, since the objective was to showcase his capabilities, Lin Jia could not simply stand by and allow silver chariot to strike without resistance. Stepping back to evade the range of silver chariot's assault, Lin Jia brandished his harmonious transport staff, instantly reappearing behind Polnareff. What? He vanished. How did he manage that? Polnareff's pupils dilated in shock. Initially, he did not connect this phenomenon with stand abilities. After all, Polnareff's silver chariot was a pure white stand, devoid of any peculiar powers, and it did not share visual awareness with its host. Even the silver chariot, with its masterful swordsmanship, would, under the constraints of conventional thought, lead one to perceive the stand-in merely as an invisible lackey. "What are you staring at?" As Polnareff was momentarily lost in thought, the scarecrow behind Lin Jia gently tapped him on the shoulder. Swift as lightning, Polnareff reacted, thrusting the long sword of silver chariot behind him. The blade indeed struck Lin Jia, yet the wounds manifested upon Polnareff's own body. How could this be possible? Blood gushed forth from the wound like an uncontrollable fire hydrant. Polnareff staggered backward as if struck by a powerful blow, ultimately collapsing to one knee. Casting an incredulous gaze upon Lin Jia. "Nothing is impossible." Lin Jia approached Polnareff, towering over him. What a peculiar ability. Though Polnareff is now drenched in blood, to him, these are merely superficial injuries. "Drink this." Lin Jia casually tossed a vial of healing potion and then hoisted Polnareff from the ground. Having been bested by Lin Jia, Polnareff had no retort. He gulped down the healing potion. Just as he was about to utter a query, he felt a peculiar itch at his wound. "What is this substance?" It dawned on Polnareff that he had yet to inquire about the nature of the potion. A healing potion, you can judge its efficacy for yourself. With that, Lin Jia ignited a torch, illuminating Polnareff's body. To his astonishment, the wounds had completely healed. Polnareff stared in disbelief at his previously scarred body, now appearing unblemished save for the bloodstains on his clothing. Now, let us discuss the matter of resurrecting your sister. The mention of this topic made Polnareff disregard his wounds, gazing at Lin Jia with hopeful eyes. Is it truly possible? Naturally, it is not a difficult task for me. The crucial factor is whether you can accept it. Lin Jia understood that some individuals perceive the resurrection of the deceased as a profound disrespect. He chose not to elaborate further on this sentiment. For his part, were he to die, he would welcome any attempt at resurrection. What is there to reject? Is your method of resurrection excessively outrageous? Not at all. It's merely that some believe resurrection to be improper. Lin Jia shrugged nonchalantly. I care not for what those individuals think. Please, revive my sister, Sherry. Very well. But let me clarify. After employing my method, I will enter a phase of weakness. During this time, you must assist me in accomplishing certain tasks to ensure your sister's perfect revival. Do you have any objections? None. Upon hearing Lin Jia's intention to assist him, Polnareff immediately nodded with excitement. When he learned that Lin Jia would himself fall into a state of weakness after employing this method, he was profoundly moved, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed at Lin Jia. Very well, then I shall commence, Lin Jia declared, donning the infinity gauntlet and snapping his fingers. In a distant castle in Egypt, a man with a bare torso sat at a desk, his physique resembling a divinity sculpted in the style of ancient Greek artistry. Though marred by a conspicuous stitched scar on his neck, his golden hair flickered in the candlelight as he perused a book, contemplating recent events. Joseph Joestar, the grandson of Jonathan Joestar, had awakened his stand, perhaps due to the ties of blood that bound them. As he spoke, the vacant hand of the golden-haired man reached toward a purple star-shaped birthmark on the back of his neck. It seems certain matters must be resolved. Is this what fate entails? As he muttered to himself, a wave of energy surged toward him, brushing past his body. What? His body stiffened momentarily, though brief. The pause was undeniable. This is impossible. He sprang to his feet, slamming the book onto the desk, disbelief etched on his face, dispelling the earlier calmness. Despite its fleeting nature, he had genuinely felt the power of time. Just moments ago, his time had been suspended. Returning to Lin Jia, after executing the snap, he found himself in the familiar realm once more. Hey, I must ask, do you truly respect me? The indistinct figure materialized as expected, albeit this time with a hint of dissatisfaction in its tone. To resurrect but one person, and you dare to make a direct wish? That is none of your concern. Let us discuss the task at hand, Lin Jia interjected. Given that you now possess a unique ability within this world, that aspect will not be sealed, though your other powers will be. The requirement is to eliminate the hanged man, Kyle, relying solely on your stand. Should you succeed, Sherry shall be fully resurrected. Should you fail, only a soulless body will return. Chapter 99. Resurrection. Why did you not mention this during your time in Marvel? Lin Jia queried. You did not ask. And at that time, you lacked any powers associated with Marvel. The figure shrugged, its tone irritatingly nonchalant. Very well, I accept the task. Kindly assist in restoring my body as well. I shan't trouble you twice, Lin Jia replied. Agreed. You likely surmise the nature of the task. Eliminate him using only your stand, with failure yielding the same result as in Marvel. Indeed, it is a matter of killing, as I suspected. Lin Jia nodded in understanding before inquiring about Polnareff's sister. Will Sherry be resurrected directly, or how shall it transpire? She will materialize at the site of her demise. Yet she will be but an empty vessel until the hanged man's demise restores her. Please open the door for me. I will teleport directly after I step out. The vague figure, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively and expelled Lin Jia from this realm. How is it? Polnareff gazed at Lin Jia with eager anticipation, yearning for the desired answer. All right, let us proceed directly over there. With a mere gesture, Lin Jia conjured a pale blue portal before him. What is this? Polnareff exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the ethereal portal. A teleportation gateway. Your sister awaits on the other side. With that, Lin Jia stepped into the portal first. Gritting his teeth, Polnareff followed suit. As the scene shifted before him, Polnareff beheld the figure he had longed for, nearly forgotten in his heart. Sherry, Sherry. He called out tremulously to the woman bathed in moonlight. She seemed to have heard his call, slightly tilting her head to gaze in his direction. Sherry. The instant he discerned her profile, Polnareff cried out her name, utterly convinced that the woman before him was indeed his cherished sister. Do not rush. Lin Jia intercepted Polnareff, who was about to dash forward. Though Lin Jia lacked the enhanced strength of the Terrarian equipment, the influence of the stand, Scarecrow, caused Polnareff's momentum to rebound. Despite his urgency, Polnareff, considering that his sister had been resurrected by Lin Jia, restrained himself and inquired anxiously, "Is there a problem? Why can't I go to her? I previously mentioned that a task must be completed to truly resurrect your sister. What do you mean?" To simplify, once you eliminate the one who took your sister's life, she can be resurrected perfectly. You might understand it as a life for a life. Until then, she remains but a soulless shell. Upon hearing this, Polnareff's right hand clenched tightly. The mere mention of the scoundrel who had slain his sister stirred turbulent emotions within him. "I understand." After taking several deep breaths, Polnareff gradually unclenched his fist, regaining his composure. "Very well, just try to remain calm." Seeing this, Lin Jia withdrew his hand, allowing Polnareff to rush towards his sister. "Sherry." Despite Lin Jia's prior warning, Polnareff still approached with a flicker of hope. His eyes filled with longing as he looked at Sherry. Yet, the only response he received was her vacant stare. As Polnareff witnessed his sister in such a state, tears cascaded down his cheeks. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, as if fearing that if he let go, she would vanish once more. "I'm sorry. If only I had returned sooner, if only." Polnareff's words of apology flowed from his lips, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, while the swaying earrings seemed to echo the fragility of his shattered heart. "Ah, truly a pair of unfortunate souls," Lin Jia remarked, gazing at this deeply moving scene with a heavy heart. "However, the reunion shall come soon. Once the vile perpetrator is vanquished, these siblings will finally be able to embrace once more." After pouring forth the pent-up emotions that had accumulated over the years, Polnareff wiped his face with a hasty gesture, erasing the tears and snot, before approaching Lin Jia and bowing deeply. "I am genuinely, profoundly grateful to you." His face flushed crimson, overflowing with unuttered gratitude. He found himself at a loss for words. "If you wish to express your gratitude, join me in a particular endeavor," Lin Jia proposed, seizing this opportunity to enlist Polnareff into the ranks of the protagonists, allowing him to bypass the step of being controlled. "Leave it to me. My only stipulation is that the scoundrel who defiled my sister must be slain by my own hand." Lin Jia awkwardly scratched his head, clarifying, "In truth, the final blow must be delivered by me. Otherwise, your sister's soul will not find its way back." "All right, fine. The healing potion I provided earlier has proven effective, and as long as you leave him with a breath, I can bring him back. You may inflict as much torment upon him as you desire. Just ensure that I deliver the final strike. Truly, I cannot thank you enough." Polnareff was at a loss for how to express his gratitude, feeling that Lin Jia's kindness was almost unreal, as though he were caught in a dream. "May I inquire, do we know each other from before?" Polnareff finally mustered the courage to voice his curiosity. "We do not, but does that matter? If you witness others in distress and possess the means to assist them, would you not extend your hand?" Polnareff fell silent, introspective, acknowledging that he could not reach the level of selflessness Lin Jia described. Perhaps he could act in such a manner for those familiar to him, but for strangers, he could not fathom such depths of compassion. "Let us set aside such discussions for now. Come, spend the night at my home. Your sister, for now, is merely a vessel. Bringing her home suffices, as she currently has no needs for sustenance or comfort." Polnareff's lips twitched slightly. Though the reasoning was sound, Lin Jia's words were rather blunt. "Enough of this. I am feeling a bit peckish. Resurrecting your sister has cost me considerable effort, and you owe me a grand feast," Lin Jia remarked, rubbing his slightly hungry stomach. The sensation of hunger, a feeling long forgotten, was somewhat disorienting. Upon hearing Lin Jia's request, Polnareff immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "Leave it to me. I shall treat you to the finest banquet this land has to offer."